Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Northeast, a life of suffering. How ruthless. They set such a grand trap for me. Wait, I'm actually unharmed. In the depths of a mountainous region, a boy of about 15 or 16 sat upon the ground. Where is this? How did I end up in the mountains? Did the explosion propel me this far? The individual in question is a traveler from another realm, named Liang Chun, born in 2026 and a renowned Special Forces operative. Having repeatedly vanquished opposing forces, he earned the moniker of Butcher due to the significant losses inflicted upon foreign adversaries. No one had ever laid eyes on him, and those who did became mere shadows of their former selves, claimed by his hand. This time, the antagonistic faction devised an elaborate scheme. Using over 100 special operatives as bait to lure Liang Chun, he eliminated this bait and took pleasure in collecting the spoils of victory. To his surprise, he stumbled upon an armory, a treasure he held dear. As he began to inventory the weapons within, an ominous, ticking sound sent chills down his spine. Before he could flee, an explosion erupted, and he awoke in this unfamiliar place. Upon sitting up, he immediately sensed something was amiss. His physique had become unexpectedly gaunt. While he was not overweight, he had certainly lost his once proud 8-pack abs. Had they been obliterated in the blast? Moreover, his attire was peculiar. With a diagonal opening, was he meant to play an extra? As he scratched his head, he realized his hair had grown unusually long. Before he could ponder further, a fearsome roar echoed through the air as a large tiger emerged. Liang Chun was startled and quickly sprang to his feet. Do they have props this elaborate? Could it be that I'm in a reenactment of Wu Song Fights the Tiger? Where's my staff? Did the director forget it? Damn it, I can't run. If I turn my back, I'm finished before the director delivers my staff. I must hold my ground and lock eyes with the tiger, buying time. He hoped the director would hurry with the staff, otherwise he would meet his demise. Damn it, I've already died. Once I'm not afraid of mere tiger. A fierce aura emanated from Liang Chun, intermingled with a murderous intent from his past life, causing the tiger to instinctively retreat a few paces. Yet, the beast soon assumed an attacking stance. Liang Chun felt a pang of despair in his past life. He might have had the audacity to confront a tiger unarmed. In this frail body, however, he might just be destined to become the tiger's meal. Where's my weapon? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a firearm suddenly materialized in his hand, a semi-automatic rifle he had treasured in his former life. This weapon held profound significance, as he had carried it on nearly every mission. Now, it appeared in his grasp. He hastily aimed to fire, but to his dismay, it was devoid of ammunition. With a shake of the gun, a triangular bayonet extended forth, providing a slight sense of reassurance. Seeing this, the tiger recognized he had acquired a weapon. Time was of the essence first. It feared the possibility of Liang Chun producing more weapons second. It was hungry. The tiger lunged at him, and Liang Chun dropped to his knees. The tiger leapt over him, and in a flash, he thrust the bayonet upwards, aiming directly at the tiger's chest. The point struck true, but as the tiger fell upon him, he was also knocked to the ground. He quickly rose. Adjusting his stance, slaying a tiger was no simple task. The vitality of large prey is exceptionally robust. When the tiger was struck, it became enraged and charged at him once more. This time, Liang Chun sidestepped and thrust his blade at the tiger again, swiftly withdrawing it afterward. He managed to pierce the tiger's neck, yet he bore 4 deep claw marks from a beast. He braced himself for the tiger's third onslaught. The tiger rose, turning to face Liang Chun, and once again, the two engaged in a tense standoff. It wasn't long before the tiger collapsed. That damned creature nearly frightened me to death. Liang Chun scoffed. No, it terrified my grandfather. Leaning against a large tree, he dared not sit, fearing the tiger might rise again, leaving him no time to react should he wish to stand. Suddenly, a splitting headache engulfed him as a 15-year-old memory of a youth named Liang Chun surged forth in his mind. This boy had lived during the late Qing and early Republican eras, residing in the Northeast. He was uncertain of his origins. Knowing only that he was alone in his family, the rest were strangers to him. He had been told by his grandfather, either picked up as a hunter or just before his grandfather's passing. With his grandfather gone, and no one in the village to care for him, no one to know if he lived or died, they could barely survive themselves. With only 20 households in the village, each steeped in poverty, as he organized this man's memories, Liang Chun felt a sense of acceptance. If he was here, he must embrace it. He could not die so easily a second time. Where did my gun come from? As this thought crossed his mind, he vanished into a vast space, a large expanse of grassland, though regrettably devoid of even a single grasshopper. The grass was a vibrant green, the earth dark and rich, and in the center lay a magnificent lake akin to a pearl. Just how vast was this space? As this thought formed, a mental image of the entire area appeared in his mind. It measured 200 kilometers east to west and 300 kilometers north to south, with a void space behind him where time seemed to stand still. This realm was infinitely large. My potential is immense, he mused. Suddenly, he noticed 6 large warehouses adjacent to the meadow. What was this? Were these not the armories and supply depots of hostile forces? How could they be here? He opened the doors of 3 armories, gazing at the array of weapons inside. Hundreds of assault rifles, 2 Barrett M82A1 sniper rifles, 3 SVD sniper rifles, 50 crates of fragmentation grenades, and 1,200 infantry landmines that he searched for ammunition. 2,000 rounds of standard 12.7mm Barrett ammunition, 3,000 rounds of armor-piercing incendiary rounds, and 5,000 rounds for the SVD sniper rifle, all meticulously packed in boxes in the second armory. Over 500 timed explosives were stored alongside a box of Glock handguns, with over 10,000 rounds of ammunition. 20 machine guns were present. Remarkably, Czech light machine guns from World War II. The ammunition was plentiful, with over 30 crates. It was maddening that outside were some weapons he favored, while inside lay an arsenal of World War II relics. Truly, a slip could lead to eternal regret. The third warehouse contained 10 mortars and a vast supply of shells. Good heavens, what a windfall! If only we could eliminate them and retreat. Suddenly, he spotted his weapon backpack. Remarkably, my pack remains intact, he exclaimed, inspecting its contents. Not a single weapon was produced by his own country. The reasons for reluctance and fear stem from the concern of revealing one's origins. The nationality of Liang Chun remains an enigma. He loaded the Type 56 rifle with bullets and took a few bites of compressed biscuit, filling his stomach and clarifying that he was not pregnant, merely satiated. Upon exiting the confined space, he observed the tiger on the ground and promptly stored it in his storage space. He resolved to cultivate the land, ensuring a steady supply of food in the future. With provisions in hand, he felt a sense of calm. Born in 1913, the original owner was now 15 years old, placing the year at 1928. In 3 years, the Japanese invaders would arrive. What a dreadful thought. Who desires to endure the horrors of war? Yet, as one with a military background, who would not yearn for a chance to confront the Japanese? Liang Chun felt a surge of excitement after all. In both of his lives, he had been a solitary figure. To slay a Japanese soldier would provide him with a tale to recount. Should he ever return to his brethren, in the future, one might not be permitted to strike down the Japanese, but in this moment, such actions seemed permissible. Chapter 2. Vendetta. A grudge must be avenged. Liang Chun had collected his firearm, a semi-automatic rifle, and was on his way home when he encountered a majestic spotted deer. With his marksmanship, it was impossible for the creature to escape. He swiftly descended the mountain, carrying the deer, and returned to his humble abode, which was remarkably well sealed against the elements. As Liang Chun gazed upon the simplicity of his home, he noticed a picture frame containing just 4 photographs. Among them was a family portrait of an old hunter and his kin, alongside a young couple. The woman was the old hunter's only granddaughter. It seemed there had once been an elder sister, though memories of her were hazy, as she had likely married when he was just a child, years prior. After a brief outing, his grandfather returned gravely ill and eventually succumbed to his ailment. The original owner of this body had been bewildered and unclear about many matters during that time. Now, he found himself alone, which, in a way, was a relief. No one would uncover his secret. Life? Was it not something he had long grown accustomed to? In his previous existence, he had always lived independently. This body, however, was in dire need of conditioning. He set about skinning the deer and butchering it, for he had no grains to sustain him. Only meat would suffice. He seasoned it with salt and wine, igniting a fire of wooden logs beneath the pot. Once cooked to perfection, he served himself a modest portion, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he savored his meal. Afterward, he immersed himself in the expansive lake within his secret space, indulging in a cleansing bath. Upon entering the water, he felt an inexplicable sensation as something permeated his pores. This feeling soon dissipated. Gazing at his reflection on the lake's surface, he noted that he looked quite well. His physique had undergone a transformation. His muscles had hardened like iron, and the once familiar 8-pack abs had re-emerged. His form now sculpted to perfection. With a powerful punch, he felt the rush of strength returning, even surpassing his previous capabilities. After washing his clothes and letting them dry, he prepared to retire for the night. Just then, a young man arrived, accompanied by 4 soldiers. "Do you have business here?" he asked. "You little brat. Who gave you the audacity to speak to our young master like that?" came the retort. "What should I say then? Enlighten me." Liang Chun was not one to tolerate disrespect. "You insolent fool. Your mouth is as foul as that of the deceased old man and his granddaughter, both of whom are oblivious to their impending doom." One of the lackeys shouted, glaring at Liang Chun with disdain. Liang Chun, sensing the underlying threat, acted swiftly. The 4 henchmen fell to the ground before they could utter a sound. The young man, now agitated, hastily drew his firearm, but unfortunately, he wielded a revolver that required him to open the chamber. At that moment, a knife was pressed against his throat. "Do not move. My father is General Tang, responsible for the military in the surrounding counties. Killing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant," he boasted. "Huh, should I kill you? He would be powerless to intervene. I am but one man. I can choose whom to eliminate at will. What is one dead warlord worth?" Liang Chen replied coldly. "Now, clarify how my grandfather was injured, or face your demise." The young man, skeptical of Liang Chen's resolve to kill him, miscalculated. The dagger sliced through his neck, and blood gushed forth as he clutched the wound, pointing tremblingly at Liang Chen. The chilling smile upon Liang Chen's face instilled a deep-seated fear within him. As I watched the young man collapse, he inadvertently roused another individual. "I shall not engage in idle chatter. What has transpired with my grandfather and sister?" Liang Chen interrogated the subordinate. "You have slain the young master. You possess remarkable audacity. Cease your nonsensical prattle. Waking another, you have indeed killed them?" "Yes. I wish to ascertain what befell my grandfather and sister. Should you continue your frivolous talk, you will share their fate." That day, we had ventured out with the young master for a drink, and upon our return, we encountered an old man driving a horse-drawn cart, which bore a strikingly beautiful woman. The young master took a fancy to her and wished to spend the night with her. The woman scorned him, calling him a ruffian. The young master ordered her to be bound. Unexpectedly, upon reaching the military camp, she bit her tongue and took her own life. At that moment, the old man attempted to intervene and was beaten down by several soldiers. Who could have anticipated such dire consequences? We assumed that the following day the young master would release her, and all would be well, yet the woman's fierce spirit led her to self-destruction. "Spare me. How can I show mercy? You and they shall apologize to my sister upon your arrival there. Farewell." After 2 swift strikes, the room became a pool of blood, with 4 lifeless bodies. The corpses were collected, and to my surprise, the bloodstains were also cleared away. The floor was left immaculate. Yet I still needed to cleanse myself in the vast lake of my space, as the blood upon my face had not been removed. I would wash my clothes once more and rest within my realm. Upon awakening, I felt remarkably invigorated. Now that I am aware of my adversary, General Tang, I shall first ensure your lineage is extinguished, then adorn you with heavy mourning attire, and ultimately, you shall meet your grand lady and concubines, in that order. The following day, Liang Chen ventured into town to gather information regarding this General Tang. Following the leads he had acquired, he hastened toward the county city, where parental neglect would not be tolerated. You shall first experience the severance of your lineage. After 2 days in the city, he finally uncovered the truth. General Tang had 6 concubines and 1 lawful wife. Indeed, he had not been sparing in his matrimonial pursuits, along with 8 sons and 3 daughters who were attending school. While waiting on the road they must traverse, Liang Chen observed 2 sedan chairs approaching. He employed a young beggar to hurl a stone at one of the vehicles and flee. The 2 bodyguards in pursuit were swiftly diverted as the driver disembarked to witness the commotion, only to suddenly faint. The children within the vehicle, both young and old, were enveloped in a state of terror and miraculously vanished, along with the sedan chair, leaving behind a letter. When the bodyguards returned, finding no sign of the vehicle, they discovered the letter instead. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they hurried back to their master's residence. "What is the matter? Why such haste?" General Tang had been in high spirits that day, having won at mahjong against several concubines for the first time. However, the abrupt entrance of the 2 bodyguards startled him. Could he not be enraged? Whose letter is this? The young master and miss are missing, with only this letter remaining. By the heavens, who dares to abduct my children? By the gods, let me see this letter. Parental neglect begets calamity. Your children shall accompany you to the grave. 1 birth results in 1 death, until the Tang family faces extinction. By the heavens, how great must this enmity be? Assemble the troops. I command you to apprehend them. The streets were teeming with soldiers, and they found the culprits remarkably swiftly, yet all they discovered were the corpses of his offspring. My sons, how could this be? Bring me the perpetrators. I shall have them ground to dust and annihilate their entire family. General Tang was consumed by rage. Daughter and son, all in order. Even the eldest who served in the military lies here. This situation is peculiar. The younger son would not cause trouble. This unworthy eldest has brought calamity upon his siblings. It was through him that the truth was uncovered swiftly. A soldier revealed that the young master had taken a woman and subsequently met his end within their military camp. The old man was beaten, his fate uncertain. This beast has wrought disaster upon my children. Regardless of the eldest's faults, the perpetrator cannot be spared. At this moment, Commander Tang was blinded by rage. Liang Chen took everything of value from the household, leaving only the house itself, which he no longer needed, as he would dwell in the space to come. In Chapter 3, the elderly couple fell into the lake, and yet another letter arrived. Liangshan returned to the city. Finding his home shattered by Commander Tang, even the benches reduced to firewood. Donning a military uniform, Liangchun infiltrated the commander's residence, stealthily making his way to the back garden, where an artificial lake lay. An old man and woman were there, enjoying flowers and tea by the water's edge. Liangchun approached them, rendered them unconscious, and cast them into the lake, using a bamboo pole to ensure they would not rise again. Only then did he scale the wall to escape. Commander Tang, filled with sorrow and indignation, returned home. Several concubines inquired about the situation, concerned that the children had yet to return at such a late hour. "Where are the children?" they asked. "Do not ask." He wept, unable to contain his tears. "What has happened?" "We will search again tomorrow," consoled the third concubine. "Do not mention it. They are all gone. Their bodies still lie in the military camp." "What? They are all dead? Oh, my child. Who could be so heartless?" The courtyard echoed with cries, and Commander Tang's eyes burned with rage, as if he could devour the culprit. What kind of ruthless person had he provoked? "Commander, sir, the old master and mistress have fallen into the lake. You must go and see," came the urgent news. "What? Fallen into the lake?" Setting aside his grief, a group hurried to the back garden. Upon reaching the artificial lake, they discovered two bodies lying on the shore. Just as he was about to erupt in fury, a maid approached with a letter, inscribed with ominous words, "Should you don mourning attire again, you shall soon find yourself alone and forsaken." Commander Tang understood that this was an act of retribution. It was far from over. "Gather the troops. Search every household," he commanded. "Close the city gates for 3 days. Everyone on the streets must return home." The entire street erupted in chaos as people scurried to their abodes, awaiting inspection. The city was scoured thoroughly, yet no one was found. During the search, Liangshan had scaled the walls of the Tang residence and concealed himself in the shadows, aware that Commander Tang would not search his own home. At the 2 entrances stood 8 sentries, but no soldiers occupied the yard. Once inside, he incapacitated several concubines and the madam, then hung them in sequence from the pavilion in the back garden. Afterward, he ventured into the space to survey his spoils. The Tang family was indeed wealthy, with stacks of silver notes, gold bars, and numerous chests. The Tang residence, aside from the front yard where servants dwelled, had transformed into a shell of its former self. Commander Tang, weary and disoriented, entered his home only to find it utterly barren. Was this truly his house? Uncertain, he stepped outside once more and crossed the courtyard, encountering 4 sentries. Surely, he could not be mistaken. Upon re-entering the courtyard, I encountered several laborers and maids in the front yard, yet not a single lady was in sight. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Accompanied by 4 guards, I ventured into the rear courtyard, where I was met with a grim sight, an array of corpses hanging from the pavilion. "Damn it, Liangchen, this is far from over between us." General Tang, having inquired in Liangchen's village, unearthed the name of Liangchun. In just 2 short days, a family was annihilated, and it suddenly dawned upon him that Liangchen's next target could very well be himself. With no one left at home, he hastily returned to the military camp, realizing he could not remain in this courtyard any longer. He hurriedly dispatched the servants and maids before departing with his soldiers. Seated in the carriage, an overwhelming sense of distress enveloped him, intensifying his hatred for his eldest son and Liangchun. Was it truly a matter of extermination? Your family has only 2 lives. Ours is countless. What could incite such enmity? Upon arriving at the military camp, just as he was about to disembark, the carriage erupted in a violent explosion, claiming even the soldier who had come to open the door for him. From a distance, Liangchen witnessed the blast and felt a sense of relief. He planned to venture into the mountains to gather provisions before returning home. Life must go on. He aimed to accumulate supplies, purchasing chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, cattle, horses, pigs, and sheep, along with various seeds. Then, he would relocate to another city and acquire 2 houses, awaiting the arrival of the Japanese invaders. As he scoured the mountains for prey, he stumbled upon numerous signs of recent passage. Had the military come to capture him? If they had come, they should not return. After all, they would not confront the invaders but would flee at the sight of them. He pursued the trail and eventually encountered over 30 individuals wielding various instruments. Liangchen immediately grasped the situation. These were indeed the Japanese, arriving early to survey the land, draft maps, and seek out mineral veins. They had set their sights on this region. Deciding to eliminate them, he approached stealthily, akin to a tiger stalking its prey. He drew closer to the first target, swiftly severing his head. The killings continued unnoticed at first, but soon the absence of over 20 individuals became apparent, leaving only a few remaining. 5 or 6, all bespectacled and seemingly scholarly. After a series of gunshots rang out, they all perished there. Liangchen hung their heads upon the branches of a towering tree at the mountain's edge. In the county town, an officer dispatched from above arrived, prompted by reports from several military officers concerning the Tang family's situation. An elderly man led the delegation. "How could this happen? Which audacious fool dared to murder my brother?" The general, this man is called Liang Qin. Liang, who could never harm my brother, what could incite such animosity? A complete extermination. The eldest son had abducted his sister, who subsequently took her own life in the military camp, and their grandfather had been severely beaten, likely to death. This young man was unforgiving. First slaying the young ladies and gentlemen, then the elderly matriarchs and patriarchs, followed by the wives and concubines, ultimately culminating in the explosion that claimed General Tang. This audacious scoundrel proves to be quite formidable. He employs a method of psychological torment, making the Tang brothers experience his anguish before finally striking the fatal blow. He is indeed a ruthless individual. He must be apprehended. General, there are reports of over 30 severed heads hanging from trees on the mountain's outskirts. What? How many heads? Over 30, some of which belong to the Japanese. How do you know that? The report indicated that several individuals possessed unusually distinctive beards, resembling the husk of a melon seed. Could they not be the enemy? By heavens, they are not merely frolicking outside the embassy. They are clearly up to no good. Notify the embassy, stating that their men have perished in the mountains, the work of bandits. General, can they be believed? Who holds sway in the northeast? He demands a campaign against the bandits. Thus, funds must be allocated. With the money, the brothers can venture into the mountains for a hunt, returning in the evening for a hearty meal. Understood, General. I shall inform the embassy forthwith. As the adjutant departed, the general, accompanied by a substantial contingent, approached the mountain's edge, where they beheld the gruesome sight of over 30 severed heads. Without further ado, they turned back. General, we have heard that our men have perished in the mountains. This is inconceivable. Our men are safe. The enemy is aware that it is their own who have fallen. Yet they cannot acknowledge it. Otherwise, that little fellow would not let the matter rest and would demand an explanation. Are they not your own? The heads are scattered near the towering trees, resembling a collection of dung, and still, you refuse to admit it? What? Bakayuru? Who could have committed such an act? Who else in the mountains but the bandits? By heavens, the banditry has grown increasingly rampant. Who dares to kill indiscriminately? Yet, in the general's heart, there was a certain delight. He held the enemy in utmost disdain. Chapter 4. Campaign against bandits. A life saved. Liang Chun returned to the mountains, continuing his pursuit of hunting. His recent endeavors had yielded considerable success. He wielded a variety of firearms, a Mauser, a standard rifle, and a Type 38. Among others, adapting to the weaponry of this era, he hesitated to part with the arms he had brought, as ammunition was scarce, and thus he relied on these rifles for hunting. In the past few days, the enemy had provided the general with a sum of 100,000 silver dollars for a military campaign against the bandits, insisting on accompaniment by their personnel. The general, of course, acquiesced. His troops, all natives of the northeast, were intimately familiar with the terrain and the whereabouts of the bandits, leading the way wherever they roamed. With a dozen enemy soldiers in tow, they traipsed through the mountains daily, as if walking dogs. Over the course of 6 or 7 days, many creatures were sighted. Yet no human figures appeared. The enemy soldiers, though seething with frustration, dared not voice their discontent, for the general's might was formidable. Their meager numbers hardly sufficed to fill a gap. Frustrated, the enemy soldiers eventually broke away from the group. Liang Qin stumbled upon a few wild boars and was about to fire when he heard the sound of gunfire, intense and chaotic. He quickly made his way toward the source of the commotion, curious to discern who was involved. Upon drawing near, he carefully pressed himself to the ground, cautiously parting the underbrush to reveal a dozen enemy soldiers being pursued by a black bear, scattering in terror as the bear relentlessly chased one of them. This was rather amusing. Liang Qin drew out his suppressed handgun, spotting an enemy soldier sprinting toward him, glancing back in fright. He drew closer, and with a soft pop of the gun, the bullet found its mark in the soldier's head. He hastily approached to sever the head. Then, he resumed the chase of another enemy soldier, moving swiftly through the jungle. From a distance of 30 to 40 meters, he fired again, striking the soldier. Liang Chun proceeded to claim the head, even adjusting the man's beard for a final touch. With 2 heads in his possession, he set out to pursue the fleeing enemies, relying on his remarkable memory to track their escape. Soon, the enemy appeared within his line of sight. With a surge of determination, he advanced until he was within shooting range, and with a swift shot, the enemy fell to the ground, lifeless. Upon inspection, he discovered the bullet had struck the back of the skull. Decapitating the fallen foe, he set out in pursuit of the next target. After relentless chasing, he managed to eliminate 6 adversaries, hanging their heads from the branches of a tree before departing. Before long, the 5 fleeing individuals encountered a large force of soldiers, who were also making their way towards the gunfire. Thus, they crossed paths. Hurry, we need help. There's a bear. The enemy, now frightened, wondered where it was. We have a bear's paw to feast on. Brothers, let us move. Upon hearing of potential prey, the soldiers rushed to seize the opportunity to secure a bear's paw for their commander. They quickly gathered, but by the time they charged, the black bear had already vanished. Although the bear was elusive, they discovered 6 severed heads hanging from a tree, resembling a grotesque display. The commander, with keen observation, aptly described the scene. Bakayaru. This murderous fiend is lurking nearby. You have not been misled. The enemy finally believed that these soldiers were genuinely assisting them in their hunt for the killer. However, the soldiers were indifferent to their beliefs. They were intent on the hunt. They were wary. If the culprit was apprehended, would they engage or refrain? If they did not act, they would have taken the enemy's money, and if they did, they would be turning against their own kind. They were reluctant to seek vengeance against their fellow countrymen. Consequently, their movements slowed, and the enemy, anxious and impatient, fretted at their predicament. The soldiers, encountering a pile of hay, hesitated and fumbled with it for an extended period. Observing their antics, Liangchen nearly laughed out loud at the absurdity of it all. What was there to rummage through in a mere pile of hay? He realized this was merely a ruse to buy him time. These soldiers were not entirely lacking in decency, despite their raucous demeanor. They recognized the distinction between friend and foe when confronting foreigners. Thus, he decided to make his exit without further complicating their situation. Liangchen discreetly slipped away from the mountains, seeking a safer location, for indeed, there were bandits about. He quietly traversed the bandits' lair. After several kilometers, he found himself incredulous at his fortune. 2 young women, armed with rifles, stood their ground against a ferocious black bear. With a bang, Liangchen fired from behind the bear, striking its massive head. The beast did not succumb immediately. Instead, it turned and charged at him. Liangchen was no longer the same man as before. Armed with his semi-automatic rifle, he unleashed a barrage of fire upon the approaching bear. With a final, anguished growl, the bear collapsed mere meters from him. The 2 young women rushed over, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you for saving us." "No need for thanks. I must take my leave. There are government soldiers near Dwangling. Be cautious in your village," he warned. "Please, don't go. Come to our village. I'll treat you to a drink." "No, I must insist. Do not think of holding me captive. My family is gone, and no one will come to ransom me." "Ha ha, little brother, you are truly amusing. You are our savior. I wouldn't dare hold you captive." The girl seemed quite cheerful, unwilling to let him depart. "Then let us head to your village for a sip of water, as I happen to be quite parched." Upon hearing this, the young women were quite elated, and Liangchen shouldered the black bear and followed them. The 2 maidens were taken aback. Such strength must be extraordinary. Liangchen discreetly stored his 5 or 6 rifles into his space and opted for a Type 38 instead. The trio, filled with joy, arrived at the entrance of the village. The chief had returned. Liangchen was momentarily stunned. "The chief? I have been brought up the mountain by the chief? Since I am here, I might as well make myself comfortable." He felt no panic whatsoever. The chief had observed him several times without detecting any signs of alarm. This man possesses remarkable mental fortitude, or perhaps he simply does not regard this village with any seriousness, or is he merely foolish? Most likely the former. "Young man, once you ascend the mountain, you are at our mercy. Today, the village leader has chosen you to be bound as the village lord. Who told you to be so formidable and handsome? It would be an injustice not to bind you." Upon entering the village, Liangchen looked around. It was surprisingly tidy, with quite a few farming tools. Do these bandits actually cultivate the land? Rarely seen in the world. He found himself intrigued by this village. Upon entering the assembly hall, he noticed a long table stretching several meters, flanked by benches on either side. At the head of the table sat a wooden chair adorned with a wolf pelt. Aren't those usually tiger skins? How could it be a wolf pelt? The bear skin he brought back should soon replace the wolf pelt, he mused. "My savior, I do not yet know your name," he inquired. "I am Liangchen." "What is your name, fair maiden?" "I am Chulingyan, the chief of this Jinfeng village." The maiden exhibited no shame for being the leader of bandits. "My dear, I shall only drink a cup of water before departing. I do not wish to bring trouble to your village. I am a wanted criminal by the Grand Marshal's estate." "Ha ha ha. To inquire of anyone who ascends the mountain, who is not a criminal. All have transgressed, for who would take to the mountains to become a bandit otherwise? What is wrong with being a bandit? We roam the mountains with pride. You flatter me. Here is your water." The maiden generously served Liangchen, who gave it little thought. Chulingyan had no reason to harm him. Truly thirsty, he gulped it down in one go, and then collapsed. Chapter 5, Confused and Married? "I told you, you cannot escape my grasp. It would be far better to stay willingly. Where could you possibly run to? In this desolate wilderness?" As dawn broke, Liangchen's biological clock awakened him punctually. Just as he was about to turn over, he suddenly realized a leg was draped over him. What is happening here? This scene. Each day has been filled with surprises. Just days ago, I awakened to a scene reminiscent of Wu Song battling the tiger, and now, upon waking, I find a tigress beside me. "Hey, wake up, Chu Lingyan, wake up. What are you doing? Let me sleep a little longer." Chu Lingyan lay face down with a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. Liang Chun was bewildered. What was he to make of this? Was he marrying a wife or being married off? His heart was heavy. Stop sleeping and rise. We need to talk. Liang Chun felt it imperative to clarify that he could not be married off. Life as a son-in-law would be far from easy. What is there to discuss? I am so sleepy, Chu Lingyan replied. Her cheeks flushed as she nestled her head against Liang Chen's chest. Damn it. Is the morning a time for accidents? Liang Chen inquired. You saved me, and I have no way to repay you, so I can only offer myself, Chu Lingyan declared. In truth, her words filled him with a sweet sense of joy. After all, she was indeed his woman. You ought to possess a semblance of conscience, otherwise, you would not depart. I shall marry you, not the other way around. Liang Chen firmly established his position, asserting his right. Is there a distinction? Indeed, there is. My marrying you signifies taking a wife, whereas your marrying me implies becoming a son-in-law. It is not the same. Very well, you may marry me. Chu Lingyan thought to herself, what a miserly man. Must we delineate such matters? Are we not merely two individuals sharing life together? Let us rise. I have training to attend to. What do you intend to practice? I shall not permit you to rise. Chu Lingyan deployed various charms. Liang Chen was not one to shy away from this day. All right, rise now. When Chu Lingyan noticed Liang Chen's silence, she presumed he was upset. Once Liang Chen stood, he exited, retrieving a 20-kilogram weighted vest and 10 kilograms of leg weights from his space. He then commenced a 5-kilometer weighted cross-country run, ceaselessly sprinting, culminating in 500 push-ups. Only upon completing this did he proceed to wash his face. To his surprise, many were gathered to observe. Pretty boy, are you training to escape? A man in his 20s regarded him with a hint of hostility. What I am training for, you could not possibly comprehend. Nor could I elucidate it for you. Do not presume I can be deceived as easily as the chief. What brings you to our stronghold? I am well aware. Here. If you wish to act foolishly, you must inquire whether I consent. What do you mean? Do you wish to engage in a brawl? Perhaps not. My training is of a different nature. I study the art of killing, and my strikes are lethal, unsuitable for mere combat. Liang Chen had no intention of sparring with him. Cowardice is merely cowardice. Why feign bravado? If that is your stance, I shall indulge you in practice. But let it be known, there are no rules regarding life and death. My training is solely for lethal purposes, devoid of any competitive or performative aspects. Very well, let us proceed. Dejuzi, perhaps we should reconsider? Let us not invite genuine trouble. An older individual stepped forth to intervene. I refuse to believe that after all these years, no one has dared to challenge me. Watch as I bring him to his knees. Then let us fight, otherwise, you will remain unsatisfied. The middle-aged man, resigned, thought to himself, Dejuzi, do you not see your own condition? How could the chief possibly take an interest in you? I am here. Dejuzi had indeed practiced some agricultural techniques. This is no mere modesty, but a truth. It is not necessarily more effective than basic street fighting techniques. Liang Chen executed a deadly spinning kick, sending Dejuzi flying, landing him on the ground. Are you all right? Liang Chen approached to check on him. This fellow, seeing Liang Chen attempting to assist him, seized the opportunity to strike with a left-handed punch. I am helping you, and you resort to a sneak attack. Liang Chen swiftly countered with a joint lock, rendering Dejuzi's arm immobile. Anxiety gripped Dejuzi. Liang Chen disregarded him this time and departed, leaving him on the ground wailing. What transpired? The chief inquired. It was not Dejuzi. He insisted on challenging the son-in-law, only to be bested by him. Another girl from yesterday spoke in indignation. How did the son-in-law manage to defeat him? Chu Lingyan queried, intrigued. The son-in-law merely kicked him far away, leaving him unable to move. When he attempted to assist Dejuzi, he did not anticipate the sneak attack, and that is how he ended up, wailing on the ground. They all feared attracting wolves. He. Xiaoqin, look at how your lips are pursed. You could tether a donkey with them. Chu Lingyan pondered. Given Deju's two clumsy attempts, was he not simply inviting trouble? This diminutive man she had inadvertently rescued, was he truly so formidable? Yet, he had still fallen prey to her whims. My dear nephew, could you perhaps extend a favor and spare Deju this time, merely to impart a lesson? A middle-aged man approached Liang Chen, beseeching him. Very well, as Liang Chen was new to this realm, he felt inclined to show some courtesy. He approached and made a few gestures, and instantly, all was well. Thank you, my dear nephew, Deju acknowledged, aware of the vast gulf that lay between him and Liang Chen. Surely, he had yet to unveil a multitude of hidden skills. Upon returning, Chu Lingyan led Liang Chen to the gathering hall, where a modest feast awaited, coarse millet, pickled vegetables, and some bear meat. Had they not captured that bear yesterday? Their meal would consist solely of millet and pickles. Is life in our village truly so arduous? What do you think? Do you assume that bandits indulge in copious feasts? Drinking and devouring in excess, dividing gold and silver by the scale? Isn't that the case? That is merely your imagination. There are times of hunger as well. Rest assured, my dear wife, you shall not suffer from hunger in the future. Should food run scarce, I would sooner sacrifice my own flesh than allow you to go hungry. As tears welled in Chu Lingyan's eyes at the thought of past hardships, She felt a sense of relief upon hearing Liang Chen's words. After all, she was a woman in need of support. Do not weep. I married you in a state of utter confusion, and I did not shed a tear. Ah, you take advantage and then feign innocence. Just wait until I deal with you. The two circled the dining table playfully. Chief, should we not begin our meal? Oh, indeed. Let us eat. Chu Lingyan blushed, having forgotten about the meal in her playful banter with Liang Chen. Although Dezhu felt a twinge of disappointment. He recognized that the chief's heart was entirely captivated by this man, leaving him to exhale a sigh of resignation. After the meal, Liang Chen discovered over a pound of rice seeds within the stronghold, remnants he had salvaged from the rice previously. Reluctant to discard them, he transported them into his space. With a mere thought, a rice paddy materialized on the grassy terrain. With another thought, the seeds were evenly sown, and water from the lake irrigated the field. Liang Chen then ventured out, armed with a rifle, into the mountains, intent on hunting to enhance the village's provisions. One bear could sustain them for days. Chapter 6. I thought you had departed, never to return. As Liang Chen entered the mountains, he felt as if he were a fish submerged in the sea. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, every blossom and every tree ignited his spirit. For now, this land belonged to us. Yet in a few years, invaders would arrive, ravaging our lush mountains through their relentless excavation and deforestation. The nation would endure 8 years of resistance, while the Northeast would face a bleak struggle lasting 14 years. Lost in thought, Liang Chen traversed the mountains, seeking traces of prey. After scaling 2 peaks without sighting any game, he felt disheartened. They say a swift strike can yield a deer or a fish, yet here, he had not encountered even a shadow of prey. After trekking for over 10 miles, he finally stumbled upon a pond where a herd of wild boars lay languidly by the water's edge. At last, fortune seemed to favor him. Reflecting on the moment, he retrieved an assault rifle, which required no bold action, allowing for rapid firing. He hoped to secure multiple targets. As the first gunshot reverberated through the air, the wild boar sprang to its feet, instinctively discerning the direction of the sound and darting away in the opposite direction. Despite the rapid fire of the semi-automatic assault rifle, only 4 formidable wild boars were brought down. The remainder, though struck, had evaded fatal injury and fled with their kin. Liang Chen approached, collecting the 4 boars and storing them in his spatial lake for cleaning before pursuing the direction in which the herd had fled. After chasing for 2 miles, he discovered 1 fallen boar and swiftly dispatched it, adding it to his collection. He continued the pursuit but soon lost sight of his quarry. Glancing at the time, he decided it was prudent to return, making his way toward Jinfeng village. Meanwhile, deep within the mountains, a contingent of soldiers, accompanied by 5 Japanese soldiers, aimlessly wandered, altering their course intermittently. One soldier crouched to sniff the ground, while another searched the trees for clues. Commander Hao, we seem to have circled back again, one reported, frustration evident in his voice. The Japanese soldiers, not entirely oblivious, had marked their path on a large tree. A troubling realization dawned upon them. They were lost. An escape seemed elusive in these vast mountains, unlike their small island where one could simply relieve themselves and circle back without much fuss. You insolent fools. Do you dare belittle our great nation? One of the Japanese soldiers retorted, incensed. I shall report you. Our embassy will seek justice from your superior. Go on, go on. As if we even know if we'll make it out alive. Another soldier scoffed. Their laughter rang out, unrestrained and boisterous, mocking the Japanese soldiers who were still fixated on the notion of lodging complaints. As the banter continued, the soldiers, all with backgrounds steeped in banditry, displayed a blatant disregard for decorum. The Japanese soldiers, sensing their rising fear, realized that further confrontation could lead to dire consequences. Commander Hao, perhaps we ought to devise a plan for our escape. We have been here long enough without discovering any substantial leads, one of them suggested, shifting the topic. Let's leave this mission for now. We have gathered only the faintest clues and have yet to catch sight of our target. This individual is an expert in the jungle. Commander Hao replied, engaging in a diplomatic exchange. The Japanese soldiers, their eyes wide with frustration, felt utterly powerless against the brazen soldiers before them. They had come to assist in capturing a murderer, yet found themselves more excited by the prospect of hunting wild boar. They realized that lingering in the mountains would yield little, and it would be wiser to return and seek guidance from their superior. The 5 Japanese soldiers trailed behind the group, resembling chastised children, as they navigated the descent from the mountain without missteps. Upon returning to the military camp, one soldier offered, "Gentlemen, would you care to join us for some wild boar meat?" The Japanese soldiers merely grunted in response and departed, their rudeness palpable. These uncouth individuals truly believe everyone owes them respect. One soldier fumed, exasperated. It's infuriating. Calm down, my friend. We must prepare for the feast. Someone has paid us to hunt, and we cannot afford to squander this opportunity, another soldier advised. Will there even be a next time? Amidst laughter, The conversation turned to the culinary delights of pork stew with vermicelli and the simmering of large bones with pickled vegetables. Each person was to consume no less than half a kilogram. Listen to the leader, they said. If anyone dares to act tough tonight, they'll face the consequences. As they ventured into the mountains, they encountered formidable creatures. I refuse to believe this is merely about drinking. Come, brave men, let us drink to our heart's content. The camp was abuzz with excitement. While the adversaries were left fuming, their faces turning from red to purple. They spent a fortune hiring mercenaries for a hunt. Liang Chun returned to Jinfeng village, releasing 5 wild boars, each delivered into the village with great effort. Dear son-in-law, you're back. Everyone has been searching for you all day. What do they seek from me? I am perfectly well, he replied. Quickly, come help me bring these wild boars into the village. Yangchen, not overthinking the situation, soon had a group of young men come forth. Upon seeing the 5 wild boars, they were astonished. The villagers had hunted before, but with little success. Who is this son-in-law? He single-handedly took down so many wild boars. It is well known in these mountains that 1 boar is equivalent to 2 bears or 3 tigers. These boars must have been part of a single herd. How far must one have pursued to capture 5? Didn't you leave? Why return now? Chu Lingyan expressed her frustration, having spent the day in sorrow, believing he had abandoned her. As she encountered Liang Chun, her emotions surged, and she could no longer contain her tears. I have felt so wrong today. No amount of comfort could ease my distress. I find our village's meals too simplistic. Had we not hunted that bear yesterday, we would have been left with only coarse grains and pickles this morning. How long can 1 bear sustain us? By the time it is consumed, it will be too late to seek more meat, and we would face starvation. With a day to spare, she resolved to hunt, hoping to procure better provisions for the village. I thought you had left for good. As she wept in Liang Chen's embrace, it was rare to see the leader in tears. Many had assumed the leader was a tough woman, not realizing she possessed a softer side. A young woman of 17 or 18, she toiled for the livelihood of her people. It was indeed a burden for her. Yet fortune seemed to smile upon her as she encountered someone capable, promising a brighter future for the village. Observing this, the large man understood that he could not assist Chu Lingyan and abandoned his daydreams. How could I abandon my wife and run away alone, though I am a wanderer? Even a wanderer desires a home. Chu Lingyan, realizing others were watching, felt her face flush with embarrassment. She playfully nudged Liang Chun, then dashed away. Chapter 7. In the past, who dares to bully my woman? That evening, the meal was delightful, featuring a hearty pork dish prepared by several women in the village. Liang Chun grew increasingly familiar with the villagers and began to grasp the essence of Jinfeng village. In total, there were over 200 individuals, both men and women. More than 60 women, primarily widows from nearby villages, had found refuge in the mountains, escaping the clutches of landlords and bullies. As more individuals arrived, the children comprised over 40. Half of the adults could only manage minor tasks around the homestead. The robust men numbered just over 100, having cultivated land in the mountains for their sustenance. Their weapons were primarily foreign firearms, including a few models from the Liao dynasty, still pursued by the imperial forces. Using traps to eliminate some government troops, he obtained weapons. What happened? Yangshan inquired of Chu Lingyan. It's nothing, just worried all day. If you go anywhere, please let me know. Although our village is somewhat impoverished, it will gradually improve. In spring, we will cultivate more land. Surviving is not an issue. Silly girl. How can one be abandoned in such a manner? Bandits survive by plundering. But we cannot rob the common folk. Their lives are exceedingly difficult. You underestimate your man. Did I say we would rob the poor? I too come from humble beginnings. We shall target only the ruthless scoundrels who have stripped the common people to the bone. We cannot match them in strength. I have tried. They employ numerous guards, often hundreds, and they possess light machine guns. Wife, how could you venture into the mountains to become a bandit? Our family used to reside in Lin family village below. As outsiders, we were tenants of the Lin family, who were wealthy landowners. In the beginning, things were manageable, but as I turned 16, the Lin patriarch harbored ill intentions. He poisoned our land, leading to a complete harvest failure in the autumn, and forced my father to pay rent. When he couldn't, they sought to seize me as collateral. My father refused to relent, and a violent confrontation ensued, resulting in his death. They realized the severity of their actions and fled. My mother urged me to take refuge in the mountains, forbidding me from returning to the Lin family, branding them as our enemies, and insisting I remember to avenge my father. That very night, she took her own life, fearing I would be burdened by her. Uncle Du was the one who buried my parents. Why didn't you confront the Lin family? I did, with my brothers, but we couldn't breach their defenses. We lost several brothers in the attempt. They reported us to the officials, and the government troops came to suppress us. Several of them fell victim to the traps in the mountains, and when they could not advance, they retreated. Dare to bully my woman? Rest assured, tomorrow night I will present you with their heads. You mustn't go. It's too dangerous. Chu Lingyan urged anxiously. It's not dangerous. A mere small landowner is beneath my notice. Do you know about General Tang in the county? I do. What about him? A few days ago, I eradicated his entire family. Do you think I would fear a small landowner? What? You exterminated General Tang's family? The government troops you mentioned came to hunt you down, correct? Yes. They did come for me, but they should have retreated by now. We must deliberate carefully. Do not act recklessly. My dear wife, do not worry. Let us sleep now. Don't move. What are you doing? The next day, Liangshan joyfully stepped out of his home, having skipped breakfast, and directly descended the mountain. It was an hour's journey. Upon exiting the mountains, he inquired about Lin family village. It was no secret. Observing the grand courtyard with green bricks and black tiles, he realized it housed a group of vampires. The courtyard bustled with activity, and Liang Chun, unwilling to kill them discreetly, produced a mortar and dozens of shells. Adjusting the angle, the first shell was launched. With a resounding boom, it soared into the air, tracing a perfect arc before landing in the courtyard. Explosions erupted, sending several figures flying. The second, third, and 23rd shells followed suit. The entire courtyard was left in ruins. Liangshan, wielding 2 handguns, charged into the courtyard, firing at any survivors. None remained alive. He then sought out a villager, an elderly man. Sir, do you recognize their family? Recognize. Point them out to me. Especially the elder of their family. This is it. There can be no mistake. The old elder, identify all the members of their clan. Very well. The old man felt a surge of joy. Those wretched souls had finally met their end. Following the elder's guidance, they were gathered together, and the elder departed, while Liangshan executed them all. Subsequently, he moved in and out of the house, collecting the Lin family's weapons and ammunition, along with gold bars and property deeds. The granary was exceptionally vast. He took half for himself and summoned the villagers to distribute it directly. Fellow villagers, here are their land deeds and the promissory notes from our community, all laid out. Let us burn the promissory notes. Are there any remaining stragglers from their family? None escaped. They are all accounted for. Yesterday was his father's birthday, and today they have not left. Not a single one of those scoundrels has escaped. As it stands, if the officials inquire, we shall say it was bandits who raided the mine. You wouldn't dare to come out, would you? The battle raged for quite some time. Thank you, young man. We shall remember this. You must leave quickly, lest the officials arrive. Very well, you may disperse as well. Having dealt with the bandits from their family, I too shall take my leave. Upon finishing his words, Liang Chun strode purposefully into the mountains. On the way, there was a commotion. Liang Chun observed closely as Chu Lingyan approached, walking somewhat unsteadily, accompanied by over 30 brothers armed with weapons. Liang Chun placed the severed heads, some grain, and the confiscated weapons on the ground. Over here, Liang Chun called out to Chu Lingyan. Liang Chun, you are still alive. Why did you go alone? Did I not tell you to inform me wherever you venture? Hurry, I can hardly carry all this. Come and assist. Yes, chief. Over 30 men approached, astonished by the sight of large sacks filled with so many weapons. What lies on the ground, round and numerous? Chu Lingyan inquired, having surmised but eager to hear Liang Chen's confirmation. These belong to the Lin family, young and old. Come see if you recognize them. Let me take a look. Chu Lingyan replied, scrutinizing carefully in the dim light of the mountains. The Lin family is all here. Not a single one has escaped. Thank you, Liang Chen. This bounty of grain will sustain us through the winter. Mountain Cat, you swift-footed one, return and summon the others. Understood, chief. Mountain Cat dashed through the mountains. None could catch him, for he was indeed fast. How did you manage to infiltrate? With grenades, a dozen of them were thrown in, amidst the chaos. We rushed in and opened fire. It was not as terrifying as it sounds. What if you had been hit by stray bullets? You are truly reckless. Chu Lingyan listened, feeling a chill of fear. This man, Tiger, surely gives one cause for concern. Regardless, he has avenged me. He is truly a man of valor, daring to raid the mine single-handedly. Chapter 8. The bandits raid the mine, a thankless task. Chief, the men have arrived. Mountain Cat has brought them as well. So much grain. Hurry and carry it back. Our Golden Phoenix stronghold will not suffer hunger this winter. The men were invigorated. Quickly, get to work. Do not waste time. My goodness, there are even 2 light machine guns. I will carry these 2 light machine guns, declared Dejuzi, eyeing the weapons. This is not a mere wife. Dejuzi, what are you coveting? Uncle Du also came along. It was during the duel between Liang Chun and Dejuzi that a certain individual intervened to stop Dejuzi. Uncle Du, allow me to bear this burden. My brother was slain by the Lin family's light machine gun. This weapon is exceedingly formidable. Very well, you may claim it for your own use henceforth. Liang Chen, observing his enthusiasm, decided to grant this favor. You have my word. I take this matter seriously. Whoever reneges shall face the consequences. Hearing such splendid news, Dejuzi would not allow any change of fortune. Is it not merely a light machine gun? I have decreed it. You are now its master. Excellent, excellent. I shall wield it from now on. Dejuzi hoisted 2 light machine guns upon his shoulders. Noticing that Chu Lingyan was having difficulty walking, Liang Chun promptly lifted her onto his back. The others carried rations, rifles, and ammunition, and together they returned to Jin Fengzhai, enduring the long journey without lightened loads. Upon arriving at the stronghold, they were drenched in sweat, yet their faces radiated joy. Goodness, such an abundance of provisions. Where did this come from? A few women approached. For the stronghold had never seen such a bounty of food, all of fine quality. This winter, we shall not go hungry. You must be weary. Let me fetch you some water. Chu Lingyan, having descended from Liang Chen's back, felt a pang of sympathy for him. You are remarkable, bringing back such a wealth of food and weapons. We shall no longer fear the Lin family. Everyone's grievances have been avenged. The stronghold held animosity towards him, as many were driven to the mountains by the Lin family as oppression. The young girl spoke with indignation, while discussions regarding the Lin family unfolded inside. The sound of weeping women could be heard outside. What is the matter? Is it merely some food? Must there be such lamentation? Yangshan inquired of Chu Lingyan and Xiao Qian. You are unaware, my lord. I just explained this to you. The people in this stronghold all harbor enmity towards the Lin family. Several families, like our Chief S, have been devastated by their persecution. They are aware that you have avenged them by attacking the Lin family's stronghold. Ah, is that the reason? The villagers will fare much better now. The land deeds and IOUs have been returned to them, and half of the provisions are to be shared with them. That is splendid. The villagers will surely have a better life now. Chu Lingyan was particularly elated. Ever since this man had been taken hostage, the stronghold had been filled with surprises. Meanwhile, at the Lin family village, a troop of soldiers arrived. What is the situation, Commander? What else could it be? Have you forgotten our origins? Commander, are you suggesting indeed? It seems some old fool has attacked the Lin family's stronghold. Go inquire among the villagers. A few soldiers ventured into the village to gather information, all reporting what Liang Chun had instructed them to say. The soldiers could only return with their findings. One less significant tax-paying household. This news reached the general's residence. What in the world is happening? Events keep unfolding relentlessly. Are we to endure such chaos? Is there any word of Liang Chun? Reporting to the general. There is not a single trace of him, as if he has vanished from the earth. That old Tang has pushed the honest man to desperation. They could very well face annihilation. Talented individuals abound among the populace. From now on, keep your eyes open. Whoever bullies the honest may find themselves the next to suffer a similar fate. Even if the perpetrator is captured, what can be done? Their family has already been extinguished. Understood, General. We will amend our ways henceforth. That would be best. Let us discuss this matter at a later time. It is impractical to dispatch troops solely to search for him. Locating a single individual in such vast northeastern territory is no small feat. How many mountains are there in the northeast? Such endeavors would merely drain our resources and manpower. We shall encounter him in due course. Commander, the Japanese consul has arrived once more. If they are here, let us invite them in. We cannot treat them like stray dogs to be chased away. Upon hearing of their arrival, the commander responded with irritation. Apologies for our intrusion, but you visit us so frequently that I have grown accustomed to it. Speak plainly. There is no need for roundabout conversation. The commander, ever straightforward, inquired about the matter concerning the mountain team that had been slain. Any news? None. The bandits are far too numerous. Akin to lice on a beggar, we cannot eradicate them entirely. We are unaware of which faction is responsible. In deploying troops incur significant expenses, efforts that yield no reward. Commander, if you cannot apprehend them, we shall send our own forces to capture these bandits in the mountains, allowing you some peace of mind. By the heavens, do you not understand who holds sway in the northeast? Any foreign troops that come here shall be met with swift retribution. The commander, incensed, expelled them with the urgency of chasing off a dog. Very well, wait and see. One day, we shall settle this score and cleanse the humiliation of today. The consul, visibly agitated, could only fume in silence. In recent days, Liang Chun had been preoccupied with hunting, secretly bringing forth a tiger from his spatial realm. This was his first creation since arriving in this world. Master, do you truly dare to confront such a formidable beast? Are you not afraid of its bite? Chu Lingyan, aware of her husband's prowess, today discovered that he was indeed on par with the tiger lying on the ground, sharing its name. Hear me, my dear, in these mountains, there once were pigs, bears, and tigers. Today, I inform you that there exists a unique entity within these mountains, my husband, Chu Lingyan. With him present, all other creatures are mere prey. Continue to boast, and I shall strike you. In the future, keep your distance from tigers. Do not provoke them. Have you understood? Chu Lingyan was somewhat agitated. I have understood. Do not worry. In the future, I shall flee upon encountering a tiger, and I shall inform it that I must return home to consult my wife regarding any confrontation with you. Now, let us return home for dinner. I have set aside a generous portion of meat for you all. Chu Lingyan and Xiao Qin led the returning hunter into the gathering hall. Look, the master has been thinking of you all. Is this much meat sufficient for your needs? Xiao Qin, the master has prepared such a bounty. Why is there no wine? Indeed, here it is. Xiao Qin brought forth a jar of white liquor. Save for Liang Qin, the others began to drink from large bowls. Liang Qin's thoughts drifted to the Japanese and their embassy. How could they so brazenly take residence in your home? Such disgrace. The more he pondered, the more it gnawed at his insides. And then there were those who masqueraded as merchants while engaging in espionage. He resolved to seize the opportunity to eliminate them. Chapter 9. The Arrogant Japanese. Meet there in Liangchun. We have captured an impressive number of prey this time. What shall we do now? Chu Lingyan looked to Liangchun with hopeful anticipation for a solution. This is no conundrum. We shall sell the game. Keep the bear and tiger skins. And retain the tiger meat. Retain 3 wild boars while selling the rest for cash. Subsequently, procure 100 piglets to nurture. This approach resolves our concerns. These living piglets will mature, ensuring a steady supply of meat in the future. Additionally, cultivating more land will guarantee an abundance of grain. Do not forget, as the piglets grow, they will also reproduce. The women in the village can gather nearby grasses for feeding. Splendid. Tomorrow, I shall venture forth with these spoils to sell. Chu Lingyan felt a surge of excitement. This young man's mind was truly a treasure trove. No need for that. As your husband, I cannot allow you to expose yourself. You shall manage the village affairs at home while I take a few men to sell. Agreed, but do not engage in gunfire. We are here for business. Rest assured, let us sleep. We can continue our conversation in the morning. The following day, Liangqin led 8 men down the mountain, bearing their quarry. After several rests, they finally arrived at the county town. Master, where shall we set up our stall? We shall not set up a stall. That would take too long. Follow me. They arrived at a grand tavern, where Liangqin directly entered. Good sirs, how may I assist you? I am here to speak with your manager. Inform him that I possess a considerable amount of game and inquire if he is interested. Very well, please wait a moment. The young attendant hurried upstairs. Shortly after, a rotund, middle-aged man with a thin mustache descended. Where is the game? It is outside. You may inspect it personally. Liangqin gestured towards the entrance. The manager, accompanied by the attendant, stepped outside to witness a substantial amount of game. There were deer, roe deer, and wild boars, all fresh and quite rare. For these, I shall offer you 5 silver dollars. What say you? The middle-aged man inquired with a smile. That is unacceptable. We shall seek other taverns. This old fellow has reduced the price to a third. 15 silver dollars is already a bargain. Haha, young brother, given your temperament. If we at Wangyua Tower cannot acquire them, you will find no buyers elsewhere. Our Zhao family holds considerable influence in Liaodong. The old manager threatened, eyeing the game with greed. Securing it at this price would yield him a significant profit. Huh, you are attempting to rob us, and today, we shall dismantle your establishment. What? The old manager was taken aback. This man was a bandit, clearly lacking discernment. Drop the game. Today, I shall lead you in raising the tavern. Liangqin was infuriated. Upon hearing this, the bandits remarked, My lord, why do you always think of destruction? Yet, they complied. Relinquishing the game and proceeding inside to wreak havoc, armed with the firearms Liangqin had extracted from his bag along with several spare magazines. The old manager, now terrified, pleaded, I apologize. I failed to recognize your stature. No need for apologies. We shall indeed dismantle your tavern, starting here. The group burst into the tavern, causing patrons to flee in panic. Tables and chairs were shattered, and they even discovered a bag of silver dollars. Leave the town at once. I have matters to attend to. Inform my wife I shall return tomorrow. Yes, sir. The men, aware of the potential danger outside the mountains, hurriedly departed, seizing the opportunity to retrieve the game while keeping their weapons trained on the old manager. You have imposed upon me, and today I shall show you the consequences of your actions, as I deliver resounding slaps that will leave you bewildered. Take me to the Zhao family, young man. Spare me, for if the master finds out, he will surely take my life. It was my own misguided intentions that led to this. Please show mercy. Liangqin, witnessing his plea for mercy, decided to let him go this time. He concealed his firearm and blended into the crowd, while the old shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering how to explain today's events to the master. Perhaps I should flee as well. Liangqin strolled calmly down the street, when suddenly he was disturbed by the sound of weeping. He turned towards the source of the cries, and beheld 2 ragged warriors, their swords sheathed at their waists, viciously assaulting a young man, while a young lady nearby wailed in despair. Miss Flower, accompany us for a drink. And we shall spare him, one of the assailants taunted the girl. Several constables nearby appeared hesitant to intervene, which incensed Liangqin. Such cowardice is intolerable. With 2 gunshots, the assailants fell to the ground, their eyes wide in shock. Why do you not remain in your own country and seek death here? Liangqin's cold gaze rendered the remaining assailants unable to meet his eyes, and they closed them in fear. You act with impunity, daring to murder in broad daylight? Come along with me. The constables, now invigorated, rallied their spirits. After a few more shots rang out, they stared incredulously at their own chests. What a ruthless individual. How could he dare to act thus? Liangchen was aware that they were devoid of firearms, armed only with a broken baton, and he held them in contempt. He turned and departed, for the area was indeed deserted. Inside the embassy of the aggressors, news of their fallen samurai reached them. How could these accustomed brutes let such an affront go unpunished? They placed a call to their superiors, realizing that seeking the general would be futile, especially since he had already returned to Fengtian. The general received a call from above, exclaiming, "Damn it. I had scarcely left when two of these little devils were gunned down in broad daylight, along with several constables. These little brutes, so used to their arrogance, had finally encountered someone formidable. Could it be Liangchen? Damn it, it's possible. His emergence has coincided with a surge of violent incidents. We shall resort to our usual tactics. Let the thunder be loud, but the rain gentle. I am genuinely curious to see this audacious young man. Does he still recognize any law? Is there anything left that instills fear in him?" The general, of a rough background, hailing from the underworld, held a reverence for strength and felt a kinship with those who shared that quality. Nevertheless, he resolved to address the matter at hand. "Report. A soldier entered. Damn it. What now?" The general, already on edge, inquired. "The consul of the aggressor seeks an audience." "Let him in," the general acquiesced, fully aware of the purpose behind the visit. "General, I have come specifically seeking your assistance. You must have received the call from above? And what good does that do? I lack the funds. They have not provided a single cent. My army and all my resources have been painstakingly accumulated by my own efforts, penny by penny. How can one act without funding? Even a landlord pays his laborers daily. Forgive my inability to assist you," the general concluded. "Money is not the issue. Our request is that our soldiers also participate in the apprehension." The Japanese consul has become rather astute this time, refraining from mentioning any specific amounts. Chapter 10. Bombing your embassy. Do you still maintain your arrogance? Even brothers must settle accounts clearly. How much military funding can your side provide? This commander must ascertain how many men to dispatch for the task of apprehension. My comrades are well aware of my limited resources, leading to a facade of compliance. Without offering any funds, it is unwise to issue commands. Mere appearances cannot sustain us. Such betrayal of camaraderie is lamentable. Commander, we are willing to contribute an additional 100,000 silver dollars. After all, money is what we have in abundance. The haughty demeanor of the Japanese consul irked the commander. If you are affluent, why are you not at home? Instead, you come here to flaunt your status. How infuriating. Let me extract another 100,000 silver dollars from you. Liangchen, you must conceal yourself for a few more days. The commander arrived in Liaodong City with his troops, determined to earn that 100,000 silver dollars. Meanwhile, Liangchen was bustling about the streets, acquiring ample provisions and various livestock, all stored within his space. Chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, pigs, cattle, sheep, and even a dozen donkeys. He nearly cleared out several general stores of wheat and vegetable seeds and procured considerable fabric for his wife. He acquired shoes, both finished and made of cotton. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the streets as Liangchen swiftly ascended a rooftop, retrieving his sniper rifle as a precaution. It was not long before the locals fled. Noticing the presence of numerous soldiers, "Benefactor," he heard someone call out. Turning, he recognized the young man who had been assaulted, accompanied by a young woman. Liangchen leaped down from the rooftop. "Why haven't you returned home? This is our home. We've been following you. We did not expect you to climb onto our roof. Have you been with me for 3 days? No, my brother has been following you for 3 days. Observing your leisurely strolls. He just returned and mentioned you were on the roof. Are the Japanese and the government forces after you? Is it related to those 2 Japanese?" The girl speculated accurately. "Indeed, everyone has likely returned home. They must be conducting household registrations. Do not concern yourselves with me. They cannot apprehend me. I remain in this vicinity. Benefactor, please exercise caution." The young man expressed his unease regarding Liangchen. "You should return indoors. As for these individuals, I shall decide their fate. Do not worry about me." Liangchen ascended the rooftop once more to survey the street, which was teeming with soldiers, including over 50 Japanese troops. Shortly thereafter, 2 Japanese soldiers approached the siblings' home. After inspecting the premises, they were captivated by the beauty of the young woman and exchanged glances. Conspiring maliciously, one soldier shoved the young man aside, and together they bound him. The woman retaliated, believing they intended to seize her brother, but instead, they turned their aggression towards her. Liangchen had been attentively watching the siblings and hurriedly descended. He burst through the door, unleashing his strength. The 2 Japanese soldiers were unable to mount any effective resistance before Liangchen snapped their necks. He then dragged their bodies outside and stored them in his space. Re-entering the room, he confiscated their weapons. The girl untied her brother, witnessing Liangchen dispose of the soldiers' remains. Benefactor, you have saved us once more. These Japanese truly are a scourge, all soldiers of the Japanese consulate. What was said without intent was heard with purpose. The Japanese consulate. Grandmother, since you are courting disaster, I shall facilitate your demise. Shall we see how audacious you remain after I obliterate your embassy? Do you think me easily intimidated? Various factions fear the repercussions of your conflicts, allowing you to manipulate the situation. You often speak of the great Yamado nation, believing that our citizens, who seldom venture abroad, are easily deceived. Yet, I hail from a future time and am not oblivious to your actual scale. Even a mere dog could mark its territory and encompass your entire nation within its bounds. After a day of toil yielding no fruit and losing 2 soldiers, the consulate was left in a state of fury, compelled to retreat back to the embassy as the general called for a ceasefire. Under the cloak of night, a shadowy figure approached the Japanese embassy, perhaps weary from the day's exertions, or perhaps overly confident, accustomed to their unchallenged arrogance. They believed no one would dare confront them, simply because they were Japanese. With only 2 despondent sentries stationed, Liangchen swiftly approached, and with a deft strike, dispatched both soldiers before moving deeper within. The Japanese certainly knew how to indulge. The 3-story building served as quarters for the soldiers on the first floor, while the officers resided above. Liangchen strategically placed 8 timed explosives around the structure, a testament to future ingenuity, far surpassing the lethality of current weaponry. Ensuring no detail was overlooked, he quietly departed. 10 minutes later, a resounding explosion transformed the embassy into a pile of rubble, awakening the entire city. What was that explosion? The general exclaimed, rising from his slumber, joined by other officials. We know not, but I shall send someone to investigate immediately. Hurry, for heaven's sake. Another day without peace. Is there ever a reprieve from these troublesome Japanese? Fetch me a pot of tea. Sleep is the last thing on my mind, the general grumbled, settling onto the sofa. Awaiting news. Soon, the dispatched soldier returned with a report. What was the source of the explosion? The general's eyes blazed with urgency. It was the Japanese embassy, sir. The 3-story building has collapsed, and it appears there are no survivors. Thank goodness they don't owe us anything. By heavens, Liangchen is indeed formidable. Well done. Our employers are all deceased. We shall return home at dawn. Let us open the city gates and retreat. The general, satisfied, retired for the night, while others remained indifferent. Having endured a long day, before dawn, the general led his troops away, while townsfolk discussed the previous night's explosive event. Liangchen rose to confront his siblings. Do you wish to remain here, or will you follow me? Follow you? To where? It makes no difference in this world, they lamented, their spirits dampened. I shall not conceal the truth. I am of the bandit clan, forced into the wilderness by oppressive landlords and soldiers. Our settlement is akin to a large village, where we support one another without preying on the common folk. I am the only one who dares to seize the wealth of the Japanese landlords. Does such a place truly exist? The girl asked, her eyes alight with hope. Indeed, I see your safety is precarious here, in merely 3 days. You have faced danger twice. I will accompany you, but will our arrival at the stronghold be welcomed? She voiced her concerns. Certainly, my wife is the chieftain. Your wife is the chieftain? Were you coerced into this role? Women are inherently curious and possess an insatiable penchant for gossip. It is not entirely unfounded. Once captivated, they tend to linger. As you gather your belongings, I shall seize the opportunity to raid the enemy's shops in the city. Go ahead, the young woman mused, covering her mouth in disbelief at the audacity of bandits who cannot forget their thieving ways, even in the face of imminent danger. Chapter 11. The raid on the enemy shop. A misunderstanding. Liangchen arrived at a Japanese store just as 3 soldiers were opening the door. What would you like to purchase? One of them inquired. I desire everything you possess. Pack it up for me, Liangchen replied. Everything. Let me tally the cost. The soldier responded, his demeanor brightening with the prospect of a lucrative transaction. I shall not be paying, Liangchen stated, unwilling to waste time. How does one acquire goods without payment? The soldier stammered, bewildered, as such a transaction had never occurred before. In that moment, Liangchen brandished his pistol. This is a robbery, he declared. The soldier, rather than succumbing to fear, was filled with indignation. Indeed, it is a robbery. We are all well versed in this matter. It will be quite straightforward, Liangchen grinned at the soldier. Our embassy will not protect you. The embassy? It has been reduced to rubble. Did you not hear the explosions last night? Nonsense. It is impossible. No one would dare attack our embassy. The soldier's bravado faltered. With 3 shots fired, the situation was swiftly under control. All items from the shop and the storeroom were taken, including gold bars and weapons stored in a concealed chamber. Continuing on, Liangchen and his companions, without uttering a word, deftly raided 2 large stores before the opportunity vanished. Why? Others had already taken action. As Liangchen led his 2 companions to the city gates, they found the entrance completely unguarded, wide open, as if inviting them into a trap. They exited Liaoyang City without encountering a single soldier. The three departed hastily, Liangchun pretending to carry a heavy load filled with fabric and silver dollars. Upon leaving the city, a few soldiers in hiding observed him. "Commander, I am certain that is Liangchun," one remarked. "Even in flight, he does not forget to steal." "Brother, I know he is Liangchun, but do you understand why the general instructed us to act thus? He spared his life. The general wishes to let him go. He is a man of valor, and the general desires to achieve what he cannot. Indeed, it is quite satisfying. From now on, they would allow him to pass unscathed. He is a figure of significance in the Northeast." Another commander approached. "Old Hao, now that he has departed, we must assign someone to guard the gates. Come, brothers, let us resume our duties." The city gate swiftly returned to its former state. A group of individuals, laden with plundered goods and silver, returned to the military camp. "De Zhang, why engage in conversation with them? Amidst the chaos, kill those carrying the loot and depart. These little devils are always so brazen." "Indeed. This motley crew parades their bravado. Even as they face death, I shall not miss the chance to berate them. Who will you scold if they perish?" "Do not say that." De Zhang is usually reticent, but when it comes to dealing with these little devils, he has much to say, both in rebuke and ridicule, leaving the enemy utterly vexed. "Why did you not speak up sooner? I too would have liked to berate them." Observe their demeanor, filled with suppressed indignation. "I was preoccupied with seizing goods." Liang Chun guided the brother and sister back to Jinfengjai. Upon entering the stronghold, the chief immediately noticed them, particularly the striking young lady accompanying him. A pang of bitterness surged within him. Had this fellow taken a concubine after just a few days away? And yet, he returned. I thought he had forgotten about his wife. How could he forget? The siblings could not survive in the city. You must ensure their comfort. I am in dire need of a bath due to my unkempt state. Chu Lingyan glanced at the filthy Liang Chun, pondering the appropriateness of his actions. This does not resemble the acquisition of a concubine, does it? Be prudent. How can I accommodate your young mistress? You shall personally arrange her lodging shortly. I wish to see what you have procured. Chu Lingyan approached, suddenly noticing the girl. Perhaps she would reveal what he had been up to in the city. What is your name, young lady? She inquired. Responding to the chief, my name is Chiao Min, and this is my brother, Chiao Lin. How did you come to know Liang Chun? Who is Liang Chun? He is my husband, the one who just entered. You mean the benefactor? I only just learned his name and did not have the chance to ask. He has saved us siblings twice. Upon his return, he brought us here, stating that we could survive. What transpired? Come, I shall take you to find suitable accommodation. Chu Lingyan's spirits lifted. The fact that they did not even know each other's names indicated that this was not a matter of concubinage. After Liangshan finished bathing and changing his attire, he emerged to find no one in sight, making his way to the residential area at the back. At last, he encountered them. Have you settled in? During mealtime. We shall gather in the assembly hall, he remarked, believing they would follow him in good faith. It was quite inappropriate for them to ignore him upon arriving. The siblings were thoroughly pleased with their new surroundings, and Liang Qin and his wife returned to their own quarters. Why have you procured so many items? Surely, the fabric is excessive? There is much more that I did not bring back. It is sufficient to outfit our entire stronghold in new garments. Grain can be produced, but fabric is hard to come by. I seized it from the Japanese merchants. What? You robbed the Japanese merchants? I have heard that even their soldiers are not to be trifled with. I dared to do so. I blew up their embassy, and as for these merchants, I'm not the only one who acted against them. Who else? In Liaoyang, who else possesses firearms? The soldiers. How did they dare? Chu Lingyan was astonished. Now they are soldiers and officers, but they were once our compatriots, Liangchen explained. Though they're your allies, we have only ever robbed you. We have yet to breach the estate of a significant landlord. Compared to you, we seem less like bandits, Chu Lingyan retorted with a sideways glance at Liangchen. The chief received a call from Liaoyang City, listening intently to the report for some time before slowly hanging up. What troubles you, chief? You have always been surrounded by trustworthy brothers, standing by your side. You are among the closest to the chief, someone inquired, noticing his distraction. That scoundrel Liangchen. I opened the city gates, yet he did not rush out. Instead, he plundered all the merchants' shops and even killed people. He possesses more audacity than I did in my youth. Huh, what an intriguing young man. Has he harmed others? The common folk remain untouched. All are the shops of the invaders. What enmity does he have with them? If that were the case, he would have many adversaries. The whole world is against him. Damn it, when will I have the chance to meet him? I truly wish to witness the extent of his audacity. Perhaps the opportunity will arise soon? Does the reputation of the general not attract him? Not necessarily. This lad is like a wolf. Accustomed to the wild, he is not easily impressed. As long as he does not harm the common people, let the invaders be his practice targets. The fewer of those worthless scoundrels, the better. Chapter 12. Relocating the camp. Grand construction in the early morning, Liangchen took a stroll around the camp and discovered numerous shortcomings. The chosen site was rather mediocre. A frontal assault would be exceedingly difficult, yet the rear was vulnerable. The military had not acted decisively. If they did, a few mortars could obliterate the entire stronghold. What are you staring at? Chu Lingyan observed her man, noticing him wandering aimlessly, returning while shaking his head. This is not the safest place. If I were to attack this stronghold, it would fall swiftly. How so? With 2 light machine guns positioned at the front, they could sever all their assaults. Chu Lingyan retorted stubbornly. Have you considered the rear? With just 1 mortar and 30 shells, I could level the entire stronghold. It would be no different from a live shooting range. What? What then? Chu Lingyan pondered, having thought that some traps at the back would ensure their safety. Tomorrow, I will scout for a new camp location, then we shall relocate. Here, the old and the young are both vulnerable. If a fight breaks out, there is no guarantee of safety. Then go find a new site. Let Yonianzi guide you. He is quite familiar with the mountains. Chu Lingyan hesitated to gamble with so many lives, and if she could not trust her man, who else could she rely on? The next day, Liangshan followed Yonianzi into the mountains. Yonianzi was the village doctor, accustomed to foraging for herbs in the mountains and well acquainted with the terrain. Uncle Nianzi, are there any locations near a water source? We cannot move without access to drinking water. There are several places with springs, but they are rather desolate. The mountains are high and rocky, with significantly fewer trees. The areas are expansive. Then let us explore these locations. We can investigate others later. The two arrived at the first site where a large river flowed, yet it was indefensible, leading to their immediate dismissal. Young master, there is a site ahead where water flows from the mountains, Yao Nianzi indicated. Liang Chun surveyed the surroundings and walked a wider perimeter. Feeling somewhat reassured, he noted the smooth stone walls on both sides, with a width of 200 meters, leading to the mountain summit via a narrow stone path only 1.5 meters wide. As Liangshan reached the summit, he discovered an expanse of over 200 meters in width, directly connecting to another mountain. At the top, there was a natural water channel, flowing from the opposite mountain, sculpted by time and erosion, cascading downwards. The water source was crystal clear, and several large trees stood atop the summit. As for the sides, there was no hope of ascent. Even deities could not reach such heights. The rear mountains still required reconnaissance. While one person with a light machine gun was to be stationed at the front, provided there was sufficient ammunition. No matter how many approached, they could not ascend. Bringing mortars would be futile. With trees surrounding the vicinity, launching projectiles would be problematic, as they might very well bounce back. Uncle Nianzi, you may return on your own. I shall remain behind to scout the area and make a decision thereafter. Very well, son-in-law. Do take care. At night, the predators will emerge. Rest assured, in the mountains, I am akin to a tiger. This place is perfect. Return and inform the chief that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this shall be our location. Liangshan had a plan. Utilizing his spatial abilities to process some stones into bricks, the existing stone walls flanked either side, and by leveraging the mountainous terrain, he could construct a wall that would provide warmth and shelter from the summer rains, allowing water to flow directly down to the valley below. Once Uncle Nianzi departed, Liangshan began collecting the larger stones overhead, transforming them into bricks measuring 10 centimeters thick, 30 centimeters wide, and 60 centimeters long, neatly arranging them. In just a few days, he had processed enough materials to construct 200 houses. Without cement, he used yellow clay to create mortar. He then descended the mountain to fell timber, selecting logs of over 50 centimeters in diameter, which upon entering his space, were transformed into square beams measuring 20 centimeters, along with planks 3 centimeters thick, all perfectly standardized. Among these were also 10-centimeter wooden blocks. No house can be constructed without iron nails. This was easily resolved. He could forge some from iron, or purchase a few. He recalled that the Little Devil shops often stocked them. Upon inspecting his space, he indeed found a considerable quantity of iron nails and hurried back to summon assistance. Over 100 men arrived, including a significant number of masons, with a dozen or so overseeing the project and personally leading the wall construction. Carpenters were tasked with crafting windows and the house framework. They toiled diligently for 3 to 4 months before finally completing the construction. Chief, are we to reside here? Queried Chu Lingyan, intrigued by the thick stone walls. She had come to assess the new dwelling, eager to move in and also to see Liangshan. She was pleasantly surprised that the young man had chosen such an excellent site, and the robust construction was especially appealing. Observing the neatly arranged 2 rows of houses, with a 6-meter-wide water channel in between and yards extending 40 to 50 meters on either side, leading towards the dense forested mountains behind, she inquired. Have you ventured over there? Yes, it is similar to a sheer cliff, beneath which flows a river over 50 meters wide, Liangshan replied. Is that so? This area will not be vulnerable to attacks, will it? It seems improbable. Heavy weaponry cannot be transported here, and light arms would be ineffective. Even so, We must arrange for personnel to reside here, just in case. This vast mountain range is devoid of wild animals. We can raise poultry and piglets freely. Marvelous. Just think of the abundance of animals that can thrive in this expansive forest. The water and grass within are quite lush. I adore this place. Chu Lingyan was astonished that Liang Chun had envisioned such an idyllic residence. The land in front, wide enough for planting corn or wheat, would serve well for those families who could continue to cook and dine as they had at the base of the mountain. The land could be divided according to the number of residents, allowing them to tend to their fields. In times of emergency, the young would gather together. There would be no more chief, only a village head and militia. Isn't this just a return to our previous ways? Some voiced their dissent. No. The land belongs to you. Those without family shall reside near me and live collectively. Uncle Du shall serve as the first village head. This year's grain and seeds will be provided by me. In the coming year, once the harvest is gathered, you will need to keep your own grain. You can decide what to plant for yourselves. This is acceptable, though Uncle Du found it somewhat unexpected. Village chief, if any matters arise in the future, it would be best to consult the head of the household. I shall act merely as a messenger. Liang Chun wished to spare Chu Lingyan from undue worry. Everyone is relying on you. Over time, will they not become parasites? Many families agreed. For these past 2 years, Chu Lingyan had led them in daily struggles for food. From now on, they would take charge, cultivating more grain on their own land to ensure their family's sustenance. The only challenge lay in the fact that siblings Xiao Lin and Xiao Min had no knowledge of farming. Nevertheless, they must learn, for survival depends on it. Inform them to seek out families skilled in agriculture and learn from them. Do you not wish to assist? Chu Lingyan inquired of Liang Chen. I will help. But there must be a beginning, mustn't there? We cannot rely solely on assistance. Our family must also cultivate the land. With the enemy gone, who will we rely on? Liang Chen expressed his frustration. At present, the enemy presence had diminished significantly. The current encampment is considerably safer, yet supplies have become scarce. Chapter 13. Training in the new function of spiritual spring water. My dear, I must ascend the mountain once more in the coming days to procure supplies. With only this meager grain, we cannot sustain ourselves. I plan to construct a large warehouse near the mountains to store more grain for future needs. Be cautious not to engage in any more theft. Attracting the attention of the military is unsafe. Chu Lingyan expressed her concern for Liang Chen. What a temper he has. He resorts to violence when displeased. The returning brothers reported to her that a failed meat sale had escalated into a destructive rampage. At dawn the next day, Liang Chen donned his full training gear once again and began his exercises. Cousin, is this training truly effective? Indeed, it is essential. This is the foundation of physical conditioning. My strength can reach between 700 to 1,000 pounds. Isn't that akin to the strength of a bear? The younger men, including Dezhu, regarded Liang Chen with astonishment. Perhaps, though I have never tested it, I would relish the opportunity to spar with a bear. Liang Chen, too, was intrigued. No, you must not, cautioned Chu Lingyan, who had overheard their conversation just as she stepped outside. Do you not know your husband's temperament? He would dare to confront a bear. If he wins, that is well and good. But should he lose, it could cost him his life. The group of men joined Liang Chen in a run, collapsing after 5 kilometers. He truly is a marvel, bearing 60 kilograms of weight without breaking a sweat, while they, unencumbered, gasped for air. It was decided that starting tomorrow, no, from today onwards, they would train with him each morning. Liang Chen successfully ignited their competitive spirit. After running, they performed 500 push-ups and 500 frog jumps. They then commenced a set of military boxing. The onlookers noted that his techniques were fierce, each move seemingly lethal. Some were inspired to practice alongside him, initially struggling to keep up. Observing their eagerness, Liang Chen deconstructed the techniques, teaching them step by step until they could flow together seamlessly. Days later, the entire mountain stronghold resembled a training ground, with hundreds following him in practice. Xiaoqin approached Chu Lingyan, head of the household. We also wish to learn. Please speak to your husband on our behalf. The 20 or so young ladies among us also wish to learn. Have you made up your mind? I see that they are training quite hard. I too desire to learn. We have all come to a consensus. Once we have mastered our skills, this heroine shall uphold justice, vanquishing the tyrannical landlords. Haha, you think of yourself as a heroine? I will speak to my fiancé about my desire to learn. Though I fear he may object, I am contemplating ways to persuade him. Chu Lingyan, who once led the charge, has learned some skills from her father since childhood. Despite her father's prowess, he fell victim to gunfire at the hands of the landlord's eldest son. After dinner that evening, Liang Chen, I too wish to train. Don't you think? Chu Lingyan inquired of Liang Chen, noting that many traditions pass down only to males. Of course, once you acquire the skills, you will be able to protect yourself. Liang Chen then presented her with a Glock pistol, 3 spare magazines, and 200 rounds of ammunition. It wouldn't be fitting for a woman to carry a shotgun daily. How exquisite. Where did you procure such a firearm? Chu Lingyan marveled at the pistol. unable to take her eyes off it. Liang Chun observed her joy, akin to a child with a new toy, and chose to remain quietly by her side, allowing her to revel in her delight. The following day, an additional 20 or 30 young girls joined the training. Liang Chun was astounded by their resilience, with even Xiaomin among them. While training them, he also instructed them to prepare wooden barrels for post-exercise baths in the spatial spiritual spring. Although this method proved beneficial, it paled in comparison to Liang Chen's transformative techniques. After 2 months, the girls exhibited strength exceeding 300 pounds. How to test their progress? They resorted to filling burlap sacks with stones to gauge their strength. The men had undergone a remarkable transformation, demonstrating over 400 pounds of force. Attempts to apply this to others yielded satisfactory, albeit less pronounced, results. What became of the bathwater? It was used to irrigate the fields, resulting in rapid plant growth, which caught Uncle Du's attention. Where did this bathwater come from? He inquired. It is simply the water from here, infused with the concoction we use for cultivating our bodies. What of it? This water, when used for irrigation, accelerates crop growth. Perhaps it could yield 2 harvests in a year? Is that so? Does it possess such capabilities? I shall test it in my fields tomorrow. I had feared that this year's late planting would hinder our autumn harvest. Liang Chun began his experiment in his own fields, using pure spiritual spring water on a vegetable patch, and to his astonishment, he witnessed significant results the very next day. Thus, Liang Chun rose early each morning to water the land. Within a mere month, the crops had caught up to the height of the corn seedlings outside. Uncle Du's assertion might truly hold merit. With ample land at his disposal, he need not worry about sustaining the people. He had positioned numerous construction materials near the mountains. What are you planning to do? Uncle Du inquired, puzzled by Liang Chen's intentions. I shall construct the largest granary here to store our grains. After each harvest, once dried, each family will contribute some to this storage for future needs. It is wise to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. I understand now. Everyone will surely agree. In the event of a disastrous year, we shall have provisions in reserve. I support you wholeheartedly. Tomorrow, I will gather people to commence the construction. Uncle Du, being a sensible man, comprehended the necessity of Liang Chen's plan. My dear wife, I must leave for a while to venture to Fengtian, a vast city where I shall procure all the necessary items. As soon as you step out, my worries begin. You must temper your temperament. For Fengtian is the stronghold of the formidable general. While you are there, do not stir up trouble, as thousands of troops surround Fengtian. How do I know this? I am well aware, for my family once resided in that very region. After offending someone, my father decided to relocate here, a choice that turned out poorly. In this place, we have suffered greatly, leading to our family's downfall. Fortunately, I have you now. Do not be disheartened, my love. Those days are behind us. I shall treat you well from now on, and one day, when we have sons and daughters, our family will once again flourish. Haha. If we were to have a brood of sons like you, it would surely turn into a den of bandits. As dawn broke, Liang Chun rose early, donned his attire, and departed the mountains, making his way first to the county town where transportation to Fengtian awaited. The journey was uneventful, devoid of calamity. His objective was clear: procure supplies in Fengtian and return home swiftly. Chapter 14. The General S. Burden at the General's headquarters in Fengtian. The General was on the phone, receiving yet another task from superiors who provided no financial support, demanding he capture the audacious Liang Chun. It appeared there were spies hidden among the populace, sending telegrams to the enemy's headquarters, relaying news from Liaoyang. In response, the Japanese sought negotiations, prompting the government to issue orders to the general. However, he had previously deflected their requests, citing a lack of military funds. This time, the government had brought 500,000 taels of silver and dispatched a special envoy, accompanied by a company of guards, to remind him of his duties. After hanging up the phone, the general muttered curses under his breath. Exasperated by the cowardice of the Japanese, a few frightened soldiers had already lost their nerve. How could he explain their failures? They were all dead. Could money bring them back to life? He flung a cup across the room, and those present dared not raise their eyes, acutely aware of the general's anger. What shall we do, General? One asked timidly. What else can we do? Take the 500,000 taels and lead them into the mountains for a hunt. This special envoy will accompany us, and wherever there is danger, you shall follow. Just ensure we do not lead them to populated areas. Indeed, General, in our northeast, the dragon must be revered, and the tiger must be placated. But tell me, shall we pursue Liang Chun or not? How can we search for a single man with thousands of us? He could lie down on a stone slab, and it would take us a lifetime to find him. There is no need for such an endeavor. It is a drain on resources and manpower. The general felt immense pressure, especially after that small building was destroyed. His phone rang incessantly, filled with complaints from those who did nothing, while the Japanese seemed unaffected by the loss of their kin. Why should they be anxious when the Japanese themselves were not? Liang Chun arrived in Fengtian and sought reputable merchants. intent on avoiding trouble. He successfully procured a considerable amount of fabric and cotton from a reputable cotton mill. As for food supplies, he could harvest 2 crops himself. He found a foreign trader to purchase some threshing machines, rice mills, a high-powered generator, and some diesel. He was well-versed in installation, having studied the manuals and blueprints. And with the tools provided, the rest was mere trifles. He also invested in a substantial quantity of soybean oil. In the bustling market, I acquired all the essentials. Upon arriving at the clothing store, I purchased several garments for my beloved, including a luxurious mink coat and an elegant fox fur hat, all of which were visually appealing. The Emporium also offered women's riding boots, of which I procured multiple pairs. Additionally, I selected an assortment of exquisite jewelry crafted from gold, silver, and jade, alongside a generous supply of cosmetics. For what village girl does not cherish beauty? Though not exorbitant, I opted to buy in abundance. I also ordered 50 portions of the signature dishes from a prominent restaurant. Just as I was reveling in my purchases, the commander summoned a special envoy, and the aide-de-camp arrived at the establishment. "Bring me one of each of your signature dishes," he commanded. "The commander is hosting a special envoy today." "What? All our signature dishes have been sold out. A single customer bought everything," exclaimed the restaurant staff. "Sold out? Hurry and procure more ingredients. The commander specifically requested your dishes tonight. If you delay, it could be detrimental," the aide-de-camp warned. "Some dishes are not always readily available. So go and acquire what you can." Who is this ostentatious individual, nearly jeopardizing the commander's grand affair? The proprietor mused. It appears to be a wealthy outsider, likely preparing for a grand celebration, ordering 50 portions of each signature dish. Can one person truly consume that much? Do not concern yourself with him. Just fetch the ingredients. If tonight's banquet is a success, the commander will reward you. But if you fail and bring disgrace upon the commander, you and your family must leave immediately. Understood. Deputy Wong, I shall ensure the commander's honor remains intact. The proprietor swiftly led the chef to the market to procure the necessary ingredients. Fortuitously, they encountered Liang Chun, who was selling his game. "Young man, you nearly compromised my business. I can offer you $18 for all your game. What do you say? What troubles you, shopkeeper? Is it not better to earn more?" Liang Chun inquired. "Indeed, but the commander's aide-de-camp just arrived to order signature dishes for the special envoy. I rushed out to buy ingredients," the shopkeeper explained. "Very well, I shall deliver them to you at the restaurant, and you can pay me upon arrival. Consider it my apology." Liang Chun, not wishing to burden him, recognized him as an honest merchant. Once the shopkeeper departed, Liang Chun discreetly stowed the game in his spatial storage, taking his leave quietly. Upon reaching the restaurant's rear courtyard, he released the game before knocking at the door. The young attendant emerged, his eyes widening in delight at the sight of the bounty. The old owner need not worry. They shall not face unemployment. Liang Chun reassured them as he assisted in transporting the game to the kitchen. The other chefs began skinning and marinating the meat, preparing for the evening's signature dishes. Liang Chun noted that the restaurant also operated as an inn, providing both dining and lodging services. The proprietor had a keen eye for business, akin to a grand hotel of later generations. "Young man, please arrange for a room for me." "Certainly, sir. Please follow me. First, we must settle the payment before I can allocate a guest room." "Is it a private room?" "Sir, you jest. All our rooms are private. For a shared dormitory, you would need to visit the large inn." "Ah, your reasoning is sound. How much for a night?" $1 for 3 nights. "How long do you intend to stay?" "I plan to stay for a week." "Would $2 suffice?" "That is acceptable," the attendant replied, leading him to meet the proprietor. "Young man, you have not departed yet?" The proprietor was taken aback. "I already paid you for the game. How is it that you remain?" "I wish to stay a few days longer, as I have some supplies yet to procure." Liang Chun intended to procure some pharmaceuticals and decided to venture into the black market. After settling in, he had already checked out of a noisy inn and found the accommodations at this tavern to be quite satisfactory, albeit a tad more expensive, costing a gold dollar for 5 days. "What supplies are you looking to acquire, young man?" the proprietor inquired. "To be frank, our village is populated by hunters who often sustain injuries. I wish to purchase some sulfa drugs and additional wound ointments. These items are difficult to procure. You must go to the black market, as they are not available elsewhere, and some places do not sell them at all." The old innkeeper seemed to have made a guess. "So you are a hunter, eh?" "Not my concern, as long as you pay for your stay. I shall earn my keep." Liang Chun was not one to meddle in others' affairs. At this moment, Japanese spies received directives from their headquarters indicating that the general was not favorably disposed towards them. They organized assassins to eliminate him, believing that once he was gone, the government would appoint someone more compliant. The Japanese sent several telegrams and gathered 23 assassins that night, having also learned of the general's whereabouts. "I have received instructions from headquarters to take action against the general. He has continuously deceived us and sheltered our enemy, Liang Chun. We have bribed those around him to provide us with information. Tonight, The commissioner will be dining at the GUA building. Remember, ensure the commissioner's safety. The group of 23 bowed deeply, like grandsons paying respect to their elder. That night, the GUA building had been cleared out, with the general occupying the entire space. Who would dare to disturb such a gathering? A few carriages halted outside the GUA building, from one of which emerged a short, elderly gentleman clad in an opulent satin gown, his dense beard and piercing eyes exuding a murderous intent. From another carriage descended a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit and top hat, his face betraying a cunning demeanor. The general still exudes charisma. Under your governance. The 3 eastern provinces are indeed well-ordered. Commissioner Liu flattered, to which the general responded, "It is solely due to the support of my brothers. Without their backing, I would be powerless. Ah, please, come inside." He gestured hospitably. The 2 cunning old foxes harbored different thoughts. Commissioner Liu contemplated waiting until after tonight to act, realizing that should the general fall, he would likely be there to take his place. Conversely, the general pondered how to maneuver his guests within the mountains, thinking that while they may roar loudly elsewhere, in his territory, they would have to submit. As the group entered a private room, they exchanged pleasantries while each was lost in their own thoughts. Liang Chun mused that there was hardly anyone in later generations unaware of this warlord, a pillar of strength in the northeast, and felt a curiosity towards this formidable figure. He hoped to find an opportunity to observe discreetly. Just as he was about to open the door, he noticed several figures clad in dark garments entering through the back door of the tavern. With more on the rooftop across the way, shouldn't there be sentinels stationed at both entrances? Had they been compromised, or was there a traitor among them? Regardless, he decided to assist, retrieving his silenced sniper rifle, opening a window, and taking aim at the sniper on the opposite rooftop. A faint sound echoed as the bullet pierced the sniper's head. He quickly scanned the area. Visibility was obstructed by the building across, making it impossible to see further. He resolved to clear the assassins in the backyard first, and with swift precision, he dispatched 8 Japanese assassins without a sound. Upon arriving at the backyard, I ascended to the rooftop and retrieved my night vision binoculars, discovering indeed a sniper lurking in the shadows. With a swift shot, I eliminated the enemy sniper, his head exploding in a gruesome display. It seemed likely that more assassins were nearby. I discreetly found a young associate, incapacitated him, and donned his attire, making my way towards the elegant dining area of the tavern, having surveyed all optimal positions for an attack. I waited outside patiently until the general and his entourage concluded their meal, exchanging trivialities without gleaning the vital information they sought, leading to an inevitable dispersal. Yangchen led the way ahead, his movements appearing effortless, while Commissioner Liu felt an unsettling tension in his heart. What had happened to the promised assassination? The meal had ended without any action, leaving him disheartened. The enemy had waited long for the sniper to fire. But time was running out as the general prepared to enter his carriage. Yangchen, seemingly unnoticed, observed several masked figures rushing towards them, armed with pistols. In a sudden act of bravery, he pulled the general back, startling everyone present. Who possessed such audacity? Gunfire erupted as 6 or 7 masked assailants charged from both sides of the street, while Liang Chun, wielding 2 pistols, returned fire with remarkable accuracy, causing 4 or 5 of them to collapse at the first exchange. Employing serpentine maneuvers, he sought refuge behind a utility pole, hurling grenades towards both flanks. The ensuing explosions sent shockwaves through the enemy ranks, leaving them in disarray. Only a few adversaries remained, all wounded, as the general's guards bravely surged forward, suppressing the enemy's fire. Faced with this unexpected resistance, the enemy realized escape was futile. Where had this unexpected hero, Cheng Yaojin, emerged from? Thankfully, 8 more allies were ready to join the fray. A cluster of guards encircled the general, preventing anyone from approaching. He feared no assassination attempt. Concealed amidst his loyal protectors, who could possibly locate him? Yangchen, having thrown another pair of grenades, brought a temporary silence to the chaos. Noticing the commissioner lurking nearby, he suspected foul play and discreetly fired a silenced shot at him. Little did the commissioner anticipate that this welcoming banquet would metamorphose into a farewell feast. The officers accompanying him were bewildered. Why had the assassins turned on their own commissioner? Were we not allies? The agreement was for the commissioner to take command in the northeast, while we managed our respective territories. Now we found ourselves ensnared in a web of treachery. As Liang Chen scanned the surroundings and found no remaining enemies, he attempted to depart when he was halted. "Young man, what is your name?" "I am Liang." A descendant of Liashan, I replied respectfully. "In the northeast, they call me the general. I am grateful for your timely intervention. I have official matters to attend to. By heaven, who seeks my demise? I shall ensure their downfall." The few who understood the situation were merely those who had accompanied the commissioner, anxious that the general might discover their involvement, which would certainly lead to dire consequences. After all, he commanded an army of hundreds of thousands. "General, our commissioner has fallen. We request a truck to transport his remains back home." Alas, the commissioner took a bullet for me. I shall provide you with a truck to honor Commissioner Liu's return to his homeland. The general's words were law. Who could argue with a man of such stature? Even in death, one could not deny the honor of a return home. Those with weapons at their disposal would always have their way. A group of individuals hoisted the commissioner onto a truck, returning him home. They arrived in grandeur, yet departed like frostbitten eggplants. Upon their return to the general's residence, he was elated to encounter that young man, who, to his surprise, had saved his life. The general felt indebted to him. The commissioner had perished here, yet fortunately, there were witnesses, and it bore no relation to him, for he too had narrowly escaped death. General, these men are the enemy. They have a penchant for wearing diapers. There is no mistake about it. Cursing under his breath, he ordered his men to don disguises. Blow up their embassy. After all, Liangchen has set a precedent for us. He has a record, and was it not he who orchestrated this? Yes. I shall make the arrangements post-haste. What about the shops and martial arts schools? Destroy them all. Then send out a citywide manhunt for Liangchen. They are only permitted to run on the streets. They must not disturb the peace. The general had grown furious, declaring, "You strike me, and I shall sever your arm." That night, the enemy's stronghold was stormed by a group of bearded men, and the embassy was obliterated, creating an even greater uproar, with mortars wreaking havoc. The following day, a call came from above, commanding him to apprehend individuals. "We have lacked funding for years. What are we fighting for? Every bullet costs money. Please, understand our predicament." "Let it be," came the reply, "but such heinous incidents must not recur. This is the second time. I cannot account to the enemy for their transgressions. Why should we bear the brunt of their troubles? They are sending more men, and must I play the role of their subordinate? When have we ever endured such humiliation? Tell them not to venture into the northeast. The banditry here runs rampant. The general will show no favor to anyone. Curse it, if they do not provide military funding. Must I still play the caretaker for the enemy? General, there is no need to be angered. This is our northeast. They have no authority to dictate terms here. Surely, the enemy will not return. Who knows? Tomorrow I shall visit Julu to see that young man. After all, he saved my life." The general, having calmed down, recalled Liangchen. Chapter 16. A reunion, medical supplies secured. The next morning, the general, wary of Liangchen's potential escape, he was as slippery as an eel, was determined not to let him slip away. Early on, he brought his old comrades to Julu. "General, what brings you here?" The innkeeper, startled by the unexpected visit, feared the repercussions of the previous day's events upon his establishment. "I come not to trouble you. Yesterday's incident does not involve you. I seek my savior." "You refer to Brother Liang? He is on the second floor. Allow me to escort you." The innkeeper led the general to the guest rooms on the second floor. Liangchen was meticulously inspecting the sniper rifles of the two marksmen he had dispatched the previous night. "Isn't this merely a Type 38 rifle outfitted with a threefold scope?" He stowed the sniper rifle away and freshened up. Just as he was wiping his face, a knock sounded at the door. "Who is it?" "Coming." Liangchen opened the door to find the innkeeper, accompanied by the general and his old comrades. "General, innkeeper, what brings you here so early?" "Curse it. I feared you might flee. I have come to express my gratitude." "There is no need for thanks, General. If you were to encounter trouble, the northeast would descend into chaos. With your presence, the populace can find some stability, yet military discipline must be reinforced to prevent a recurrence of General Tang's missteps." The audacity of it all. How could you extinguish my brother's entire family? Who decreed that he could bully others without consequence? His son has caused the demise of my grandfather and sister, and now I am expected to sing him praises? Liangchen's murderous intent intensified, leaving the commander momentarily speechless. Who in the northeast dares to speak to him so openly? Such audacity is remarkable. How dare you express indignation? I will consider your proposal. Why not serve as my deputy? The commander extended an olive branch. Alas, this may disappoint him, for I have a family to provide for. And if I remain in Fengtian, they shall starve. Perhaps another opportunity will arise. Very well, where do you reside? I have a matter that requires your location for correspondence. I dwell in Jinfengzhai, south of Liaoyang City, where my wife is the head. I have indeed heard of it, though they are not particularly noteworthy. How did you end up there? The commander's curiosity piqued. I vanquished Commander Tang and now sustain myself through hunting in the mountains, where I rescued my wife, only to find myself bound by her. Thus, we have become a family. Such a tale is indeed remarkable. Are you here with intentions to bomb the embassy? I am not so idle. I have come to procure supplies desperately needed in the mountains. It is not a matter of staying longer without connections. Upon hearing the commander was dining, curiosity led me to incapacitate a servant and don his attire to enter your banquet, only to encounter masked assassins upon my exit. Those who conceal their true identities can hardly be deemed virtuous. A casual act of kindness was granted. I must express my gratitude for that push. Otherwise, I might have been struck by a bullet, and the commander has rather humorously placed that dead upon Liangchen. The commander is fortunate. Yet this bears little relevance to me. I am fortunate to have met you during the ambush. Your skills remain somewhat unrecognized in the mountains. That cannot be. The little devils harbor ill intentions, and I foresee an encounter with them in the coming years. What do you mean by that? The commander looked at Liangchen in surprise. The little devils I previously dispatched, do you know their intentions? What have they done? Concerning the northeast? Would the commander not be anxious? They are conducting surveys, measuring our land and creating maps, military maps, no less. Some instruments are used to probe our resources. They have already claimed our northeast as their own territory. The survey maps are crafted for future invasions. Their maps are more precise than ours. They detail paths absent from ours. What? Are you suggesting they will inevitably strike against us? Do they possess such audacity? Commander, do not underestimate them. Their soldiers exhibit remarkable individual combat prowess, and their weaponry surpasses ours. Their ambitions are colossal. These little devils shall be met with swift retribution. Others may fear them. But I do not. As long as they dare to approach, I shall send them to meet the King of Hell. The commander resolved firmly. You have yet to specify the supplies you wish to procure. I have completed all other purchases, but the medicines remain elusive. Haha, it is not easy for others. But I, the esteemed one, still have some reserves. How many do you require? I shall allocate some for you. I want to be overly sentimental, thank you very much. Esteemed one, now that I've procured what I need, it's time for me to return home. I've been out for far too long. All right, my old comrade. You head back and collect the medicines for Liang Chun according to this list. The esteemed one readily acquiesced and promptly arranged for his old brother to take care of it. Before long, the medicines were delivered to the Jude building. And the esteemed one had spent a considerable amount of time conversing with him. He presented him with a pass, granting him the privilege to enter and exit the esteemed one's residence freely. Having returned, it was now Liang Chen's turn to go home. And the old shopkeeper looked upon Liang Chen with great envy for his connection with the esteemed one. Furthermore, he was taken aback to discover that this young man was none other than the one who had blown up the Japanese embassy. Outside, rumors circulated that Liang Chen was the most notorious bandit in the Northeast, yet he appeared to be quite affable in person. At this moment, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Jinfeng stronghold, a rather unsightly fellow with shifty eyes. He was the son of the bandit chief from Laojun Mountain. Passing through Jinfeng stronghold, he recalled the beauty of Chulinyan. Under the guise of paying homage, he entered and found the place far superior to their shabby wooden huts. Chief, I have come with the intention of proposing a marriage. If our families unite, we would become the most formidable force within hundreds of miles, and no one would dare to bully your Jinfeng stronghold again. You are too late. I am already married. My husband is a paragon among men, and there is no need for you to concern yourself with us. How dare you speak to our young master in such a manner? Our young master's proposal is a mark of respect towards you. And you dare to bring up an imaginary man? A mere lackey? Although their bandit nest is notorious, their numbers exceed 1,000. Do not forget. This is Jinfeng stronghold, not your Laojun Mountain. My civility in addressing you is out of respect for your father. If it were based solely on your character, I would have you expelled from Jinfeng stronghold. Chu Lingyan displayed considerable courage. But do not forget, we have over 1,000 men. Trampling your Jinfeng stronghold would be as effortless as squashing an ant. We shall see. Humph, this young master is aware of his current weakness. Next time, bring your men along. I refuse to believe that Chu Lingyan will not yield. Chapter 17. A successful return, the first battle Liang Chun. Having procured the medicines and other items, departed from Fengtian. Upon leaving the city, the esteemed one received a report. Damn it. This little rascal took the medicines and ran off. Haha, truly a talent, though it is regrettable that he is hindered by family obligations. Esteemed one. Do you hold him in such high regard? For the first time, the old brother who had always been by the esteemed one's side observed such esteem directed towards another. He is a capable and astute individual. It would be unwise to confront him. Although our esteemed residence is heavily guarded, I would not dare to sleep soundly if faced with him. Is he truly that formidable? Tang Laochi pondered, ultimately leading to the demise of his entire family. The Japanese thought likewise. Their embassy had been struck by a landmine. The first instance was sheer luck. The second demonstrated true skill. If one does not exercise caution, they might find themselves dead countless times. This lad is indeed quite impressive. It is unfortunate that he cannot be utilized for our purposes and is not to be trifled with. Who are you always seeking to conquer? The essence of humanity lies not in the conquest of one another, but in the heartfelt bonds we forge. My brothers. Each one has been drawn to me through my integrity and sincerity. Could I ever conquer them? Each possesses a unique temperament, rest assured. Even if this fellow does not yield, he is not an adversary. Quite the opposite, there exists a measure of camaraderie. Liang Chen arrived in Liaoyang City with ease. He hired a horse-drawn carriage and made his way to the foot of the mountain. After settling the fare, the carriage departed, as he too was eager to return home. It was only upon nightfall that he finally reached his abode. You're back, Chu Lingyan exclaimed, her heart swelling with relief, having waited for Liang Chen's return. What is it? Did you miss me? Don't even mention it. You were gone for so long. Did you not say you'd be back in a couple of days? I was merely procuring some Western medicine. For minor ailments, Uncle Chien can suffice, but for more severe injuries, relying solely on his herbal remedies is too slow. I brought back some Western medicine. Have you eaten? Where did you dine? I'm famished. Upon returning home, Liangshan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. You may not be aware, but the eldest son of Lao Jun Mountain has come seeking my hand for marriage. I declined and hurried down the mountain. Fearing his intentions were not pure, our village may soon face trouble. What trouble could arise from a den of bandits? Those who dare set their sights on my woman are merely courting death. Liangshan, we have over 1,000 able-bodied young men, while they are but a little over 100. What shall we do if they come to attack? If they do not come, I intend to seek them out myself. They dare to covet my wife. I cannot let this slight go unpunished. They are marauders. Their young ones are seasoned wolves, ruthless in their ways. Haha. Your husband was raised on blood. Do not worry. Should they dare approach, I shall strike first, and they will soon find themselves in a nightmare. Let us rest then. Very well. If it comes to it, we shall fight to the bitter end. Life and death are but two sides of the same coin. Chu Lingyan resolved to let go of her concerns. The eldest son of Lao Jun Mountain returned with a few lackeys. How did it go? Do not ask. It was a fruitless venture. I am off to see my father. The eldest son greeted his companions before heading inside. How was your return, my son? The head of the household held high hopes for this son, known for his ruthless and decisive nature. Not much to report, but father, I discovered an intriguing location. What location? Pray tell. The head of the household's interest was piqued. Jinfeng Village. A cluster of stone brick houses. They seemed quite prosperous. I even had the chance to sit there. I wish to marry Chu Lingyan, but she is not agreeable. I plan to lead half my brothers to capture her. Surely. That land is meant for us. A mere Jinfeng village, where they neither rob nor kill, seems to thrive quite well. How does it compare to our situation? Father. It is vastly superior. Their homes resemble those of landowners, while ours are akin to tenant houses. The terrain is advantageous, easily defensible. Very well. I shall provide you with 500 men tomorrow to seize it in one fell swoop. If it is as you say, we shall relocate. I will send your second uncle to assist you, along with your younger brothers, so they may witness the art of war and see bloodshed firsthand. Excellent, father. Await the good news. With merely 100 of them, defeating them will be a matter of ease. The eldest young master is indeed valiant and skilled in battle. Our village will surely prosper in the future. Indeed, the little tiger has grown up. We old fellows should consider our retirement. Congratulations to the elder brother. Very well. Xie Shanhui, the chief of Lao Jun Mountain, acquired this name only after assuming leadership. Before becoming a bandit, he was known as Ergo, which hardly befits a leader. Thus, he adopted a more resonant name. At dawn, the troops were assembled and prepared for battle. To instill confidence in his son, Xie Shanhui ensured that the finest weapons were brought along. The young ones descending the mountain were formidable characters, with several of the younger sons riding alongside. Though they were mere observers, they too aimed to present a formidable front. The grand procession reached the territory of Jifeng village by noon. Upon entering the mountains, they became even more ostentatious, hoping to frighten Chu Lingyan into surrendering immediately, leading to a celebratory evening. The eldest son continued to dream of the night ahead while on horseback, only to be reminded that horses were no longer permitted inside. All the horses were tethered to trees, with a few youngsters left to guard them. Indeed, there was no concern about theft. However, upon their return, only the reins would remain, as wild animals would devour the horses. As soon as the procession entered the mountains, they were spotted by the sentinels of Jifeng village, who hurried back to report. Young master, the eldest son of the CF family, is leading his children to attack us, reported a concerned brother. Do not worry. How many are there? Yangshan hoped for a larger force. About 500, all armed. Good. Inform the brothers to prepare for an encounter. Set up light machine guns at the pass. They will not be able to ascend in great numbers. Is that true? The messenger's eyes sparkled with excitement. Liang Chun sought a vantage point, laying down animal skins and setting up a Barrett rifle. The young men within the village emerged, positioning their rifles behind makeshift cover. Facing such a multitude, a sense of unease lingered. Finally, they beheld the bandits of Lao Jun Mountain, who appeared less like warriors and more like a horde relocating. Liang Chun aimed at the leading youth. With a resounding crack, the young man, as head and half of a nearby brute, were obliterated. Ah, young master, second master. The bandits, caught off guard before the battle had even commenced, found themselves without a single intact body among their leaders. They knew that returning without vengeance would spell certain doom from their own chief. The minor leaders faced the greatest peril. Regardless, they charged forward with their children, shouting and clamoring as they advanced. The two light machine guns in the hidden fortress began to fire. The path into the village was narrow, merely 1.5 meters wide. The long line of 500 men fell prey to the relentless fire, collapsing in droves. Chapter 18. The despair of Laojun Mountain and the light machine guns required frequent reloading, and those tasked with supplying ammunition struggled to keep pace. Liangchen also began firing with a Czech light machine gun. The sniper rifle could not maintain the rhythm, and he hesitated to use it. Knowing each bullet spent diminished his future resources, he reserved those rounds for the inevitable arrival of the enemy's tanks. His accuracy with the light machine gun was exceptional. As the brothers witnessed the futility of the 500 attackers, their shooting steadied considerably, with Chu Lingyan leading them in relentless fire. The bandits on both sides had long desired to flee, yet the eldest and youngest masters remained steadfast, observing the dwindling numbers of their foes. Liangchen retrieved a confiscated sniper rifle, commencing to eliminate enemy targets with precision. In the end, none of the bandits managed to escape. Liangchen approached with a shotgun. Regardless of whether it was loaded, aimed at their heads and fired a shot. The brothers who rushed out began to clear the battlefield, searching for weapons and valuables, discarding the corpses down the cliff to feed the wolves. Over 500 guns and ammunition were sent into the stronghold. Liangchen descended the mountain following their path, and before he could exit the mountains, he heard the neighing of horses. He hurried over to find a dozen men guarding the horses, gathered together awaiting a call from the mountain. Liangchen drew his Czech-style rifle and emptied a magazine into them. One young bandit, who had just returned from the restroom, was startled by the scene and quickly untied a horse, mounting it to flee. Liangchen could have shot him down, but ultimately chose to let him go, instead capturing the remaining war horses and pursuing on one himself. The young bandit dashed towards the bandit stronghold in Laojun Mountain, while Liangchen leisurely followed behind. It was only when the bandit entered the lair that Liangchen dismounted. He observed numerous bandits congregating in a large room, with a rocket launcher in hand. He fired a missile that trailed a long plume of smoke into their assembly hall. The explosion obliterated Xie Shan Hut and several of his men, leaving the pitiful leader unaware of his son's demise. The unfortunate messenger who returned to report met a similar fate before he could utter a word. The surviving bandits in the hall quickly grasped the severity of their situation. 2 more shells followed, and as the bandits emerged to retaliate, they were met with sniper fire, each falling victim to a precise shot. With no option left, they retreated back into the building, only to be blasted out once more, resulting in further casualties. Eventually, they were forced to wave a white flag. Liangchen, however, looked down upon these men, ignoring them and continuing his relentless assault. Damn it. This guy is taking on 400 or 500 of us alone. Let us charge out together. I refuse to believe he has unlimited bullets, commanded the 4th leader, rallying a large group of bandits to surge forward. Liangchen greeted them with grenades, his strength allowing him to throw them over 150 meters with ease. The chaos commenced as grenades rained down, the bandits howling in despair. This man, it seemed, had abandoned the code of combat, opting for grenades over firearms. The Laojun Mountain bandits fell into despair. The fragmentation grenades proved devastating. They had no chance against such firepower, especially against this disorganized rabble. Hours passed, and Liangchen resumed his old ways, replenishing his ammunition and clearing the battlefield. Anyone he encountered, regardless of gender, met a swift end. He released a few individuals from the storeroom, telling them to go home, as the bandits were no more. "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you," exclaimed 6 or 7 people as they hurried away, now free from the need for ransom from their families. Meanwhile, Chu Lingyan, accompanied by her brothers, arrived at Laojun Mountain, only to discover that her husband had not been boasting about his prowess, and realized the extent of Liangchen's ruthlessness. No bandit, young or old, had survived. Unbeknownst to Liangchen, who was busy looting the bandits' treasury, several vaults had been accumulated in his space, including the largest belonging to the Xie father and son, alongside many smaller caches from various village leaders. Just as he emerged from the cellar bearing a box of silver dollars, he found himself surrounded by a group of people, the ambushers waiting for the right moment to strike. Gently setting down the large chest, he lifted his head to see his wife sighing in relief. "Have you transformed into a bandit on Laojun Mountain? Have you slain countless foes and still procured this treasure?" His wife beamed at him. "Is this meant for the public coffers? Will we never attain financial freedom?" He gazed at the substantial chest with a twinge of regret. "Do not lament, my brothers. Hoist the chest. We must depart." As the group prepared to leave, a voice interrupted. "Wait a moment." Liangchen heard the sound of neighing horses and followed it to the stable. Inside, there were over 30 horses, some pigs, and a few old cattle, livestock evidently seized from elsewhere. These war horses had been used in their descent from the mountain. The eyes of the men sparkled with excitement as they led the horses and drove the livestock out of the lair, eventually riding them back to their own territory. Upon arrival, they found it impractical to ride into their domain, so they led the horses inside. In due time, they would summon their comrades to fell some trees and create a path, ensuring it was not straight, but rather branched with several openings, and digging traps at dead ends. At long last, they entered Jinfeng's stronghold. "Tomorrow morning, gather the brothers to discuss rewards," Chu Lingyan called out. Many thanks to the chief, and to the son-in-law. They joyfully exclaimed as they hurried away. Liang Chun felt no reluctance. He was no miser. You are quite foolish, going alone to confront the bandits' den. Could you not have summoned a few more men? Gu Shaoqin rushed in and found the couple in an embrace. Oh dear, a proper young lady should not intrude. She quickly turned away, covering her face, regretting her impulsiveness. What brings you in? I merely wish to inquire about Laojun Mountain. Laojun Mountain has been vanquished. The son-in-law has obliterated it. You should have witnessed the scene. Nothing was spared. Chu Lingyan had never imagined that one could single-handedly take down half of Laojun Mountain. Previously, it was an insurmountable stronghold, and in the past, they would have delayed and stealthily moved their base. Unlike now, when over 1,000 of them had been eliminated. This audacious man was indeed formidable, but his prowess was equally remarkable. From now on, she would not underestimate him. It was her ignorance that had clouded her judgment. The son-in-law is truly impressive. Shall I bring you food? Shaoqin inquired tentatively, uncertain if the chief and the son-in-law were in a moment of intimacy. Please do. Thank you. Shaoqin, I am famished after battling for most of the day without a drop to drink. He casually retrieved a roll of silver dollars from the chest and handed it to Shaoqin. She resided with them since she, too, had lost her family. Saved by Chu Lingyan, and had always been like a sister to them. What is this for? Shaoqin asked, not comprehending its purpose. This victory is for you to keep as a dowry. I also have some fabric that I did not bring back. Tomorrow, I shall descend the mountain to fetch it and distribute it among the villagers. How much fabric? Chu Lingyan queried, aware that winter was approaching, bringing harsh winds and heavy snow. Once the snow sealed the mountain, they would be unable to descend. Enough for the villagers to don new cotton garments. Upon your return, organize the people to craft the clothes. Liang Chun instructed his wife. Good, and is there cotton as well? Indeed, without cotton, how could there be cotton garments? There are also various patterns, specifically for you women and girls. Oh, how splendid. There are floral fabrics as well. Shaoqin was on the verge of leaping with excitement. What girl does not have an affinity for beauty? In Chapter 19, the Japanese invaders returned, intent on stirring up trouble. In Jinfeng village, Liang Chun and his wife continued their discussions regarding preparations for winter. A contingent of Japanese had arrived in Liaoyang and Feng Tian, making their way to the general's residence. General, we have negotiated terms with your government. We request permission to establish embassies in these two cities, having suffered 2 bombings previously. We hope to avoid a third. By the heavens, I cannot guarantee that. Has the higher command specified any annual fees for our protection? They do not contribute a single coin, expecting me to serve as their bodyguard for free? They are merely dreaming. The bandits here are as numerous as the stars in the sky. It is truly unsafe. General, with your capabilities, managing the 3 northeastern provinces should be a trivial matter. Even with these bandits, that is easier said than done. The last 2 bombings left your ranks decimated. To this day, I know only names. Having seen none of your people, the northeast is vast. It would be wise for you to return, for those who heed counsel will find sustenance. Our mandate from the Tianwang is to establish ourselves here and foster amicable relations with you. What is this Tianwang? What business do they have in our northeast? Their reach exceeds its grasp, indeed. Let me tell you, the entirety of the 3 northeastern provinces was won through my own blood and sweat. It was not granted by anyone's generosity. Your proclamations hold no weight with me. Our Tianwang has decreed an annual payment of 100,000 taels. What say you, General? That is far too meager. We deploy a substantial military presence to stand guard for you. Without a sum of 500,000 taels annually, there is nothing to discuss. Do you take me for a beggar? General, are you inciting war? Do you believe I fear you? If you wish to fight, then come. I fear no one. Begone. You are not welcome here. If you linger in the northeast until dawn, all our forces shall turn against you. How dare you attempt to intimidate me? Leave. The Japanese, realizing their intimidation tactics bore no fruit, were taken aback. Had it not been said that they all feared confrontation? After suffering a setback that day, they planned to encircle him. That very night, they departed the northeast, and the following day, bandits entered the city, launching a purge against the Japanese, capturing many. The hidden Japanese became frantic, hastily sending telegrams to their headquarters. The command was equally astonished. So many personnel had gone missing, abducted by bandits. They had underestimated us terribly. They quickly exerted pressure on our government, which in turn pressed the general, who was bereft of funds and ammunition. The government was infuriated. You have an arms factory, yet no ammunition? Meanwhile, Liang Chun was out and about, preparing to transport fabric and cotton into the mountains before nightfall. When he stumbled upon the bandits capturing Japanese soldiers, stealthily trailing them, he discovered the captives hidden within a cave, guarded by a few sentinels. The Japanese continued to hurl insults. Liang Chun quietly incapacitated the guards. While one must not kill the Japanese, I shall take action where you dare not. If you wish to endure their taunts, I have no desire to listen. After subduing the guards, he entered the cave and found over 200 men and women. confronted by a door resembling a wooden cage. Liangchen observed them with a smile. These Japanese believed he had come to liberate them. And their insults only grew more brazen. Liangchen produced several damaged hand grenades, pulled the safety pins, and tossed them into the crowd. The cramped prison was teeming with people, and he had no idea where they would land, even if he did. He couldn't bend down to retrieve them with so many around. A few individuals were sent flying, and amidst the billowing smoke, Liangchen brandished his Czech light machine gun and began to fire. It was akin to how they shot at us, the innocent civilians. The more he shot, the deeper his hatred grew, and at last, he savored the thrill of vengeance. Silence enveloped the scene before he made his exit. He did not engage with the unidentified individuals. By nightfall, he arrived at the mountain stronghold, having released a large quantity of fabric and cotton. He fired a shot, and several brothers came to investigate. Brother-in-law, so much fabric and cotton? You truly are remarkable. Let me help you carry it back. You all should return and bring more people. If we try to carry it all ourselves, it will take us until the wee hours. Indeed, I shall return at once. One young man dashed off swiftly. Upon entering the stronghold, he shouted that his brother-in-law had procured a wealth of supplies, urging everyone to come out and help carry them. A great throng emerged, not bothering to ask questions, rushing out to assist. The girls, upon learning that the fabric and cotton had returned, joined in. Chu Lingyan led Xiaoqin and the others, exclaiming, "Look at all that fabric. I wonder how much of the floral print there is." Xiao Min and Xiaoqin hurried along. Finally, they laid eyes on it. The patterns were stunning, and there was red silk as well. "This must be for the leader's wedding," Xiaoqin teased. "Xiaoqin, I am already married. This is for you young ladies," Liangchen replied. Chu Lingyan admired the color, but insisted on letting the young women have it. It took 60 or 70 people to carry the items into the stronghold, and they would be relying on the aunts and sisters for the next few days. The entire village will don new clothes for a warm winter. "Thank you, brother-in-law." "Thank you." The men were equally excited. After all, there were many bachelors among them. "If we dress smartly, who knows, perhaps someone with poor eyesight might even marry me." "Brother-in-law, since we have time on our hands, how about we start on the women's new garments? Is that acceptable? Are you eager to wear them? Then you may indulge first. The men are in no rush." Liangchen would never contend with them. It would be too embarrassing for his wife to pinch his ear. In Liaoyang City, the general had arrived. How could he not? Now, even if they wished to release the Japanese, it was no longer possible. They had all been slain. Damn it, while the clam and the sandpiper quarrel, the fisherman benefits? That bastard picked up the pieces? General, do we really need to negotiate with the Japanese? Negotiate? What is there to negotiate? I would be fortunate to retrieve their corpses. These bandits are utterly lawless, daring even to kill the Japanese. Do they treat the Japanese like their own chickens? The general cursed vehemently. Before long, the few Japanese troops that had withdrawn returned, accompanied by additional forces. "General, we require an explanation." The Japanese officer, Inoue Shinichi, was infuriated. "We were ordered to retreat, and we did. The Japanese civilians and merchants in other provinces were slaughtered without mercy. How can we report back to headquarters without an explanation?" "Explanation? What explanation? Damn it. I want an explanation too. These bandits are too formidable. One of my regiments hasn't returned yet." "Those are human soldiers," the general asserted, taking the initiative. "In the rugged terrain of Baguialu, our common folk find themselves in dire need of your protection." "How outrageous. Is it not my own son at stake? Must I also shield him? Have you compensated me for this?" The chief's inquiries left them speechless. The invaders understood that negotiation was futile. He was nothing more than a bandit who demanded payment for his so-called protection. "We are impoverished. What means do we possess to pay him such a fee?" They begrudgingly endured, biding their time for retribution. With a scowl, they departed. Chapter 20. The Banquet at Hamen. A lone figure traverses the green forest path. In recent days, Zhou Heilong, the head of Laogwa Mountain, has been disseminating invitations to heroes, gathering a few notable leaders. A fugitive from Laojun Mountain had sought refuge at Laogwa Mountain. He shared with Zhou Heilong the details regarding the Jinfeng stronghold and the demise of Laojun Mountain, revealing that the treasures of Laojun had been seized by Jinfeng, rendering them exceedingly affluent. "Chief, there exists a formidable individual at Jinfeng stronghold, known as Liangchen. If we eliminate him, then Jinfeng will pose no threat. That lass, Chu Lingyan, can be captured to warm your bed, as she is quite the beauty," he chuckled. "What are your thoughts?" Zhou Heilong was undeterred by the prospect of both wealth and beauty. "Is it not time for our alliance meeting? This year, we shall once again issue invitations to heroes. Liangchen and Chu Lingyan will undoubtedly attend from Jinfeng, and with our numbers, we can seize the opportunity during the gathering to eliminate Liangchen and capture Chu Lingyan. Jinfeng will then belong to us." "Ah, you are indeed clever. Should we succeed, there shall be ample rewards." Zhou Heilong brimmed with confidence. Liangchen also received an invitation, well aware that something was amiss, for he had just vanquished Laojun Mountain, inciting envy among these bandits. Typically, Conflict was avoided. Victory came at a steep price, and defeat left nothing to be gained. Chief, I shall accompany you. Chu Lingyan expressed her concern. Not necessary. I fear they may seize the opportunity to attack our stronghold. Should I not return? Tend to the affairs here. As long as the machine guns are operational, none shall approach. This is clearly a trap. I worry for your safety if you attend alone. Chu Lingyan's apprehension was palpable. Do not fret. I possess my own means of escape. Remain here and guard our home. On the appointed day, Liangchen arrived at Laogwa Mountain, unarmed save for a military dagger. Upon arrival, the guards began to search him, placing his dagger on a tray. Liangchen entered the banquet hall. Ah, you must be the renowned Liangchen, the head of the Liang clan. Zhou Heilong, it is indeed a privilege to meet you in person. Your reputation precedes you. Please, take a seat here, Brother Liang. Zhou Heilong gestured for Liangchen to sit nearby, ensuring that when the time came to strike, the distance would favor him, for Liangchen was without a weapon, while Zhou Heilong was armed. Leaders from over 20 mountain strongholds gathered, some oblivious to the underlying tension, while others were acutely aware. All were armed, prepared to confront Liangchen. Today marks our alliance meeting once more. This year, we have a few newcomers. Yet, newcomers are still newcomers. They lack the standing to sit at our table. Especially a diminutive stronghold like yours. With so few members, you still lay claim to a mountain. I propose we merge forces. What say you, Brother Liang? The situation was far from satisfactory. Even Laojun Mountain considered itself formidable, yet it proved to be weak and easily defeated. What purpose does a village serve if it can be annihilated by a single individual? Liangchen maintained his composure, neither submissive nor arrogant. Brother Liang, you seem to regard us village leaders with disdain. Whether we merge or not is not your decision to make. Just as Zhou Heilong was about to draw his weapon, the cold muzzle of a gun was pressed against his head. Everyone was taken aback and hastily reached for their firearms. In a flash, Liangchen seized Zhou Heilong and pulled him in front of himself, firing his gun relentlessly, taking out several who had just drawn theirs with precision shots to the head. He continued to switch weapons and shoot, while those without guns took cover beneath tables. Outside, a few ruffians from Laoguan Mountain charged in but hesitated to open fire upon seeing their leader at the mercy of another. Liangchen showed no mercy, continuing his assault, causing the dozens of village leaders in the banquet hall to cower in fear. He retrieved a fragmentation grenade and tossed it into the fray, instantly decimating those armed thugs. With a resounding bang, Zhou Heilong fell, and Liangchen began firing with a check model, penetrating the wooden tables where others sought refuge. Occasionally, he would toss out another grenade, and the previously fearsome thugs found themselves utterly overwhelmed, with several leaders reduced to a state resembling a beehive. The disarray outside was palpable. Liangchen's formidable firepower left the remaining ruffians scrambling for escape. With the first to flee, more soon followed. In no time, Laoguan Mountain was left with only the cawing of crows in the trees. Liangchen collected the heads of the village leaders and took them away. A bountiful haul that rivaled his previous conquests. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, he displayed the severed heads, strung from branches, as a stark warning to any would-be troublemakers. Afterward, he returned to Jinfeng village. Is that the son-in-law? Someone remarked. Indeed, I shall go to greet him. Chu Lingyan hurriedly responded, rushing over. How are you, leader? Why are you covered in blood? Are you injured? No, it is theirs, he replied. Did you engage in a fight? Are you unscathed? Chu Lingyan remained skeptical. Laoguan Mountain has been eradicated, leaving only crows behind. Here, take this large box of silver dollars. I will procure weapons and ammunition in a few days. Ah, I am relieved to hear you are well. Those leaders did not trouble you, did they? They indeed intended to, but their heads are still hanging from the great tree at the foot of our mountain. What? Let us go take a look. Chu Lingyan led the others down the mountain, where they beheld the faces of the bandit leaders they once knew, now reduced to mere trophies. Having been vanquished by their own leader, you single-handedly pierced through the entire green forest path. All these ruffians are here. Our enmity has only deepened. I shall pay their mountain stronghold a visit and deal with them. They have long bullied the common folk. Consider it a service to the people, Liangchen stated. During this period, Liangchen had become a notable figure in the bandit world. Every den of thieves trembled at his name, for he was notoriously ruthless. By heavens, this lad is unyielding. He fights anyone who opposes him, and this time he has laid low these bandit leaders, their heads now adorning the trees. Boss, why didn't he just recruit them all? One of the boss's brothers wondered. He would not deign to notice them, with his capabilities. How could he possibly regard such a rabble? This time, Zhou Heilong has miscalculated. He intended to ensnare my brother in a trap. To stage a feast akin to the infamous Hongmen banquet, yet it ultimately turned into a tiger among sheep. Ha. Today, every maiden in Jinfeng village donned new attire. Some comparing their looks while others admired their reflections. Liangchen found himself dazzled and had to retreat, should Chu Lingyan discover him. His ears would be in for a world of trouble. My lord, You truly are remarkable. Every year, my chief and I attend the alliance meetings, only to be ridiculed. For our modest village dares not provoke trouble. This year, however, we have finally avenged ourselves, forcing them to confront our stronghold. They have bullied my wife. And so I claim their heads. No loss at all, no loss at all. Chapter 21. Grim tidings. Regret Liangshan frequently watered the fields, and at long last, the village rejoiced in a bountiful harvest. Everyone began to work diligently, as each family tended to several acres. Leading this group, Liangshan harvested his own land, with every household reaping rewards sufficient for the year, even leaving surplus. My lord, this year we have an abundance of grain. What shall we do about our original village's crops? Naturally, we shall send people to gather them back. We must ensure every grain is accounted for. We are not aristocrats, but farmers who rely on banditry for our livelihood. We cannot afford to waste food. Then let us go tomorrow, and the women need not attend. The fields are few, and will be harvested in a matter of days. Daju, you understand the art of cherishing delicate sentiments, do you? Xiaoqin hardly pays you any mind. Who said I have an eye for Xiaoqin? She is like a sister to me. My affections lie with Xiao Min, ha ha ha. Keep dreaming. Xiao Huzi, don't you believe him? Xiao Min, tell them if I am fond of you. Who knows? You've never said anything. Xiao Min just wants to make him anxious. Northeast folks are as steadfast as nails. You promised me, so how can you go back on your word? Which scoundrel spoke ill of me? Stop slandering others. I did give you my word, but you cannot bring it up every day. I acknowledge my faults. I realize my errors. Isn't this a joyous occasion? I often remind myself of my responsibilities. Knowing I have a wife, I must labor diligently to gather grain. I cannot let my wife and children go hungry, can I? Daju, you are truly thoughtful. Keep it up. Liangshan offered encouragement to Daju. This lad has been all smiles of late. One might think he stumbled upon a fortune. Perhaps he has found his other half? The next day, they began to collect the grain, and a week later, it was transported back. The chief and my lord, what shall we do with this grain? Uncle Du inquired of Liangshan. Uncle Du, this grain shall not be divided. It will be stored in the large granary. Villagers, we shall dry and preserve this grain for future famines. Indeed, a lack of foresight brings imminent worries. I am in support of this. Uncle Du expressed his approval, and the others nodded in agreement. This is certainly a beneficial endeavor, hence the support. With the grain secured, Liangshan felt the urge to venture out and gather intelligence. Indeed, lacking an information network is quite detrimental. You still wish to go out? Avoid trouble. Chu Lingyan expressed her concern. I shall not instigate trouble. I merely seek to gather news from the outside. Without an information network, we remain oblivious to external affairs. It is prudent to be prepared for any unforeseen developments. All right, once you've gathered the information, return home. Do not linger outside. If you dare to visit a brothel, I shall take severe action against you. Chu Lingyan glared fiercely at Liang Chen's groin, causing him to feel a chill that seemed to lower the temperature by 3 degrees. What would I go there for? I merely intend to observe the situation below. We must not allow ourselves to be caught off guard. The stronghold had grown quiet, and it was imperative that we continue training without complacency. Understood. Make haste back down the mountain, and do not waste time idly chatting with the officials and the enemy. Can't we simply live a peaceful life? I yearn for family unity, not heroism. Chu Lingyan felt utterly exhausted. This man possessed great abilities, yet she feared that this small hill would not retain him. Liang Chen finally departed, his journey marked by fervor and urgency. Upon arriving in Liaoyang City, he entered a tavern, eagerly ordering the house specialties, as he was not particularly skilled in cooking and desired to ensure his wife enjoyed good meals. This was his only course of action. Should he become infuriated, he might just abduct a chef to take back to the mountain. While dining, he also sought to glean any recent significant events. Old Yang, what is happening this year? There seem to be both good and bad tidings. It has been an unsettling year indeed. Indeed, Yang replied. It all began with the massacre of General Tang's family, followed by the enemy's aerial assaults. And then the bandits faced annihilation. Now, the bandits hardly descend from the mountains at all. In previous years, with the arrival of new grain, they would seize villages and set fire to strongholds. But this year, they have remained dormant. You may not know this, but it all relates to one individual, Liang Chen. Currently, Zhou Heilung's head hangs from a tree at the foot of Jinfeng Mountain, though only bones remain. Old Shun, who exactly is this Liang Chen? He is a taboo figure in the green forest of Liaoning province. No one dares to speak of him. It is said he attended a banquet prepared by Zhou Heilung, only to have all the leaders present slaughtered without exception. Many factions have since disbanded, fearing retribution from Liang Chen. A few have attempted to re-establish leadership, yet they lack the courage to descend from the mountains. And this I did not know. While I was in Fengtian, I was unaware of such matters. However, are you aware that Fengtian has encountered troubles as well? What has transpired in Fengtian? Everyone leaned in, eager to hear more. Our general was killed in an explosion. Now, The young general has taken control of the northeast. When did this occur? Last night. I hurried back this morning. The young general is furious. And we do not know who is responsible. I feared it would be unsafe to remain there. The young general commands troops and weaponry. If they begin interrogating everyone, one might find themselves in dire straits. Indeed, we are merely merchants, not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Liang Chun felt a sudden pang of alarm. How could he have forgotten such a crucial matter? He had been too preoccupied with the old hero, regardless of their past acquaintance. He felt a sense of regret for neglecting this significant issue. With the old general gone, life in the northeast would likely become perilous. The young general was a military man, trained to follow orders, and he might not withstand the pressures from above. Our stronghold would not fare well either. We must devise a comprehensive strategy. I truly wish to avoid conflict with him. It would be unwise to bully the son of the old general. While we cannot kill him, we also cannot refrain from defending ourselves if they attack. The little devils are bound to become rampant again from now on. One cannot stray far from the village and must enlist more soldiers. This is not the opportune moment. It is only when the enemy invades that more men will rise to the occasion. After finishing his meal, he gathered all the packed food containers before departing from the county town back to Jifeng village. He returned rather late, and as he trekked through the mountains, an unsettling feeling crept over him, as if he was being watched. Swiftly, he slipped into his hidden space to survey its contents, which had been neglected for some time. To his satisfaction, he observed that his food supplies had significantly increased. This was his secret, a contingency for the future, not to be shared with others. Stacks of gold bars, silver coins, antiques, and paintings filled the space, along with an ample supply of weapons and ammunition, much of which had been confiscated from General Tang S estate. There were also a few firearms acquired from the enemy. He had seized over a dozen pistols and intended to produce several light machine guns and 2 heavy machine guns. Strengthening firepower was essential for effectively blocking the mountain path. On the other side of the mountains, he planned to construct a few hidden fortifications, allowing some members of the Chung family to reside there year-round. The current situation was far from favorable. Cattle, sheep, horses, and pigs roamed in herds, while there were also numerous chickens, ducks, geese, and dogs. The dogs, raised on spiritual spring water, were remarkably strong, capable of standing toe-to-toe with a wolf king. They were obedient as well. Liangchen took the opportunity to train them during his spare time, boasting a pack of 16 or 17. Chapter 22. The Little Devils Have Attacked. And the enemy is approaching the mountain. After organizing his space, Liangchen suddenly recalled the wild animal that had been tracking him outside. Within his space, he could observe everything within a 500-meter radius. He discerned a large brown bear outside, relentlessly searching for him. It seemed unaware that he was not interested in its paws. Liang Chun pondered testing his strength. Thus, he decided to confront the bear unarmed, having not unleashed his full power since his transformation. He stepped out of the space, finding the bear a mere dozen meters away, startling it into retreating several paces until they faced each other. The brown bear, standing upright, attempted to measure its height against him before lunging forward. Liang Chun reacted with lightning speed, seizing one of its claws and pulling it backward. He then delivered a swift kick to its underbelly, fortunate that it was a male bear, for his aim struck true, rather than cowering like a human would. The bear's aggression flared, charging at Liang Chun. Liang Chun sought to employ the same tactic again, but the bear was no fool. It halted and dodged his grasp. The bear's paw swung towards him, and he blocked it with his arm before delivering another powerful kick. This time, he landed a solid blow. The bear bared its teeth, its expression remarkably human-like, filled with hatred for Liang Chun. He prepared for another attack, only to witness an astonishing sight. The bear turned and fled. "Are you not a wild beast? Why do you run?" Liang Chun exclaimed in frustration. Suddenly, a few figures emerged. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Chu Lingyan, Shaoqin, and Du Zhu. "What brings you here?" Liang Chun inquired. "I was worried about you not returning, so I came to find you," Chu Lingyan replied. Hearing the sounds of a struggle, "I came to see, only to find you, this tiger of a man, battling a bear. Why aren't you using a gun?" Chu Lingyan chattered on. "I too wish to test my strength against it. After all, it is not invincible. If one cannot prevail, one ought to flee." Liang Chun is exceedingly boastful. "Oh, mighty tiger, what will you do if you cannot defeat it?" Chu Lingyan grasped Liang Chun's ear and twisted it twice. The pain contorted Liang Chun's expression, reminiscent of the bear from earlier. Du Zhu and the others observed, stifling their laughter, for this was a man capable of battling a bear, one that had fled in defeat, and yet he remained unsatisfied. Such a man, before the chief, resembled a meek little lamb. Chu Lingyan, though still somewhat irked, felt a chuckle rising within her as she imagined her man's expression akin to that of the bear. This tiger could send a bear into retreat, standing his ground and cursing loudly. The group returned to the stronghold, and the following day, Liang Chun commenced the construction of hidden fortifications. They were remarkably spacious, suitable for habitation and cooking. Within a mere few hundred meters, over a dozen concealed bunkers were erected. Each bunker housed 2 light machine guns and numerous crates of ammunition, alongside 2 boxes of grenades. Should the enemy approach, they would be greeted with grenades. They feared neither artillery nor aircraft, having carved shooting holes into the mountainside, with entrances and exits dug behind them. Several couples moved in, including the newlywed Dejou, ready to provide support in battle. On this side of the mountain, additional bunkers were established, ensuring comprehensive coverage without blind spots, all in anticipation of the enemy's assault. In Fengtian City, the enemy had visited twice, armed with documents to confront the young marshal. After reviewing the papers, the young marshal stamped them. The small Japanese forces, emboldened, arrived with a company, claiming to be there for defense, but in truth, they sought Liangchen. "Uncle, should we cooperate with them?" The young marshal inquired. "We cannot interfere. Liangchen is a friend of the Grand Marshal. If they intended to capture him, the Grand Marshal would have acted long ago. Why wait until now?" "What? I was unaware of this," the young marshal exclaimed, astonished. "How could I not know of this connection?" "How would you know?" The Grand Marshal sought him out at an inn and even procured some medical supplies for him. The Grand Marshal holds him in high regard, and this is also a gesture of goodwill towards you. As for the Japanese, the Grand Marshal's affairs are inextricably linked with theirs. Damn it. Those little Japanese will eventually eliminate you all. If they come looking for me, tell them the Grand Marshal has just passed. All administrative matters are postponed. The young marshal preemptively devised an excuse, wishing to avoid entanglements with the Japanese. If Liang Chun could eliminate these little Japanese, it would be fortuitous indeed. The Japanese convened as well, some disguised in civilian attire, reporting back to their commander with gathered intelligence that Liang Chun was in Jinfengzhai. "Prepare the troops. We shall depart Fengtian tonight and bring Liang Chun back to me. I shall use his head to mock our disgrace." After leaving the Japanese officer's office, they set forth under the cover of night, heading towards Liaoyang City. "Young Marshal, the Japanese have exited the city. Shall we send someone to follow them and observe? Dispatch a company to ascertain the capabilities of this Liang Chun." The young marshal, a young man himself, felt a competitive urge rising within him. The following day, the Japanese appeared at the foot of Jinfengzhai, gazing at the skulls hanging from the trees along the roadside. They boisterously advanced into the mountains, numbering over 300. The path into the mountains twisted and turned, with many forks. One either returned to the starting point or fell into a trap. What a wretched path this is. After wandering for 3 hours, we find ourselves back where we started. Let us choose another route. The young officer leading us is beside himself with rage. We have already lost around 15 or 16 men without even catching a glimpse of the stronghold. The villagers have received word that the enemy is approaching and have prepared for battle, nearly dozing off by the time the young soldiers finally appear. Crouched low with their weapons drawn, cautiously making their way toward the mountain village. As over 300 of them enter the narrow passage, the enemy's heavy and light machine guns unleash a barrage akin to the fireworks of a grand festival, turning the young soldiers into mere targets. It matters not whether we possess artillery. It would be futile against their entrenched positions within the mountains. With machine guns converging from both sides, the only escape for them would be to leap off the cliffs. The young soldiers are mercilessly slaughtered. After an hour and a half, the enemy remains motionless. Liangchen leads a group to replenish their ammunition and commence the grim task of clearing the battlefield. "Sir, shall we throw these bodies over the cliff?" one inquires. "Without the dogs, they are rather heavy. Let us hoist them down to the valley and hang them from the great trees, threading iron wire through their eye sockets." Heads facing upward. "What purpose does this serve?" Another questions. "It will infuriate the young soldiers. Perhaps they will send more weapons our way." "Understood, sir. I shall take a team to hang them." The stalwart leader descends the mountain. "What? In an hour and a half, they were all gone? And you hung them from the trees? That is truly satisfying. Take a few men with some weapons, ammunition, and medical supplies to send to Liangchen, and inform him it is a gift from an old acquaintance." The young commander, accompanied by several men bearing arms and supplies, arrives at Jinfeng village. Upon seeing the visitors, Liangchen exhales in relief, grateful that hostilities with the young commander have been avoided. Otherwise, he would have had no explanation for the old commander. The inhabitants of Jinfeng village rejoice at the arrival of weapons and supplies, establishing a dedicated armory. Shaoqin remains stationed here, ensuring that without the approval of the Sir and the village chief, not a single bullet may be removed. The granary is overseen by Uncle Du, who resides within its confines. Chapter 23. A circuitous journey. 1931. The young soldiers, having waited several days without any sign of their comrades, send scouts to investigate. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they discover the heads of their fallen comrades hanging from the great tree, their bodies ravaged by wolves, yet their uniforms unmistakably clear. There are too few of them, only 3, and they cannot recover the bodies. They hastily return to report back. The scout returns to inform their consul. "What do you mean? The brave warriors are hanging from the tree? Not a single one returned? The consul is taken aback. Are these bandits truly so formidable? Even with fewer numbers, they cannot be subdued. Let them linger a while longer. Within the grand estate, the young commander and his subordinates laugh upon learning that the enemy has ventured to investigate. Who would have thought the young soldiers would find themselves in such a predicament? 3 years have passed, leading us to the year 1931. When the young soldiers launched their invasion of our northeastern territory, Liang Chun had long been prepared, having dispatched letters to the grand estate, but alas, there was no response. History remains unchanged. In light of this, Liang Chun positions himself near the Fengtian arsenal, as the enemy advances with relentless vigor, emboldened by the withdrawal of the main forces. Seizing the opportunity of the retreat, Liang Chun infiltrates the arsenal, systematically collecting light and heavy machine guns, ammunition, and artillery shells, taking whatever he can find. Ultimately, the arsenal is left in ruins, and as he exits, he encounters the young soldiers. Liang Chun did not enter the space this time. The initial arrivals were merely small detachments. What he lacked least were grenades, and he launched a relentless assault with a barrage of them, accurate and far-reaching. The Japanese soldiers, caught off guard, could only curse in frustration as a mere squad dared to breach their defenses. The city's constables spontaneously organized themselves, closing the city gates to engage in combat with the invaders, and Liang Chun joined the valiant defense of the city. Stealthily, he procured a considerable amount of weapons and ammunition, which enabled him to engage the enemy with vigor. Eventually, several tanks rolled in. Liang Chun hastily retrieved his rocket launcher and Barrett sniper rifle, positioning himself at a chosen vantage point. He observed a small target enter his firing range and unleashed a rocket, which soared toward the tank, resulting in a resounding explosion that cleaved the vehicle in two. The commander of the city's defense, relieved to see one of the troublesome tanks destroyed, cheered with delight. A thunderous gunshot followed as an armor-piercing incendiary round struck another tank, rendering it incapacitated. After a series of rapid shots, the tank was reduced to scrap metal. Let us eliminate these scoundrels, brothers. Fight fiercely. Liang Chun, having dealt with the enemy's heavy weaponry, turned his aim toward the artillery units, employing regular ammunition this time. The enemy gunners suffered severe casualties, many left only half intact. A group of Japanese soldiers rushed in to assist their artillery, but Liang Chun took aim at their ammunition crates. With a precise shot, he unleashed a devastating explosion that wreaked havoc across the enemy's artillery position, resulting in extensive casualties from the shrapnel, with a few miraculously surviving, albeit gravely wounded. Faced with the impenetrable front gate, the Japanese forces divided their troops to launch attacks from 3 other gates. After 6 days and nights of relentless fighting, they still could not halt the advance of the enemy. When the Japanese finally infiltrated the city, Liang Chun engaged them in close-quarters combat, firing a shot or two before relocating. As the number of resistance fighters dwindled, even the commander of the anti-Japanese forces succumbed to despair and took his own life by leaping from the city walls, having exhausted all resources. Liang Chun silently honored the fallen heroes, vowing to continue the fight for survival. Disguising himself in Japanese attire, he resorted to subterfuge. Whenever he witnessed the enemy bullying the civilians, he would strike back, tossing a grenade into crowded rooms to aid those in distress. The Japanese soldiers grew increasingly hesitant to invade civilian homes, as the death toll among the populace was alarmingly high. Have we uncovered this mysterious individual yet? A general inquired. No, sir. No one has seen him. Those who have met him have perished in explosions. On the streets, clad in enemy garb, he roamed freely. As the Japanese dared not fire upon him, he could throw grenades with impunity. After wreaking havoc for over 10 days within the city, he began to worry for his own home and sought an escape. He followed a departing truck and successfully exited the city, while the Japanese continued their assaults on surrounding areas. On the truck, filled with enemy soldiers, Liang Chun found himself seated at the rear. Due to the influx of troops into the city, many battered units were temporarily reassigned, and the constant flux of personnel made it normal not to recognize one another. Having been away from the city for a time, Liang Chun found himself not far from Liaoyang. He stealthily placed a bundle of grenades in the back of a truck, concealing it with a tattered sack, before jumping out and clutching a thin cord in his hand. As the vehicle accelerated, the cord was pulled from the truck's compartment. Activating the grenades, he quickly made his way into the nearby mountains, where the final truck of the enemy was obliterated in a resounding explosion, taking dozens of enemy soldiers with it before they even reached the new battlefield. The truck ahead came to a halt, and its occupants turned back to witness a massive inferno. The enemy major, infuriated, failed to discern any adversaries and merely assumed they had triggered a landmine. Navigating the mountains was second nature to Liang Chun, and he returned to the stronghold by midday. Regrettably, the whereabouts of those aircraft remained unknown. Upon entering the stronghold, he was greeted by his wife, Chu Lingyan. "Why have you been gone so long?" she inquired. "Do not mention it. The enemy infiltrated the city. and the young marshal ordered a retreat. Only the city patrols remained to confront them, and I stayed behind to fight for over half a month. I was fortunate to escape the city and return. Our stronghold is also a thorn in the enemy's side, and we must bolster our defenses. Do we have the capability to withstand them? She asked, concern etched on her face. Rest assured, as long as our ammunition is ample. Any number of enemy soldiers will merely be fodder. Weapons will be delivered to the mountains tonight. Each machine gun position will be equipped with 3 Maxim heavy machine guns in rotation, as prolonged use can overheat the barrels. That night, Liangshan ensured that every machine gun position was outfitted with 3 Maxim heavy machine guns, including the surrounding bunkers, while light machine guns were stationed at the gate. Additionally, there was an artillery position with over a dozen mortars, which Liangshan adjusted to face the mountain road ahead. Will the enemy dare to attack us? Chu Lingyan expressed doubt about their small stronghold being targeted. My dear, remove that notion from your mind. The enemy will undoubtedly come. These spiteful creatures harbor grudges. We still have over 300 enemy corpses hanging at the foot of the mountain. Do you think they will not retaliate? Previously, they lacked troops. But now they have ample soldiers and will seek vengeance. However, there is no need for concern. They shall not breach our defenses. They will merely deliver ammunition to us. With you here, I fear nothing. If it comes to it, we shall die together. After all, our family is already there. You should rest. Yu Haven T slept a wink last night. Since the invasion of northeast China, the enemy had committed numerous unspeakable atrocities. The common folk lived in constant fear. And Liangshan, though not a deity, could only weep internally. He envisioned retaliating against the enemy, gaining a reputation that would attract valiant men to join his cause. As his forces grew, he would fight alongside the legendary General Yang and the myriad heroes who emerged. Having faced death once, he felt little fear. Moreover, he could die honorably in battle, not in vain for having once served in the military. Yet, his heart ached for his wife. To marry the same woman in 2 lifetimes, only to risk her becoming a widow. 2 months later, tales of familiar heroes spread amongst the people. And the enemy lost their former arrogance. The highest military officer stationed in Liaoyang City was none other than the man who had failed multiple times to secure the position of consul in northeast China, named Itoda Yajiro. Today, he donned his military uniform and, while gazing into the mirror, meticulously groomed his sparse mustache, which numbered less than 100 strands. For a good half hour, he felt akin to a destitute man who had finally acquired a donkey. This fellow was still preoccupied with Jin Fengzhai, a source of humiliation for him, as a single day had transformed him into a mere figurehead. As he assembled the troops, he shouted fervently, while the other soldiers busily went about their tasks, wondering what had gotten into him. They had already gathered 3 or 4 times that day. We must conquer a great mountain for His Majesty. In the southeastern direction lies Jin Fengzhai, a place teeming with beautiful women. However, they refuse to submit to our authority, and we must subjugate them. I have heard that it is filled with lovely maidens. Do we have confidence? The soldiers, invigorated by his words, could hardly contain their excitement, their tongues practically hanging out in anticipation. Itoda Yajiro was thoroughly pleased, with a large battalion stationed to guard the city. 2 companies would be dispatched to encircle the bandits, perhaps allowing him to achieve a noteworthy feat leading the charge himself. He commanded a formidable force of 600 to 700 men, equipped with heavy machine guns, light machine guns, and several mortars. Upon entering the mountains, they soon realized the multitude of paths and intersections. Soldiers fell into traps or stepped on landmines, enduring great suffering. By the time they reached the bandit stronghold, over 60 lives had been lost. A narrow passage, merely 200 meters long, lay before them, and with one charge, they would breach it. What formidable weapons could the bandits possibly possess? This time, Itoda Yajiro refrained from leading the charge himself, delegating the task to 2 lieutenants. The brothers in the hidden fort awaited their commander's orders. As they observed their vanguard charging forward, Liangshan's heavy machine guns began to fire. The sound of his gunfire served as a command. 13 heavy machine guns unleashed indiscriminate fire, leaving the enemy bewildered and unable to retreat or advance. The sudden onslaught was overwhelming. Itoda Yajiro was taken aback at how swiftly his troops were being decimated. In mere minutes, hundreds had fallen. Bakayuru, he exclaimed, his frustration boiling over as he brandished his command sword, rallying a dozen soldiers with grins on their faces for yet another charge. Regardless of the outcome, his indomitable spirit ignited a spark in those soldiers. They ran while continuing to shoot at the hidden fort, yet their efforts were in vain. As a sweeping barrage left them devastated, Liang Chun, peering through his binoculars, noted the absence of the enemy. It was then that he charged out, pistol in hand, and his comrades finally realized it was time to seize the weapons. The enemy had been numerous this time, and the bodies of Itoda Yajiro and several officers were tied to a large tree at the foot of the mountain, while the remaining corpses were unceremoniously cast off the cliff to feed the wolves. After the battlefield was cleared, the brothers in the mountains recognized the prowess of these hidden fortifications, The flanks were sheer cliffs, the ground was treacherous, and so many machine gun emplacements remained. This mountain pass was their place of despair. The commander had proven formidable once again, not just in winning a battle, but in securing yet another victory for them all. Liang Chun rejoiced at having slain over 600 enemies, significantly diminishing the ranks of the foe. We shall vanquish these wretched souls. The Japanese soldiers set forth to seize the flower girls, and several days passed without their return. The garrison in Liaoyang contacted their counterparts in Fengtian to report the situation. How absurd, rushing into battle without proper reconnaissance. 2 battalions have gone missing, and they expect us to see them again? The foolish Jinqian Yiger, a veritable buffoon, had acted without foresight. Fury consumed the Japanese brigade commander, his anger palpable. He commanded Colonel Kojima to lead his unit in the extermination of this bandit stronghold, to restore some honor to our forces. Rest assured, Your Excellency, replied HY, I shall eradicate this den of thieves and uphold our military's reputation. 2 days later, the Japanese reinforcements arrived at the Mountain S base, spotting Jintian Yiger perched in a tree, his small mustache as striking as ever, though his eyes remained shut. What a disgrace to our army. Let us ignore him and proceed. Upon venturing into the mountains, they soon realized the treacherous terrain, suffering losses before finally locating the correct path. How foolish of us. This landscape could be effectively sealed off with just 2 machine guns. Yet, with only 2 machine guns, our valiant squad would shield our comrades from enemy fire as they charged forward. Look, the Japanese are invigorated. 1 squad stands as a human shield. The relentless fire of Liang Chun's heavy machine guns signaled the commencement of the assault. 13 heavy machine guns opened fire, leaving Kojima stunned. These hundreds were mere targets. Yet, they could not die in vain. The second squad surged forward while the first reloaded, and within the brief span of 2 seconds, the second squad followed suit. The third squad, without hesitation, joined the fray. Artillery in the courtyard commenced bombardment, mortars soaring into the air with precise accuracy, landing amidst the Japanese ranks. The enemy was thrown into disarray, astonished by the volume of mortars. Kojima, shaken and furious, shouted, "Charge and engage them in close combat." The hierarchy among the Japanese was stark. The orders of their leaders were followed with fervor. As they charged into the fray, the path became increasingly treacherous, littered with corpses. Each step was a grim reminder of the fallen, impeding their advance while machine gun fire remained relentless. After hours of fierce combat, the Japanese forces were on the brink of collapse. Liang Chun readied his sniper rifle, pinpointing Kojima's location as the supreme commander. With precision, he fired, taking down 3 enemy officers, while the remainder sought cover behind trees or lay prone on the ground. The remaining 200 Japanese soldiers attempted to retrieve Kojima's body, but Liang Chun would not allow it. 1 enemy fell with each advance, as if they were mere puppets. "Retreat," commanded Kojima, and the 200 Japanese soldiers fled. Liang Chun and his comrades pursued them, who ran with desperate speed, often veering into minefields. They chased the enemy down the mountain, bewildered by their relentless pace. Binding the corpses of the fallen officers to a great tree at the mountain's base, Kojima and Jintian Yiger now lay side by side. Mere hours ago, Kojima had looked down upon Yiger. Now, they shared an unfortunate fate. A bountiful haul of weapons and ammunition was secured, yet the pressing need for more soldiers remained. The brothers wielding rifles exchanged their weapons for the Japanese Type 38, a rifle with remarkable range, though lacking in power. The penetrating power is formidable, yet its lethality leaves much to be desired. However, in terms of bayonet combat, we hold the advantage, as our rifles are 10 centimeters longer. Do not underestimate this 10 centimeters, it could indeed prove fatal. Understood, son-in-law, we shall exchange our weapons. A line has formed for the exchange. The returning Japanese soldiers seek out the general to report, "Bakayuru, have we lost so many again?" For the sake of a mere handful of men, it is not worth continuing the offensive. The Japanese general, upon hearing the battle report, acknowledges that though their numbers are few, they possess a significant geographical advantage. Hai. The general commands, "You are to take your men to Liaoyang City for support. Make that your base henceforth." He gazes at the remnants of his troops, unwilling to witness their disgrace any longer. Liang Chun has gained a reputation after these 2 encounters. Many locals, harboring grudges against the Japanese, have come forth. As their homes are now devoid of family, stealthily they arrived at the stronghold, swelling our ranks by over 600 men. With such a sudden influx, the previously constructed accommodations remained sufficient. Training for the new recruits commenced the following day. Liang Chun dedicated a week to their instruction, after which the seasoned veterans would continue training the newcomers. Each of the 6 companies comprises 100 soldiers, with the squad leaders and assistant squad leaders being experienced personnel. The female squad leader, Chu Lingyan, oversees the female soldiers, while the male recruits fall entirely under Liang Chen's tutelage. His training methods are somewhat unique. They stand at attention for 3 days before commencing marksmanship training, followed by daily hot baths prepared by the female recruits. They also receive spring water for hydration, resulting in rapid progress. 2 hunters among them excel in shooting, and they are assigned 2 Japanese sniper rifles for their use, while the majority serve as machine gunners. There is also an artillery platoon, with the Japanese temporarily absent. Liangchen seizes the opportunity to allow his inexperienced soldiers to gain battle experience by descending the mountain to confront a patrol unit, thereby enhancing their understanding of the enemy and acclimating them to his combat style. Is it wise to descend, given the circumstances? Should we not wait for the Japanese to attack before training the new recruits? Chu Lingyan expresses her concerns. Do not fret, my dear wife. We shall not be encircled by the Japanese. The enemy remains below, wreaking havoc. We must quell their arrogance. Leaving 2 platoons behind with ample ammunition in the concealed stronghold ensures that even 2 regiments would struggle to breach our defenses. Chapter 25, The Descent for Trial. Engaging the patrol unit. Liang Chun, at dawn, leads over 400 new recruits down the mountain. Chu Lingyan watches them depart with a heavy heart, pondering what her husband is truly engaged in and why he is so intent on this endeavor. Unaware of the Japanese's cruelty, she fears for their safety. Liang Chun, however, is reluctant to confront the main Japanese forces, aware that his numbers are limited and his new recruits lack combat experience, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the enemy that ignites their fury upon sighting them. As Liangchen and his 4 platoons advance, they suddenly hear the sound of motor vehicles and quickly take cover in the mountains. Within minutes, they spot a Japanese armored vehicle, followed by a contingent of Japanese soldiers. The young recruits feel a surge of adrenaline, but Liang Chun, with a mere glance, suppresses their impulses. He retrieves a Barrett rifle and dispatches 2 men inside the armored vehicle. The shot reverberates, penetrating the vehicle and effectively neutralizing the occupants. The young soldiers, emboldened, begin firing. A dozen Japanese soldiers fall in an instant. Liang Chun leads them down the mountain, ensuring each enemy is dispatched with a swift strike. Commander, why is this necessary? The warriors were oblivious to the fact that some were merely feigning death, while others had been rendered unconscious by the blast of artillery. As we began to scour the battlefield, they might awaken and launch a surprise attack against us. Thus, the first order of business was to thrust a bayonet into their vital spots. Remember this well. The company commander, we understand, and we shall keep this in mind henceforth. The soldiers, having tasted their first victory against the enemy, felt their confidence swell, yet they must not forget Liang Chen's words. The commander had previously asserted that in order to eradicate the foe, one must first learn to protect oneself. Liang Chen led them onward, and after traversing a considerable distance, he returned to secure the armored vehicle within a spatial domain. Though the occupants had perished, the vehicle remained intact. It must not fall into enemy hands. An intelligence unit must be established to monitor every movement of the enemy. Only then can we seize more opportunities for combat. Liang Chen guided his team to a strategic ambush site outside Liaoyang City, establishing positions on the flanking hills, with the sound of his gunfire as the signal. Any soldier who fired without command would face execution. Before long, a small enemy unit emerged from the city, unable to contact their patrol and seeking them out. 2 3-wheeled motorcycles and a truck were spotted. Liang Chen, armed with a rocket launcher, aimed at the truck brimming with personnel. The rocket, trailing a long plume of smoke, hurtled toward the vehicle. Some soldiers aboard the truck caught sight of it just in time, but it was too late. The explosion obliterated the rear compartment. The soldiers on either side, fueled by vengeance, unleashed a torrent of bullets from their light machine guns, catching the unsuspecting enemy off guard and reducing them to mere targets. Brothers, hasten to cleanse the battlefield. We must retreat and find another opportunity. The larger the number of foes, the easier the battlefield would be to manage. A few men advanced with bayonets, while others began disarming the fallen enemies, collecting ammunition belts and other usable weapons. Taking advantage of the chaos, Liang Chun stowed away any intact 3-wheeled motorcycles into the spatial domain. The bodies of the enemy were of no concern to them. Swiftly, they retreated into the mountains, taking a shortcut back to their stronghold, fearing retaliation against their base. Commander, shall we not engage them in several more skirmishes? The soldiers expressed their eagerness. Patience, lads. We have ample time to confront them, often descending upon them unexpectedly. Our numbers may be few, but we can still strike when they least expect it, unsettling their peace. Do not underestimate the significance of slaying these few. In time, they could multiply into hundreds or even thousands, leaving us bereft of opportunities for retribution. We were once encircled by the enemy, and there was no chance for us to turn the tide. Do you understand? Understood, Commander. We were hasty. From now on, we shall heed your every word. As long as we continue to fight the enemy, our lives will be yours, brother. As for me, the little devils took my entire family. I yearn to annihilate them all. The soldiers recalled their own grievances. I will lead us to vanquish even more of the enemy. I swear, I shall not rest until they are obliterated. Should I break this vow, may the heavens strike me down, Liangchen declared. I too swear to pursue the enemy relentlessly. Should I falter in this oath, may the heavens unleash their wrath upon me, echoed Jiang Quan. I as well, Duan. I too, Su Qingchuan. With oaths exchanged, the soldiers felt a profound sense of unity, bound together by their shared animosity, emboldened by the presence of their comrades at their backs. What was there to fear? The morale among the brothers was high, and Liang Chun was quite satisfied as they returned to the stronghold, laden with an abundance of weapons and ammunition. The brothers left behind in the stronghold gazed upon them with envy, as they had avenged themselves with their own hands by fighting alongside their commander and achieving victory. Yangchen, you're back. I was so worried. Did we win? Chu Lingyan sighed in relief upon seeing him return. It's nothing. The enemy is currently at their most arrogant. We caught them off guard with our surprise attack, winning ISNT everything. The main objective was to let the brothers taste blood and acclimate to the battlefield. In the future, when our numbers grow, we can confront them head-on. But that day is still far off. We are outnumbered now, Liang Chun reflected with a hint of melancholy. Still not enough. If we had more supplies, we would be fine. Haha, your man is never short of provisions or weapons, just lacking in manpower. With hundreds of thousands of brothers. Just wait and see how your man will turn the enemy into mere shadows of themselves. You're quite the boastful one. All right, let us head home. You must be exhausted from all the fuss. He instructed the brothers to take shifts guarding the night, emphasizing the importance of vigilance. This concerns our very lives. I understand. I will take care of the arrangements, Chu Lingyan replied, determined to ensure the security of their post. Yangchen, still feeling uneasy, set a few landmines along the narrow path before he finally returned to rest. Days passed without any disturbances, yet Liangchen remained vigilant, continually training the new recruits. As winter approached, he prepared warm clothing for the brothers, deciding to distribute them today. All right, brothers, today we will receive our winter gear. In the supply depot, there were ready-made uniforms from foreign military forces, which could be modified simply by changing the insignia. The cotton clothing was crafted by the women of the village. Jianggu, how do I look in this outfit? Quite spirited. Much better than those ragged uniforms worn by the enemy. Do you think these wretched boys would dare to attack our stronghold? We cannot afford to be complacent. We must remain cautious to ensure our longevity and to defeat the enemy. Liangchen cautioned against any underestimation. Every night, he buried more landmines, fearful that this group might grow careless and allow the enemy to infiltrate. Commander, when I returned home last time to visit my uncle, many young men in the village expressed a desire to enlist. Our village has quite a few as well. After the new year, you should stealthily bring them back. We'll build more houses over on the other side of the mountains in the spring and bring your families here. There is plenty of land to sustain them. Thank you, Commander. My family consists only of my uncle and younger brother. Their arrival would put my mind at ease. Chapter 26. The Enemy Strikes. The second camp, the enemy had yet to launch an attack on the stronghold, but Liang Chun was not idle. Accompanying Uncle Nian, he explored two other locations with water sources, further from the mountain's edge. The terrain was particularly suitable, featuring a vast cavern. According to Uncle Nian, this place had provided refuge during the Ming Dynasty. It was once inhabited, but was abandoned due to the inconvenience of access. The mountain harbored hundreds of spaces, including an underground river with 3 entrances and exits. This setting was ideal for civilian habitation. Surrounding hills could be fortified to create bunkers, establishing overlapping fields of fire. The valley boasted expansive flatlands suitable for cultivation. Yangchen skillfully crafted numerous stone bricks, awaiting the arrival of spring when the common folk and female soldiers could stealthily transport them. Uncle Du remained stationed with his troops, ensuring a retreat route should the Golden Phoenix stronghold become untenable. After all, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Just after the new year, a report arrived from the mountains, indicating that the enemy was approaching. Yangchen hurried over, only to discover that the adversaries were on the verge of crossing the river. Commander, look. Those foes are soon to launch an offensive across the ice. They dare not attack head-on, taking advantage of the solid surface before it thaws. They intend to ambush us from behind. How deep is this river? It is not exceedingly wide, but it is 6 or 7 meters deep. This river, a torrent carved by the mountains over countless years, flows swiftly, having been frozen for just over a month this winter. It will soon thaw. The enemy, being locals and skilled hunters, are quite familiar with the river. That is advantageous. Do not rush to fire. Let them believe we are oblivious, providing them the opportunity for an ambush. Their forces have yet to fully assemble. Today, I shall teach you the might of nature. The might of nature? The soldiers were perplexed. Yangchen returned to command the transport of over a dozen mortars and more than 100 shells, each meticulously calibrated to blanket the ice below. Commander, do you intend to bombard them? No, we shall wait until they have entered the riverbed. Then we will detonate the shells to shatter the ice, sending those invaders into the frigid waters for a cleansing. Ah, what a splendid strategy. The current below is fierce. It will surely drown that wretched lot. After a moment, he added, I shall fire a few rounds as well. Save one mortar for me, and prepare the shells. After 2 hours, the enemy's 2 battalions had gathered and commenced their collective crossing, seeking to stealthily infiltrate the Golden Phoenix stronghold. As they reached the midpoint of the river, Liangchen signaled, and the mortars thundered to life, unleashing a first barrage that covered the area with explosive might. The spacing of the fire was considerable, and as the second round commenced, the ice began to fracture. With numerous soldiers on the surface and many holes blasted open, the ice could no longer bear the weight. After another round of bombardment, it shattered completely, sending the enemy tumbling into the icy depths. Many of the foes were swept downstream beneath the ice, perishing in the icy grip of death. Excellent. They have all taken a dip. Commander, look, some are still clinging to the ice. What shall we do? Continue the bombardment. Let them all be sent into the river. Liangchen commanded. Another wave of shells soared, and the enemy found themselves in dire straits. The ice was treacherously slick, and upon seeing the incoming shells, they lost their grip and fell. Commander, there shall be no survivors now. They dared to ambush us, but their losses are substantial, are they not? Indeed. They may have munitions, but we are not lacking in weaponry ourselves. This minor setback is of no concern. Brothers, let us return and celebrate. Let the enemy know that the Golden Phoenix stronghold is akin to a hedgehog. Wherever they come from, it shall be their grave. In high spirits from this strategic victory, Liang Chun returned home, only to be greeted by Chu Lingyan. How did it go? We heard the cannon fire. The 4 rounds of artillery have sent the enemy packing. Did they dare to assault us without knowing the terrain? They will not be returning. Your arrogance is quite apparent. Victory is all that matters. Today, we shall celebrate the triumph of Chu Lingyan. Early in the morning, Liang Chen summoned 6 squad leaders, including Uncle Du and Chu Lingyan. The purpose of this gathering was to discuss the establishment of our camp deep within the mountains. My intention is to relocate the female soldiers and civilians from our village to that site, along with the brothers from 2 squads. We shall leave 4 squads behind to defend Jinfengjai, engaging the enemy and exhausting their fighting strength. Captain, I concur with your plan. Without the civilians in the mountain stronghold, we can act with greater freedom. The new recruits will train here, kept unaware of the location of that village. We shall not recruit unfamiliar faces to prevent spies from mingling among us. As old Jiang wisely stated, this is the way forward. It is not a matter of distrust towards my brothers. Rather, our camp is not suitable for exposure, as our loved ones reside there. Liangchen feared that the brothers might harbor doubts. Captain, we shall send personnel tomorrow to begin construction, and once it is ready, we will facilitate their move. The following day, 3 squads, particularly those skilled in craftsmanship, proceeded to the new camp. After more than a month, the camp was completed with 3 grand gates, each featuring 6 machine gun firing ports. In alignment with Liang Chen's vision, numerous machine gun bunkers were erected across from the camp. The caves contained several ventilation shafts, and an embankment was constructed along the underground river, elevating the water level to enhance our drinking water reserves. The living quarters were distinctly divided by gender, furnished with wooden beds and straw mats, encompassing hundreds of rooms. The 3 gates led to over 1,000 rooms, with several larger rooms situated near the water source, transformed into kitchens and dining halls. Presently, communal dining could not be avoided, with Chu Lingyan overseeing the operations. Big boss, isn't your son-in-law returning? Xiaoqin inquired of Chu Lingyan. That scoundrel is merely securing a safe haven for me and the villagers before he rushes off to confront the enemy with his brothers. I have long anticipated his intentions. He will not return, except perhaps to check on us after a victory. Thankfully, I have Xiaoqin by my side. I will always accompany the big boss and shall never leave you, Xiaoqin reassured her. Having lived together for 2 to 3 years, their bond was strong. Liangchen observed that this new abode was warm in winter and cool in summer, safeguarded by over 200 brothers, alleviating his concerns. We will ensure that the little devils recognize our strength. Despite their might, can they truly rest easy? Within a few days, over 400 new recruits arrived. Engaging in one-on-one training where seasoned soldiers instructed the newcomers. Within a week, they underwent a remarkable transformation, commencing marksmanship training and acquiring advanced tactical knowledge. This was no ordinary training. It was comprehensive. The combat prowess of 800 special forces would be astonishing. They must learn to operate trucks and 3-wheeled motorcycles, mastering each skill, including mortars and grenade launchers, which everyone must be proficient in. After months of training, tangible results began to manifest, preparing us to descend the mountain and deliver a significant blow to the enemy. Chapter 27. Reconnaissance and Special Operations Brothers. Today, I will descend the mountain to scout the enemy's positions. If an opportunity arises, we shall strike. We cannot allow them a moment of peace. Captain, should we not send 2 brothers to assist with the reconnaissance? Inquired squad leader Jiang. Brothers, with our limited numbers, we cannot afford any losses. My comrades lack experience, and I do not wish for them to fall into the enemy's traps before they have even engaged in battle. We cannot bear the cost. Losing even one man diminishes our resistance against the invaders. I shall take matters into my own hands. Liang Chun is hesitant to take risks. Very well. You may bring along 2 brothers. The other squad leaders also urge Liang Chen to proceed. All right, Huzi and Tiao Mao will accompany me. If we have a chance to strike, Tiao Mao shall return to summon reinforcements. It is settled then. The squad leaders are eager in the small village. Daju is particularly anxious, as he feels he did not slay enough last time. Yangchen, accompanied by 2 men, approaches the enemy camp near Liaoyang, observing from a hilltop with binoculars. How does it look, Commander? Can we engage? Tiao Mao inquires, anxious. Patience, Tiao Mao, it is still early. Let us wait until nightfall to assess the situation. Remember to meticulously note the patrol schedule, how often they change shifts, how frequently they cross paths, and the strength of their forces. Must we observe so much? I thought it was merely a matter of determining their presence, Tiao Mao remarks. You shall return and bring reinforcements via the mountain path directly to this location. Leave 2 squads behind, equipped with mortars and light machine guns. We do not require heavy machine guns, as they are cumbersome to carry. Understood. Which 2 squads shall remain? The 1st and 2nd squads. The 5th and 6th did not participate last time. We shall include them this time. Got it. Tiao Mao, once you reach the mountain, make haste. The journey will take an hour. 3 hours later, Liang Chun awaits the arrival of 400 soldiers from 4 squads. In a moment, the 3rd squad will remain here. I have already set up the mortars. I will lead the brothers into their camp for a surprise attack. Should we fail, and the enemy pursues us, we will open fire upon reaching the pond below with 3 shells before retreating to the mountain village. Understood, Commander, the 3rd squad leader acknowledges. Liang Chun and approximately 300 men stealthily approach the enemy. They conceal themselves behind the large trees at the forest's edge as the enemy patrol approaches. 2 minutes later, the enemy patrol passes by, and once they are a distance away, Liang Chun emerges with a silenced pistol, stealthily approaching the enemy sentry and dispatching him with a shot to the head. They drag the body away to hide it, leaving 2 brothers to don the enemy's uniforms and stand guard. The 2 men, now clad in enemy attire, grip their rifles and take their posts. The others follow Liang Chun into the camp, engaging in silent combat with bayonets. Make no noise, follow my lead, he instructs, as he cautiously opens the camp door. The others file in behind him. Once inside, each man stands before an enemy soldier, watching Liang Chun as he covers the enemy's mouth with his hand and plunges a knife into his chest. He holds on until the soldier ceases to move before releasing his grip. Seeing this, the others mimic Liang Chun, covering the enemy's mouth and inserting their bayonets into their chests, not relenting despite their struggles until they too fall still. Liang Chun collects the weapons and proceeds to the next barrack, this time splitting everyone up, with 30 to 40 men per room. More hands make for swift work. And nearly an hour later, the task is complete. Liang Chun felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he began to clean the battlefield. He discovered a cache of spare weapons belonging to the enemy, containing dozens of light and heavy machine guns, over 20 crates of grenades, and more than 30 mortars. Additionally, there were numerous shells and bullets, along with several large boxes filled with looted gold bars and silver coins, as well as a collection of antique paintings and calligraphy, all of which he stored in his spatial realm. The enemy, driven to desperation, had even gathered dozens of urinals, which Liang Chun deemed unnecessary and decided to leave for the lesser soldiers. He directly stored them away, along with the makeshift beds used by a portion of his troops. Having taken everything of value, the soldiers spared no effort in their scavenging, retrieving radio codebooks and telephones, and they found a wealth of telephone wires. Even the power cables and searchlights were dismantled and taken. Liang Chun also seized dozens of full barrels of gasoline. As they emerged, they encountered enemy patrols. Armed with nothing but a light machine gun, Liang Chun unleashed a barrage upon the unsuspecting patrolmen, catching them off guard. 2 of his comrades stationed outside also opened fire, resulting in a chaotic scene where over a dozen enemies were felled. Liang Chun led his team toward the foot of the mountain, but a few patrols, alerted by the gunfire, began to pursue them. Upon reaching the pond, the 3rd platoon leader commanded an artillery strike, which forced the enemy to seek cover. After 3 rounds of cannon fire, the enemy suffered significant losses. The platoon leader, aware of the urgency, retracted the artillery and signaled for a retreat. As Liang Chun's group arrived, and together they entered the mountains. Taking a shortcut back to Jinfeng village, their progress through the mountainous terrain was slow, especially burdened with the spoils of war. By the time they reached Jinfeng village, it was already past 2 in the morning, and they felt a wave of relief upon entering the village. Ah, what a thrilling experience. I took down 5 of those wretched foes. It was no different than slaying chickens. Those curs struggled even in death. The 3rd one I dispatched fought fiercely. I had to strike again at his neck, and he still dared to glare at me. What a day it has been. Did we not slay nearly 1,000 of them? You do the math, on average. Each of us must have taken down 3 or 4, and the artillery likely claimed many more. The count surely exceeds 1,000. Captain, do you think the enemy will go mad with rage? Madness is certain. We must prepare ourselves for a fierce confrontation. This may be one of their most intense assaults yet. However, we must remain confident. As long as we defend our stronghold and main gate, they will find it impossible to prevail. Liang Qin was resolute in his conviction to eliminate every last one of the enemy. We certainly believe in our captain. Let them come. We are eager to avenge our families, no matter how many foes we must slay. Only one member of the Jiang family remained. And how could he not harbor hatred for the enemy? Others, too, recalled the vengeance owed to their kin, their anger burning bright. The elation of victory faded as memories of past grievances resurfaced. Liang Qin understood their sentiments. Who among his countrymen could forget the suffering inflicted by the enemy? This painful history would never be forgotten until the repugnant nation was entirely eradicated, allowing all of Huaxia to finally lay down this chapter of their past. With an unwavering resolve, Liang Qin vowed to fight the enemy to the last man. As long as one remained, he would not falter. He contemplated contacting the new camp, envisioning a future where communication would be constant and unwavering. Thoughts of action surged forth, compelling him to act. Chapter 28. The outrageous battle against the Japanese the next day. Liang Qin entered the newly established camp deep in the mountains. You have arrived, son-in-law. Uncle Du greeted him eagerly, leading a group of people to welcome him. How is life here? Liang Qin inquired. It is quite peaceful. Occasionally, prey comes by, and we have hunted them for meat. They have not shown up in the past few days. The Japanese have yet to make their appearance, but the meat suppliers have arrived first. I must go find Chu Lingyan now. Go ahead, Uncle Du replied, guiding his men outside to construct a large pig pen. Whose idea was this? You never forget to engage in farming. No matter where you go, Liang Qin remarked as he entered the grand cave at the center, which served as his home. Liang Qin's purpose for this visit was to set up lighting inside. He discovered an unoccupied cavern, where he installed a generator and connected all the necessary wiring. Wearing a headlamp, he hammered several steel nails into the stone walls, each adorned with a threading loop. He threaded the wires through, connecting 3 large caverns that were all interlinked, and installed light bulbs. Upon starting the generator, the cave was instantly illuminated as if it were broad daylight. Wow, this is fantastic. It's no longer dark, the women exclaimed, as even the men had rarely experienced electric lights. Uncle Du returned with his men and entered the cave, only to realize it was no longer the pitch-black mine it had once been. Chu Lingyan was overjoyed, grateful that her husband had brought light, banishing the darkness that had shrouded their lives. From now on, they would emerge during the day. Otherwise, there would be no distinction between night and day inside. Liang Qin had also brought a substantial amount of gasoline into one of the large caverns. What is this? Uncle Du asked, puzzled by the need for so much gasoline. This is for the generator. Without gasoline, it will cease to operate. We need to assign a young man to oversee it, ensuring we have several hours of illumination each day. We have erected some houses in the large forest, intending to stay here during the day and return to the cave at night, as there are no wild beasts in the cave. Take me to see, Liang Qin requested, following Uncle Du to inspect the newly constructed dwellings, which were quite impressive. They resembled a traditional courtyard, with rows of houses surrounding an open space. He realized he had been overly cautious. With just 1 hour of generator use each night, they would suffice. Several additional hidden bunkers had also been established, housing previously acquired weapons, along with a newly built granary and designated storage for food within the cave. Feeling reassured, Liang Qin stayed for 3 days before returning. Aware that his wife, Chu Lingyan, knew they had pulled off a significant operation, the Japanese would undoubtedly retaliate, so he dared not linger. Meanwhile, the Japanese had learned that their squad had been annihilated overnight while they slept. The highest official in Fengtian was truly enraged, mobilizing a substantial military force to prepare for a thorough cleansing of Golden Phoenix Village. Gather a large number of engineers and construct a road into the mountains, directly leading to Golden Phoenix Village, allowing our tanks to advance, he commanded. The Japanese gathered over 1,000 engineers to fell great trees along the designated path outlined in the blueprints, filling ditches and blasting through mountains as necessary. Commander, these Japanese are serious. What should we do? One officer inquired. Do not concern yourselves with them. Our residence is far from here, and our artillery can reach their restricted area. They are merely building the road for us, was the response. Divide all artillery into 2 groups, ensuring that both sides have artillery positions. Let us see what tricks the Japanese can conjure. The enemy spent half a month constructing a road, and Liang Qin observed that the distance was nearly traversed. He instructed his comrades to conduct trial firings with the mortars, resulting in the simultaneous discharge of over a dozen cannons. The shells landed amidst the enemy's engineering troops, causing a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh. With 3 rapid volleys, the enemy commenced setting up their mortars. Liang Qin, from the firing aperture, aimed his rocket launcher at their stockpile of shells. The enemy soldiers, upon seeing a flaming projectile hurtling toward them, were struck by panic. A detonation of that nature could annihilate many of them. As fate would have it, a chain reaction ensued, and the shells exploded, scattering debris in a chaotic display. Thus concluded the first wave of the assault. The enemy then deployed tanks, intending to bombard the concealed bunkers. Liang Chun was unwilling to grant them their desire. At such a close range, his rocket launcher was perfectly positioned. With a swift shot, he launched a rocket that sent the upper half of the first tank soaring into the air. The second tank met a similar fate, and the third was still trailing behind. Liang Chun continued his relentless assault, infuriating the enemy officers. Witnessing Liang Chun single-handedly overpower the adversaries, the soldiers felt compelled to join the fray, utilizing heavy machine guns to assist. They could not merely spectate. With fear dissipated, the enemy had labored for half a month only to present themselves as targets. The enemy hesitated to launch an attack. Their route was obstructed and could not be repaired. Even the narrow path was impassable for the tanks. The current situation dictated that measures must be taken to eliminate the threat they posed to the empire. A proposal arose to launch a rear assault utilizing large-caliber artillery and to construct a path from the opposite side. Such a small area. Yet they believe they can thwart our valiant warriors. Liang Chun's delusions shall soon be dispelled. Let him witness our might, declared a general. I shall lead the frontal assault. I refuse to believe we cannot penetrate their defenses. Warriors, each of you should carry a metal shield to deflect their machine gun fire, allowing those behind to advance safely. With renewed determination, the general entrusted the frontal attack to his command, vowing to eliminate any chance of the enemy's survival. After the enemy officers concluded their meeting, the one responsible for the frontal assault prepared his regiment of over 3,000 men. They positioned iron shields along the cliff's edge, creating a barrier. The company commander noted, Liang Chun has anticipated our moves. Light machine guns may falter, but the rocket launcher could prove decisive. A rocket was launched, striking the shields and displacing both the enemy and their defenses, resulting in significant casualties. The onslaught created a breach, prompting a volley of light and heavy machine gun fire that claimed more enemy lives. Another explosion followed, and Liang Chun continued to unleash rockets, exposing the enemy's vulnerabilities. The light and heavy machine guns became their harbinger of doom as Liang Chun turned his focus to the enemy's rear units. The enemy was left with over 700 men who retreated. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Chun resupplied the various bunkers with ammunition. Would the company commander persist with this method of assault? This obstinate group surely would attempt once more. Their intelligence is comparable to that of wild boars. Even if they possess some, it is hardly substantial. The enemy has refrained from launching further attacks for several days, prompting Liang Chun to venture towards the dense woods behind. He surmised that the adversaries were likely engaged in road construction to transport large-caliber artillery. The surface artillery had retreated, leaving only the concealed fortifications in the mountains, impervious to cannon fire. Liang Chun supplied them with ample ammunition, as there would be no time for resupply amidst the chaos of battle. Chapter 29. Reluctant retreat and the search for supplies. Days later, large-caliber artillery was erected on the opposite bank of the river, bombarding relentlessly day and night. The enemy's fury ignited. Within the fortifications, meals were prepared and consumed without concern, while they amused themselves by observing the unfolding spectacle. Dining while watching the commotion was far more entertaining than the New Year celebrations. The elevated position rendered them impervious to any vibrations. The enemy's small boats charged forward, machine guns incessantly firing to seal off the river. Several attempts to cross were thwarted, with a few boats losing their helmsmen, swept away by the current. The subsequent offensives fared no better. After over 100 assaults, 2,000 lives were lost. Despite several frontal engagements, the Jinfeng stronghold remained well-stocked with ammunition. The enemy continuously replenished their supplies, but after nearly a month, they came to the sobering realization that penetrating this location was futile. Ultimately, they were compelled to withdraw. The stronghold commenced the task of clearing the battlefield for weapons and ammunition, as many had fallen into the river. Liang Chun contacted his wife, inquiring about her well-being. We have emerged victorious. The enemy has retreated, and it is uncertain if they will return. They exhausted every tactic yet failed to breach our defenses, inadvertently constructing a road for us in the process. Quite smooth, I must say. That is wonderful. When will you return? I believe I might be pregnant, she replied. What? I will return immediately. The enemy's withdrawal is perfectly timed, Liang Chun exclaimed with joy. Several women were indeed expecting, and their husbands were urged to return so that families could reunite. Understood. I shall return tomorrow. We are currently clearing the battlefield. The remains must be dealt with, lest they be reduced to mere remnants. Focus on your tasks, she reassured him, sharing the good news with the villagers. Liang Chun informed those with wives of the joyous tidings, urging them to hasten their return. He did not deter them, as many feared neither the wild beast roaming at night. Tonight, we shall have a communal meal, but we must take turns. for we cannot dismiss the possibility of an enemy counterattack. Understood, Commander. The enemy has flattened the fields above. They excel in destruction, was the reply. No need for concern. We shall not cultivate crops any longer. In our spare time, we can level the area. This will serve as our training ground. Liangchen aspired to recruit more soldiers, aiming to grow strong enough to confront the enemy directly. Reports from the other two provinces continued to pour in. That evening, Liangchen and his brothers enjoyed a hearty meal in celebration before returning to the new camp the next day. Commander, after a month of conflict, will the enemy return soon? Not in the near future. Their main forces are engaged in battles in those two provinces. If they return, we shall not fear them. During this period, we must continue recruiting. The fields in our village can no longer yield crops, as they have been obliterated by the enemy. As the head of the household, food would never be lacking, yet salt was in short supply. Chu Lingyan found herself unable to procure any salt, as the Japanese had occupied the northeast, rendering table salt a controlled commodity. Those who purchased excessive quantities of grain and salt would certainly raise suspicions. Liangchen pondered his descent from the mountain. Where could he acquire it? Perhaps he would seize it from the Japanese. After all, isn't that what the ruffians do? Rest assured, I shall devise a plan. Do not worry about me. I will venture into the city. Be cautious. If it proves too difficult, we can seek supplies elsewhere. Do not go alone to the Japanese. The situation was not as it once was. The small Japanese soldiers were everywhere now, unlike before when they were scarce. I am merely seeking someone to procure salt, not to confront the Japanese, Liangchen reassured Chu Lingyan. In truth, she was not easily persuaded. Yet the dire need for salt was undeniable. Liangchen hurriedly departed from the new camp and arrived at Jifeng village. Brothers, you must defend this territory. It is the front line of the mountains. Are your families safe in the hills? I need to descend to procure some salt, as it is critically scarce. In my absence, Sergeant Jiang will oversee operations. Yes, Captain, should you take a few more men? No need. Too many would attract unwanted attention. I can go alone without raising any suspicion. Having given his instructions, he hastened down the mountain. Upon reaching the base, he spotted several Japanese soldiers escorting civilians to construct a watchtower. This was manageable. He drew forth his semi-automatic sniper rifle. There were only a dozen Japanese and over 20 puppet soldiers. With the benefit of a silencer, he swiftly eliminated the nearest Japanese soldier, causing the others to remain unaware. Liangchen methodically took aim, and when only 5 Japanese soldiers remained, one of the puppet soldiers sensed something amiss. There are casualties among the puppet soldiers. What? Exclaimed a Japanese sergeant, only to meet his demise before he could utter another word. The puppet soldiers, terrified, attempted to flee, but 4 Japanese soldiers forced them back into the mountains. Liangchen disregarded these hapless individuals, continuing his assault on the Japanese. Soon, he dispatched the remaining hidden soldiers. As the puppet soldiers fled, Liangchen unleashed a barrage from his light machine gun, leaving many of them unable to escape the hail of bullets. After clearing the battlefield, the villagers, trembling with unease, gazed at Liangchen. Return to your homes. What home remains? They have slaughtered all. Amidst the tears, Liangchen felt a surge of indignation. Then enlist at Jinfeng village and seek vengeance for your families. What good is weeping? I am resolved. I shall go to Jinfeng village. How do I get there? Follow the road constructed by the Japanese. It will lead you there. Seek a Sergeant Jiang. He will assist you. Thank you. As long as we can slay the Japanese, we shall enlist, whether as soldiers or ruffians. We shall depart now. No need for thanks. Go. Liangchen provided them with a few rifles and ammunition, as some among them were familiar with firearms. Once they had departed, Liangchen gathered the construction materials left behind. To his surprise, there was a considerable amount of cement. They intended to build a stronghold at my doorstep. If they construct one, I shall blow it up. He swiftly departed, making his way toward the county town in search of salt. What work do you do? One Japanese soldier inquired. I am returning home to work. Liangchen responded in the language of the enemy. The small soldier instantly altered his demeanor, bowing and allowing him to pass. The little devils were surprisingly courteous, recognizing me as their ancestor. As Liangchen wandered through the county town in search of the enemy's supply depot, he noted that these island savages, being of a primitive background, would likely not be lacking in salt. The Northeast does not produce salt, hence they would have brought plenty with them. Their mouths as heavy as those who have indulged in excessive opium. Numerous Japanese stores had opened here, and upon entering, Liangchen confirmed that there was indeed a substantial supply of salt, all neatly packaged in burlap sacks. This made things convenient. What do you wish to purchase? The little devil inquired in a clumsy version of the Chinese language. I intend to open a store, Liangchen replied fluently in their native tongue. It dawned on the little devils that this individual was also a poor compatriot seeking fortune. Chapter 30. A night's raid on 17 establishments. Let me tell you, this place is exceedingly backward. Almost anything can be sold for a price. All we need is their silver dollars and gold bars. Since the army can only rob us, we must rely on selling goods. We should demand a high price. Even what is scarce can be sold here. The little devils appeared suspiciously sly, their demeanor as depraved as could be. Yangshan felt a strong urge to take direct action. Calming his mind, he resolved to meet them at night. Yangshan inspected each establishment, posing inquiries that elicited nearly identical responses. That night, he returned to the previous store, prying open several roof tiles to create a small opening. After securing a rope to the chimney and testing its stability, he swiftly descended through the hole. Upon entering the store, he began to seize various items, leaving no needle behind, for they would not possess such meager stock. He entered their living quarters and, without hesitation, engaged in a ruthless assault. Collecting all within his spatial storage, regardless of gender, having set foot on our land, they were enemies. All 6 individuals entered the spatial realm, confidently searching through the premises, unearthing substantial quantities of gold coins, over 1,000 kilograms of salt from the rear warehouse, and a variety of other items. Only after depleting their resources did they depart for the next establishment. At this location, the occupants were still awake, counting their coins. Yangshan had no time to wait for their slumber. He swiftly executed a lethal strike, drawing blood with each movement, ultimately discarding the bodies within the store. With the plundering complete, he proceeded to the next shop, continuing this way throughout the night, raiding 17 establishments in total. The spatial storage now contained over 10,000 kilograms of salt, sufficient to sustain them for 2 months. Countless needles, threads, and fabrics, along with over 30,000 silver dollars and 600 gold bars, made this venture remarkably profitable. The little devils could demand exorbitant prices, but we, the Chinese, faced with invaders, would take everything, even their lives. Like a raccoon, Liang Chun approached the city wall, where several Japanese guards stood watch, while others patrolled. Stealthily ascending the wall, he swiftly slit the throats of 2 guards and collected their bodies, then caught up with the patrol team from behind. Starting with the last individual, he covered their mouth and executed them seamlessly. Having dispatched these 7 men with practiced ease, he encountered a machine gun position around the corner. Clad in Japanese military uniform, he strode confidently towards them. The 2 guards had not yet lifted their heads to observe him. He drove a bayonet into each of their skulls, unmoved by the bodies. He discarded those from his spatial storage here, taking only the heavy machine gun and 2 boxes of ammunition before leaping down from the wall. He hastily departed the county town. The following day, a Japanese soldier sought to purchase a pack of cigarettes. Upon opening the door, he was met with a grim sight. Several lifeless bodies lay within, and not a single item remained. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hurried to report to the colonel, exclaiming that their shop had been ransacked and its occupants murdered. How could this happen? The colonel responded, visibly agitated, as his sister also owned a shop. The soldier continued, "Colonel, I went to buy cigarettes, only to discover the goods were gone and the bodies of our compatriots lay inside. Show me every shop." The colonel demanded furiously. "We must apprehend this despicable thief." Unable to contain his distress, he rushed to the shop, only to discover that his sister's family had also perished there. Overwhelmed with grief, he felt his heart bleed at the thought of losing the only family he had left, his sister whom he had raised. How could this happen? He lamented. As he struggled to cope with the news, further reports arrived. Every shop had been looted, and their proprietors killed. The colonel, nearly fainting from rage, received another report that a patrol had been ambushed, all weapons stolen, leaving the city walls littered with corpses. Frustrated and overwhelmed, he fainted, prompting his soldiers to carry him to the hospital. Upon regaining consciousness, another soldier approached, fearful for his life, to inform him that the Japanese and puppet troops stationed at the base of Golden Phoenix Mountain had been slaughtered. The colonel's anger surged again. His sister had fallen victim to those very assailants. It became evident that they had systematically annihilated these brave souls before entering the city to plunder and kill, escaping with their ill-gotten gains. The colonel found himself powerless to retaliate against the Golden Phoenix stronghold, despairing as he fainted once more. Meanwhile, Liang Chun returned to the mountain stronghold. "You're back, Commander. We have some new recruits," he was informed. "They are not mere bandits. They are soldiers. Your task is to reorganize them while I attend to matters in the new stronghold," he replied. "Understood. There are often sounds of animals fighting beneath the cliffs along Goose Neck Road," noted Lieutenant Jiang, his voice filled with apprehension. "Perhaps they are feasting on the corpses of the Japanese," Liang Chun speculated. "Let them remain. Soon, they will have ample prey." Liang Chun was quickly becoming a caretaker of wolves, as the bodies of the Japanese would soon attract them. Hastening to the new camp, he felt the journey had been relatively safe. Upon nearing the site, he extracted 1/3 of the salt, mindful that excess could melt in the summer heat. He fired a shot into the air, prompting several armed individuals to approach him. "Commander, was that your gun?" one inquired. "Call for more people. We need to transport this salt into the cave and find the coolest one for storage. With this amount of salt, we will have enough for a year." "Where did you acquire this?" the lieutenant asked. "It was taken from the Japanese. It should suffice for our needs for an entire year. Hurry, before it melts." Liang Chen urged. It can't melt that quickly. 6. Go summon the others. Indeed, the squad leader dashed away in a flash. Shortly thereafter, a large group arrived, with 2 individuals carrying a sack of salt into the cave. Seeing such a significant quantity of salt brought immense joy to Chu Lingyan. Yet she felt a pang of concern for her husband. How could he have managed to bring back so much salt so swiftly? What an arduous task it must have been. She guided Liang Chen home. Upon their return, Liang Chen rested his head on his wife's lap and promptly fell asleep. Initially, he heard their daughter speaking, but before long, he succumbed to slumber. Noticing his exhaustion, Chu Lingyan refrained from moving, serving as his pillow instead. He slept for over 2 hours, awakening to find Chu Lingyan dozing beside him. Given her pregnancy, her drowsiness was understandable. Yet he chastised himself for being so careless as to sleep deeply. Was it truly acceptable for his wife to doze while sitting? Liang Chen rose and gently assisted Chu Lingyan in lying down on the bed, covering her with a quilt. This house was quite satisfactory. It felt secure to reside in the cave at night. Liang Chen remained at her bedside until she awoke. Are you foolish? Why didn't you lie down as well? You must be exhausted from this outing, Chu Lingyan asked with concern. I'm fine. It was just one night. I'm not particularly tired, merely a bit sleepy. During that month of combat, we had to alternate shifts for rest, with the sounds of cannon fire echoing above. How wasteful the enemy is with their ammunition. Liang Chen, your chosen location has proven effective. The enemy has been unable to breach our defenses for an entire month. Chapter 31. Seizing the hospital. A grave mistake as Liang Chen awoke early the next morning. He still felt uncomfortable residing in the cave. Although it was not hot, the darkness unsettled him. There was a passage in the cave leading outside, allowing for airflow. In winter, sealing that entrance would suffice. After a few days in the mountains, he found that, were it not for his wife and child, he would prefer not to stay there long term. Each day, he ventured out to hunt and made calls to Jin Fengzhai. The enemy had made no moves. It was imperative that they remain active. Currently, they lacked nothing in terms of food, salt, or vegetables. Yet there was a shortage of medical supplies. Previously, the generals had provided insufficient aid. Now, with more people, he pondered whether there were any injured individuals. If there were, the medical supplies would fall short. Contemplating this, he resolved to take action against the enemy once more. 2 days later, Liang Chen descended from the mountains. This time, he did not head to Liaoyang but instead ventured to Fengtian. The streets were devoid of their former vibrancy, replaced by the cautious demeanor of the populace. Liang Chen observed the arrogant traders, the brazen enemy soldiers, and the obsequious merchants. This vast nation was now beholden to the whims of outsiders. These were the oppressed citizens. Reliant on the mercy of their oppressors, Liang Chen suppressed his fury, determined to ensure the people understood that resistance still existed. The major in Liaoyang had been sent to Fengtian, suffering from excessive grief and the psychological toll of defeat. Liang Chen donned the enemy's uniform for ease of movement in Fengtian. Just as he emerged from an alley, preparing to enter the hospital, several jeeps arrived at the entrance. You, lead the way. The major is unwell, a Japanese lieutenant called out to Liang Chen. Yes, I will guide you, Liang Chen replied, uncertain whether they would check his identification, which troubled him. The messenger arrived, and he led them into the hospital. The guards dared not question them, after all. It was normal for a major to be accompanied by a few guards seeking medical attention. Liang Chen entered the hospital with a sense of satisfaction. His mind set on locating the storeroom. He wandered the corridors, eventually stepping into the restroom before swiftly entering his space, as daylight was not conducive for labor. Within the confines of his space, he took a refreshing shower and indulged in a brief slumber. The goods from his 17 shops were entrusted to his wife. While some miscellaneous items were set aside, the species within his space were beginning to proliferate. He needed to procure more mares, as all the war horses were male. With hundreds, or even thousands of cavalrymen, mechanization was unfeasible. Cavalry was imperative. In his space, he meticulously planned, harvested grain, and continued planting. The vegetables had matured, piling up in the storage space like a mountain. After riding a war horse across the vast prairie and indulging in the thrill, he finally checked the time and noticed that the outside world had grown quiet. Exiting his space, he made his way to the pharmacy. Is there anything I can assist you with? A young nurse, bending slightly, greeted him. In a swift motion, Liang Chen snapped her neck, concealing her within his space. As he entered the pharmacy, he encountered 2 soldiers, one male and one female. Upon his arrival, they appeared momentarily stunned, just as they began to speak. Liang Chen was upon them in an instant, delivering a punch to each of their necks. The woman fainted immediately, while the man clutched his neck in pain. Liang Chen seized his head, twisting it, and taking him as well. The woman was also dispatched and stored within his space. After collecting the medications, he vacated the pharmacy, ensuring to lock the door behind him to prevent any premature discoveries. He donned a white coat and entered the ward, where he found 4 soldiers asleep. He approached one, grasped his neck, twisted, and stored him away. Moving swiftly to the second soldier, he dispatched him just as easily, and the 4 soldiers posed no challenge. The beds in the ward were quite decent, and he collected them as well before locking the door upon exiting. He proceeded to the next ward, which contained 2 soldiers. This time, he was even quicker, using a knife to eliminate them in one swift motion before moving on to the next room. Just outside the ward, he encountered 2 more soldiers clad in white coats. They failed to recognize him. Liang Chun had no time for pleasantries. He plunged 2 daggers into their necks. Though they attempted to utter words, no sound escaped their lips, and soon they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm awaiting their demise. After resolving this nuisance, he ventured to the next room, where 3 soldiers awaited. Liang Chun easily dispatched 2, but the third, lighter sleeper, stirred at the noise. He was the farthest from Liang Chun. With a remarkable leap, Liang Chun drove a dagger into his heart before the soldier could comprehend the situation. Liang Chun swiftly covered his mouth, rendering him half-conscious, and tossed him into his space, securing the items before exiting and locking the door. In an hour, the first floor had been cleared, leaving only the lingering souls of the fallen soldiers as Liang Chun continued his eradication of the enemy. Ascending to the second floor, he encountered more upscale, single-occupancy wards. He moved from room to room, eventually arriving at a ward where 2 soldiers stood guard. Approaching them, he exchanged pleasantries before effortlessly slashing their necks, blood staining the air, and collecting them into his space. Upon entering the ward, he realized it was none other than that despicable man from earlier. He approached, pressing down his head before delivering a lethal strike to his neck. He stored the corpse away and collected the soft bed from the ward, along with the military saber and uniform of a major. Upon exiting, he hurried towards the next ward, completing his tasks before descending to the backyard to search for anything that might have been overlooked. To his surprise, he discovered a warehouse filled with pharmaceuticals and medical equipment, including bandages, which he decided to take. After leaving the hospital and entering the courtyard, he encountered a jeep belonging to a colonel, as well as an ambulance. He appropriated the ambulance and tested the Jeep's door, finding it unlocked. Discarding his lab coat, he took the driver's seat in the Jeep, shutting the door behind him. It was in the second-floor guards area that he found the keys. He started the Jeep and drove out of the hospital, passing by the guards without being stopped. Upon leaving the hospital, he directed the vehicle towards the city gate. At the city gate, only 2 puppet soldiers were on watch. "Sir, what are you doing?" one asked. "Open the gate and let me pass," he commanded. The soldiers dared not resist and clumsily lifted the wooden bolt, pushing open the gates. Liang Chun cursed as he exited the city, leaving the 2 soldiers feeling aggrieved, muttering complaints about the situation. As Liang Chun sped away from the city, the next day, Japanese soldiers entered the hospital and sensed something was amiss. The atmosphere was eerie and devoid of personnel. Doctors and nurses arriving for work found it peculiar that no one was present. After searching the premises extensively, they discovered that each room was locked. Upon using keys to open the doors, they found them empty. "Has the hospital relocated?" "No one notified us." They exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the situation. The warehouse in the backyard was also vacant, leaving only the vice president, who quickly contacted the general, inquiring if the hospital had moved without informing him, deeming it disrespectful. "What nonsense! Why would the hospital relocate?" he demanded. "We must conduct a thorough examination to discern where the problem lies." After repeated inspections, the final conclusion was that the inventory had been cleared out. Who could have dared to raid their hospital? The 2 directors were missing, along with a colonel. The guard soldiers were summoned. The Japanese soldiers rushed in and soon learned that an attack had occurred the previous night. "Did anyone enter or exit last night?" the general asked. "Report, sir." "Only the colonel's jeep left. No one else came or went." "Who was the person that left?" "Just one soldier, driving the jeep." "Continue your investigation. Check at the city gate, especially with those who were on duty last night. Inquire if anyone exited." The soldiers hastily made their way to question the puppet soldiers stationed at the gate. In Chapter 32, the realization dawned that this individual was a general. The Japanese soldiers approached the 2 puppet guards at the city gate, who were still asleep. "Did anyone leave through the gate last night?" "A sir drove out in a jeep, cursing at us as he passed. Upon seeing it was an officer, we opened the gate for him. No one else has exited since." "How many people were in his vehicle?" "Just him, no one else." "Damn it, he got away." The Japanese officer vented his frustration on the 2 puppet soldiers before returning to headquarters to report truthfully. "Damn it, who did this? I want to capture him and tear him to shreds." Liang Chun exited the city, contemplating the disposal of the corpses. He decided to leave their garments intact, for they were unworthy of wearing clothes. Upon removing the attire from 2 adversaries clad in white coats, he noticed that one bore a gold star on his epaulets. Was this fellow a general? He distinctly recalled dispatching these 2 in the corridor. Regardless of rank, they were destined for the stinking gutter. Naked bodies lay strewn in the foul ditch. This route certainly did not lead home. He could not lead the enemy to his stronghold. He had no intention of returning yet, as he sought to create further chaos for the enemy, having yet to locate their supply depot. He could not emerge empty-handed. After 4 days of travel, Liang Chun passed through a village, thirsting for water. Upon entering, he discovered it devoid of life, with only remnants of walls left standing. Some stained with blood. The grim reality was evident. He knew well what had transpired. How would he avenge this wrong? Exiting the village, he continued on his path until a newly established village caught his attention. The inhabitants donned tattered rags. This village was substantial, with fields of ripe grain in sight. Liang Chun understood. These people had slaughtered the villagers to seize their lands, a truly heinous act. He decided to linger, entering the fields to harvest the grain with his spatial abilities. In a single sweep, he cleared dozens of rows, laboring for half a month until only the stalks remained. The grain entirely stripped away, yet he could not depart just like that. Under the cover of night, a solitary wolf infiltrated the village, unleashing a massacre. Regardless of age or gender, anyone who set foot on their land was deemed an invader, and none were spared. By dawn, the slaughter had yet to conclude. Employing a silenced pistol for swift executions, one bullet for each sided individual. It was not until midday that the carnage ceased, with all valuables claimed. Among the spoils were several tractors and farming equipment, treasures to be returned to the village for the coming planting season. A few large barrels of diesel would suffice for an entire year. Remarkably, he even uncovered a mill, equipped with machinery for husking, threshing, and grinding. Although he had not found the enemy's supply depot, his spoils were considerable. He resolved to seek out more such enemy villages, a new objective forming in his mind. Not long after, a group of enemy soldiers arrived in the village, horrified to find it thoroughly decimated. Rushing home, they were met with the grim reality. No miracle awaited them. The dead were irretrievable. Enraged, they erupted in fury upon seeing the walls inscribed with the phrase "an eye for an eye." The young officer hurried back to report, nearly choking on his blood at the news, for his own family resided in that village. He had led a massacre, only to have his own kin met with the same fate. Returning home, he found his family in disarray, women in disheveled clothing, mirroring the atrocities they had once inflicted. Spitting blood, he felt a cathartic release, realizing the depth of anguish that accompanied the slaughter of loved ones, an understanding forged through personal experience. Liang Chun paid little mind to their frantic search for the perpetrator, having already found a second village, this one guarded by a small detachment of enemy soldiers. Patient as a hunter, he opted to harvest the land before hastily dispatching them. Even with great speed, it took nearly 10 days to finish gathering the grain. The Japanese soldiers, having failed to apprehend the murderer, believed that it was the surviving villagers who had taken matters into their own hands. Gradually, the Japanese became complacent. One night, Liang Chun stealthily entered the enemy camp, armed with a silenced pistol, and swiftly dispatched the sentries. Once inside the military compound, he efficiently eliminated over 50 soldiers. After seizing their weapons and ammunition, he returned to the village for another round of slaughter. The villagers, concentrated for easier management, facilitated Liang Chun's mission due to the village's considerable size. This time, he acted with remarkable speed, entering the rooms and firing his 2 pistols with lethal precision, mercilessly taking down the Japanese soldiers. By dawn, he had already retreated. When the Japanese discovered the aftermath, the corpses had begun to decompose. Liang Chun searched for any remaining Japanese soldiers, who were now in a state of panic, unable to locate him even for negotiations. "Bakayero, is there still no news?" The general lamented, having found no leads. All who had encountered Liang Chun had been slain. "Bakayero, we must find him," he insisted, as he handed a map to a Japanese officer. "You will search for him by squadron, starting from these directions. We cannot afford any more incidents with our citizens." The Japanese lieutenant colonels and majors emerged from the general's office, assembling their troops, each with their assigned routes. Meanwhile, Liang Chun was resting under a great tree, savoring some rations when he unexpectedly heard the sound of Japanese vehicles. Quickly, he retreated into hiding, waiting for the soldiers to pass before cautiously emerging to observe. A full squad of Japanese soldiers passed by. He could not engage them yet, as he would only have a chance should he venture into the mountains for a final confrontation. Surely, they cannot all be seeking me, he pondered. If they are enraged, does that mean the city is left with few defenders? How splendid it would be to infiltrate their stronghold. With a plan forming, he made his way back. The city he approached was a significant one, thriving in the future, and at present, it was a strategic stronghold under the command of a general. The Japanese troops had left, but the general would remain. "I shall strike at their headquarters," he resolved, disguising himself in Japanese military attire and brandishing a rifle. He boldly entered the city, catching the attention of neither the Japanese soldiers nor the puppet troops. Upon entering the city, he conducted a thorough reconnaissance, determined not to fall victim to any tricks that could disgrace a time traveler. Confirming that only a single squad of Japanese soldiers remained, he felt emboldened. Even in such a vast city, they posed little threat. Urban warfare would be advantageous. Disguised and reaching the headquarters, He had already scouted the area and found it devoid of patrols. As 2 sentries approached him for inquiries, dressed in Japanese uniforms and unarmed, he swiftly drew his silenced pistols, and they were dispatched without a sound. Inside, during the daylight hours, there were no patrols, and Liangchen relished the daylight. He entered the headquarters building, seizing the opportunity to take down unsuspecting personnel with his pistols, efficiently eliminating them to avoid discovery of the corpses. He methodically progressed from the first to the 3rd floor, ultimately arriving at the general's office. "Nanny?" the Japanese general exclaimed in shock, bewildered that a mere soldier would enter his chamber without knocking. Chapter 33. The hideout is discovered. Reinforcements. Seeing the foolish expression on his face, Liangchen wasted no time and swiftly ended it with a single shot, confiscating all his belongings and hanging his lifeless body upside down at the door. He then exited, closing the door behind him. This time, he had indeed acquired a substantial haul of radio equipment. Among his spoils was a cipher book, which would enable him to intercept the enemy's communications, thus providing a valuable source of intelligence. As Liangchen walked through the streets, he encountered a few children selling cigarettes. He purchased their entire stock and advised them to return home early, lest they be caught in the madness of the enemy. He also bought all the rice from street vendors, and before long, the streets were devoid of any commerce. He seized all edible and wearable goods available, but refrained from purchasing items from shops. If confronted by the enemy inside a store, he would simply take aim and leave with the supplies. He even discreetly eliminated a few owners of smoking establishments to procure their stock before moving on to other locations, dispatching any sycophants he encountered along the way. It was only when someone discovered the aftermath that the gravity of the situation became apparent. A trader, visiting the enemy's shop, noticed it had been vacated and, upon seeing the bloodstains on the ground, realized something was amiss. He hurried to report to the Japanese officers. Upon arriving at the command center and finding no officers present, he ventured inside, only to be met with an eerie silence. The bustling activity that usually characterized the place was conspicuously absent. He quickly ascended to the 3rd floor to report to the general, hoping for a handsome reward for his cleverness. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he found no one present. Wasn't there usually the sound of radios clicking? Had they taken a day off? Upon arriving at the general's office and knocking for an extended period without a response, he was about to depart when he noticed the door slightly ajar. Pushing it open, he was greeted by the sight of a stark white figure hanging upside down. Was the general conducting an interrogation? Such creativity! He leaned closer to discern the unfortunate soul and, upon recognizing the general's distinctive mustache and features, was struck by terror, his legs turning to jelly. At that moment, footsteps echoed as the patrol, noticing the absence of guards, felt something was amiss and entered the command center for inspection. They discovered bloodstains in several rooms. Realizing the severity of the situation, and rushed up to the 3rd floor. There, they found the trader gasping for breath on the ground. Approaching, they observed the general suspended in a state of undress, seemingly practicing hanging without need for breath. The trader, panting heavily, was undoubtedly the culprit behind this ordeal. What an arduous task it must have been to hoist the general up, leaving him utterly exhausted. "Stab him!" shouted the Japanese sergeant, as several soldiers brandished their bayonets at the trader, filled with regret, lamented his own cleverness. He had sought fortune but instead lost his life. The enemy denied him any chance to speak, convinced of his guilt and the general's death. Soon, other soldiers rushed out to report to different patrols and command officers, one by one making their way to the general's office, their wails echoing like those mourning a deceased father. Perhaps the volume of their cries would earn them favor with the general. Meanwhile, Liangchen continued his search for enemy shops when suddenly, a grand estate caught his eye, with 2 traders clad in green stationed at the entrance. Inquiring about nearby individuals, Liangchen knocked on the door of a residence. "Who is it?" a voice responded. A woman appeared. "Sir, whom are you seeking?" "Sister, I wish to inquire whose grand estate this is." He is a prominent figure among the Japanese, that scoundrel Go Lauer. Once a mere ruffian, he has now transformed into a formidable force, leveraging his power to intimidate and extort, as well as bribing the Japanese with their backing. He has become increasingly brazen in his oppression of the common folk, robbing and seizing wealth to amass his current fortune. Many affluent merchants have suffered ruin at his hands. This house belongs to the esteemed boss Gong, whom he has driven to despair before usurping it for himself. Do not cross him. You must leave swiftly. "Thank you, sister. I shall take my leave," Liangchen replied, hastily departing as the woman retreated into her home. This man was the most notorious traitor in the city, committing unspeakable atrocities. Ah, what a wretch! Borrowing something from your abode should elicit a favorable response. Clad in Japanese attire, Liangchen approached the trader's doorstep. 2 lackeys stood guard, bowing and bending their waists, too intimidated to stand tall. Once they bowed, their spines seemed to vanish. Liangchen seized one by the neck, exerting force to send him back to the fires of hell. Upon entering the courtyard, the traders attempted to assert their authority. However, Upon sighting Liangchen, they swiftly transformed into submissive sycophants. Witnessing the family's obsequiousness, with the two concubines swaying their waists like serpents, Liang Chun felt repulsed by their faces. Akin to dogs groveling before their master, he struck with lightning speed, indiscriminately targeting men, women, and children alike, dispatching their bodies with ruthless efficiency. The hired thugs were eliminated, and the servants were compensated and sent away. Liang Chun harbored no fear of their reporting to the Japanese. He plundered the corpulent trader, uncovering an immense fortune, over $1 million in silver, more than 10,000 large yellowfish, and over 30,000 small yellowfish, along with thousands of antique artworks and literary treasures. Even if they were forgeries, they could not be left for the Japanese. The entire family was hanged inside the main gate, arranged meticulously, with even the thugs posed in similar fashion. Out of a sense of shared humanity, Liang Chun left them in their undergarments, unlike the Japanese, who would leave them entirely bare. Let them face the utmost humiliation. Departing this den of iniquity, Liang Chun left the gate ajar, allowing the traitors to witness the consequences of their betrayal. Soon, alarm cries arose as nearby residents discovered the scene. The most notable characteristic of the Chinese is their fearless curiosity during tumultuous events, eager to catch a glimpse. Meanwhile, the Japanese in the city, utilizing the military radio, summoned their deployed troops, reporting the assassination of a general and the looting of a civilian shop, indicating the targets were still within the city. Realizing they had been lured away, the Japanese hastened to return and support the city's garrison. The common people narrowly escaped disaster. Upon receiving reports from a traitor, the Japanese learned that the notorious traitor's family had been hanged. The camp's officers immediately recalled their general, remembering his similar fate. They quickly took heed, leading their troops to investigate the traitor's home, which was now stripped bare. Fortunately, the remaining family members were still dressed in undergarments. The Japanese gazed upon the lifeless bodies of the traitor's concubines, clucking their tongues in disappointment. What a waste! Suddenly, it dawned on them that the traitor they had executed might not have been the true culprit. Had he possessed such audacity, he would never have betrayed his own. They urgently sought to apprehend the actual murderer, for he was the one responsible for the demise of their general. The officer of the enemy forces nearly strained his voice from shouting. In a flurry, the soldiers scurried through the streets, oblivious to the fact that Liang Chun had infiltrated their ranks, assisting them in their pursuit of the murderer. In their frantic search, they failed to notice him. Anyone associated with him would mysteriously vanish, and without a partner, they would seek new allies. Upon encountering one or two individuals, Liang Chun would gesture for assistance, only to emerge alone from alleyways or private courtyards. His efficiency in eliminating the enemy was astonishingly swift. Two officers stood nonchalantly on the street, leaning on their sabers with an air of authority, ready to collaborate with their comrades. Chapter 34. A hasty exit from the city. Cursed be you. Liang Chun approached the two enemy officers, who mistakenly believed they had received intelligence. With a couple of gunshots, they realized they had achieved a measure of success by confronting the main target, yet felt powerless to apprehend him. The smile on Liang Chun's face instilled a sense of dread within them. He subdued the two, sending them into his spatial realm to contemplate their fate, half alive as they were, and resumed his search for partners. Ultimately, when he could find none, he made his way to the military camp. Upon arriving at the camp, he found 4 enemy soldiers, 2 on guard duty and 2 safeguarding the ammunition depot. As Liang Chun approached, the 2 sentinels assumed he had a purpose. However, he swiftly grasped their necks and crushed them before banishing them into his spatial realm. He then dashed into the rear of the camp, heading straight for the 2 young soldiers, who were caught off guard. Without a moment's hesitation, Liang Chun produced 2 bayonets, plunging them into their chests. The soldiers glanced at their injuries and then at him, causing Liang Chun to feel a tinge of embarrassment. He nodded and offered a smile before sending them into his spatial confinement. He opened the door to the ammunition depot, collecting weapons and munitions, methodically clearing the barracks, and acquiring 2 radio sets. He hastily prepared to evacuate upon noticing a telegram that indicated enemy reinforcements were on the way. Time was of the essence. He placed remote-controlled explosives near the barracks, digging pits to conceal them, with explosives above and shrapnel packed in small bags atop. This meticulous arrangement was spread evenly throughout the expansive courtyard. Once everything was set, he took refuge on a nearby rooftop to witness the impending chaos, ready to depart the city once the explosions commenced. With all preparations complete, he awaited the favorable winds to annihilate the enemy forces, aiming to leave no trace behind. As evening fell, the enemy troops began to return, met with the grim sight of numerous corpses strewn about the camp, resembling pale swine in their lifelessness, naked bodies in clusters. The soldiers, filled with anger and despair, unleashed a torrent of curses, lamenting their fallen comrades and vowing vengeance. In their final moments, they continued their tirades, unaware that Liang Chun could hear their vitriol from his vantage point. Had he been a woman from northeast China, she would have undoubtedly retaliated fiercely against their insults. But Liangchen remained composed, as the explosive detonations soon drowned out their cries. The 2,000 members of the 2nd Battalion were caught off guard by the sudden shockwave and debris, an unexpected turn of events. More abrupt than the shout from the black soil, a wave of death enveloped the area, and Liangchen seized the opportunity to strike. He leapt from the rooftops of the common folk, heading straight for the military camp. Upon entering, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire from both his pistol and machine gun, replenishing their ammunition with relentless fervor. Once he had completed his task, he began to confiscate weapons and munitions before quietly slipping away. After his departure, a squad of enemy soldiers arrived, those guarding the city gates, numbering only a handful. Upon witnessing the scene of unearthly carnage, with dismembered limbs and headless bodies strewn about, they were struck by the sheer horror of it all. It was a grim spectacle, and I was fortunate to be stationed at the city gate. Liangchen had already reached the gates, where only a few puppet soldiers remained. When he sought to exit, they barred his way. In retaliation, he delivered a resounding slap to each of them. Personal vendettas can indeed provide a gratifying sense of satisfaction. No matter how he struck, they dared not retaliate. Eventually, they could no longer withstand his intimidation and opened the city gates. With a swagger, Liangchen departed, leaving behind a few dazed fools. What strength Liangchen possessed. After leaving the city, he needed to seek out the enemy's expansion team, the very civilians who had been subjected to his relentless assaults. The rumors could no longer be concealed. The tales spun by the common folk spread swifter than the enemy's radio broadcasts. A mysterious figure was wreaking havoc in Liaoning province, annihilating countless enemy soldiers and obliterating numerous expansion units. The enemy's morale was in tatters. All units were ordered to mobilize and capture this elusive individual. The highest command of the Japanese forces in Liaoning was in a state of furious upheaval. The anti-Japanese forces in Jilin and Heilongjiang provinces had come under control. Skirmishes occurred, but the losses were not as severe. Entire units had been decimated within their own military camps, a source of immense humiliation. With generals shamefully displayed at the gates and hospitals thoroughly ransacked, leaving not a single doctor or nurse behind. The impoverished civilians had land to cultivate. Yet 2 of their strongholds had been annihilated. A revolution was brewing. News from the scouts returning from Jinfeng village reached Chu Lingyan, who received the gathered intelligence. This reckless man was once again stirring trouble for the enemy. She wondered if he had sustained any injuries. Nevertheless, the number of slain enemies was staggering, and she resolved not to become an obstacle in his path. With this thought, she called Jinfeng village. Lieutenant Jiang, your company commander is still engaged with the enemy. I fear that if the enemy cannot find their target, they may vent their frustrations on us. Please prepare yourselves and exercise utmost caution. Rest assured, madam. We have sent scouts 5 kilometers out in every direction, and all are on alert. The mountain has been fortified, and the company commander has left behind a rocket launcher, ensuring we are not intimidated by the enemy's tanks and armored vehicles. You are our first and most steadfast line of defense. Command with confidence. I believe you will return soon. Drawing upon her past experiences, Chu Lingyan understood that her husband would return to rest after his assault on the enemy, for he could never fully trust the safety of their home. However, this time it seemed he had miscalculated. Liangchen's fervor in harassing the enemy was a deliberate attempt to divert their attention from attacking the village. Over time, who could predict whether the enemy might devise a strategy to counter their defenses? Without the natural fortress of the mountains, their safety would be compromised. With him disrupting the enemy from within, they lacked the capacity to focus on other areas, and indeed, the enemy was wholly preoccupied with him. Liangchen had relocated to yet another city, allowing them to squander their resources there. As the conflict intensified, they drew ever closer to Jilin province. It would be a fortuitous occasion to meet our General Yang. He made his way to a small town nearby, seeking information from the locals. Excuse me, sir. Do you know where I might find the Japanese farmers? You must be referring to the Development Corps, right? There are 3 locations nearby where they reside. This detestable group of Japanese invaders arrived and seized our land. Previously, the land was in the hands of landlords who rented it to us, allowing us to cultivate it and receive a portion of the harvest. Now, they have taken it for themselves, leaving us without a source of income and struggling to feed ourselves. The weariness etched on the elder's face reflected a world devoid of hope. Without land, how could the common folk survive? In these times, how many merchants remain? Liangchen did not linger long. He paused at the elder's home for a sip of water and discreetly left behind some grain. When the elder returned, he discovered 2 sacks of grain, igniting hope for his family's survival. He hurriedly stored it in the cellar, grateful for the generous benefactor. If he ever had the chance to meet him again, he would surely express his gratitude with a bow. Chapter 35. Inflicting woe on the invaders after departing from the old man's home. Liangchen proceeded towards the largest gathering of Japanese troops as indicated by the elder. According to the elder, when these invaders arrived, they confiscated the land of the people, resulting in numerous deaths in several nearby villages and forcing villagers to abandon their homes. The Japanese had relocated their destitute compatriots to a large village and expanded it. The elder's home was not far from this village, merely a dozen kilometers away, a journey of just over an hour. Upon nearing the vicinity, Liangchen did not storm into the village. During this time, the Japanese had already completed their land confiscation and had yet to distribute the grain to their army. Liangchen surmised that the Japanese would likely have sent guards to oversee the situation. He climbed a tall tree, using binoculars to scout the Japanese village, only to find it strangely devoid of Japanese troops. This was perplexing. It seemed improbable. Later that night, he observed individuals resembling Japanese civilians emerging with firearms to patrol the area. Had they organized a militia? Feeling reassured, Liangchen descended from the tree and stealthily infiltrated the village like a cat, evading the patrols in search of the granaries, where two teams were still on watch. After all, they were not professional soldiers. As a seasoned warrior from a later era, silent warfare was his forte. He swiftly eliminated the militia, seizing all the grain in the warehouse destined for the army. Each household likely held a substantial amount of grain as well. Beginning with the first house, he stealthily entered, dispatching his foes with precision and subsequently disposing of the bodies. Emerging cautiously, he surveyed the street and spotted a patrol of militia, concealed behind a wall. He waited for them to pass before stealthily approaching from behind, taking out the last man first. Once they were dealt with, he disposed of the bodies. In the second and third homes, he encountered patrols but managed to handle them promptly. One elderly Japanese soldier, having ventured outside to the restroom, narrowly escaped. Upon returning home, he discovered the gruesome fate that had befallen his family. None remained alive. Panicking, he rushed out, calling for help, but was met with silence. Clad only in a loincloth, he sprinted toward the military camp, a daunting 20 kilometers away. As autumn deepens, the chilling air seems to escape the notice of this old man. The coldness within his heart contrasts sharply with the physical chill, sending tremors through his very being. Had he foreseen this, he might have preferred to remain on the little island, feasting on salted fish, rather than toil in the fields, only to see his family's lives wither away. This place does not belong to us. Liangchen ventured to the second gathering area of the enemy. Upon his arrival, he found no enemy troops present. Yet he was determined to infiltrate. With time, the enemy would inevitably arrive to fortify their defenses. Disguising himself in enemy military attire, he audaciously rode a tricycle motorcycle into the village. The villagers, accustomed to the presence of soldiers, regarded him with indifference, as many military personnel had relocated their families here. Observing their calm demeanor, Liangchen entered the first house and, without a sound, dispatched its occupants with a silenced pistol before systematically collecting the bodies. He proceeded to the second house, eliminating anyone he encountered along the way and storing them within his space. As he methodically cleared a significant portion of the village, an alert young enemy soldier noticed something amiss. Seeking his beloved, he was shocked to find his home reduced to mere ruins. Could it be that our families have relocated due to our marriage not being approved? Or perhaps our poverty drove them away? This year, we finally have grain. Perhaps I might even grow taller, surpassing my current height of 1.30 meters. No longer would I subsist on salted fish scraps, nor would my joints deform. And I would be free from my bow-legged condition. The young man pondered for a quarter of an hour, contemplating the unfortunate genetic legacy of his family. Ultimately, he concluded that something had befallen his beloved's home, for he had seen traces of blood. He hurried home to inform his father, who, with his impressive stature, could confront any adversary. Despite being originally 1.60 meters, his bow legs had reduced him to 1.50 meters, yet he remained a giant in the village. Upon arriving home, he discovered that his towering father was also missing, just like his beloved's family. What malevolent spirit has visited my home? Liangchen believed he had completed his mission in this village, only to discover a miniature, plump young boy had narrowly escaped. Upon reaching the third village, he encountered a small squad of enemy soldiers, numbering around 50 to 60. Unwilling to delay any longer, Liangchen hurled grenades at the unsuspecting soldiers, his effective range extending to 150 meters. Any further, and the grenades would detonate prematurely. The element of surprise worked in his favor, inflicting casualties among the enemy, who quickly began to retaliate. Liangchen lured them out of the village and into an open area, where he unleashed a hail of bullets from his light machine gun. As the enemy drew nearer, he skillfully maintained his distance, alternating between light and heavy fire. The enemy soldiers found themselves hindered, their legs faltering as they stumbled over one another. As the bullets rained down, the enemy's numbers dwindled to a mere handful. The squad leader, realizing the dire situation, panicked. "We will perish here if this continues," he shouted. "Retreat." The remaining soldiers fled, with Liangchen pursuing them, firing relentlessly. In that moment, they cursed their fate, lamenting their lack of proper legs. Ultimately, their downfall lay in their physical inadequacies. Liangchen returned to the village, methodically cleaning up the battlefield, and began hunting down the villagers as the cries of the enemy echoed in despair. Each household cast a grenade into the hands of the enemy, and the endeavor continued until dusk. Perhaps there were a few who managed to evade capture. Liang Chun, who survived, paid them no mind. He returned directly to the old man's village, where he placed some grain in an open area and then sought out the elder. "Uncle, please gather the villagers and distribute this grain. Let the people have food to eat this year." "Grain? Where is it from?" the old man inquired, sensing a scheme brewing in his mind, but eager for clarity. "I handled the development team. This grain was procured from their homes and harvested from our own land. We cannot allow the enemy to benefit." "Very well, I shall gather them at once." The old man summoned the villagers with remarkable speed. The young and old alike emerged, drawn by the promise of sustenance. As he ran to the other end of the village, many men appeared. "Oldly, where is the grain?" asked a man of similar age. "At the threshing ground by the village entrance." "Let us go." They moved swiftly, and upon arrival at the threshing ground, they were taken aback by the sight. "So much grain? Is this from that little hero? Every household shall receive 500 jin. It will ensure our survival this year. Quickly now, distribute 500 jin to each family. We must be swift. The village head has spoken, and his word is law." The villagers moved with remarkable speed, carrying and delivering grain to each home, where they had their own cellars for storage. The methods of concealing grain among the common folk were varied and ingenious, yet all remarkably discreet. Some even hid their supplies beneath large trees, where a cellar entrance lay concealed. Seeing that they had all received their share, Liangchen set off for the next village, as many nearby were also in need. In the course of his endeavors, he also dealt with a despicable landlord. This old scoundrel, upon witnessing the villagers being supplied with grain, had dared to flaunt his authority. Liangchen swiftly dispatched his entire family. For while the enemy might bully the common folk, such black-hearted individuals ought not to interfere. To cross paths with Liang Chun was to court death. Chapter 36. The little devils cast their net Baka-Yuru. "We must locate this individual. We must avenge our people," the Japanese colonel declared, surveying the half-naked old devils and the diminutive little devils below, along with several dark-faced men and women. Only a handful remained in the 3 gathering places. Many officers within the army wept, their families having once enjoyed a life of comfort, now summoned by the king of hell for a feast. "Baka-Yuru, I will not rest until you are slain," cried a low-ranking Japanese officer, his voice filled with rage. Beside him, a corporal mused to himself, "You deserve this. That should have been my family's place, but you snatched it away from me. Your kin are here now. Perhaps they have met their end?" A wicked glee filled his heart. "Gather round," shouted the Japanese lieutenant, calling them to assemble. They all understood that a battle loomed ahead. They were to apprehend the individual or organization responsible for their loved ones' deaths. For counties dispatched 15,000 troops to cast a wide net, prepared to capture this entity or individual. Fearing for the safety of the common folk, Liangshan retreated to the mountains, away from the villagers, and prepared to ambush the enemy on the road, intending to lure them into the mountains. As he observed a contingent of enemy soldiers approaching along the road below, Liang Chun employed a remote-controlled bomb, noting that most of the enemy had entered the designated bombing zone. Without hesitation, he pressed the button. The thunderous explosions claimed the lives of numerous enemy soldiers. Among them was Lieutenant Yalu, who, although spared from the blasts, witnessed the demise of countless comrades. The once formidable squad had been reduced to a mere handful, an unbearable sight for him. Since the onset of the invasion, he had never witnessed such a swift annihilation. The incessant rattle of light machine gunfire compelled them to seek refuge in the foul ditch. Liangchen intended to leave survivors to relay a message to other units, guiding them away from the civilians and into the mountains. Lieutenant Yalu quickly commanded a portion of his men to split up, some to return and report, while others were tasked with apprehending a single individual he had clearly identified. Liangchen observed the fleeing group, realizing that they could not be allowed to escape. He retrieved his sniper rifle and began to take precise shots. Any enemy who dared to show their face was met with a bullet. The remaining soldiers, now acutely aware of the sniper's presence, crouched in the ditch, hoping to conceal themselves like frogs, burrowing into the muck for hibernation. Seeing their reluctance to emerge, Liang Chun resorted to grenades, tossing them one after another, some even landing close to the enemy's positions. With the delay in detonation, the enemy had no time to react. The explosions wreaked havoc, prompting the remaining soldiers to leap from their cover for a final desperate stand, only to be met with a barrage of bullets that returned them to the ditch in silence. Once the chaos subsided, Liangshan emerged to finish off the wounded and scour the battlefield, planting a few concealed explosives beneath the bodies before settling on the mountainside to await the next wave of enemies. 2 hours later, the first contingent of enemy soldiers arrived. Liangchen fired a few shots, taking out several before they could fully enter the mountains, while others continued to pursue. A few were left behind to guard the bodies. This group of enemies, despite their dwindling numbers, did not consider retrieving the fallen, leaving only a handful to watch over the corpses. When the main body of enemy troops arrived, they beheld the gruesome scene, limbs and dismembered bodies scattered across the ground, with no way to identify the remains. The order to collect the fallen soldiers came from a colonel, who threatened dire consequences for those who hesitated as they approached the bodies, inadvertently triggering grenades that erupted in smoke. The surviving soldiers could only shout in despair as they witnessed their comrades ascend to the heavens. The colonel was determined not to waste the lives of his brave warriors. They pressed into the mountains, intent on capturing the enemy and avenging their fallen kin. A vast throng of over 10,000 enemy soldiers filled the mountain, advancing with relentless intent, occasionally encountering the grim sight of their comrades in various states of undress. Lieutenant Yalu, in a fit of rage, wielded his saber against the trees, venting his frustration. Liang Chun led his group over hill after hill, then concealed themselves in a hidden space. Once the enemy search team passed, they planted a series of landmines behind them and made a hasty retreat. Firing a burst from a machine gun, the enemy, realizing they had eluded the search party, quickly turned back, only to stumble into the minefield. Liang Chun pressed the trigger, and a series of explosions decimated the enemy ranks. The colonel himself was caught in the chaos, and amidst the debris, Liang Chun discovered an ivory-handled saber. Once again, he slipped away, leaving the enemy to regroup and discover that a quarter of their forces had been obliterated. Although their fighting spirit remained, the colonel and several officers could no longer be rallied. They had been at the epicenter of the devastation. "Major, what shall we do? Here, he holds the highest rank, while the others have succumbed to drink. This cursed enemy must be eliminated, not merely captured. Otherwise, I shall have no explanation upon my return." The major has no desire to resort to seppuku. Having arrived in the paradise of Huaxia, I wish to avoid descending directly into hell. The enemy has been tormented by Liang Chun in the mountains for over 2 months, causing them to become increasingly paranoid, checking every mouse hole for Liang Chun's presence. With over 10,000 men, they have now shed their former confidence. "Major, it has begun to snow. Should we not consider returning? The enemy is hidden within these mountains, and we cannot locate him, having already lost numerous brave warriors, and our thin garments cannot withstand the harsh cold. Yet retreat is not an option. The snowfall is advantageous, allowing us to trace his footprints. We will no longer search blindly." The major fears returning, dreading the disgrace of seppuku. The greater the loss, the deeper the fear. Indeed, the major is wise. Neither we nor he possess winter clothing. If we do not slay him, we shall not return. We shall not go back without bringing his head with us. My family has suffered at his hands. As the enemy shouted, others echoed their sentiments, urging the search for Liang Chun to continue. Liang Chun observed from a distance, watching them shiver in the cold. "What a bunch of fools. Have you come here to serve as a thermometer? The enemy must be sending supplies again. I must see how much they bring, for I shall seize whatever I can. I shall ensure that you either freeze or starve. Escaping the mountains will not be permitted while I, Liang Chun, oppose it." Days passed, and the enemy could no longer endure the harsh conditions. As they prepared to descend, Liang Chun set up mines and grenades to greet them. With renewed vigor, over 2,000 enemy soldiers charged, their spirits lifted by the sight of a figure in the distance. "Bakayuru, we are almost out of the mountains. Yet we must turn back." The enemy was on the verge of collapse. For days they had hunted without success, and there were no prey left nearby. After 2 months of following Liang Chun in the mountains, they were utterly exhausted, while he showed no signs of fatigue. The possibility of exiting the mountains remained uncertain. Chapter 37. We shall drag you down. Little devils. Liang Chun observed that they could not escape the mountains. They had gone days without proper food, surviving only on snow. "Let us see if you can eat grass," he thought. If they wished to leave the mountains, he would give them a taste of explosives. Now, it had become a single individual pursuing a large group, the enemy staggering from hunger. After 4 more days, some could bear it no longer and resorted to taking their own lives. Once the first did so, the second soon followed, and the suicides continued. The enemy garrison at the foot of the mountain had long assumed them dead. How long had it been? They should have returned by now, whether captured or not. Liang Chun launched his final assault, and the enemy crumbled, leaving the mountain behind. Wild beasts gradually returned to forage for food. Liang Chun arrived at the old man's village, relieved to find it untouched by the enemy. He could finally depart and return home. It was imperative to arrive before the new year. His wife was about to give birth, and his lineage was to be ushered into the world. Alone, he mounted his steed and rode swiftly, evading towns and checkpoints wherever possible. Unwilling to squander time in transit, he returned to the city where he had vanquished the enemy general. For he was in dire need of provisions, particularly to procure a hearty meal from the tavern. The establishment was devoid of prepared food. "Sir, we are hosting a banquet for the Locust Army today and cannot serve outsiders. Please forgive us." 2 young attendants obstructed Liang Chun's path. Liang Chun thought to himself, "Oh, are they aspiring to be traitors?" Infuriated, he departed, albeit not far, heading to another tavern across from his home. "Owner, Could you kindly prepare a substantial amount of food for me? The more, the better. Sir, that's not an issue. However, we must procure some expensive ingredients. So you will need to wait a while. The proprietor, observing the silver Liang Chen offered, noted the numerous dishes, most of which were duplicates, with several requiring dozens of portions. This was a significant client, not to be trifled with. He arranged for the young attendants to fetch the supplies while he sat down to enjoy tea and converse with Liang Chen. What is the situation across the street? Liang Chen inquired. It's a long story. The old L family used to be respectable merchants. Unexpectedly, they had a beautiful daughter, who was ravaged by the enemy. Old L sought justice at the enemy's headquarters, but after 2 visits, he was nearly beaten to death. Thus, he succumbed and is now hosting a banquet to appease them. What? Such cowardice! Liang Chen's anger intensified. Shortly thereafter, the tavern across the street was bustling with activity. With over 200 tables laden with fine food and drink, the enemy had arrived in numbers exceeding 1,300, accompanied by several young attendants and the proprietor, Old L, along with his wife and daughter, who all came out to welcome their guests. The liaison officer, who had facilitated the gathering, joined them. Gentlemen, please come inside. I acknowledge my past mistakes in troubling the Locust army, and I offer this modest feast to express my apologies, Old L said with a beaming smile, bowing in deference. Indeed, you are a commendable citizen, the enemy officer remarked, visibly taken by the beauty of the mother and daughter, suggesting that his soldiers might wish to borrow them in the future, his smile widening with the thought. The young soldiers called out to the women, flower girls. Yet the women maintained their composure, responding graciously, please, gentlemen, come inside. As over 1,000 guests settled into the tavern, the enemy soldiers hesitated to begin their meal. Old L understood the cue and started sampling the dishes himself. At that moment, the attendants at other tables also took a bite, which reassured the enemy soldiers, prompting them to indulge in copious amounts of food and drink. The mother and daughter frequently raised their glasses in toasts, while the soldiers occasionally groped them. Yet they continued to smile amiably. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, the highest-ranking enemy officer proposed to retire to a private room with the mother and daughter for further drinking, to which Old L did not object. As the enemy soldiers reveled in their merriment, they failed to notice that all the attendants had vanished. On the first floor, each attendant appeared at various corners, each carrying a bundle of explosives. Brother Hong, let us commence, they shouted, having escorted their patrons away. The attendants ignited the grenades, triggering the explosives. With a series of thunderous blasts, the tavern was reduced to rubble. Liang Chen and the proprietor stood in shock. Nearby observers were equally astounded. Had they perished together with the enemy? Such youthful lives wasted. The L family, along with the enemy soldiers, had met their demise in this tragic finale. Though an honest and straightforward merchant, Liang Chen is indeed a true man. He and the shopkeeper deeply bow in the private room to bid farewell to the heroes. Offering their apologies for their earlier remarks, Liang Chen collected all the food that had been brought in, only to discover a throng of enemies downstairs. He exited the tavern. Finding the streets devoid of citizens, he had stealthily evaded the enemy. Observing that the foes were concentrated before the ruins, Liang Chen retrieved a heavy machine gun and opened fire directly onto the street, unleashing 100 rounds to vent his pent-up fury. The unsuspecting foes, still gazing at the debris, fell like wheat before the scythe, their ranks collapsing under the sudden onslaught. Just as abruptly as it began, Liang Chen ceased firing, hastily retracting the machine gun, leaving only a few enemies behind, now resembling timid kittens. The shopkeeper witnessed this act, astonished to find 2 groups of heroes in one day, marking yet another occasion where this fallen city had brought tears to the enemy's eyes. Liang Chen fled the city, heading towards Fengtian. Along the way, he encountered an enemy support unit, but managed to evade them. After passing through Fengtian, he mounted his horse and galloped towards Jinfengshai, sidestepping the direction of Liaoyang. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, anxiety surged within him as he hurried before the enemy could repair the roads. He rode until he reached the mountain's base, leading his horse into the stronghold. The guards had already spotted him. The company commander had finally returned, prompting him to summon Lieutenant Jiang and others to welcome Liang Chen. Commander, you have finally returned. Madam has been worried sick about you, calling every day. You should call her back at once. I will do so immediately, Liang Chen replied, rushing into the office and seizing the phone. Hello, is Liang Chen back? Came the urgent voice of Chu Lingyan from the other end. Dear wife, I am back and will see you shortly, Liang Chen said, his heart swelling with excitement upon hearing her voice. You still know how to come back. Why not die out there and spare me the worry? She lamented. Do not cry, my heart is home, he reassured her before hanging up. Contemplating a gift for Chu Lingyan. Suddenly, he noticed several enemy corpses nearby. He approached the cliff's edge and unceremoniously disposed of them below to feed the beasts. His search for a gift began, and he found many articles of clothing, which he packed into bags he had brought from the future. He then ventured into the mountains towards the new camp to find Chu Lingyan. Lieutenant Jiang, Where is the commander? Several other lieutenants approached, eager to see Liangchen. Where could the bull that has been away for half a year have gone? Huh, perhaps he went to find a cow? If so, it would be futile, as the lady is about to give birth. Indeed, he must be missing his wife. We should return. Chapter 38. At last. I meet my wife. Liangchen galloped tirelessly to the new camp, growing increasingly anxious as he drew nearer, longing to see Chu Lingyan in the shortest time possible. Chu Lingyan awaited at the entrance with Xiao Qin, her heart leaping as she spotted the familiar figure, her lips instinctively curling into a smile. However, her expression quickly shifted. She was determined to teach him a lesson for his prolonged absence, seemingly engrossed in slaying enemies without a thought for home. Xiao Qin, oblivious to such sentiments, felt immense relief at the return of the true head of the household, her heart brimming with joy. Son-in-law, son-in-law, Xiao Qin exclaimed, dancing as she called out to Liangchen. Upon hearing her voice, Liangchen turned to see his wife and Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin called out to herself, while Chu Lingyan glanced in his direction. Though her expression was less than favorable, he truly had upset her. Wife, I'm back. I've missed you terribly. Let me have a look. Liangchen feigned ignorance of Chu Lingyan's demeanor, circling around her, and then extended his arms for a princess carry. Xiao Qin stifled a laugh behind him, remarking on his masculinity. Regardless of your anger, let us embrace first. Hurry and put me down. This is so embarrassing. People will laugh at me. Chu Lingyan conceded, defeated by his antics. This man is utterly unaware that your wife is expecting. Carrying her into the house is futile. Yet he holds her quite securely. Where have you been wandering again? You've been gone for so long. Please don't tell me you returned with a child to introduce. Introduce what? I've been busy dealing with over 10,000 enemies in the mountains for months. From land acquisition to the first snowfall. Your husband is remarkably resilient. He managed to outlast them all. Over 10,000? Chu Lingyan was taken aback, realizing her husband not only contended with bears, but had also engaged in battle with a vast number of foes, ultimately defeating them. They were relentless, pursuing me like a tenacious turtle, refusing to let go. What grudge could incite such fervor? I eliminated the common folk they brought with them. They came to seize our land and massacre our villages. I retaliated against their people as well. Perhaps they had family among the soldiers. It matters not. They are invaders. Regardless of their attire, they are enemies in my eyes, and must not be allowed to return alive. Well, if they must be killed, let us not falter. If we cannot drive them away, let our son continue the fight. Once he grows, you shall call him capable. Why didn't you persuade me to stay home? I do not wish for our son to be labeled a bandit at birth. I must descend the mountain. The enemies obstruct our path. So, let his father and mother carve a way for him down. Chu Lingyan was willing to sacrifice their lives for their son. Surely. How many troops can those little devils muster in such a small territory? This year, 10,000 or 20,000, and next year a few more thousand. Gradually, their numbers will dwindle. They can hardly retaliate as it stands. Son-in-law, it's time to eat, Xiao Qin announced as she prepared a meal for him. Once finished, she called for Liangchen. Xiao Qin, come in, we have gifts for you. Liangchen approached to collect a large package brimming with fur coats, mink, fox, and tiger skins, along with several leather coats from enemy shops. Wow, these are exquisite. Xiao Qin and Chu Lingyan rushed over to admire them. Liangchen picked the most beautiful piece and offered it to Chu Lingyan, but alas, her pregnancy prevented her from fitting into it. This white one is stunning. What do you think of this one? Xiao Qin twirled in the coat, showcasing its elegance. Beautiful. Our Xiao Qin is already lovely, and wearing this coat makes her even more enchanting. I wonder which fool will be unfortunate enough to face the consequences, remarked Chu Lingyan. Hee, where are you, you fool? Xiao Qin shouted loudly, startling the nearby neighbors. What has gotten into this girl? Is she longing for a man? The situation with the Japanese devils is dire. There is a shortage of food, and the common folk are left with nothing. They can only seek provisions from the landowners, who are too afraid to provoke the invaders. However, not everyone cowers before the enemy. There exists a landlord by the surname Wang. Old man, take the women and children to Jinfeng village. It is said that the people there are not afraid of the Japanese. My sworn brother, the child of the Jiang family, is there. Through him, we secured some weapons from their village chief, Chu Lingyan. I, along with your brothers, will fight alongside them. Once you arrive, the Jiang boy will look after you, ensuring your safety. Let us leave a legacy. They have wreaked havoc here. Let them learn that they are not untouchable. Your father has roamed these lands for many years without being bullied. Are you afraid? If so, then follow your elder brother. Father, we are not afraid. Brothers in arms. Fathers and sons on the battlefield. It is but one life we have. Let these weaklings know the strength of the northeastern men, declared the second son with bravado. Father, allow the second son to take the family to Jinfeng village. I will remain. As the eldest brother, I cannot act like a coward. I will guide you on the road to the underworld, he added defiantly. Nonsense. Among you, you are the most level-headed, capable of protecting the family. Take the people and the money, and depart swiftly. Seeing his father's urgency, he took the caravan and left. He had been to Jifeng village before. Though the family owned little land, their income was substantial, engaging in various trades in the city. Second and third brothers, go summon the villagers. Our family's grain is for the Huaxia people only. Let the villagers share it among themselves. Yes. The two brothers went out to call for help. And soon many arrived, grateful to receive their share of grain before departing. A few young men, aware of the old man's intentions, said, "Village chief, the Wang family is preparing to go to war against the Japanese. I believe we should evacuate the villagers to Jinfeng village. They are the only ones nearby who are unafraid of the enemy and have often clashed with them. Let them leave. There is nothing worth holding on to here. Living under the noses of the Japanese is exhausting. Inform everyone to relocate." That very night, the entire village moved. Yet, 20 or 30 young men remained, determined to fight alongside the Wang family, armed with rifles. The Wang family was well-liked in the area, though affluent. They never bullied others and even assisted their neighbors during times of disaster. It was time to repay their kindness, even if they could not rescue the Wang family. They were willing to stand firm with them. After 2 days, the Japanese grain collection team arrived, only to find no one to attend to them. "Baka, where's everyone?" The Japanese jumped from their vehicles and began banging on the door. With a resounding gunshot, the battle commenced. The Japanese attempted to scale the walls, but Wang Laosan unleashed a volley from his light machine gun at the invaders on the wall. Wang Laosi, Laowu, and their cousin followed the old man, each wielding 2 pistols, firing at the enemy outside. The second son, armed with a Type 38 rifle, took position on the rooftop, targeting the enemy with precision. The situation has deteriorated, the enemy has arrived, and we must act. Several young men from the village seized their rifles and rushed towards the residence of Old Wang. The air was filled with shouts and chaos as the enemy soldiers continued to shout in their native tongue. Suddenly, one of them was struck in the head and fell lifeless, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to fate. The enemy did not falter, continuing their assault. From an initial force of 60 to 70, only about 30 remained, and they began to suffer significant losses. The tide of battle began to stabilize. The sound of gunfire echoed, bang, bang, when Wang Laosi was the first to be hit, followed closely by Old Wang, though he was fortunate enough to avoid a fatal blow. "Father, Little 4, eliminate these wretched foes," commanded Wang Laosan, who took charge of the ground operations. Their resources were limited to just 10 grenades. Use them wisely. But remember to save one for our last hope should the enemy breach our defenses. "Understood, third brother," replied Little 5, slipping a grenade into his pocket. The gunfire resumed, bang, 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 as the village youths joined the fray, targeting the enemy with precision. "Watch out, there are foes behind us," shouted one of the young men. 6 or 7 enemy soldiers redirected their fire. The second volley rang out, bang, 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 resulting in the fall of 3 young men, while only 1 enemy soldier remained standing. The third round of gunfire erupted, and once again, a young man fell, yet the enemy was also wounded, sustaining 2 shots. "We are being rescued," Little 5 exclaimed, calling to his brother. "I didn't expect the Wang family to be without aid." "Thank you, brothers. Fight fiercely," urged Wang Laosan. The enemy hesitated, unable to scale the wall as 10 or so soldiers launched an attack from the rear. Their numbers dwindled as they faced a pincer movement, forcing a retreat. The remaining enemy soldiers hurried towards their truck. The youths pursued, firing relentlessly. The Wang brothers leapt over the courtyard wall in pursuit of the retreating foes. The enemy managed to escape in a truck. The young men gathered together, and the Wang brothers mourned briefly for their father, brother, and fallen comrades, laying them to rest. They then scoured the battlefield for better weapons, burying what they could not carry in wooden crates underground, and proceeded to Jinfeng. Upon arrival, Wang Laoda sought out Lieutenant Jiang. "Brothers from the Wang family, what brings you here with your families? Has something grave occurred?" "Do not ask," Wang Laoda replied. "The enemy demanded 1,000 jin of grain from my family. Knowing my father's temperament, he refused to part with a single grain for them. Choosing instead to prepare for a fight, I had to send my family to Jinfeng for safety. Brother Wang, our company commander has returned. Allow me to call him and inquire about his intentions." "Please hold on," Jiang replied. Chapter 39. True Sons of the Northeast. The call from Lieutenant Jiang came through. "Someone has come to seek refuge. Liang Chun," he announced upon receiving the call. Liang Chun promptly answered. "An old acquaintance of mine has come to join our ranks." Jiang said, "You need not inform me. Consider it a recruitment. It is not just one person. They have come with their families. Have you inquired about the circumstances?" Liang Chun noted, surprised to see families arriving in such numbers, though he would not admit that Jinfeng was a refuge for the displaced. The common folk certainly perceived it as such. The situation at their home was dire, as Captain Jiang recounted the events. True to the spirit of northeastern men, he vowed to provide refuge and to transport their families to the new camp. "I shall accompany you to the home of old Master Wang, if there are survivors. we will rescue them. If not, we shall ensure they receive a proper burial with all due honors. Thank you, Company Commander, I replied, my heart brimming with resolve. Captain Jiang was taken aback by the company commander's decision to descend the mountain for a rescue. After the call ended, I relayed the news to Brother Wang. Our company commander intends to lead the brothers down the mountain to rescue the old master. Thank you, Jiang family brothers. And thank you, company commander. There's no need for thanks. The commander has instructed me to take your family to the new camp. It is our secure rear base. Far safer than this place. Thank you, Wang Chifeng, the eldest son of the Wang family, expressed his gratitude. Astonished that they had not encountered any difficulties upon arrival and intrigued by the company commander. As Captain Jiang escorted the Wang family, I hurried to greet them. This family is comprised of heroes, is it not? Captain Jiang, are these the family members of the illustrious old Master Wang? Indeed, this is Wang Chifeng, the oldest son. As for the others, I fear Captain Jiang did not elaborate. There is also the possibility that the old master and his kin emerged victorious, I speculated. Ling Yan, please arrange accommodations for the Wang family. Captain Jiang and I shall venture down the mountain. How long will you be gone? Chu Lingyan inquired. A hint of fear in her voice. It shall not be long. We intend to visit Wang's village to ascertain whether the old master still lives. If he does, we shall offer our support. Upon seeing Chu Lingyan nod, I set out with Wang Chifeng and Captain Jiang. We reached Jifengzhai, where we summoned the brothers from 2 platoons to join our descent. However, before we could leave, we encountered villagers from Wang's village, pushing carts and assisting the elderly and young. What brings you here, fellow villagers? I approached them to inquire about their situation. Our old Master Wang is preparing to confront the enemy. The village chief, fearing for our safety, sent us to seek refuge at Jifengzhai. Some young men are remaining behind to assist the old master. I see. Platoon leader, please escort the villagers to the new camp. We must hurry to assist them. Understood. I will lead them to find Uncle Du at the new camp. I did not wish for them to be left homeless. Their arrival was fortuitous, indicating that the common folk had not abandoned them. With purpose, I led them down the mountain. For there was still hope that old Master Wang and his family might be alive. We moved swiftly, driven by the desire to rescue them. Halfway down, gunfire erupted in the distance, prompting us to quicken our pace. It could very well be them. I hastened my steps. Upon arrival, I confirmed that it was indeed our comrades, engaged in an encounter with the enemy. Only a handful of villagers remained in Wang's village, with several lying on the ground. Engage, I commanded, brandishing my light machine gun as I plunged into battle, with 3 light machine guns leading the charge and rifles providing cover fire. We faced over 20 enemy soldiers, swiftly reducing their numbers. The light machine guns suppressed them, forcing them to seek refuge behind trees. Reinforcements from Jifengzhai have arrived. Open fire. Let us avenge our brothers. Wang Lauer, witnessing that only little Wu remained of his family, having lost his elder brothers and father, was consumed by vengeance, his aim accurate. The enemy, exposed behind cover, fell victim to our relentless fire. Brothers, are you all unharmed? Liangshan and Captain Jiang, upon witnessing the demise of the enemy soldiers, approached Wang Lahar. A total of over a dozen lives had been sacrificed, leaving only a few of us alive. We encountered these foes again midway and engaged in battle. My father and the village chief remained in the village, while my younger brothers, the 3rd and 4th, have also perished. Wang La Wang Laodao, and Wang Laowu could no longer contain their sorrow. During the fight, there had been no time for grief. But now their emotions overwhelmed them. This is not a place for mourning. We must clear the battlefield and retreat. There will be ample opportunities for vengeance against the enemy. Liangshan did not wish for them to confront the enemy directly again and urged a swift return to the mountains. He dug a few pits and went out to search for supplies. In fact, he retrieved some mats from his spatial storage, rolled them up, and temporarily buried them by the roadside, intending to bring them back to the mountains later. Delin, take the brothers from Wang's village to Jifengzhai. I will accompany the others to investigate. The enemy seems desperate and capable of anything. I fear for the safety of the civilians. Company Commander, we will accompany you to take revenge on those bastards and avenge our brothers in the village. You have already fought in 2 battles. Return to the village to rest and check on your families. Do not let them worry. Liangshan insisted they stay behind, recognizing their exhaustion and lack of training, which would diminish their survival chances on the battlefield. The 2 groups parted ways. Liangshan led his team to search for the enemy from nearby villages. After some inquiries, they finally spotted the enemy in Chundian village, where a group of about 30 to 40 enemy soldiers were preparing to leave the village with their vehicles. They concealed themselves following the usual protocol, hiding behind a large tree while waiting for the enemy to enter range. The enemy, along with their traitors, were boasting and cursing, and Liangshan understood they had just committed atrocities. Upon closer inspection, Liangshan observed their numbers and called out, "Fire!" The light machine gun had already begun its deadly chorus. The sound of gunfire served as their command. The soldiers, filled with animosity, were eager to annihilate the enemy. The surprise attack, coupled with their skillful marksmanship, quickly left the enemy decimated. They reloaded and cleared the battlefield, hauling the provisions back to the village. Liangchen was anxious to enter the village for a look. Before they could leave, a woman, disheveled and wielding a kitchen knife, rushed out, striking down the fallen enemy soldiers repeatedly. The team members attempted to pull her away, but Liangchen intervened. What purpose does it serve to kill the fallen? If you seek vengeance, let us take you to confront the living enemy. I have no face left to live, she sobbed, teetering on the edge of despair. This is not the time for such thoughts. In the Northeast, it is not only you who have suffered, many have endured the same torment. Countless others grit their teeth and strive to live, seeking opportunities to slay them. What is there to fear in death? The last time I descended from the mountains, the proprietress of a tavern and her daughter were victimized by the enemy. They chose not to accept their fate and lured the enemy into the tavern, where 20 or so young men and their family perished together with explosives. Compared to them, you are a coward. Is it truly possible? Yes, at Jinfengzhai, we have not only male soldiers, but also female fighters. The only language the enemy understands is that of bullets. Inflicting harm upon yourself merely offers them a spectacle. Will you take me in? I wish to join the fight against the enemy. Let us embark on this journey together. There exists no obstacle insurmountable. I do not advocate for mutual destruction with them. We shall endure and witness their demise, one after another. Chapter 40. Leading them into the mountains, I shall accompany you. Do not bully the sisters remaining in the village, those wretched beasts. Woe is me, young lady, let us enter the village. You should persuade those women. Your words carry more weight than mine. Even if they have been wronged, they must survive, for life offers the chance to confront the enemy. Slaying even one would be an act of vengeance. We must hasten back to the village. The young lady, regaining her composure, began to worry about the other women and swiftly ran into the village. Liangchen, leading his team, also entered the village. Several men lay lifeless in the village, while some elders obstructed the young people. As Liangchen approached, the villagers were too engulfed in their grief to acknowledge him, weeping sorrowfully. Some mourned their sons, while others lamented their fathers and mothers. Among them were a few children, no more than 5 or 6 years old, and a young mother, her hair disheveled, cradling her lifeless infant in her arms, fearful that someone might snatch her child away, despite the child's breath having ceased. Liangchen's fingernails dug deep into his palms. As the memories of his own family flooded back, how strikingly similar the past seemed to the present. Villagers, let us prepare the deceased for burial. The enemy shall pay dearly for their transgressions. Liangchen finally spoke. Young man, who are you? The village chief inquired, raising his head to look at Liangchen. Old sir, I am the leader of Jinfengzhai. We have arrived late, Liangchen replied. Jinfengzhai? The village chief did not anticipate the arrival of bandits. Father, it was they who killed those beasts. The corpses of the enemy still lie by the small bridge 2 miles outside the village. A girl who had returned earlier led a few women over. Is that so? Thank you, leader. Thank you for slaying those vile creatures. The village chief wept profusely. Leader, do you still recruit? I wish to join you in avenging my sister. A young man rushed forward. Son, you must not go. A woman cried out, fearing for her son's life once more. Mother, the enemy never intended for us to survive. A few more days of existence is not worth it if we cannot fight back. Slaying a few can avenge our family in advance. The young man displayed remarkable courage. I shall accompany brother Huan as well. I refuse to live in fear any longer. Until the enemy is utterly vanquished, I shall not return. Several young men stepped forward in solidarity. But what shall become of the villagers if you all leave? The village chief raised a valid concern, for only the elderly, children, and women would remain. Very well, let the entire village relocate to Jinfengzhai, where there is ample space for everyone. Return to gather your belongings, for we have numerous carts and oxen outside. Liangchen thought it prudent to take them all, lest the villagers find themselves unable to survive. Let us go? The old village chief resolved, a glimmer of hope dawning upon the villagers. Chunfeng, lead everyone back. You know the way. Yes, commander. A dozen individuals would return with them to ensure safety along the route. Yes, commander, they affirmed, as a contingent of guards accompanied them out of the village. The villagers had walked for an hour when Liangchen and his team had just finished burying their fellow villagers. A lookout returned with urgent news. Commander, those despicable scoundrels have arrived, and their numbers are considerable. How many? Liangchen inquired. Commander, there are around 300 of those vile enemies, the lookout reported. We cannot remain in this village, it is too small. We shall lead them into the mountains and confront them there. Over 20 individuals swiftly departed the village, running to the foot of the mountain. After a brief wait, they witnessed Liangchen unleash a burst from his light machine gun upon the enemy. Subsequently, they retreated into the mountains. The enemy pursued them with a fervor akin to that of avenging a father's murder. They hastily followed into the mountains, which were expansive enough to necessitate their dispersal in search of the intruders. Liang Chun continued to fire upon the enemy, utilizing his Barrett rifle. The enemy lieutenant pointed out the direction, charging toward the sound of the gunfire. Unbeknownst to them, some individuals remained hidden in the trees. Once the enemy passed, they descended swiftly, armed with short knives, and stealthily approached, dispatching the enemy from behind with precise strikes while acting as the rear guard. Liang Chun relentlessly shot at the enemy, who were preoccupied with pursuing the gunfire and neglected their flanks. The team, having eliminated their targets, pressed on, taking down one enemy after another. As they observed the enemy congregating, they seized submachine guns and opened fire from behind. At such close range, with over 20 submachine guns unleashed, they decimated nearly half of the enemy forces in the initial volley. They then took cover behind a large tree as the enemy retaliated with gunfire. Yangchen, from the rear, deployed grenades against the enemy, causing dust and debris to cloud the forest, obscuring visibility and forcing them to fire blindly. The team repositioned to a concealed location, finding new cover to continue their assault. Upon hearing the crack of the Mauser rifle, they fired back. Liang Chun persistently hurled grenades, moving about energetically, occasionally using a shotgun to eliminate foes. The enemy, believing themselves encircled, contracted their forces, inadvertently facilitating Liang Chun and his team. The enemy formed a tight circle, seemingly preparing to regroup. Observing their formation, Liang Chun launched a rocket into their midst, resulting in the obliteration of several enemy combatants, while others sustained injuries, prompting Liang Chun to continue throwing grenades. The relentless fire from submachine guns continued to rain down upon them. The enemy, unaccustomed to such formidable opponents, found themselves directionless in their attempts to charge. After 2 hours of fierce combat, the smoke finally cleared, revealing the fallen enemies strewn across the ground. They drew their pistols to finish off the remaining foes. Ensuring the area was secure, they collected over 200 rifles, 3 light machine guns, and more than 10 grenade launchers, along with 2 heavy machine guns. As they retraced their steps to scavenge the battlefield, Yangchen gathered the weapons and ammunition, and they ascended from the mountain, carrying 2 rifles as they departed. Commander, will it suffice to bury the weapons and ammunition here? Should we not gather more individuals to transport them back? Lieutenant Jiang remained troubled by the fate of the armaments. Do not fret, leaving them here is of no consequence. We are not in want of weapons and ammunition. An excess would be a burden. We shall return for them when our numbers have increased. With fewer men, these weapons are unnecessary. Commander, I have lived in fear of poverty. Had I possessed a rifle back then, I would have fought the enemy with fervor. Little did I know that there were such methods to combat them until I met you. Following you, I have already recouped my losses. Just now, 2 of our brothers fell, struck by enemy fire. Huang Liming expressed, Lieutenant, I have avenged my family. Please extend my gratitude to the commander. I have gained much from this. Alas, to have sacrificed? Let us carry our brothers back. They cannot be left here. Even in death, we must return together. We are brothers. In life, we fought the enemy side by side, and in death, we shall be neighbors, buried amidst the woods of Jinfengzhai. Alive, we belong to Jinfengzhai. In death, we become its spirits. Let our brothers accompany us in vanquishing the enemy. Commander, we are bringing our brothers home. Lieutenant Jiang and one brother carry one, while Liangchen and another brother carry the other. The rest stand guard as we advance towards Jinfengzhai. Chapter 41. Burial and another solitary departure from the mountain. The group carries the 2 brothers, and after hours of arduous travel, they finally arrive at Jinfengzhai. Commander, what has happened? 2 brothers have departed from us. Prepare some red paint. I will step outside for a moment. Brother Jiang, take some men to the large forest within and dig 2 graves. There shall be our resting place in the future. Are you afraid? Not at all, Commander. Just consider us as the deceased. Our loved ones await us over there, and even if we depart, we shall bring back a few enemy heads. Indeed, following the commander, we have already slain many foes and shall continue to do so. We joined you to exact vengeance upon the enemy. Life is of little value. How many capable soldiers do we have now? Over 1,000, Lieutenant Jiang replied to Liangchen. Let us recruit another 1,000 in the future. 1,000 will remain to guard, while another 1,000 accompanies me to battle the enemy. Once recruits arrive, we must train them incessantly. Good men are not scarce. How many are there now without enmity towards the enemy? Northeastern men are known for their valor, Wang Chunfeng remarked. Excellent, in the coming days. Arrange for men to descend the mountain. Chunfeng, you should also visit your family. They must be grieving. There is no need for sorrow. My father never intended for us to survive. When we were young, he told us that the men of the family protect the women, and in times of danger. Even in death, we must strive for the living hope of our women. Thus, our family understands. Truly a man of honor. Now that the external enemy has arrived, we must lead the charge for our fellow villagers in the northeast. Even in death, we shall not be cowards. Liangchen devised a plan to summon new recruits for training, intending to lead them into guerrilla warfare, ensuring the young enemy would not feel secure in their tyranny here. Liangshan ventured into the mountains in search of substantial stones. Through diligence and perseverance, he eventually found 2 large boulders, each approximately 2 meters in size. He brought them into his space, split them in half, and fashioned 2 stone coffins. The leftover material was sculpted into 2 stone tablets, each bearing lifelike portraits of the brothers. He stacked the 2 coffins together, hoisting them upon his shoulders as he entered the village. The onlookers were awestruck, indeed. He was the man who had defeated a grizzly bear with bare hands. The bodies of the 2 brothers were cleaned and dressed in new garments, placed within the stone coffins, which were then adorned with red paint. The burial commenced only after the paint had dried, and once the earth was filled. The graves were constructed with stone bricks, forming a precise square. Commander, this is a grand burial. It is rare for commoners to possess even a single coffin. The 2 brothers have departed ahead. We shall meet again in the future, Lieutenant Jiang proclaimed. We shall meet again. Wait for us there. Everyone bid farewell to them. After the ceremony, no one saw Liangshan again. Lieutenant Jiang, where is your commander? Chulingyuan inquired, reaching out to Lieutenant Jiang. The company commander has mysteriously vanished after burying 2 brothers. Perhaps he went to procure supplies? Unlikely, for he must be seeking vengeance for the loss of his comrades. Such is his temperament. Pay him no mind. You must focus on your duties. Indeed, Captain Jiang pondered that this commander was a good brother, one she would follow for life. Upon descending the mountain, Liangshan embarked on a quest to locate the enemy's military camp, searching both within and beyond the city. Ensuring he tread carefully, he was determined to return with the heads of enemies for his fallen brothers. Their sacrifices could not be in vain, and the enemy must pay a price. Outside the city of Fengtian, he discovered a sizable military encampment. After several days of reconnaissance, he estimated that there were over 10,000 enemy soldiers. He recognized that he was outmatched, and leading his brothers into such a confrontation would be folly. A strategy was needed. Mere envy would not suffice. After some contemplation, he retrieved a dozen large-caliber cannons from his space. He adjusted their settings and aimed them at the camp. Under the cover of night, each cannon was preloaded with shells. With a swift pull of the cord, the first shell soared into the sky, followed by a cacophony of explosions. Liangshan loaded the shells without haste, observing the camp through his binoculars. Several barracks had already been reduced to rubble, and craters marred the grounds, thanks to his night vision gear. Approaching the cannons, he continued to fire. The sound of the blasts relentless. Chaos erupted within the camp, and the second round of cannon fire sent many enemy soldiers flying into the air, creating a vacuum within a 20-meter radius. After 5 rounds, Liangshan withdrew the cannons into his space as enemy forces began to advance. Upon arrival, he encountered dozens of spent shell casings. The enemy was cunning and had launched a thorough search. As the Japanese soldiers scoured the area, Liangshan deemed it the right moment to exit his space, donning the enemy's uniform and wielding a Type 38 rifle as he sprinted toward the camp. The sentry soldiers were on high alert, questioning his presence. The colonel sent me back to report for reinforcements, he claimed as he approached. With 2 silenced pistols, he swiftly eliminated 2 soldiers, their bodies vanishing into his space. Inside the camp, the Japanese soldiers had already gathered the fallen, their bodies piled against the walls. Liangshan collected them into his space before commencing his assault. The armory was stripped bare, and he employed his previous tactics within the camp, digging shallow pits to bury remote-controlled explosives. Fortunately, the numerous shell craters made the task easy. He placed explosives within them, ensuring they were adequately spaced apart. Once everything was prepared, he departed to wait nearby for the return of the enemy. As dawn broke, the Japanese soldiers began to trickle back, only to discover their camp had been ransacked. In their frustration, they assembled in the courtyard, agitated by the absence of any personnel after a restless night. Seizing the moment, Liangshan pressed the button. A series of deafening explosions ensued, shockwaves reverberating throughout the courtyard. The cries of the enemy echoed as limbs and bodies were sent flying amidst the chaos. As the furious remnants of the enemy departed this world, Liangshan was aware that not all had perished in the blasts. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed forward with a semi-automatic rifle, ensuring that any surviving enemy received their final shots. The battlefield yielded over 2,000 rifles, more than 200 light and heavy machine guns, dozens of mortars, and a multitude of grenades and ammunition. Sated with satisfaction, he departed from the encampment and swiftly retreated into the mountains. The enemy had arrived in full force, but all that remained here was the acrid scent of gunpowder and remnants of severed limbs. The bodies had vanished. Before returning to Jinfengjai, Liangshan left behind the heads of the enemy's soldiers, discarding the rest down the cliffs to feed the wild beasts. He went directly to the graves of the 2 brothers, placing these heads before their tombstones. The ground was littered with them, each displaying a myriad of expressions: anger, terror, anguish, and even a few that could be likened to emoticons. Unbeknownst to him, several hundred comrades had gathered behind Liangshan, their hearts filled with profound respect for him. having single-handedly avenged their fallen brothers by slaying so many foes. Chapter 42. An unexpected visitor. Company commander, thank you. The multitude of men called out in unison for the two brothers. Those who dare to harm our brothers must pay with their lives. Yangshan instructed, you handle this. I shall return to rest for a while. His wife had called him, suggesting he return home. Once these trophies of vengeance are honored, I will have them displayed at the foot of the mountain. Very well, let their heads adorn the entire forest, Liangchen declared. His gaze fierce and predatory like that of a ravenous wolf. Thoughts of his wife flooded his mind, prompting him to wash himself with water before making his way to the new camp. Upon his return to the new encampment, Chu Lingyan breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of him, revitalized and energetic. Liangchen, our numbers are steadily increasing. We've begun to establish separate dining areas. Uncle Du has arranged for wooden fences to enclose this vast area, spanning 3 kilometers, standing 2.5 meters high. Additional housing has been erected outside, transforming it into the largest village. Some reside in caves, while the majority occupy the newly constructed dwellings. What do you think? Safety remains a concern. Every household has been allocated firearms and ammunition. Everyone over 13 must learn to shoot and has been provided with weapons. We cannot fell these large trees, as enemy aircraft may scout the area. If they were to bomb us, none would survive. We must leave the trees beside the houses untouched. Understood, son-in-law, Uncle Du replied. Having heard Liangchen's words, this may very well be the safest place in all of northeast China at present. Liangchen had stored a plethora of supplies within the cave, secured behind a locked door, with only Chu Lingyan possessing the key. Life had become more bearable. Whatever the enemy possessed, Liangchen now had access to as well. Son-in-law, a phone call, Xiaoqin beckoned Liangchen. The past few days had been the happiest of his life, for his son had been born. Son-in-law, your child is already smiling, Xiaoqin exclaimed. Having observed the little one seemingly grinning today, that is not a smile, merely a reflex. It has only been a few days. I will step out to procure some formula for him from the enemy's hospital. It should be available there. Liangchen indeed had some in his space. Having discovered it in the enemy hospital storeroom, he had withheld it for the newborns, as the enemy's wounded did not deserve such nourishment. That is not a smile. I thought he was smiling at me. Son-in-law, please hurry and answer the call. Lieutenant Jiang seems rather anxious. All right, I will return the call. Liangchen entered the cave and connected to Jin Fengzhai. Company commander, someone has come to our village specifically to see you, and I am here to host him. Very well, I shall come at once. Liangchen pondered who it could be but decided to proceed nonetheless. Upon arriving at Jinfeng village in a hurry, I was momentarily taken aback upon entering the office. It was the esteemed elder beside the old commander. What brings you here? Has something happened? Liangchen swiftly approached and grasped his hand, inquiring. Let me tell you, nothing significant has occurred, but since the young commander left the northeast, he has been in a state of melancholy, even bordering on self-destructive behavior, with a singular desire to return to the northeast. Unfortunately, the government forbids it. Even if he wished to return, the challenges are formidable. Alas, if the old commander were still here, he would never have abandoned the northeast. The enemy would have to cross a sea of corpses to enter. Initially, the young commander believed the government would take measures to halt the enemy's advance. But to his dismay, they chose to forsake the northeast. This has left him unsettled, and he has taken to opium. I have returned to seek you out. The young commander has heard of your relentless fight against the enemy and wishes to dispatch a contingent of soldiers to assist you, albeit not in an official military capacity. In due time, I shall travel to Beiping, hoping to discreetly bring them back to you. We must avenge the old commander. Although I have only met the old commander once, I was deeply moved by his charisma. If my arrival could alter the course of history in the northeast, perhaps the young commander might return. However, I do not harbor grand ambitions of vengeance. I merely wish to deal with the small enemies, to uphold our national dignity, and ensure my own family can live in peace. Thank you. The old commander has always held you in high regard and spoken highly of you. It is a pity you were ensnared by the enemy's schemes. The elder's face was etched with sorrow. Regrettably, having only met the old commander once, Liangchen, too, felt a sense of despondency. How many times have the enemy attacked you here? They have assaulted us repeatedly over a prolonged period, but ultimately, they have met their demise at the cliffs, providing sustenance for the beasts below. I yearn to display their severed heads across the mountain. Now that they have come, they shall not return. Your boldness is commendable. The elder, too, hails from a background of ruggedness. Though age has tempered him, his ferocity remains intact. Let the elder stay here for a while. I have some matters to attend to, and then we shall depart together. Very well, I shall make myself at home here. It feels like returning to my homeland. I truly wish to remain. The elder genuinely did not wish to leave. Yet he felt compelled to accompany the young commander for the sake of the old commander. The elder gazed fondly at every tree as Liangchen led him into the hidden fortress, where they inspected all the defenses. Truly, Liangchen is a remarkable talent. Such fortifications would make even the ironclad foes lament their fate. Liangchen then took him back to the new encampment, providing him with a separate courtyard. I never imagined there existed such a tranquil haven in the northeast. When the enemy flees, I shall retire here. Dear elder, you are most welcome. At that time, you may come any time, and I shall personally construct a grand courtyard for you. I shall hold you to that. Here, I could partake in hunting. Reminiscent of the days spent with the old commander, when we ruled the mountains in our youth, when we were all bold and daring. By the way, while I am not a bandit, I can be considered a man of the wild. There are some customs of the bandits that I am not familiar with. My wife never descended from the mountains to rob during her reign. Even bandits have their code of conduct. The most important of which is the 10 prohibitions. The elder was eager to discuss past matters. What are these 10 prohibitions? Liangchen inquired with curiosity. First, one must not rob during funerals. Second, one must not rob the postman. The third stipulation is to refrain from seizing the ferryman's possessions. The fourth is to abstain from commandeering the physician's efforts to save lives. The fifth is to avoid robbing those engaged in gambling. The sixth is to not interfere with those skipping rope. The seventh is to leave the card dealership untouched. The eighth is to respect the monks and nuns. The ninth is to not disturb the widowed and the lonely. The 10th is to refrain from preying upon solitary travelers at night. These comprise the 10 prohibitions of the bandits. The first rule upon joining is to remember these principles, which were passed down orally in a time when literacy was scarce, akin to a monk reciting scriptures. Following the leader, one would memorize these tenets perfectly after just a couple of recitations, despite the leader's own illiteracy. The elder spoke of the great leader with deep admiration, and Liangchen engaged him in tales of the past, for this elder was a living history book. Albeit one focused solely on the great leader's legacy, with some anecdotes about the young leader as well. Liangchen listened with rapt attention, yearning to be reborn in the era of the great leader's conquests, hoping to become his brother. In chapter 43, a general's head is to be offered in tribute to the great leader. The following day, Liangchen departed from Jinfeng village, heading directly towards Fengtian, where a lieutenant general resided whose head he intended to borrow. He infiltrated the city and scouted diligently, particularly observing the command center and the general's residence. Tracking his daily routines for 2 days, after several days of surveillance, he discovered that this individual regularly visited a small courtyard, remaining there for 2 hours before departing. With a minimum of 12 guards present, having pinpointed the location for action, Liangchen noted that the sentry's position had remained unchanged. Seizing a moment when the area was deserted, he stealthily entered the courtyard, positioning himself near the 2 guards closest to the entrance. A woman then emerged from a room, adorned and swaying gracefully, scanning her surroundings but finding nothing amiss before retreating back inside. With little to occupy his time, Liangchen tended to his space, where the mares he had procured had given birth to several foals, all of which he nourished with spring water, hoping to imbue them with strength. Even the war horses that had previously consumed the spring water now sported lustrous manes and exhibited beautifully defined musculature. When these hundreds of horses matured, he envisioned riding into battle alongside his comrades. After a brief rest, Liangchen remained vigilant as the enemy soldiers concluded their shifts. At last, the arrival of the Japanese lieutenant general was anticipated, with all 12 guards stationed at their posts. The elder soldier disembarked his vehicle and leisurely made his way into the building, while 2 guards stood sentinel at the entrance. Liangchen seized the opportunity, swiftly emerging to plunge 2 bayonets into the guards' necks, stowing their bodies within his space before pushing open the door to enter the room where the elder soldier was still disrobing. He hurled the bayonets, and both the woman and the soldier fell silently to the bed. The rationale for eliminating the woman was twofold. Firstly, she had willingly aligned herself with the enemy. And secondly, her potential cries could disturb the outside guards. Dressing in the enemy's uniform, Liangchen severed the general's head and quickly searched the premises before exiting. He affixed a suppressor to his pistol, loading it fully with ammunition. Upon his departure, he discreetly dispatched the 2 guards stationed at the back door, collecting their heads and weaponry before vacating the scene. It is now impossible to leave the city. I sought refuge near the enemy command post, where, after 3 hours, several enemy soldiers returned in a car. Shortly thereafter, a large contingent of them arrived and subsequently exited the command post. Liangchen was aware that they were off to hunt for the assailants. He hurried to the entrance of the command post, where 2 sentries beckoned him over. Without hesitation, he approached them. "What has transpired?" he inquired, having witnessed a squad hastily passing by from a nearby tavern. "Our major general has been assassinated," the sentry replied candidly. "Who possesses such audacity?" Liangchen exclaimed, his fury boiling over as he seized a young enemy soldier and delivered a resounding slap across his face. The young soldier, taken aback, was bewildered that a mere private dared to strike him, a higher-ranking soldier. Though he yearned to retaliate, Liangchen's strength was overwhelming. In a fit of rage, Liangchen's expression transformed, and another young soldier stood frozen in shock. Eventually, he ceased his assault. I apologize. I was overly enraged and lost my composure, Liang Chen offered, attempting to excuse his actions. The young soldier felt a deep frustration, knowing that the anger stemming from the death of their major general was beyond his control. After all, one could hardly retaliate, could they? The other soldier was relieved he had not spoken up, for otherwise, he might have been the recipient of Liang Chen's wrath. As time pressed on, the blade flashed, and a crimson line appeared across the throats of two soldiers, revealing that Liang Chen was not merely prone to slapping, but also wielded a knife. There was no time for contemplation. He swiftly concealed the bodies and boldly entered the command post, commencing his harvest. The most infuriating aspect was that the command post was situated within the Grand General's residence. This time, Liang Chen took even the windows and doors with him. There was no time to plant remote-controlled explosives for a mere squad. Instead, he buried several infantry-triggered mines in the courtyard, exiting through the main gate. He discarded the headless corpses to attract the attention of the enemy before making his way toward the city gate, where he awaited in a nearby alley. At last, he heard the sound of explosions. A few enemy soldiers at the city gate remained vigilant, glancing toward the command post. Liang Chen approached them. "Lieutenant, I need you to assist. I will take your place," he called out. The soldiers, filled with curiosity, were eager to investigate the commotion. "What has transpired at the command post?" they questioned. Enraged by their audacity to mock the situation, Liang Chen grabbed them and retaliated. "How dare you laugh at the plight of your comrades?" he scolded, delivering another round of slaps. "I will step outside to assess for enemies," he declared, ignoring their pleas. "If you wish to mimic your enemies, be prepared to receive my wrath once more." Without another word, he exited the city, hastily fleeing the place of turmoil. Riding his steed toward Liaoyang City, he returned to Jinfengzhai as darkness enveloped the land. As Liang Chen entered the village atop his magnificent horse, he was met with inquiries. "Where have you been these past few days? We have managed to recruit over 1,000 men, but our supplies are growing thin." "Fear not, brother. I shall recruit another 1,000, and it will suffice, especially since they will be well-fed provisions. We lack neither weapons nor food, only manpower," Liang Chen lamented, still troubled by the shortage of soldiers. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Brother, we also require female soldiers. Women can be just as formidable as men." "What do you mean by female soldiers?" "That would significantly increase our numbers." This time, not a single female soldier was recruited. Numerous women inquired about the enlistment. Liang Chen was well aware that female soldiers could indeed engage in combat, matching their male counterparts in valor. Even at this juncture, there are those who insist that women should be distanced from the ravages of war. Can one truly escape? When faced with the prospect of servitude to a foreign power, distinctions between men and women become irrelevant. Survival itself is at stake. Liang Chen approached the elder with a cloth bag in hand. "What do you carry there?" the elder inquired. "The head of a general from the Japanese forces in Fengtian," Liang replied. "I will present it as a tribute to the old commander. Then we shall set forth to meet the young marshal in Beiping. You hold a grudge, young one. Well done indeed. Presenting it to honor the old commander will not tarnish his reputation, it is fitting." The elder was taken aback that Liang Chen had taken such an initiative. It was an act of loyalty to both the old and young commanders. Upon returning to the new camp, Liang Chen bid farewell to Chu Lingyan, preparing to gather the troops. He knew that the soldiers from the northeast were eager to return to battle, and many would undoubtedly wish to come back. Their own forces would also experience growth. The time would come when they could face the enemy directly. "You're back, young one. Let us go to the old commander's grave and let him take vengeance on this general," the elder exclaimed in frustration. With the severed head in tow, they made their way back to the outskirts of Fengtian, to the grave of the old commander. Liang Chen placed the head before the grave, bowing thrice in respect. Before departing, he buried the head at the commander's south resting place. "Old commander, please avenge me against this general. Do not worry. I have dealt with his guards. They are hanging from trees, and he is left without assistance to face your wrath." Chapter 44. An audience with the young Marshal Liang Chen emerged from the woods leading two magnificent steeds. "Where did you acquire such splendid horses?" the elder, a true aficionado of equines, asked. In his youth, he was a formidable warrior atop a steed. How could he not admire such fine animals? "One of these horses is for you, and the other for the young marshal. Let us depart before the enemy takes notice. We must exert ourselves to avoid detection." With a swift motion, the elder mounted one of the horses, and Liang Chen followed suit. They galloped forth, encountering a Japanese checkpoint. Liang Chen hurled several grenades, catching the enemy and their collaborators off guard. They were obliterated before they could react. They charged through, as if to mock the enemy. Upon reaching the borders of Beiping, they were met by their own troops. The elder's face was familiar to every soldier in the ranks. Thereafter, their passage became more seamless. The elder led Liang Chen to the marshal's residence. "The elder has returned." The servants greeted him eagerly. "And the young marshal?" the elder inquired. "Alas, he has just finished smoking and is currently asleep." His family is quite worried for him. Let us wait a while, Liangchen suggested. He wanted to awaken for at least another 2 hours. They settled down to converse about the current situation, as well as matters closer to home. Uncle, you have returned. A young man emerged. You still indulge in that vice. It is harmful to your health. Once addicted, it is difficult to break free. This must be Liangchen. The hero? Upon seeing Liangchen, the young marshal brightened, for he was not one to remain lost in indulgence. He kept a vigilant eye on the developments in the northeast, particularly concerning Jin Fengzhai, and was well informed about many of Liangchen's undertakings. Greetings, young marshal. This is indeed our first meeting, though I have heard much about you. Is it the common folk of the northeast who speak ill of me? The young marshal's heart was heavy with conflict. As a soldier, one ought to heed orders. Yet relinquishing control over one's own territory and yielding it to the enemy stirs a sense of inner turmoil. I possess a certain elixir that may alleviate your nicotine addiction. It is worth a try. Liangchen considered using the spring water for this purpose. Where's this? The young commander inquired, having regretted his addiction only after succumbing to it. Yet, there was no recourse. Liangchen produced a vial of water from his pocket and handed it to the commander, who eagerly uncorked it and took a hearty gulp. The taste was subtle, but he soon felt invigorated, gradually regaining his strength, despite not experiencing any other sensations. A hint of disappointment lingered. At the very least, he had restored his vitality. This substance was undoubtedly extraordinary. Thank you, Liangchen. Thank you, my brother. I feel revitalized. The commander expressed, acknowledging his newfound vigor. Let us discuss military matters. I cannot allow you to take them all back at once. With over 10,000 in a brigade. How can you manage that? I can lead them back, cutting a path through our enemies, Liangchen asserted. However, they cannot don military uniforms, as the commander does not intend to reclaim this unit. And how will you explain this to your superiors? Liangchen voiced his concern. The Northeast Army was not without its instances of mutiny. There was a unit in Heilongjiang that had defied orders, and the soldiers here longed for home. What can be done? Since that is the case, I shall lead them back. Do not dwell on it too much. The Japanese have ambitions that extend far beyond the Northeast. Though small in stature, their aspirations are immense, akin to ants daring to lift an elephant many times their size. Unafraid of being crushed, are you suggesting they covet the entirety of China? The young commander was taken aback. Indeed, their aims stretch beyond, encompassing all of Southeast Asia. Liangchen was aware of their grand designs, eyeing half the globe. With so few of them, even if they seized China, it would average one of them for every several dozen kilometers. Within that distance, how many Chinese would remain? A concerted effort on the 15th of August could eradicate them all. The ambitions of this diminutive nation were indeed considerable. And what of the people in the Northeast? The young commander inquired. Alas, they suffer greatly, forced to bow before the enemy's bayonets. Yet, the spirit of resistance has never waned. When the call to arms is sounded, throngs of women rally to join. We shall reclaim our land. Upon reaching the Northeast, I shall fight under the banner of the old commander as former troops, ensuring his legacy endures. Thank you, the young commander said, his excitement palpable. We have not abandoned the people of the Northeast. After bidding farewell to Liangchen, the young commander joined his family for dinner that evening, a rarity since he had fallen into the grip of opium addiction. What has changed today? He pondered, recalling how he had not dined with them for so long. You should not be indulging in opium anymore, should you? His family wondered. Then it dawned upon him. I have not smoked opium today, nor have I even considered it. Liangchen's remedy is indeed effective. His family, filled with joy, surrounded him, momentarily forgetting their meal. Do you not wish to take a few puffs? His wife asked. Not at all. I have no inclination whatsoever. This is a success. Let us eat. The young commander was particularly elated. He could finally free himself from the clutches of opium. Uncle, when Liangchen returns with the troops, ensure that he is equipped with machine guns and artillery. They will be of no use to us here for the time being. Upon understanding the situation, I am confident that with this army, he will swiftly assemble a larger force, possibly engaging the enemy throughout the Northeast in reciprocated confrontations. Ideally, they shall meet their demise in the Northeast. Indeed, my father's keen eye for capable individuals has proven invaluable. At present, Liangchen remains unaware of the developments at the military headquarters. He is independently procuring supplies, particularly livestock, from the countryside. Upon arriving in the vicinity of number 95, Nanluo-Guxiang, he inquired about the existence of any courtyard dwellers, only to discover that a solitary family resided there, nearly incurring their displeasure. Contemplating a night raid, he ultimately decided against it, recognizing that he was merely a common citizen and did not wish to intrude upon others' peace. Instead, he opted to explore the streets and procure some food, considering the substantial number of people accompanying him, which would require considerable provisions. While grains and vegetables were sufficiently stocked, the supply of meat remained inadequate, necessitating further acquisition of livestock. After traversing the nearby countryside, he indeed managed to secure some pigs, horses, cattle, and sheep. Liangchen, the young marshal has equipped you with troops. You must prepare to return shortly, for any delay risks revealing our intentions. The elder approached Liangchen, affirming that upon his return, he would engage in direct combat with the enemy. One day, we shall drive these vile creatures away. Old man, you are not young anymore. Once I achieve victory in the northeast, you may return to enjoy your twilight years. The young lad remembered this jest, and today, Liangchen formally extended an invitation to him, prompting joy in the elder's heart. I shall return now, refrain from venturing out in the coming days. As an influx of military personnel is expected, we must select the strongest among them, concentrating our weapons for their safe return to support our brethren. Indeed, we are compatriots. Those who dare to join me on the battlefield are brothers. Chapter 45. A counterattack. 2 days later, the elder returned to find Liangchen. The troops have assembled, and we have identified those returning to the northeast. We hope to make the enemy weep in despair. Rest assured, elder, I shall lead them back to Fengtian. Good. I await your good news. The elder guided him to the training ground, where a multitude of civilians in military attire gathered. In the foreground lay light and heavy machine guns, while artillery of varying sizes stood behind them. Trucks brimmed with ammunition boxes. Is this our new leader? He seems rather young. I know not. As long as he can lead us back, that is all that matters. My family remains in the northeast, and I yearn to return. Indeed, my family also resides in our hometown. I have heard of this man. They sought to capture him at the behest of the enemy. The old marshal directed us to lead the enemy into a hunt. Is that so? He is Liangchen? I did not anticipate such youth. Silence, please. I am Liangchen. I have come to lead you back to our homeland. Are you afraid? No, as long as we can return. We will defend our homeland and our kin. We fear not death, shouted a young officer. I cannot guarantee your safety. I can only assure you that we shall fight the enemy to the bitter end, even if but a single soldier remains. The last drop of blood shall be shed on the battlefield in defense of our homeland. We fear not death. We shall follow you to the end. Upholding the honor of the soldier. I only wish that when I am out of ammunition and captured, a bullet finds its way to my head. I refuse to be taken prisoner. I would rather die in battle. An officer declared, there are soldiers who perish, but no generals who surrender. We set forth, aiming to return home within a week, marching directly back. Should we encounter obstacles, we would dismantle temples or fill rivers with earth. Should we face the enemy, we would pierce their hearts. We followed suit, shouting in unison. Liangchen did not bid farewell to the young marshal. He deemed that sending news of victory sufficed as a farewell. The drivers of the main force boarded the trucks, hauling artillery, while the vehicles carried ammunition. A grand procession departed from Beiping, heading straight for Fengtian. 3 days later, we finally crossed the borders of Beiping, entering the northeastern territories, now under enemy occupation. With just a kilometer to the first checkpoint, we set up the artillery, and Liangchen took charge of one piece himself. Utilizing his own binoculars, he surveyed the enemy's checkpoint. His binoculars featured a distance function, indicating a range of 1,200 meters, from which he relayed data, prompting the artillery to adjust their aim accordingly. 2 rounds were fired at high velocity. Liangchen shouted, and 5 large-caliber cannons unleashed their fury upon the enemy checkpoint and the adjacent gun tower. The thunderous explosions obliterated the tower and the checkpoint, reducing them to mere nothingness. Once the soldiers retrieved the artillery, Liangchen led the team onward. Commander Liang, shall we have something to eat? Perhaps rest a while before advancing? Very well. Inform the brothers to eat before we proceed. Liangchen felt a pang of hunger himself. After dining, the main force continued their march upon the soil of their homeland. The soldiers yearned to sing. Liangchen pondered whether, upon reaching the enemy's most concentrated territory, they would still feel such excitement upon witnessing their families and fellow villagers. Perhaps their eyes would be filled with rage and hatred instead. As we cleared the battlefield, collecting heads to deliver gifts to the enemy, a squad was dispatched to the scene. The brothers cheerfully continued their advance. One squad of soldiers went to clear the battlefield, carrying light and heavy machine guns alongside the heads. They boarded a truck to catch up with the main force. Upon arriving at the next gun tower, the enemy, seeing such an armed contingent, prepared their defenses. Liangchen raised his hand, signaling the troops to halt. Set up the artillery. We shall bombard them with all our might. We have no shortage of shells. Liangchen was determined to avoid heavy losses before reaching their destination. 10 large-caliber cannons were positioned, and Liangchen measured the data. The artillery fire directly dismantled the enemy's gun tower, prompting an enemy messenger to flee on a 3-wheeled motorcycle. Facing the enemy head-on, Liangchen wielded a light machine gun, firing relentlessly while advancing. Witnessing their commander engaging the enemy solo, the other brothers, machine gunners armed with Czech models, advanced alongside him. Over 20 light machine guns led the charge, with the soldiers rallying behind them. The few enemy soldiers present were too intimidated to raise their heads. By the time we reached their cover, they had already succumbed. As the soldiers moved forward to clear the battlefield, Liangshan suddenly recalled the fleeing enemy messenger. Would enemy aircraft be deployed against us? We must retreat into the mountains. The enemy planes may come to attack us. We will hide for a day. We'll leave the artillery and trucks here for someone to take away. Liangshan observed as the soldiers made their way into the mountains. In the past, I had acquired artillery and trucks, subsequently catching up with the main force. The enemy aircraft failed to detect this unit in the sky. Under the cover of night, they arrived at a fortification where Liangshan produced a rocket launcher. He aimed at the firing slit and fired. The rocket penetrated the opening, causing the fort to tremble violently. "Damn it! Enemy attack!" shouted the small devils and their traitors as they fled outside, preparing to engage in battle. The sound of over 20 light machine guns erupted, teaching them a harsh lesson. The fort, once shaky, finally collapsed. As we secured the battlefield, we pressed onward. By daylight, we moved into the mountains where the fighting would become arduous. Liangshan understood that the enemy would have anticipated our route and would likely deploy heavy troops ahead. "Commander, we must fight our way back. We fear not death. We only wish to return home for a glimpse," he declared. "Indeed, Commander, we fear not death, but long to see our homeland." Some soldiers were choked with emotion. "We must survive and continue fighting. Let us not always dwell on dying in battle. If we perish, who will support the common people? All of you stay alive. Focus on defeating the enemy. They deserve to perish." "Understood, Commander. Our purpose is to return and confront the enemy. Can we strike another checkpoint during our rapid march?" "Let us proceed. The next one is not far, about 20 kilometers." Liangshan remembered the way. The pace of the troops quickened, and within an hour, we reached the checkpoint. Damn, the enemy is remarkably quick to react. They've fortified their defenses. In the face of overwhelming force, defense proves futile. Liangshan held the enemy in disdain. A Barrett sniper aimed at the enemy officer, and with a thunderous shot, the officer's head shattered. Liangshan commanded the soldiers to prepare artillery, mortars, setting them up to fire continuously. He had no intention of being on the defensive, waiting for the enemy to bombard before striking. It was always better to strike first. The artillery bombarded relentlessly while we refrained from charging, with machine gunners and riflemen taking cover and returning fire. "Commander, charging would save us much ammunition," one officer suggested. "The lives of our soldiers are far more precious than bullets. To kill more enemies, we must first protect ourselves. Fire with all your might. We are not short of weapons or ammunition. Brothers, fight. The commander cares for our lives, and we must honor his trust. Mark my words. Not a single one of those despicable devils will be spared." The enemy, numbering merely in the hundreds, had not anticipated that this unit would not charge, but rather bombard them continuously. The enemy's casualties mounted swiftly. Chapter 46. We traversed the mountain path as the gunfire from the opposite side dwindled. Liangshan restrained the eager soldiers. "Do not act impulsively. A charge with so many of us could lead to significant losses from a single enemy machine gun. Not to mention the remaining enemy forces. Let us continue the artillery barrage." "Yes," came the response, as over 20 mortars adjusted their aim and unleashed their fury upon the enemy positions. After 4 rounds of bombardment, resistance had largely ceased. "Charge," Liangshan commanded, and the soldiers surged forward, engaging the enemy and clearing the battlefield. We continued our advance, now deeper into the mountains. With dawn breaking, enemy aircraft would soon be airborne. What are our casualties? Over 100 fallen, with more than 150 wounded, both minor and severe. That is a significant loss. In the next battle, we must devise a strategy to find a suitable place for the brothers and bury them on the spot. The commander remarked that they had already begun digging. Liangshan approached to inspect the progress. "The pit is ready and waiting for me." After stepping out, he soon returned, carrying several stone coffins. "Commander, is this truly necessary?" The soldiers were bewildered. They had never employed such measures before. They typically buried their fallen comrades side by side. There were still quite a few coffins nearby, and it was a task to transport them. How long would Liangshan have to bear this burden alone? Preparations were made, and they were placed nearby for convenience. Many had gone to assist, 6 men lifting 1 coffin. Upon arrival, they discovered the pit was too small to continue digging. At long last, it was sufficiently large, allowing them to place 1 brother in each coffin. An hour passed before they completed the somber task, with rows of grave mounds standing orderly and solemn. The epitaphs read, "Heroes of Huaxia." They then resumed their journey, traversing mountains toward Fontian. The enemy's checkpoints and watchtowers were predominantly situated along their route. Circumventing them would require an additional 100 miles. Liangshan consistently produced rations to ensure the soldiers were not left hungry. On this day, they rested amidst the mountains and forests, with Liangshan keeping a vigilant watch for any disturbances. Suddenly, he heard the sound of water. Stealthily, he approached to discover dozens of enemy soldiers bathing in the river and hurried back to summon the others. Upon their arrival, the enemy had risen. Cautiously, Liangshan observed the scene, seeing the enemy frolicking in the water. Shall we engage? An officer inquired. Engagement is inevitable, however. We must first scout the surrounding area to avoid being ambushed, Liangshan replied. You several, scout that direction. The rest prepare for combat. The soldiers, aware of the gravity of the situation, divided into two groups to reconnoiter. Before long, they returned. Commander, there are no enemies. We've scouted thoroughly. Then we shall attack. It is merely a handful of unarmed foes. Let us conclude this swiftly, Liangshan commanded. Thousands encircled the mere dozens of enemy soldiers, who were caught unarmed and quickly fell, transforming the river into a scene of chaos. They retrieved weapons and ammunition from the riverbank but did not emerge from the mountains. Instead, they traversed through them. Studying the map, Liangshan noted that a checkpoint lay not far ahead, prompting him to personally scout the area. Goodness. The enemy has no intention of allowing passage here, he observed, finding a battalion of soldiers encircled at the junction, effectively blocking the way. Through his binoculars, he discerned artillery positions at the rear of their formation. We must depart. Commander, where shall we go? The accompanying soldiers questioned in confusion. We shall scale the cliff. The enemy has established this checkpoint due to the abyss ahead. They can easily block the road, preventing passage. Just because the civilians cannot cross does not mean we cannot. Return. Liangshan led a few scouts back to the main force. Commander, what is the situation? We cannot engage here. The enemy is too numerous and well prepared, and the terrain is not to our advantage. We shall descend the cliff and take the mountain path directly toward the county town. After bypassing the town, there are 2 more checkpoints, but we will enter the mountains thereafter. Inform the brothers to prepare for departure. Onward, the officer shouted, and the main force advanced. They finally reached the edge of the cliff, where Liangshan produced his binoculars to survey the bottom. It was over 30 meters deep, filled with trees, and a mist hung low, obscuring the view below. Not too deep at all. A multitude of ropes was secured to the grand tree, with a 50-meter rope lowered down. Liangshan was poised to descend first, yet the officer intervened, leading the soldiers down ahead of him. Upon reaching the cliff's base, a slight shake of the rope signaled safety to those above, prompting a group of over a dozen to descend in unison. Once at the bottom, they too shook the rope. After 6 hours, Liangshan untied the remaining ropes, leaving only 2, which he tied together and looped around the tree. Grasping the 2 ropes, he lowered himself directly to the ground. Upon reaching the base, he released one rope while gripping the other. Both ropes were safely lowered. Not a single one could be left behind to avoid revealing their route to the enemy. Commander, it's time for us to withdraw, the officer declared. We shall circumvent them and strike from behind, launching a surprise attack. Very well, the soldiers are eager, they responded. Returning meant they were ready to confront the enemy fiercely. Having initially retreated with the young marshal, they harbored a simmering anger. Under the cover of night, the soldiers approached the enemy's artillery position, with Liangshan personally leading the charge, attacking the enemy's guards with daggers. With so many infiltrating the enemy's artillery, even 100 men seemed insufficient. The main force commenced a silent assault on the enemy's artillery. With their numbers, the enemy gunners were swiftly neutralized. Liangshan adjusted the positions and angles of the artillery, utilizing binoculars to ascertain the enemy's locations. The mortars he had brought were also within range and were set up, alongside a dozen of the enemy's Type 92 infantry guns and 20 of his own mortars. Commander, everything is ready for firing, he announced. Commence bombardment until the munitions are depleted. What are you waiting for? With over 3,000 men in this regiment, obliterate them. Do not fear the ammunition running low. The shells in Liangshan's possession could sustain relentless bombardment for a year. Wherever artillery can resolve the issue, there is no need for men to engage in close combat. Indeed, let us annihilate these wretches. The soldiers, upon seeing their commander, spared no thought for the ammunition, eager to eliminate more of the enemy. Their commander's concern for his own survival inspired loyalty among the men, motivating them to fight valiantly. Fire! The artillery thundered relentlessly at the enemy positions, leaving them bewildered. What is happening? Are we firing upon our own? A barrage of shells rained down, causing the enemy soldiers to dance amidst the chaos of explosions. 3rd and 6th Regiments. Take all machine guns to the mountain pass to intercept the enemy, ensuring they do not make a desperate counterattack. Yes, 3rd Regiment follow me, 6th Regiment follow me. All those with machine guns, move out. 2.5 regiments, armed with light and heavy machine guns, reached the front lines and began to construct fortifications. They set up their machine guns to defend against the enemy. The artillery continued its relentless bombardment. The enemy officers could not locate their troops, and many high-ranking officials had perished. It was time for a strategic retreat. As the firepower escalated, Liangshan observed the enemy through his binoculars. Their numbers were dwindling, and escape was futile. The soldiers continued to adjust the artillery, recalibrating their aim a few hundred meters forward to persist in their bombardment. Commander, the barrels can't withstand any more, came the report. Stop, Liang Chun still wanted those guns. He charged toward the front lines, leading his soldiers in a fierce assault. Over 200 enemy soldiers were left scattered and disoriented, seeking refuge wherever they could. After Liang Chun and his main force arrived, the enemy soldiers, with their awkwardly bent legs, became increasingly hindered, many stumbling as they attempted to flee. He stumbled upon himself. Liang Chun and his companions pursued for several hundred meters before retreating to clean the battlefield. There were not many useful firearms left, but they managed to gather over 600 good guns along with a considerable amount of ammunition. All of it was taken away. The artillery position still had some trucks laden with shells and bullets. Excess equipment was loaded onto the trucks. 6 or 7 brothers had perished, and they were given a proper burial with honors. Everyone was outfitted in enemy uniforms as we took to the main road. Liang Chen's orders were met with confusion among the brothers. Dressed in enemy attire, the foes ahead would not pay us much heed, perhaps believing they had triumphed. We approached them to launch a sudden attack. It was a brilliant strategy. Following the commander to confront the enemy was exhilarating. Upon returning, we had already dispatched numerous small foes. Previously, a couple of enemies would wreak havoc in the streets, enough to make one tremble with indignation and fear. Now, it was liberating to kill at will, though one feared the repercussions of failing to eliminate the enemy. This time, my friend, unleash your full potential. Whatever foes you slay will be recorded, and in due time, you can report your achievements to the old commander. Rest assured, such enemies must be dealt with. The old commander even suggested we bomb their embassy once. Following the commander's lead, Liang Chen was surprised to learn that the old commander had indeed engaged in such actions. Chapter 47. Finally home, the soldiers severed the heads of the small enemies and placed them in the truck. They were unaware of the purpose of these trophies, as the blood was still fresh, requiring a separate truck for transport. Only 2 checkpoints remained. As they approached, the enemies, seeing the returning soldiers, paid little heed. Even if they had, these few enemies were hardly a threat. The soldiers had their weapons ready. As they neared, the machine gunners raised their Czech-style guns for indiscriminate fire. The enemy's machine gun was ineffective as grenades were hurled into their gun towers, and troops stormed into the first floor, continuously tossing grenades to the second. They proceeded to the next checkpoint, the closest to Fengtian, employing familiar tactics to breach it, then followed Liangchen into the mountains. The towering mountains here were essentially connected to Jifeng village, a place the soldiers knew well. Following Liangchen, they made their way directly to Jifeng village. News had already reached Beiping that Liang Chun had led his troops back. Where have they arrived? The young marshal inquired of the elder. A telegram had been sent. They had crossed Fengtian, and Commander Hao reported many victories, though they had also suffered over 200 casualties. Nearly 3,000 enemies had been slain. Excellent. I hope they grow stronger, to show some people that the small enemy is not as fearsome as they seem. I await news of an offensive. The young marshal still hoped for orders. May such news arrive soon. Liang Chen had taken along 10,000 men, merely a spark. It was also possible that before the orders came, the northeast would have returned. Upon returning, I would feel reluctant to venture northeast again. The common folk would surely drown me in disdain. I shall remain here to obstruct various obstacles. The small enemies were having a hard time. With a row of officers practicing their skills, slapping each other from one end to the other, the small enemies had toughened their skins, but the traitors were no match. A boisterous commotion ensued, with individuals sprawled in disarray, paralyzed by fear, unable even to weep or evade the impending peril. The dread of becoming mere pawns in a display of power loomed large in their hearts. Surely, they reasoned, the enemy would not execute their own to intimidate them. Silently, they endured the tension as the enemy officer, fueled by animosity towards the Han people for the countless lives claimed, struck with increased ferocity, severing heads to take his trophies. Was there any doubt regarding the perpetrators? It was undoubtedly the work of Jin Fengzhai, notorious for their grim practice of decapitating foes. While their own assaults ended in failure, leaving only a grim display of ginseng fruits hanging in the mountains. Your Excellency, shall we launch an offensive against Jin Fengzhai? We cannot allow their arrogance to persist. So many valiant souls hang lifeless from the trees. Attack? How many times have we tried? Each attempt has been met with failure. We shall wait until they emerge to eradicate them. For now, we lack a suitable strategy. The enemy officer, having calmed his ire, spoke with newfound composure. While the traitor felt a sense of relief, realizing he need not fear becoming a sacrificial chicken. Commander, we can position scouts at the mountain's base to monitor their movements. Once they descend, we shall strike. They possess provisions, yet lack salt. They must eventually emerge to procure supplies. Husang's suggestion resonated well, and the officer finally grasped a viable plan. However, the fluctuating emotions of the traitor gave him pause. Now that Hu Bin had gained favor, the general praised him, granting him a reprieve from the harsh reprimands. Let us disperse and remain vigilant for news from Jin Fengzhai. Additionally, dispatch someone to investigate the origins of this troop. Ascertain whether they are remnants of the fleeing Northeast Army. I demand detailed intelligence. Hearing this, a group of junior officers and the traitor promptly left the office. Once outside, the officers regarded Hu Bin with a newfound wariness, pondering his apparent transformation. Hu Bin, eager to ingratiate himself, departed the command center with his subordinates, striding forth with an air of confidence. Observing his countenance, his men noted a marked change. He had gained weight and his complexion was vibrant. Brothers, we must take a brief respite, return home to inform our families, and do not forget to summon all our comrades. We have a mission ahead. Understood, Captain. I shall send a lad to spread the word. Hu Bin mused about the potential rewards should they vanquish Jin Fengzhai. Not long after, the scouts returned with over 30 men, all cycling towards Liaoyang City, heading for the base of Jin Fengzhai, awaiting the descent of the enemy troops to relay crucial information. Meanwhile, Liangqin and his comrades had reached the foot of Jin Fengzhai. Brothers, let us hang the heads of our enemies upon the great trees. Soon, every tree here shall bear the trophies of our foes. Even in winter, these trees shall bear fruit, and when the enemy arrives, they will face their reckoning, despite previous encounters resulting in fatalities. Liangqin remained unfazed by the prospect of enemy assaults, leading his warriors into the village. Upon arrival, Sergeant Jiang was taken aback by the sheer number of reinforcements summoned by the company commander. Sergeant Jiang, we shall no longer suffer from a lack of soldiers. These are all troops dispatched by the young marshal. We are brothers now. Tonight, let us construct tents, and tomorrow we shall begin erecting 2 rows of barracks. Yes, company commander, Jiang replied, while the officers behind Liangqin had matters to discuss. Do you have something to say? Please, speak your mind. Although Liangqin hailed from a different era, he was a special forces soldier who favored small-scale operations. He had never participated in large military engagements, having only experienced such scenarios during drills, which were merely simulations. With so many of us here, the ranks urgently require organization. You shall take command. The forces were to be divided into 2 brigades, with a guard unit, and all mid to lower-ranking officers needed to be assigned clear positions. I do not wish to be the commander. There are senior and junior commanders ahead of me. This northeast territory belongs to them. Liangqin had no desire for this region. Ambition was not his aim. Then let us call you the commander. The title can be grand or humble, and the forces can be numerous or few, the officer suggested. Very well, designating me as commander may elevate our status. Liangqin understood the implication. The decision was made, and the officer was particularly pleased, having tested Liangqin and secretly admired his character. The esteem from the senior and junior commanders was not misplaced. That night, the junior commander received a telegram, bringing him great joy, not because he wished to return to the northeast, but because he realized that both he and his father had not misjudged Liangqin's worth. The following day, everyone was astonished to find the ground strewn with stone bricks and some cement. Due to a shortage of cement, they would have to resort to yellow clay. After 2 months of hard work, they finally constructed 4 rows of dormitories on either side, 2 rows on each side, allowing the soldiers to forego tents. However, Lieutenant Jiang was still troubled about the food supplies. Upon opening the warehouse, he found it brimming with provisions. Is the commander truly capable of securing such ample rations? What a relief. Attention, all personnel assemble. Liangqin shouted, and all soldiers gathered in the training field. Within 5 minutes, everyone was present. Today, we gather to announce the expansion of our forces, and personnel appointments must be clarified, as we are no longer mere rabble. We are a regular army now. I invite Deputy Commander Su to announce the personnel changes. Greetings, everyone. I am here to declare the personnel arrangements made by both of us over the past few days. We currently have a total of 200 soldiers, organized into 2 brigades, each tentatively comprising 5,000 personnel. The 1st brigade will be led by Brigade Commander Su Peng and Deputy Commander Zhang Zhan. The 2nd brigade will be commanded by Zhang Zhanjuan, with Zhou Dongfeng as the deputy. Each brigade will consist of 2 infantry regiments, each with a machine gun company and an artillery company. The 1st regiment of the 1st brigade will be commanded by Zhang Hualong, with Qin Hu as the deputy. The 2nd regiment will be led by Lu Min and his deputy Jiang Lei. The 3rd regiment of the 2nd brigade will be headed by Qin Dashan, with Zhou Li as the deputy. The 4th regiment will be commanded by Lu Qing, with Qin Qingli as the deputy. Positions below the battalion level will be selected by the brigade commanders and their deputies. We shall not interfere. The personnel arrangements have been established. However, any misconduct or disturbance of military discipline will be met with severe punishment. I do not wish for any misappropriation of military funds. Our primary objective is to combat the enemy, fighting for the millions of compatriots behind us. This is not a time for indulgence, until the enemy is vanquished. I promise to ensure that my comrades can establish their families. But now, the enemy will not allow our brothers to live well. Ha ha ha, Commander, we will remember this. The soldiers shouted in unison. I assure you, a bright future awaits us, provided we eliminate these bothersome foes. They have been in the northeast for a day. and we can forget about living a peaceful life. Rest assured, Commander, we will ensure the demise of that despicable lot. All right, brothers. Let your brigade commander lead the way back. The 1st Brigade will reside on the left side, while the 2nd Brigade will take the right. You will appoint your own officers upon your return. Henceforth, this room will serve as our command center, Liang Chen declared, pointing to the largest room behind him. The furnishings within belong to the enemy's command, all seized during Liang Chen's sweep. The newly constructed barracks were filled with the spoils of war. There was an abundance of weapons and ammunition at Jinfengjai. Liang Chun and Deputy Commander Su Song, along with a few service soldiers, would conduct their affairs and reside in this command center. Liang Chun contemplated constructing a few hidden fortifications along the road the enemy had built, starting with the first line of defense at the mountainside. Chapter 48. A clever trap, Old Su. I shall descend the mountain briefly to procure some salt. Please take extra care of the brothers during their training, Liang Chun instructed Su Song early in the morning. Commander, procurement must be organized properly. We cannot always burden you with these tasks. There is no need for arrangements. I can manage alone. My procurement methods are rather unique. I shall handle it myself. Unique? Su Song was puzzled. Perhaps the commander had special channels. He chose not to pursue the matter further. After Liang Chen's departure, Su Song approached Captain Jiang. Captain Jiang, does our commander possess his own procurement channels? Ha ha ha, Deputy Commander. Our commander has gone to seize supplies from the enemy once more. His procurement method is the enemy's warehouse. There is nothing he cannot acquire. It is quite difficult for common folk to obtain salt. The supply in the city barely suffices for the citizens, with much of it being seized by the commander from enemy military camps or warehouses. He has frequented enemy hospitals numerous times. What? Seizing? How perilous! Su Song felt a surge of excitement. The commander's procurement methods were indeed extraordinary. Why not venture beyond the borders of the Northeast for procurement? To directly seize from the enemy? Isn't that akin to banditry? Upon his return, he would bring back plenty. There was no need to worry. For the enemy's command had already been raided several times, and 2 generals' heads still dangled from trees in the mountains. I have heard that a lieutenant general's head was buried at the great leader's grave. I have heard of this. The elder returned and spoke with the young marshal about it. His abilities and boldness are truly boundless, yet I remain concerned, despite their seemingly unimposing appearance. Those small enemies possess formidable combat capabilities. Our commander was born to eradicate the enemy. The small Japanese have not enjoyed many days of peace since arriving in the Northeast. Many of their families brought from their homeland have been slain by the commander. The young marshal has mentioned that his intelligence has frequently appeared on the young marshal's desk. And thus this time, the young marshal has sent us to follow the commander to eliminate the enemy, perhaps realizing his own deficiency in manpower. I did not anticipate the young marshal would make such a decision. I thought he had abandoned the Northeast. It appears he has been keeping a close watch on the region all along. Just as Liang Chen was about to descend the mountain, he heard some rustling sounds before reaching the base. Upon extending his senses to investigate closely, he discovered over 30 traitors lying on the ground. Liang Chen remained undetected, hiding in the shadows while observing these individuals. Captain, no one from Jinfengjai is descending. We are merely feeding mosquitoes each day. The night air was quite chilly. If it becomes unbearable, shall we return? We are unlikely to accomplish anything significant. Look at your pitiful state. You wish to earn money yet avoid hardship? Consider the likes of Xiao Taohong and Lu Widow. Without funds, you can only watch as others seek refuge in their company, left to stand guard at the entrance. Hu Bin was lecturing this traitor with a grin. Captain, spare me. I can endure, came the response. However, if they do not descend from the mountain, we lack any intelligence to report back. Liang Chun discerned their scheme. They were lying in wait for us to descend and relay information to the enemy. The bandits dare not approach, intent on exterminating us from the outside. Thus, let us turn the tables and provide them with an opportunity to infiltrate Lu Widow's home. With this thought, Liang Chun returned to the encampment and summoned several officers. Commander, back so soon? Su Song inquired. I haven't descended yet. I encountered a few scouts at the mountain's base, waiting for us to descend to inform the enemy. I shall take men to deal with them. They are nothing but curs, he scoffed. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhang Zhahan, known for his fiery temperament, interjected, Don't rush, Deputy Brigade Commander. We can exploit their presence to our advantage. They make for excellent couriers, free and efficient. Liang Chen replied with a smile. Commander, you have a plan? Su Song asked. Indeed. We can head to the old Jinfengjai. There are tunnels there. Once our main force arrives, we can enter the stronghold and make our way back via the tunnels. This route will be led by Deputy Team Leader De Juzi. I will take a detour first, laying a substantial number of landmines and explosives to strike them hard. We hope for a decisive victory. Commander, let us not return just yet. We can hide nearby. Upon hearing the explosions, we will rush to your support. We have ample manpower. Engaging the remnants in the mountains should yield minimal casualties, Su Song suggested, adding to the plan. Very well, We shall proceed as per Deputy Commander Su's proposal. I will lead a contingent to the former stronghold, while Deputy Commander Su will take the main force to the old encampment tomorrow, guided by Dejuzi. Understood, Commander. All officers swiftly returned to arrange tomorrow's tasks. Liangchen instructed as he departed for the abandoned Jinfengjai. Upon arrival, he organized the men to begin digging. Liangchen measured dimensions and placed small flags. Completing all the pits by midday, he instructed the others to gather turf from elsewhere. Liangchen commenced laying remote-controlled bombs, layered with explosives, and topped with fist-sized gravel. The soldiers retrieved a significant amount of turf, which Liangchen placed on top, sprinkling a bit of spring water to keep the grass fresh. After clearing away the other debris, the site was restored to its original state. The following day, Su Song led the troops down from the mountain. Upon reaching the foot, they engaged in light banner. Commander, are we truly moving back to the old stronghold? This place feels quite secure, one queried. The old stronghold lacks natural defenses. Su Song replied. While this location is good, it has no water source. Without water, the enemy surrounds us without attacking, effectively trapping us. We must relocate. Commander Liang, shall we first refurbish the site? When will the others arrive? Su Song asked. Tonight, we shall all move over. The enemy will be none the wiser. We will plant landmines along the road they constructed and in the nearby woods. When they come to attack, we shall obliterate them, he concluded with a laugh. As they laughed and deliberated on these matters, the traders realized they were on the verge of a lucrative windfall. The information they possessed could sustain them for 2 years. You two must return swiftly and report to the Locust Army. Once they defeat the Jinfeng stronghold, we shall all prosper, said Hu Bin, nearly leaping with joy. Captain Hu, we are on our way back, the two traders declared. They mounted their bicycles and sped towards Liaoyang City, where they sought the highest-ranking commander of the enemy forces. What brings you here? The reluctant Japanese lieutenant inquired. Your Excellency, we come on the general's orders to scout Jinfeng stronghold, and we have gathered intelligence. We kindly request access to a telephone, the traders cautiously replied. The lieutenant, sensing the gravity of the situation, promptly dialed the general's office. General, we have discovered that the Jinfeng stronghold has run out of water. They have relocated back to their former mountain stronghold, where over 5,000 have already moved. Currently, there are still women and children there. But the paths into the mountains are laden with landmines. The women and children can wait. I shall dispatch troops immediately. You will guide them, the lieutenant replied, impressed by their command of the enemy's language. Chapter 49, a free ride on a local aircraft. 2 days later, the traders lay in ambush outside the old stronghold, while the army busily cleared and repaired the dilapidated structures. From their vantage point on the hillside, they observed the flurry of activity below. At last, the area was clean, and no one appeared. As noon approached, only a few guards remained on duty. The small Japanese contingent, guided by the two traders, approached the old stronghold. Using binoculars, they spotted several figures moving within. We've got you cornered this time, they thought, as the 6 guards, nonchalantly slacking off, retreated to their quarters for emerged after dark, only to return to. The remaining duo stood watch inside the entrance. Cunning, the Japanese thought, recognizing the strategic advantage of their position. They believed they had the upper hand and would soon eliminate this unit. Liangchen emerged from his room, stretching lazily before retreating once more. He extended his senses to scout the area, confirming that a considerable number of enemy troops were present on the mountain. Around 10 o'clock at night, the Japanese forces, mimicking Liangchen's earlier actions, surged down the slope towards the stronghold. In the shadows, Liangchen noted the enemy was nearing the minefield. With a swift gesture, he signaled his soldiers to enter the tunnel and retreat. He pressed the button on the remote control, and an explosive barrage erupted, engulfing the area in smoke. The Japanese were thrown into disarray by the blasts. Blast it, cried the general, his frustration boiling over as he raised his sword to strike Hu Bin, delivering a vicious blow that severed half of his body. The two guiding traders envied their fallen comrades, knowing they now faced the general's wrath. The Japanese, still reeling from the explosions, sought to ascertain if anyone had survived, when suddenly, a thunderous battle cry erupted as thousands charged forth, sending the old guard into a panic. The onslaught of bullets rained down upon them, leaving the general in a state of utter chaos. After clearing the battlefield and returning to the stronghold with the severed head of an enemy soldier, Su Song led his troops in the aftermath of the battle, reveling in the thrill of combat alongside Commander Liangchen against the enemy forces, having sacrificed little while eliminating numerous foes. The soldiers began to collect spoils from the battlefield, uncovering over 1,000 intact rifles, more than 40 operational machine guns, and a significant cache of ammunition. They also discovered 20 usable mortars, over 60 intact grenade launchers, 200 shells, and 500 specialized grenades. Once the cleanup was complete, they called out their mountain rallying cry as they returned to the stronghold. The heads of the enemy would be displayed. The wild wolves and stray dogs had taken over the old stronghold, and by morning, the area would be littered with bones. Commander, we have achieved a great victory this time. Will we continue to fight in the coming days? One soldier inquired. Brothers, during this period of training, I will procure some supplies and gather intelligence. I promise to bring you all along for the next significant operation, Liangshan replied. The soldier's spirits soared with anticipation for the next battle. As Liangshan reflected on his wife and children, he decided to return home for a visit. He retrieved a substantial amount of supplies from his storage space and delivered them to the new camp. Upon arrival, he noticed the camp had undergone significant changes. Liangshan busied himself carrying supplies back and forth. How much have you brought back? Chu Lingyan exclaimed, seeing him tirelessly hauling goods. Isn't this excessive? From salt to medicine. And from supplies to sewing materials, everything was covered. I heard you achieved another victory and brought back over 10,000 people. Will the food supply be sufficient? Chu Lingyan expressed her concern about their resources. My dear, you need not worry. Your husband is a provider of abundance. These tractors plow fields at an astonishing pace. And come spring, we shall cultivate even more land. Spring, you say? Uncle Du has already taken a team to break new ground. But these tractors truly work swiftly. Rest assured, there is plenty of land here. You will not go hungry, Liangshan reassured her. That eases my mind, but we still lack manpower. It's a pity we cannot recruit anymore, she lamented. What shall we do? Chu Lingyan asked, her anxiety evident. Since we cannot recruit, we shall create our own. Liangshan declared, lifting Chu Lingyan and running off. My goodness, Tiger, you startled me. Are you trying to give me a heart attack in broad daylight? She protested, struggling to be set down. It was an hour later when the couple finally emerged, having come to bid Liangshan farewell. As he departed the new camp, he felt a pang of reluctance for his eldest son and wife. Leaving the camp, he headed directly out of the mountains after dealing with the enemy. The Japanese troops in Fengtian should be few, and he planned to wreak havoc upon them once more while retrieving additional supplies. Driving his jeep, he made his way towards Fengtian, soon entering the city. The streets were filled with shouts, and as darkness fell, the commotion began to subside as vendors packed up their stalls. Liangshan made his way to the familiar tavern, Judalu, where the innkeeper recognized him but dared not acknowledge him. Liangshan kept his identity concealed, wary of attracting attention from those who might report him to the enemy. During the day, he had observed several enemy shops, reminiscent of harvesting crops. After one batch was taken, another would sprout. That night, Liangshan scaled the walls, heading directly for the enemy shops. Upon entering, he found guards on duty, armed and vigilant, with defensive measures in place. Liangshan swiftly hurled a dagger that pierced the chest of the night patrol soldier. Entering through the rooftop, he collected all items within the premises, eliminating the soldiers who were asleep in the room without hesitation. Navigating the familiar terrain of the backyard with ease, he opened the storeroom door as if returning home, gathering supplies before departing. Overnight, he plundered over 20 enemy shops, absconding with more than 30,000 pounds of edible salt, along with additional provisions from the enemy's warehouses. He had spared few lives, yet managed to seize a substantial amount of resources. Upon exiting, he returned to Liaoyang City, where he sought to procure more supplies. He soon discovered that the defenses here were even more stringent, perhaps due to its proximity to his own Jinfeng stronghold. Boss, I wish to purchase some cotton, the more, the better. How much can you provide? Liangshan inquired of the shopkeeper, who regarded him thoughtfully. Whatever you need. The shopkeeper replied. I also require animal pelts, preferably fashioned into fur coats. This is a significant transaction. I won't pry into your intentions, which are none of my concern. We can transact in a month, but you must leave a deposit of 1,000 silver dollars. That is quite acceptable, Liangshan affirmed. Retrieving the requested sum from his bag, the shopkeeper accepted the silver and penned a receipt. With that, Liangshan began to wander through the city. The Japanese soldiers were manageable during the day but enforced a strict curfew at night. He found an inn to stay at and spent the following days gathering information on those who had surrendered to the enemy and become traitors, intending to deal with them accordingly. Many of these individuals were involved in substantial enterprises. Having allied with the enemy, they had turned into adversaries. There was no moral conflict in targeting them, and it would also serve to bolster his military finances, with so many relying on him for sustenance. Acquiring additional funds was imperative. The cost of living was substantial. After some time, he planned to traverse the entire Liaoning province, targeting the landlords and bullies who had sided with the enemy, seeking opportunities to eliminate some Japanese soldiers in the process. He aimed to establish contact with a general from Jilin province for mutual support. Chapter 50. A trap set. Liangshan arranged with several merchants to procure various supplies, taking some immediate stock directly into his space. How is business treating you these days? He asked one shopkeeper. Business is challenging. The Japanese shops are ubiquitous, especially for textiles. They utilize large machines, which significantly reduces their production costs. Our domestic fabrics are of higher quality, but the production costs are elevated, leading to higher prices. The common folk tend to purchase the cheaper options. It's difficult to determine the true state of their shops. On one hand, the populace can acquire inexpensive goods. But on the other, it feels as if all the profits are funneled to the Japanese. With their newfound wealth, they can sustain their forces, leaving us with even fewer opportunities for advancement. Their goal is to subdue all Chinese merchants, aiming for monopoly, dictating prices as they please once we are driven out of business. Is that so? The Japanese lack integrity, Liangshan remarked. Sir, please let me know what you wish to procure, the shopkeeper offered. I am interested in cotton fabrics, sheepskin coats, and gloves. I have placed orders elsewhere. But if you have connections, I would like to acquire 10,000 sets. Such a quantity? It is indeed feasible. We have about 80% of what you need. The remainder will take about half a month. Very well, I will take these supplies now. I will return next month for more, whatever you have available. Does that arrangement suit you? Very well, sir. Please follow me to the storeroom. Liang Chun accompanied the shopkeeper to the rear warehouse, where he laid eyes upon the goods. Allow me to settle the payment first. My men will come here to transport the items, though it cannot be done during the day. I understand, replied the shopkeeper. Liang Chun handed over 2 substantial silver notes, the entirety of which he had acquired during a previous raid. The shopkeeper, upon a brief glance, promptly accepted and stored them away. From henceforth, significant transactions would be conducted using these silver notes. Once the shopkeeper departed, Liangshan swiftly secured the goods into his spatial storage and exited the old shopkeeper's warehouse. He proceeded to the tavern to order a light meal while also gathering intelligence on the enemy's movements. Brother Ho, why have the Locust Army instructed us to deliver such a large quantity of provisions to Lingwang village? There are hardly any inhabitants there. You fail to comprehend. The Locust Army intends to establish a public works project in that vicinity, the purpose of which remains unclear. They are preparing to leave our territory. And according to my cousin, they are also dispatching supplies to our location. Upon hearing this, Liangshan pondered whether a large force was on the horizon or if they were plotting something nefarious. Perhaps this presented an opportunity to eliminate the enemy. Upon returning to the inn, he began studying maps and ultimately discerned that the area was conducive to large-scale military operations and could potentially accommodate an airfield. Beyond Lingwang village lay vast plains, beyond the mountain range, which would be more suitable for the enemy's mechanized warfare. Whether it was a trap or a secret held by the enemy, he could not allow them to succeed. After residing in Liaoyang City for a month and concluding his procurement of supplies, he returned to the mountain access road and dispatched trucks laden with cotton clothing, shoes, gloves, and sheepskin coats. Upon reaching Jinfengjai, numerous soldiers emerged to assist in unloading. They retained 300 sets for themselves while distributing the remainder among the troops for safekeeping. Commander, have we procured an excessive amount? We are well prepared for winter. Yet I still have concerns, expressed Vice Commander Su. You need not worry about such matters. I bring news that requires our attention. What news? Su Song followed him into the office. Look here, the enemy is persistently sending supplies to Lingwang village in significant quantities. Do you suspect they are up to something? Commander, I believe this resembles a trap. There is nothing of particular value that would warrant their attention here. They aim to draw us out of the mountains and dig a pit for us. However, we shall not be ensnared by their machinations. For the mountains are closely situated behind us. Once we enter the mountains, we will retreat. I suspect it is not so simple. If the enemy intends to create a trap, they would send troops to sever our retreat from this direction. The vast plains lie before us, leaving us no avenue for escape. By your reasoning, this area is perilous, making withdrawal challenging. To step into their trap would be tantamount to courting death. Their dissemination of information indicates intent. I propose we let them labor in vain while we seize their supply convoy. Su Song offered this strategy. Very well. Let us target their supply convoy, Liang Chun declared, finding great enthusiasm in the prospect of seizing. The following day, he dispatched several groups to monitor the gates of various county towns. On the third day, they returned with intelligence that the enemy's supply convoys were scheduled to transport provisions every 3 days, with routes passing through Guangtou Mountain. The reason this place is called Bald Mountain is that it is entirely composed of stone, devoid of any vegetation. Liangshan examined the map alongside their reconnaissance findings, feeling somewhat disheartened. Although it was a mountain, it was merely a stone expanse that could not possibly shield them from the enemy's artillery. How could the Japanese not station heavy troops here? Commander, are you also concerned about the lack of a retreat route? Su Song inquired of Liangshan. Indeed. I cannot allow so many brothers to take this risk, yet I have no better options. We will only engage their supply convoy. Perhaps the risk is minimal. Liangshan replied. I share your thoughts. We shall target their supply team. This time, we will only take grenade launchers and light machine guns to facilitate a swift retreat without encumbrance. Let us proceed to ambush the Japanese transport team heading to Liaoyang. Each brigade will dispatch 1 regiment. Liangshan mobilized the troops to the designated Nutugu for the ambush. As they prepared, he noticed the convoy of over 30 trucks approaching, their contents obscured by tarpaulin. As the trucks drew nearer, over 30 grenade launchers aimed at their respective targets, and with a resounding thud, they fired in unison. The light machine guns followed suit, unleashing a hail of bullets upon the trucks. Although the binoculars provided limited visibility, Liang Chen's keen perception revealed that the trucks were filled with Japanese soldiers, devoid of any supplies. A signal was relayed down the line to fire directly into the cargo holds of the vehicles. The enemy suffered heavy casualties in the ensuing exchange. Liang Chen unleashed a barrage from his submachine gun into the truck, preventing the Japanese from disembarking. Some enemy soldiers attempted to take cover behind the trucks and retaliate. But Liang Chen realized his firearm was becoming ineffective. "Grenades!" he shouted, as a flurry of grenades cascaded from the tree-line like snowflakes. The Japanese were thrown into disarray. And seeing the situation, Liang Chen understood it was time to secure the battlefield. A company of soldiers rushed to the pile of fallen enemies to commence the cleanup. Suddenly, a series of booming explosions bewildered Liang Chen. Artillery shells were raining down. He then spotted several tanks emerging from the cornfields. "Retreat!" Liang Chen shouted, as the two brigade commanders led their troops back into the woods. One company of soldiers took refuge beneath the trucks. Liang Chen retrieved his Barrett sniper rifle, steadying it on the truck's hood, and aimed at a nearby tank. With a sharp crack, the driver was struck down. Another shot took out a Japanese machine gunner. He swiftly switched to a rocket launcher, targeting the next tank. The rocket, trailing a long plume of flame, struck the tank with a resounding explosion, sending it hurtling through the air. Reloading and firing with urgency, Liang Chen continued to change positions, relentlessly shooting. The enemy's tanks were decimated, but only 3 of his own soldiers remained. Hundreds had perished, and Liang Chen regretted not conducting a thorough reconnaissance. Having swept the battlefield, he managed to salvage some intact trucks, along with the remains of his fallen comrades. They also retrieved 2 operational tanks, supporting the 3 surviving soldiers. They retreated into the woods, unaware of the enemy's strategic maneuver that nearly cost them their lives. Chapter 51. Commander, we have arrived? The day's battle had taken a heavy toll, and the return journey was marked by a somber silence as they made their way back to Jifeng Fortress. The soldiers returned to the barracks. Liang Chen ventured alone to the cemetery, where he released the remains of the fallen soldiers from the confines of space, counting over 400 in total. He then took out a military shovel and began to excavate graves. One by one, the pits were dug, and he ventured into the mountains to find adequately sized stones to craft into sarcophagi, placing them directly into the graves. 3 days later, Su Song sought Liang Chen but could not locate him. "Captain Jiang, have you seen the commander?" "No, I haven't seen him since he returned. I will call the madam." After Captain Jiang finished his call with Chu Lingyan, he learned that Liang Chen was not with her. He then inquired about the soldiers on duty these past few days. "Deputy Commander, the commander is definitely not outside. Where could he possibly be?" Su Song felt a sense of urgency. Could he have gone to the cemetery? Or perhaps sneaked out to seek vengeance against the Japanese? Captain Jiang suggested, "Let us head to the cemetery and take a look." The group rushed to the cemetery, where they found Liang Chen tenderly wiping the faces of each fallen soldier before placing them into their stone coffins. Su Song and the accompanying soldiers were at a loss for words. They felt honored to fight alongside this commander, even in death. "Commander, we have arrived," Su Song said, as he too joined in the solemn task of burying the over 400 soldiers. Each grave bore a stone tablet, adorned with their likenesses, the locations of their demise, and their names. For the past few days, Liang Chen had felt a weight upon his heart and decided to visit his wife and son. He entrusted Jin Fengzhe to Su Song and set out alone from the mountains. Leading a large force in battle had become somewhat cumbersome, and he could not afford to expose his secrets. He resolved to leave the vicinity of his hometown and investigate the Japanese supply routes to uncover their schemes. Disguised in Japanese attire and armed with a Type 38 rifle, Liang Chen navigated cautiously along the way. After several days, he finally arrived at a location where Japanese trucks incessantly transported supplies. What were these ruffians up to? He found a concealed spot and used binoculars to observe their every move. Approaching the Japanese encampment under the cover of night, he noted a substantial area had been flattened during the day, indicating the construction of a military airfield or a similar large structure. Many laborers had been captured as well. Stealthily blending in among the Japanese, Liang Chen made his way to the area where they held the laborers. The encampment was vast, and the patrols were numerous. Humming a Japanese song, he was shooed away by the patrol twice before finally reaching the barracks, where hundreds of Japanese soldiers were housed. Remembering the over 400 brothers he had lost, he did not dare to be complacent. He began at one end, swiftly dispatching each soldier and collecting their bodies into space with astonishing speed. He cleared one barrack before moving on to the next, storing their weapons within the confines of space, leaving no belongings behind. As dawn approached, Liang Chen hastily realized that there were still 20 to 30 barracks remaining. Without hesitation, He retrieved several timed explosives and bundles of dynamite, stacking them together and placing them beneath the beds in various barracks. He knew that a few bundles in each barrack would not be sufficient to send them all skyward. Finding a vantage point, he set up 2 heavy machine guns, ready to alternate their use. As the first light of day broke, the Japanese were caught off guard. Many were sent flying by the explosions, and some of the patrols were even knocked down by the shockwave. Liang Chen hastily unleashed a barrage from his heavy machine gun, rendering the enemy troops nearly defenseless, with only the patrol unit still armed, becoming the primary target of his fire. Suddenly, a fresh wave of enemies surged forth, but they were unarmed, rushing in with bare hands. Liang Chen repelled them once more with his machine gun. For the entire morning, the adversaries cowered within the confines of the building, while he systematically eliminated the patrols outside. After securing the machine gun, he retreated to the camp, tossing grenades into the rooms as he ran, ensuring every room received its share while simultaneously collecting weapons from outside, preventing any enemy from emerging. Upon entering their barracks, he executed any remaining threats and confiscated a radio and a codebook, items of considerable utility. He liberated the local villagers, allowing them to flee on their own. Liang Chen discovered a cache of provisions and stored them away before departing from Lingwang village, which had been utterly obliterated by the enemy. Observing that the civilians had long since escaped, he resolved it was time for him to leave as well. He journeyed northward, heading towards Jilin province, not too far ahead. After 2 more days of travel, just as he prepared to enter the mountains, 2 trucks halted, and a significant number of enemies disembarked, pursuing him relentlessly. Uncertain of their intentions, he dashed into the mountains, while the enemy erupted in laughter, spurring them on even further. Oblivious to their motives, Liang Chen ran with great haste, occasionally glancing back to gauge their proximity and sporadically setting landmines along his path. The sound of explosions echoed behind him as his traps detonated. It turned out that among the villagers he had rescued was an enemy spy who had been trailing him, thus leading to this pursuit. In his moment of elation, his foot suddenly gave way, and he plummeted swiftly downwards. Before he could comprehend what was happening, his head collided with a tree, the impact causing branches to snap violently. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself in a dilapidated structure, cared for by a small girl, no older than 6 or 7. "Where am I?" Liang Chen inquired of the child. "This is the mountains, though I cannot say exactly where," she replied. "What of your guardians?" he asked. "I have none. My parents are gone, and my grandparents, along with my uncles and aunts, have abandoned me. I reside here in this hunter's small cabin," she explained. "What do you eat?" Liang Chen asked, astonished. "I consume leaves, but they do not suffice," she admitted. "How did I arrive here? Can you take me back?" He pondered, doubting that such a small child could assist him. "It was not I who brought you here. It was the hunter. He rescued you, and, finding the journey out of the mountains too far, left you here. I too was carried here by my grandfather," she responded. Testing his body, Liang Chen hesitated to move, suspecting a broken rib. "From now on, you shall be my sister, and I will ensure you never suffer again," he declared. "Really, brother?" she asked, tears welling in her eyes. "Do not cry. I will provide you with a good life. I have provisions, and I shall cook for you tonight. Please remain still. The hunter said you must not move." "What is your name?" Liang Chen asked, wishing to address her properly. "I have no name. The villagers used to call me Arya," she replied. "That name is unappealing. You shall call me Liang Chen," he stated firmly. "From henceforth, you shall be known as Liang Xiao. Henceforth, live with a smile. This name is melodious. Brother, may I sleep on the Kong?" "Of course. I shall provide you with the finest life. I will recover in just a few days." "Brother, you are truly remarkable. Grandpa the hunter said you survived a fall from the cliff. Is there still breath within you?" "I shall regain my strength." Liang Chen removed his clothing to inspect his wounds, which were marred by scratches from tree branches. He retrieved some sulfanilamide to cleanse the injuries, sprinkled it upon the wounds, and then wrapped them with gauze. Upon noticing the little girl had exited, he took out a food box. When the little girl returned, she was taken aback by the food he had produced. Xiao, come here. Brother has prepared a meal for us to share." Liang Chen arranged the dishes. The little girl's mouth watered as she gazed at him. "Let us eat. Do you know how to use chopsticks?" "Hee. You don't know how to use chopsticks yet?" The little girl demonstrated for him. The two, one large and one small, began to eat. That night, Liang Chen drank some spring water from his spatial pouch, feeling significantly better and free from pain, and he believed he could soon stand once more. The following morning, he presented a food box to the little girl, and they joyfully shared another meal. Chapter 52. Brother, I am afraid. During the day, Liang Chen struggled to step outside the house, where verdant mountains and flowing waters awaited him, though the leaves were tinged with yellow, rustling in the breeze. Since Liang Chen had awakened the day before, the little girl had been overjoyed, having tasted rice and delicious dishes she had not eaten in ages. And brother would take her home. No longer would she fear the wolves howling at the door at night, nor the animals clawing at it. Liang Xiao, brother. Return to your room. You should come back too. Brother, I am back. The little girl ventured outside to play for a while, feeling secure with her brother nearby. Xiao Xiao, how long have you been here? Several days. I had to plead with Grandpa the hunter to take me into the mountains. He fed me and then departed. The night before last, he brought you here, leaving before dawn. Brother will soon be well, and once recovered, I will take you home. We have enough food here to last us both until then. Brother, I understand. It has been ages since I last had rice. Grandma and uncle and auntie do not wish for me to eat, saying it would be a waste. Auntie even chased me away. Such a cruel creature, devoid of compassion. Liang Chun was particularly incensed. Are you well? An old man appeared at the door. Grandpa the hunter. Xiao Xiao rushed out to greet him. Young man, who are you? The old man was concerned for Xiao Xiao. If a stranger awakens, what if they are not benevolent? It would be dangerous for Xiao Xiao. So I hurried back to the mountains to check. I was pursued by the Japanese and fell from the cliff. Old man, where is this place? This is the farthest edge of Liaoning province. Travel a few dozen kilometers further, and you will reach Jilin province. The Japanese will not come here. You can rest easy. Old man, what is the story with Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao? Old man, it is the new name I have given the little girl, hoping she will always live with a smile. Once my injuries heal, I will take her home. Remaining here, we would ultimately be prey for wild beasts. Young man, what is your surname? Old man. My name is Liangchen, and this is my sister, Liang Xiao Xiao. Liangchen? The Liangchen from Jinfeng village? The old man stood up in astonishment. The youth before us is renowned in Liao province for his prowess in vanquishing the enemy, with the adversaries relentlessly pursuing him. To be candid, the situation surrounding this young girl is rather complex. After the passing of her grandmother, her grandfather wed a widow from the Zhao family, who brought her son into their household. This son, known as Xiao Zhao's father, eventually established his own family, leading to their separation. Xiao Zhao's parents were quite resourceful, earning a considerable fortune through hunting and ginseng gathering in the mountains, yet tragically, they vanished during an expedition last year. In the wake of this calamity, Xiao Zhao's grandfather fell gravely ill, and just a few days ago, they moved him to Xiao Zhao's home, displacing her in the process. I took Xiao Xiao into the mountains for refuge. This morning, I learned that her grandfather has also passed away. The family buried him hastily with straw mats, exhibiting a shocking lack of compassion. It is truly outrageous. There must be more to his death than meets the eye. Once I have recovered, I shall seek justice for Xiao Xiao. The murderous intent emanating from Liang Chun instilled a sense of trepidation in the elderly man. Young man, I am heading into the mountains to hunt, Liang Chun remarked as he observed the old man's rustic hunting rifle. He produced a brand new Liao 13 rifle along with 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Do you know how to use such a firearm? The old man inquired, finally noticing the pristine condition of Liang Chen's rifle and the abundance of ammunition. I do, but such a weapon is far too valuable, the old man replied. The worth of this rifle far surpasses my life. I refrain from giving you a Type 38 rifle out of concern for the trouble it might attract. The Liao 13 is commonplace and will not raise any alarms. Thank you, young man. Your life is truly resilient. Falling from such a height, with only 2 large trees below to break your fall, it is remarkable that you survived. They cushioned your descent just enough to spare you from certain doom. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Liang Chun bowed respectfully to the old man, who waved him off. The two exchanged glances as they watched the old man depart. Brother, can you help me seek vengeance? Once I regain my strength, I shall descend the mountain and exact retribution upon your uncle and aunt. Those who have wronged Xiao Xiao shall meet their demise. You are so kind, brother. I know where my parents hid their money. They asked me about it, but I remained silent. They cast me out when I said there was none. Sister, let us eat. I will fetch you some food. Liangchen entered the room and retrieved a food box. The siblings enjoyed a delightful meal together, with Liangchen offering the young girl a bowl of water. The color in her cheeks improved significantly. The day passed swiftly as the young girl engaged him in conversation. After sharing dinner, they lay down to sleep. In the stillness of the night, they were disturbed by the sound of claws scratching at the door. Brother, I am afraid. Liang Xiao clutched Liangchen tightly, burrowing into his embrace. Let it come. If it seeks to enter, it may devour me instead. I must survive to avenge you. He reassured her, sensing her fear. Do not cry. I will slay it. I will not allow it to harm you. Should it enter, I shall confront it. I am not afraid. The young girl declared bravely, surprising Liang Chun with her newfound courage as she stood and shouted at the door. Behold, brother. Liang Chun displayed his readiness, wielding 2 handguns, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the door. He had long suspected what lurked outside, a full-grown tiger. At this moment, the tiger's head was riddled with bullet holes. With a final roar, it fell to the ground. Liangchen quietly opened the door and drew the tiger into his space. Brother, what is that? Liang Xiao inquired. A tiger, albeit deceased. Let us sleep now. All right, Xiao replied, as Liangchen secured the door. Returning to the room, He held Liang Xiaoxiao close as they drifted into slumber, relieved that no unruly beast disturbed them during the latter half of the night. The following morning, Liangchen utilized his space to skin the tiger meticulously and hung the pelt by the door to dry. The tiger's meat was neatly separated, the bones collected, and the entrails discarded far away. Brother, you are truly remarkable. The great tiger has been transformed into its pelt and meat. Shall we stew some tiger meat today? Certainly. I will prepare tiger stew for you. Liangchen set up a large iron pot filled with spring water from his space, adding several hefty pieces of tiger meat along with oil, salt, and various seasonings. Within 2 hours, the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Liangchen and the young girl were pleasantly surprised by the delightful scent, which even drew the old man to the front of the wooden cabin. Did you encounter a tiger? The old hunter's expression changed upon seeing the bullet holes in the door. Realizing this was the handiwork of Liangchen, he felt grateful that he had saved the girl. Otherwise, she might have become prey for the tiger. Last night, this reckless creature had come to frighten the girl and ended up meeting its demise. The old man joined them for the feast. What family do you have at home? Liangchen inquired. It's just me. I've always been poor and never married when I was young. After my parents passed away, I was left alone. Not wanting to work as a laborer for the landlords, I relied on hunting for survival. Come with me, old man. When we reach Jinfeng village, I will ensure your well-being. Liangchen, being affluent, would not mind supporting an elder, especially one who had saved his life. The old man was indeed inclined to go, albeit with a hint of a sense of obligation. You can also look after Xiaoxiao. Behind my Jifeng village, there is another village inhabited by ordinary folk, safe from the Japanese invaders. Without landlords, each family has their own land. Is such a place truly existent? I will accompany you, the old man resolved. Chapter 53. The ones to be exterminated are you. Ungrateful wretches. The old man decided not to return. He fashioned another bed in the room, and the young girl now had her own sleeping space. That night, she felt a greater sense of security, even snoring peacefully. The next day, Liangchen tested his health and found it considerably improved, though he still required time before embarking on a journey. Old man, do not venture out today. We have an abundance of provisions. One tiger is sufficient to last several days. It would be wasteful to let it go to waste. I can make jerky from the remainder, so we shall not enter the mountains today. After breakfast, the old man began preparing the jerky. Liangchen boiled the meat in a large pot, and once it was cooked, he handed it to the old man, who seasoned it before hanging it on the eaves with grass twine. By midday, they had completed their tasks, while the young girl bounced along merrily beside them. The mountain was vast, and Liangchen yearned to hunt. Old man, please watch over Xiaoxiao while I venture into the mountains. Shouldn't I go instead? I worry about you. You are still quite young. Huh, old man, I have been a hunter since I was a child, raised by my grandfather. What? The old man never anticipated that this young lad possessed such a remarkable background. As he matured, he even brought back an old hunter. Was this their destined connection? Reflecting on the formidable tiger, he felt reassured after having taken down such a significant beast. Liangchen ventured into the mountains and soon discovered a large herd of wild boars. He retrieved his silenced rifle and aimed for a fatal shot. Striving for a swift kill, with a series of shots, he dispatched several wild boars, which ultimately scattered in fear. Liangchen then proceeded to collect his substantial bounty before heading back, realizing that once he had secured his prey, any additional weight would be burdensome. It wasn't that he couldn't carry more. Rather, it was impractical to do so on the descent. In front of the wooden cabin, the young girl, Xiaoxiao, gazed at the mountains, her expression contemplative. What troubles you, Xiaoxiao? The old man inquired, observing the little girl. Alas, does my brother no longer wish to have me around? He has been gone for so long. Your brother would never abandon you. He is a good man and holds you in high regard, unlike your grandmother and uncle. He will return, bringing you home, she reassured herself. An hour passed, and tears began to well in her eyes as dusk approached, yet he had not returned. The old man felt a pang of sorrow, his gaze fixed on the mountains. The two of them silently observed, until suddenly a figure emerged. Overwhelmed, the little girl could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. What is the matter? Xiaoxiao. Liangchen set down the wild boar draped across his shoulders and approached the weeping girl. Why are you crying? Brother, I thought you had left and would not return for me, she sobbed. You are my sister. How could I ever forsake you? Remember, I will always protect you. The little girl nodded vigorously, and the old man wiped away a tear. This child truly tugs at the heartstrings. You have returned with such a magnificent catch. The old man recognized that the wild boar weighed at least 300 pounds. How did you manage to carry it back with wounds like these? This creature weighs just over 300 pounds. After removing the entrails, it is around 200. The remains have been offered to the mountain deity. A hunter who understands traditions. Your grandfather was also a knowledgeable hunter. He spent his life pursuing game, only to be betrayed by reckless youths. Though vengeance was exacted, he lost everything, including my sister. This led him down the path of retribution, and once again, the enemy returned, prompting him to resume his fight. You are a man of valor. In Liaoning province, few are unaware of your illustrious name, Liang Chun. You have slain so many foes, avenging the oppressed. Who would have thought that my journey into the mountains would lead to the rescue of a hero? Old man, I wish to descend the mountain tomorrow, to confront that ungrateful family and vindicate my sister. Then we shall return to Jinfeng village. Very well, had I not refused to marry her. She and her son would have perished from hunger. I never anticipated their true nature would reveal itself. This family deserves a reckoning. The little girl nestled in Liang Chen's embrace, listening to their conversation. Upon hearing that they would soon leave, her spirits soared. She wrapped her small arms tightly around his neck. If left in this mountain during winter, survival would be impossible. Unbeknownst to them, this duo had not only rescued Liang Chen, but had also found their own sanctuary. In the evening, the three of them feasted upon tiger meat, stowing the dried flesh into their spatial storage, with a hunting rifle slung over their shoulders. Embracing the little girl, they descended the mountain, following the old man. The little girl shuddered involuntarily, tightening her small arms. With a resounding crash, Liang Chen kicked open the front door, startling the old man. This fellow was clearly here for vengeance, showing no subtlety whatsoever. Who dares intrude upon my home? Get out. An elderly woman erupted in fury. How brazen to pilfer from others. Today, I shall impart a lesson on what is permissible and what is not. Those who provoke my sister deserve death. Liang Chen continued into the house, while the old woman attempted to assert her authority. As she approached him, she was abruptly flung outside with a thud. You dare strike my mother? You seek death. A man charged out, brandishing a wooden staff. Liang Chen, with one hand gripping the shotgun, fired a shot that struck the man squarely in the forehead. The old woman was beside herself with madness. Was her son, whom she had painstakingly raised, truly gone? Who are you? I will report you to the authorities, she cried, still struggling. You wretched family of ingrates. The old man took you in, and instead of gratitude, you repaid him with malice. You robbed his daughter of her home, drove her away, and even killed her father. You are nothing but beasts. You deserve to perish. Not a single one of you shall be spared. Have mercy. Spare me, and my daughter-in-law, who is with child. I beseech you, allow our family to continue. The old woman trembled in fear. What purpose does it serve to allow a family such as yours to endure? Will they not grow to harm others? Liang Chen warned. If you do not come out, I shall fire again. A heavily pregnant woman emerged from the room, trembling with fear, and Liang Chen shot her without hesitation. The old woman nearly went mad. It was clear he had no intention of allowing them to continue their lineage. Regret flooded over her, but it was far too late. Her son and grandson were gone. Casting a venomous glare at Liang Chen, he remained indifferent to the plight of one on the verge of death. He raised his hand and fired once more, extinguishing the old woman's life. The nearby neighbors dared not emerge. As Liang Chen instructed the little girl to search for belongings left by her parents, he wrapped them in a small cloth and secured it around her. From the courtyard, he found a wheelbarrow, placing the little girl and their belongings upon it, guiding the old man as they exited the village. Did you see? That old widow met her fate. Vengeance has come knocking, leaving no trace behind. Even the pregnant woman was shot down. They never considered the consequences when they wronged the old man, did they? Their lineage is now utterly extinguished. Chapter 54. Brother, how much longer until we arrive? Liang Chen pushed the wheelbarrow with Liang Xiaoxiao beside him, following the old hunter as they navigated the back roads to avoid the enemy. After 6 days, they had barely covered half the distance. They relied on hunting for sustenance, as the old hunter was reluctant to venture far for supplies. Brother, how much longer until we reach our destination? Xiao Xiao felt the weight of the journey as solitude. We will soon arrive, but you must endure a few more days of travel. I will always push you along. As long as I am with you, I am not afraid. The old hunter remarked that something was amiss ahead. Liang Chen turned his gaze in that direction, observing a village shrouded in black smoke. As we ventured into the mountains, Liang Chen led an elderly man and a young girl into the nearby Grand Peaks. The old gentleman held on to Liang Xiaoxiao, who appeared somewhat apprehensive. What is wrong, brother? She inquired. There are some enemy soldiers. I shall go take a look. Liang Chen instructed them to hide while he exited the village, which was shrouded in smoke. Upon nearing the scene, he discerned several enemy soldiers bullying the villagers, with 2 fallen soldiers lying on the ground. Liang Chen stealthily approached, retrieving his Barrett rifle, and aimed at the enemy officer wielding a sword. With a thunderous bang, the upper half of the officer's body was obliterated. The remaining soldiers stood in a daze, staring at the remnants. With a cry of Bakayuru, several enemy soldiers dashed towards the village outskirts. The rapid fire of a semi-automatic sniper rifle echoed, lacking the Barrett's might but compensating with its speed. The enemy soldiers were repeatedly struck in the head, and soon, 8 or 9 of them lay lifeless. Among the surviving villagers, a few young men seized the enemy rifles, joining in the fray and managing to eliminate 2 more soldiers from behind. Liang Chun did not linger to scavenge the battlefield. He understood that others would attend to that task. The young men ran far without sighting Liang Chun. "What is the matter, lad?" the old hunter inquired. "A group of enemy soldiers was tormenting the villagers, so I intervened and dealt with a few of them." "Let us move on," Liang Chun responded, now carrying Liang Xiaoxiao on his back. He discreetly gathered the unicycle, pondering its potential future utility. The trio maneuvered through the mountains, making their way towards Yong'an town, situated beneath Liaoyang city. "Old man, let us enter the town and procure some provisions." "We shall bury the hunting and rifles at the mountain's edge for now," Liang Chun suggested. The old man agreed, burying the rifles securely before they entered the town and found an inn. "Welcome, esteemed guests," the young attendant greeted them, ushering them into a room. As they dined, the old man spoke little, and Liang Chun sensed his unease. "What local specialties do you have? Please serve us 4 dishes and 3 portions of rice," he ordered. "Will the old gentleman partake in some wine?" "No wine for me. This will suffice. We must continue our journey shortly," the old man replied, wary of the situation. "Have you heard? The Jinfeng stronghold has emerged from the mountains and bombarded Liaoyang city, fighting for 2 days before retreating back to the hills. The enemy's main force is preparing to attack the mountains, and even aircraft have arrived," another patron conversed. "Indeed? This time, Jinfeng stronghold is in for a tough battle." The old man glanced at Liang Chun, who seemed oblivious to the conversation, contemplating that the aircraft would be of no use as long as they did not engage in battle. What could the enemy possibly do? He was well aware of the fortifications he had designed. Nonetheless, he could not afford to be complacent. Returning to the stronghold to oversee operations was paramount. For the enemy was cunning. After their meal, the 3 departed the town. Notably, there were no enemy soldiers present, likely all having ventured to Jinfeng stronghold. Liang Chun led the elderly man and the girl, rifles slung over their backs, taking the mountain path straight to the stronghold. The journey to Jinfeng stronghold would take another day, as they needed to navigate around to reach the new encampment directly. Liang Chun carried Liang Xiaoxiao, while the old man, despite his age, navigated the mountainous terrain with ease. A day later, the trio arrived at the new encampment. "Halt!" Daju shouted as he and his men emerged to assess the newcomers. "Commander, you're alive." The chief has been frantic these past few days, leading a large force to attack the county town, nearly bringing it down. However, reinforcements from the enemy arrived, forcing a retreat. "What were our losses, brother?" "Commander, this time we have suffered losses exceeding 2,000, yet all have been brought back for burial. Now, the Jinfeng stronghold is under the command of Deputy Commander Su, who fears the impulsiveness of the chief. Take me to see Ling Yan." Liang Chun led the elder and the younger into the camp. "Look who has returned." De Zhang shouted incessantly, "Chu Ling Yan." "Ah, Liang Chun, you are not dead," she cried. "Woo-woo. The little devils said they had beaten you to death. How is it that you have returned?" Chu Ling Yan was genuinely frightened, as the little devils spoke with conviction and even posted notices. "I apologize for worrying you. It was this elder and my sister who rescued me from the mountains," Liang Chun explained. "This is my sister, Liang Xiaoxiao, and it was this old gentleman who carried me back from the mountains. Thank you for saving me." Chu Ling Yan expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the elder and the younger. "Xiao, this is my wife, Chu Ling Yan. From now on, we are all family." Liang Chun introduced them. "Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful," the young girl exclaimed, clearly fond of Chu Ling Yan. "Let us go home," Chu Ling Yan said, pulling Liang Xiaoxiao along. Upon entering the room, she quickly ushered Liang Xiaoxiao into her quarters. Before long, she emerged with Liang Xiaoxiao, now adorned in a fresh new outfit. "Elder, this is for you," she said, presenting another new set of clothing. "Rest for a bit. Dinner will be ready soon." Chu Ling Yan felt joy in her heart today, grateful for her husband's resilience. Despite falling into the trap set by the little devils, he had returned alive. "Wife, the elder and Xiaoxiao will need your care. I must head to the Jinfeng stronghold to assess the situation," Liang Chun declared. "Go ahead, as a commander. How can you not attend to battle?" "Brother, where are you going?" Liang Xiaoxiao asked, still reluctant to part with Liang Chun. "Xiaoxiao, you stay at home with your sister-in-law and look after the little nephew. I am off to deal with the little devils." Come back quickly," Liang Xiaoxiao said, watching Liang Chun depart with reluctance. Liang Chun, feeling anxious, hastened his pace, and within 2 hours, he arrived at the side of the Jinfeng stronghold's rocky wall. Unable to approach from the front due to the ongoing skirmish with the devils, he retrieved a rope meant for escape and began to ascend. After 20 minutes of relentless climbing, he reached the rooftop of the stronghold. "Do you see that? Is that not the commander? Are you out of your mind? The commander was killed by the devils. Today we shall take our revenge on these fiends." "Indeed, he is on the rooftop," someone exclaimed, pulling out binoculars to take a closer look, nearly dropping them in shock. "It is our commander. The little devils boasted that they killed him, The commander is alive. Ha ha ha. Brothers, the commander is well. Let us leave these devils here. It's the regiment commander. Let us eliminate this group of scoundrels. The soldiers below were reinvigorated, their light and heavy machine guns unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets. A deafening explosion resonated as a low-flying bomber was struck by a Barrett rifle, trailing a long plume of black smoke as it plummeted toward the slope occupied by the devils. The aircraft exploded into a fireball. What about our assets? The little devils were taken aback, astonished that one of their own planes had been shot down. Liangchen paid no heed to their astonishment. There were still planes in the air, and he continued to fire. Bang! Another enemy aircraft was hit, while the remaining ones hastily ascended. Liangchen aimed his rocket launcher at the enemy's heavy weaponry, particularly targeting the mortar positions. The artillery, unleash your fury. The enemy aircraft have retreated. Fire the shells. Su Song had previously feared that the artillery would attract the enemy planes, so he had camouflaged them with branches and green tarps. Now that the skies were clear, the cannons could finally be put to use. Boom, boom. With a thunderous cacophony, over a dozen heavy cannons began their counteroffensive. Deputy Commander, the driver has returned alive. A soldier reported. What did you say? The driver is back? Splendid. Just in time. Let's see how the enemy can act so boldly now. Just days ago, the lady led a charge that nearly seized their county town. The commander will certainly bring us vengeance upon his return. Finally, a chance to engage the enemy in a grand confrontation. Artillery, do not skimp on the shells. Let them all fly. The gunners commenced a relentless barrage of shells, leaving the enemy in a state of utter despair. 2 enemy aircraft had been shot down, while the rest retreated under continuous bombardment. Baka, call in the air support. We are under heavy artillery fire, and retreat is impossible. Cursed the enemy commander, his ears ringing with the deafening explosions. His eyes widened in terror as a bullet struck an officer beside him, severing his head, while another shot took off half of the commander's shoulder, leaving him with but an arm. With a gasp, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Retreat! Retreat! The lieutenant colonel shouted. The enemy was reduced to a mere handful, hastily dragging their commander down the mountain. The soldiers emerged to replenish their ammunition and scour the battlefield, expertly collecting heads and disposing of bodies. Commander, have you returned? They called out. Liang Chun descended from the rooftop, and the soldiers rushed towards him. The enemy claimed they had killed you, yet we did not believe it. The lady led our brothers to assault their county town, inciting the enemy's wrath against us. Little did they know the commander had returned. They thought I was dead. But I am very much alive. We shall bide our time before dealing with them. For now, we must endure. Liang Chun understood that the enemy would remain subdued for a while, believing him to be deceased. Nighttime raids would yield fewer losses. Commander, did you visit the lady? She truly went all out. The enemy reinforcements have arrived, and she is unwilling to retreat. She wishes to fight to the bitter end. Had it not been for the mention of the young master, she may have truly engaged the enemy. Deputy Su, regardless of my fate, ensures she does not act recklessly. We must safeguard our brothers' lives. I will speak with her and forbid her from mobilizing the troops. Should I fall, only Deputy Su has the authority to command the forces and continue the fight against the enemy. This impulsiveness has cost us over 2,000 brothers. And it pains me deeply. Merely relying on brute force against the enemy is insufficient. We must employ strategy to minimize casualties. Commander, we did not suffer in vain. We eliminated over 3,000 enemies with a casualty ratio of 1 to 2. Su Song still felt it was not a loss? When we previously lured the enemy into their camp and ambushed them, what were our losses then? Liang Chen inquired. We annihilated 10,000 foes without sustaining a single injury. But that was a surprise attack. This time, we are engaged in positional warfare, Su Song countered. We often conduct surprise attacks and only engage in positional battles when absolutely necessary. Why is it that we can achieve significant victories with minimal casualties, yet still engage in trench warfare with them, one-on-one? I understand now, Commander. Previously, we always fought in trenches and never caught our breath. In the future, we shall avoid trench warfare whenever possible, primarily relying on ambush tactics. Let them come to our Jinfeng village for the trench battles. Su Song is not a pedantic individual. He grasped the essence immediately. I shall return to check on my wife while you clear the battlefield. Make a list of any shortages and send it to the new camp. Very well, I shall go see her now. Su Song departed, and Liang Chun returned to the new camp. Upon arrival, the little girl had already acclimatized to the surroundings and had entered the cave room alongside Chu Lingyan. Reassured that no wild animals would intrude, she had also befriended some children and eagerly greeted Liang Chen upon his return. Brother, you're back. Did you manage to take down the little devils? I did. I returned as soon as the fighting was over. Have you eaten? Yes, I did. Sister-in-law took me to eat. I'm staying with Sister Qian, while Grandpa and Grandpa do share a room. The little girl reported to Liang Chen. Good, Liang Chen acknowledged. He knew that Uncle Du was currently residing alone, while his old companion stayed with their daughter-in-law for comfort. What is the situation at the front? The little devils left behind some corpses, and 2 planes fell from the sky. There is something I need to tell you. You will be in charge of troop movements. The personnel at this new camp will be under your command. My dear wife, I know you must have felt sorrow upon hearing of my supposed demise, and wanted to avenge me alongside the brothers. However, the lives of others are equally precious. Focus on raising our son to lead the fight against the devils. My son cannot be a coward who merely survives. I understand. It pains me to see so many brought back, but I am just a simple village girl. Even confronting a landlord is a struggle for me. I will refrain from recklessly commanding troops in the future. They have more opportunities to combat the devils while alive. When I mentioned avenging you, the brothers were even more eager to act, and thus the battle was waged. That is good to hear. I owe my safe return to the 2 of them, and I must not neglect them. The little girl has suffered enough. The old man has also endured much. Yet they saved my life. It seems fate has intertwined our paths, and I shall treat them as family. Rest assured, I will be kind to my saviors. My dear wife, we should consider having a second child. If we were to have 1,000 sons, they would form a unit in the future. Brothers in arms. Fathers and sons in battle. Get lost, you just want to take advantage. Chu Lingyan pushed Liangchen playfully. The next day, after fulfilling his plan of procreation, Liangchen came to see Liang Xiaoxiao. Brother, this room is so warm. Why are you up so early? I came to check if you slept well. Hee, I did. Sister Qian even told me stories about you, your stories, and the one about your fight with the black bear. The girl had shared all his tales with Xiaoxiao. Chapter 56. Every feast must come to an end. Liangchen did not succumb to the allure of gentle comforts. A few days later, he returned to Jinfeng village. We shall launch an assault on the enemy and avenge our brothers. I will teach you the art of ambush. Leading over 1,000 men, they located an enemy military camp with favorable conditions for attack. The key to a successful ambush lies in patience. The first task is to conduct thorough reconnaissance, understanding the changing of the enemy's patrols and their routines. Only then can they identify a safe route for both assault and retreat, striving for a silent engagement. Commander, we have heard tales of how the brothers from Jifeng village followed you on night raids against the enemy camps. Shall we proceed in the same manner today? Indeed. As soon as the enemy patrol passes, we shall strike. Yangshan led the main force through the blockade and into the next secure location, taking cover to await the arrival of the second enemy patrol. Each soldier behind him held a bayonet in their mouths. When the enemy patrol approached, over 20 men surged forward, 2 confronting each enemy soldier, one seizing the enemy's rifle, the other delivering a lethal strike to the throat, their coordination impeccable. They dragged the enemy corpses into hiding, and several donned enemy uniforms to continue the patrol. Liang Chun and his team rushed to the path of the third patrol, anticipating their arrival. As they came into view, the soldiers executed their learned tactics, ambushing from the side and swiftly eliminating them. Disguised as enemy soldiers, they approached the sentry at the entrance. The sentry, puzzled by the absence of the expected patrol change, pondered why the patrol was returning to the camp. His contemplation was abruptly cut short as a bayonet pierced his neck. They steadied him as he was pulled inside, leaving one to assume his post. This maneuver was essential, as there was an enemy soldier operating a rotating searchlight above who had not noticed the sentry's replacement. Seeing the soldiers converse with the sentry, he assumed they were allies and allowed them entry. 2 of the soldiers ascended a ladder, reaching the position of the soldier operating the searchlight. The first soldier swiftly seized the enemy by the head, silencing him with a hand over his mouth, and drove the bayonet into his neck. Once the enemy lay still, they took control of the searchlight, while the soldiers who followed set up a light machine gun at the vantage point. With a swift motion of the searchlight, the main force rapidly infiltrated the enemy camp to rendezvous with Liangchen. What shall be our next course of action, Commander? Su Song inquired. Form groups of 40 to enter the enemy camp and maintain silence. When ready, use daggers to slit throats. Understood. Each platoon formed a group, seeking their respective barracks. Gradually, they infiltrated the quarters. Within an hour, the soldiers had raided 2 barracks each, emerging with surplus rifles and machine guns. Liang Chun scouted the area thoroughly, uncovering a wealth of valuable supplies, notably various artillery pieces and ammunition. Over 20 heavy machine guns, along with more than 60 light machine guns and grenade launchers, were also retrieved. Retreat, Liangchen commanded. As the soldiers fell back, he did not neglect to scour the barracks for additional valuables. Such resources were hard-earned and should not be left behind. Upon exiting, the soldiers observed that only a single patrol remained diligently on watch. Several individuals rushed out, subduing their enemies and severing their heads. Liang Chun, bearing the severed heads of these enemies, returned to Jinfeng Zhai alongside the main force. The commander's strategy was indeed commendable and quite exhilarating. Fortunately, there were minimal casualties, with the enemies all vanquished. The soldiers were genuinely jubilant today. In the ensuing days, Liang Qin led these officers and soldiers in a series of surprise attacks against the enemy. Having participated in such real combat, Liang Qin reminisced about Li Yunlong's strategy of troop division during the night. With so many soldiers concentrated in Jinfengjai, it was difficult to fully utilize their potential. Old Su, I propose we disperse our brothers, organizing them by company and platoon to their homeland. This is still their stronghold, and they should be equipped with radios. After all, they are accustomed to sending telegrams. We can maintain constant communication via radio. This way, we can achieve comprehensive coverage, rendering the enemy as headless flies, devoid of a clear target, striking them from all directions. They can also recruit locally, as the enemy possesses readily available weapons, allowing for immediate replenishment. By returning to their hometowns, they will be familiar with the terrain and the people, facilitating the procurement of supplies. If anyone dares to bully the common folk, they will be deemed an enemy. The treacherous traders and greedy landlords can be dealt with, and their wealth can be retained as military funds for our troops. Commander, won't this lead to chaos? What good is it to keep the wicked alive? The moment the enemy arrives, they will surely collude with them, Liang Qin replied. The commander added, that is true, but we must discern carefully. We cannot act against the affluent indiscriminately. Su Song advised Liang Qin. Let us proceed with this plan. We will brief the brothers tomorrow morning. Each team will carry 2,000 silver dollars as initial funds, relying on future conquest for sustenance. Commander, you mean through plunder, right? Haha, however one may phrase it, it holds true. Henceforth, Deputy Commander Su will oversee communications and battle reports, coordinating reinforcements as needed. Su Song's authority was indeed substantial now. The following morning, an urgent assembly was called. Today, we shall not train. Commander, the two of us made a decision last night. Our brothers from Jinfengjai will be divided. Organized by company, they will infiltrate various locations in Liao province, preferably returning near their hometowns to engage in guerrilla warfare against the enemy. Each company will be equipped with a radio for constant communication with Jinfengjai, sending telegrams should they encounter difficulties. Nearby troops will be on standby for support. The commander will provide the final arrangements. Commander, will we be able to return? The soldiers inquired of Liang Qin. This has always been your home. It is not that you are being abandoned, but rather it is a combat mission. Striking the enemy from all directions is crucial. Remaining here would only allow for skirmishes with nearby county towns, which would have little impact on the enemy. We need to create chaos throughout Liao province, ensuring they cannot pinpoint the source of their troubles, with our forces present everywhere. When you arrive at your destinations, you should also expand your ranks. You may confront traitors and tyrants, seizing their possessions to serve as your military funding while seeking weapons from the enemy. For they have provisions ready. Before departing, each company will take 2,000 silver dollars as your startup capital. The rest will depend on the weapons in your hands. Commander, how many people should we recruit? There is no upper limit. If you manage to recruit 10,000, you shall be a commander in your own right. You several officers must also be deployed to establish 2 brigade-level command posts in the northern and southern regions of the province. Your subordinates still fall under your unified command. Any battle reports should be directed to your brigade headquarters. Ultimately, it is the headquarters of Jinfengjai. Understood, Commander. The 2 brigade leaders and several regimental commanders mistakenly believe they have been sidelined, all in communication with the deputy commander. What are they doing? Over the course of 2 hours, the soldiers gradually donned their gear and departed from Jinfengjai, leaving only the former special forces to guard the stronghold. Chapter 57. The incessant calls from the enemy. Upon returning home, Liang Qin found himself in the rare company of Chu Lingyan for more than half a month. Liang Qin, I often feel that I am not yet married. My man appears like a shooting star. One moment he is here, the next he is gone. Isn't he here now? With the enemy wiped out, your man can accompany you every day. You are the backbone of our home. Although we are currently embroiled in constant warfare, it is also the most peaceful time I have experienced. I used to fear that one day we would be swallowed by another stronghold. I dreaded the ferocious bandit leaders who might coerce me into marriage with threats against the villagers. Each day was filled with anxiety, but your presence has alleviated my fears. The man behind me, Chu Lingyan, is stronger than any bear or tiger. As long as my man remains alive, no one dares to bully you. My man is a relentless killer. Wherever he goes, blood follows. In the future, let us hope the enemy takes fewer lives. Excessive killing will shorten their lives. Whose words are you repeating? The ones I eliminate are the tyrannical landlords. By taking down a fraction of them, the common folk can survive. And what of that pregnant woman you shot? Are you referring to the so-called Anne of Xiaoxiao? They are the ones who drove her out, hence their title as villains. Regardless of whether they turn into pregnant women or the elderly, they remain irredeemable evildoers. Why should we spare them? I cannot argue with you. You have a point. I will go check on Xiaoxiao. Why has Tishi come over today? In these days, Chu Lingyan has treated Liang Xiaoxiao as a child of the household, waking her each morning. Sister-in-law, we have arrived. I am here to see my nephew. Xiaoqin announced as she led the little girl into the room. Liang Xiaoxiao has been the happiest these days, no longer preoccupied with food, and able to play with the village children. She has heard that her brother is a great hero and that her sister-in-law is a formidable leader. Children over the age of 10 in every household are learning to shoot, and she too has gone to watch. Convinced that their skills pale in comparison to her brother's, even through the door, he could slay a mighty tiger. What has Xiaoxiao been up to these days? Liang Chun inquired of his sister. Hee, brother, I went to watch them shoot. Their aim is poor, far from your prowess. They cannot let the tiger eat Xiaoxiao. Is Xiaoxiao recounting her tales of shooting tigers again? The old hunter, Uncle Du, along with several elders, lived with Chu Lingyan's family, sharing meals and lodging. As they gathered, they began to eat. Brother, may I learn to shoot as well? The little girl asked Liang Chen. Of course. I will teach you the art of shooting. Soon. I will give you a handgun. Liang Chun was aware that he had enhanced Liang Xiaoxiao's physique. Her strength rivaled that of a 15 or 16-year-old boy. And her intelligence was notably high. Isn't it a bit too much? Chu Lingyan expressed her reluctance to have Liang Chen train a young girl to become a female assassin. In these times, a young girl cannot afford to lack means for self-preservation. My sister, despite marrying into a prominent family, ultimately fell victim to the machinations of a debauched scion. I cannot be by her side at all times. Thus, I must teach her the ways to safeguard herself. The old hunter nodded in agreement with Liang Chun, and the others concurred as well. Brother-in-law, I wish to learn skills from you too. Xiaoqin desires to acquire more abilities. What she learned from Chu Lingyan is simply insufficient. One must endure hardship, otherwise, little can be gained. Liang Chen asserted. The two young girls fervently nodded in agreement. Liang Chen fashioned small weighted sandbags for them to wrap around their legs and produced a Browning pistol for the young girls. My sister's pistol is truly exquisite. Do you have another, brother-in-law? Xiaoqin expressed her admiration, particularly envious of Chu Lingyan's 2 Glock pistols. I shall give you one, along with 500 rounds of ammunition. Remember, every bullet counts. I understand. I shall use my box pistol for training. Xiaoqin revealed her own box pistol, while Xiaoxiao delighted in her compact Browning, admiring its perfect size. Sister, the muzzle of the gun must never be pointed at another. It is prone to misfire and can harm others, and certainly not at oneself. Do you comprehend? I understand, brother. The young girl was not swept away by joy. Observing Liang Chen as he meticulously disassembled her small pistol, Liang Chen guided her step by step, and she followed suit, learning to disassemble and then reassemble it under his instruction. Look, brother, I did it. The little girl beamed with pride after successfully reassembling her firearm. Sister, you are indeed clever. Henceforth, daily practice is essential. Today, we shall focus on disassembling and reassembling guns. Very well, brother. Shall I also learn this? The little girl inquired on behalf of Xiaoqin. Everyone must learn this. A proficient marksman must be well-versed in various weapons to ensure accuracy. I understand, brother-in-law. I too shall learn to disassemble and reassemble guns. Xiaoqin commenced her own training, with rifles and shotguns laid out on the table, observing her clumsy movements. Liang Chen offered guidance until she grasped the technique. The two young girls busily practiced disassembling and reassembling around the table. Liang Chen retreated to the cave. You have returned. Chu Lingyan remarked upon seeing Liang Chen, leaving the two young girls to their exercises. Do not fear the wind, my son. Let us return home. The two entered the room, choosing not to stay in the cave during the day. The child looked at Liang Chen, who attempted to lift him but was resisted. As the boy kept glancing back at his mother, Chu Lingyan thought to herself, serves you right. My son does not recognize you. What kind of look is that? Liang Chen noted the peculiar gaze from Chu Lingyan. I was just thinking it serves you right. If you do not come home, my son will not recognize you. Had you been a daughter, she would recognize me, but this little rascal does not, and so be it. I have never encountered a cub so obstinate. Unwilling to acknowledge his own father, Chu Lingyan snatched the child and entered the house. Meanwhile, at the Japanese headquarters in Liaoning province, the phone lines were inundated with reports of casualties. They could not fathom the emergence of such a multitude of anti-Japanese forces continuously assaulting their military encampments. The lines were overwhelmed with distress calls. Where did so many troops come from? General, they are small units conducting nighttime raids, killing and fleeing before we can locate them in the mountains. They are too dispersed, lacking a main force. From today onwards, I shall rest during the day and prepare for battle at night. General, there are still several locations where the enemy refrains from direct confrontation, firing a few shots before retreating, persistently eroding our forces. Increase the patrols. The enemy currently lacks effective countermeasures and can only adopt a defensive stance. Su Song has also received numerous telegrams, predominantly filled with good news, primarily from regimental units. Hello, Deputy Commander Su. What news do you bring? Commander, our tactics are yielding results. Reports of victories are flooding in. Inform the brothers to refrain from overreaching. The enemy will respond, and we must not fall into their traps. I have already conveyed this. Worry not. Deputy Commander Su is particularly jubilant, having not anticipated such favorable outcomes. I, too, must stretch my legs and elevate our spirits. Chapter 58. The Commander's unexpected arrival, darling. I will venture out to the front lines for a few days to assess our troops and identify areas for improvement, striving to minimize casualties. Go ahead, just ensure your safe return. I know that even if I forbid you, you would still go. Especially concerning the matter of eliminating the enemy. With Captain Jiang in the stronghold, there should be no cause for concern. Do not worry about me. Liangshan reassured Chu Lingyan. Having a capable partner at home is crucial. Brother, I want to accompany you. I can handle a firearm, Xiao Xiao declared, rising to embrace his leg. Xiao Xiao, you must stay home to protect your sister-in-law and your little nephew. What will they do if we all leave? Xiao Xiao hesitated, glancing between Liangshan and Chu Lingyan before resolutely deciding, I will stay to safeguard my sister-in-law and nephew. Now that is my beloved sister. You are the mainstay at home. Do not forget to practice shooting and physical training with Sister Qian. I won't forget. Once I grow as tall as Sister Qian, I'll come down to fight the enemy. Excellent. That is my sister. Remember, all enemies deserve demise. I understand, brother. The little girl has been quite mischievous lately. I wonder who she learned that from. She keeps insisting on taking her friends down to the mines. Chu Lingyan has often scolded Liangshan, reminding him that they are villagers, not bandits, and that she has heard Xiao Xiao's brother went down to the mines before. As the morning sun streamed through the window, casting its glow upon Liangshan and Chu Lingyan, he gently caressed her hair, his eyes brimming with tenderness and reluctance. Lingyan, I must go down the mountain, Liangshan murmured softly. Chu Lingyan raised her head, gazing into Liangshan's eyes, tears glistening within them. Chengge, you must be careful. I await your return, she implored. Liangshan nodded, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Rest assured, I shall return. Take good care of yourself while I am gone, he promised. Chu Lingyan nestled against Liangshan, relishing his warmth and presence. Chengge, you must return soon. I will miss you dearly, she said. Liangshan released her, looking deeply into her eyes, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Lingyan, I will miss you. A blissful smile graced Chu Lingyan's face. Chengge, I will miss you too, she replied. As Liangshan turned to exit the room, Chu Lingyan watched his retreating figure, her heart filled with longing and concern. After departing from the mountain stronghold, Liangshan felt a surge of exhilaration. He galloped along the winding path, the gentle breeze caressing his face, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. Memories of his time in the stronghold flooded his mind. Although fraught with hardships, those days were imbued with a sense of freedom and joy. Suddenly, an audacious plan to ambush the enemy struck him. His gaze hardened with resolve, and a slight smile graced his lips. He understood the perilous nature of this scheme, yet he firmly believed in its success. Liangshan quickened his pace, racing toward his destination, his heart brimming with confidence and courage. He was determined to seek justice for the people of northeast China. Arriving alone in Fengtian City, he disguised himself as a local inhabitant, donning tattered garments, and strode into the city with an air of arrogance, greeting the passing soldiers. You've worked hard. I've come to the city to work as well. Where are you headed? The soldiers, having been deceived by Liangshan's fluent command of their language, were unaware of the rarity of such proficiency among the Chinese. As he continued, he remarked, I'm off to see the flower girls, eliciting disdainful thoughts from the soldiers, who pondered how he could squander his newfound earnings so soon after arriving. Yet, they dared not offend him, for many residents had connections to higher-ranking officers. As a mere soldier, provoking such a person could lead to dire consequences, possibly ending up at the front lines and losing sight of home. Once inside the city, Liangshan noticed that many recoiled from him as if he were a plague. Some shot him hostile glares, while others spat behind his back. There remained hope, at least, as his compatriots were still resisting in various forms, lingering around the command center and constantly changing identities. His primary concern was the ammunition depot, which was heavily guarded. Unbeknownst to him, a captain from the 1st Brigade was also conducting reconnaissance in the city. Boss, is that the commander? One of his companions whispered. Is he here to intercept? We must not act rashly and disrupt his plans. Let us ensure we provide cover for him at all times. The three of them concealed themselves nearby, while Liangshan continued to shift positions, meticulously choosing his route. The presence of too many enemy soldiers at the ammunition depot posed a significant risk to his escape. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching. Using his spiritual awareness, he recognized the captain from the 2nd Regiment of the 1st Brigade. He could not have mistaken him. Commander, the newcomer called softly, let us retreat. What brings you here? Liangshan inquired. We've been here for several days, aiming to eliminate a major traitor. We saw you during our reconnaissance and refrained from acting to avoid jeopardizing your plan. You've arrived just in time. Send word back to the subordinate units of the 1st Brigade, instructing them to launch a coordinated attack on the surrounding watchtowers tomorrow afternoon. The greater the show of force, the better. Destroy what you can without putting our brothers at risk. Simply draw the enemy out of the city. Bring a few men to infiltrate the city beforehand. When the garrison exits the city for an hour, you shall strike at that major trader's location and also target the hospital. Understood, Commander. The captain quickly withdrew. And Liangshan finalized his arrangements, preparing for the chaos that would ensue, allowing him to launch his assault on the ammunition depot and the enemy command center. Uncertain about the newly appointed general's intellect, one mused that a sturdy branch might be needed for him. 2 days later, the fortifications surrounding Fengtian came under fierce assault, exhibiting a trend towards obliteration. The enemy's command dispatched considerable forces for reinforcement. However, due to their dispersion, a single unit fragmented into several factions, with some troops proving inadequate. Those stationed at distant locations arrived too late, finding the fortifications reduced to mere rubble. The command continued to mobilize reinforcements. General, our patrols in the city have vanished. Only a handful remain to guard the gates, one reported. Continue to draw troops from the granaries and armories, came the response. But General, this will leave us with an empty city, retorted another. A mere 10 warriors of our great empire can seize a city, let alone over 100, the general declared. Meanwhile, a Japanese lieutenant colonel pondered the irony of such claims, reflecting on how, in just a month, they had been reduced to a pitiful state. Compelled to obey higher commands, he resolved to gather more troops for support, aware that should any misfortune arise, he would bear the consequence. Thus, another company was dispatched, leaving the city in 3 large military trucks. An hour later, gunfire erupted within the city. The Japanese general, crouched by the window, prepared his remaining staff for the impending conflict. In Chapter 59, A Chaotic Conflation, Liang Chun observed that more personnel had been redirected to assist in the city's battles. Clad in Japanese military attire, Liang stealthily approached the armory, his face adorned with meticulous makeup that allowed him to blend seamlessly with his surroundings. His gaze was cold and resolute, a sharp dagger firmly gripped in his hand. The guards at the armory remained blissfully unaware of the imminent danger, continuing their leisurely patrols. Employing his cosmetic skills, Liang evaded their vigilance and swiftly advanced. When he was mere steps away, he launched a surprise attack. His movements were swift and agile, the dagger gliding across the throats of the unsuspecting guards, extinguishing their lives in an instant. Entering the armory, Liang hastily gathered munitions, stowing them within his vast, undetectable space, a capacity that proved limitless. After accomplishing his mission, he exited the armory with alacrity, vanishing into the streets without leaving a trace. His successful assassination enriched his forces with crucial supplies. Next, he aimed for the enemy's command post, where only 4 sentries remained. Upon his return, Liang assumed he would report matters to the command, but as he approached, he remained silent, repeatedly plunging 2 bayonets into the guards. Witnessing the entire scene, the personnel inside the command began to target Liang with gunfire. He swiftly took cover, retrieving a rocket launcher aimed at the shooting windows. A rocket darted through the air, crashing into the window and exploding upon impact. The Japanese soldiers within the room were decimated, half of them perishing in the blast, while others lay moaning, dazed from the cacophony that left them disoriented. Taking advantage of the brief moment, Liangshan swiftly entered the enemy command headquarters. Upon entering, he drew his pistol and grenade, commencing his assault by tossing a grenade into each occupied room. He proceeded to the communications room, seizing over 20 enemy radios, before quietly retreating. There were no intact corpses left, particularly that of the general, along with several colonels, who had all been reduced to headless remains. After securing his gains, Liangshan rushed to support his comrades, heading towards the area near the hospital where the gunfire was most intense. With 2 pistols at the ready, he unleashed a barrage of shots into the backs of the enemy soldiers, striking down several unfortunate souls at the rear with precise headshots. The enemy, realizing they were under attack from behind, turned just in time to see a small, round object hurtling towards them, Bakayuru. They had no chance to evade it, so they cursed as the grenades rained down upon their ranks. Reinforcements had arrived, and those grenades would surely decimate the enemy. Quickly, keep firing. Don't just stand there, shouted Liangshan, as his comrade unleashed a relentless stream of fire from his Czech rifle. The enemy, trapped with high walls on either side, found themselves with little room to escape. As the battle quickly concluded, they gathered their weapons, swept the battlefield, and retreated within minutes. You go assault the gate. I'll support Captain Gua, Liangshan declared as he made his way to the trader's residence. There were few enemy soldiers left here, some lying dead on the ground, while others crouched behind walls, firing into the building. A grenade exploded above their heads, killing 4 of them instantly. The remaining soldiers hastily jumped down from the parapet and launched an attack on Liangshan. Taking cover behind a corner, Liangshan threw grenades at the advancing group of enemy soldiers, who were now focusing their assault on him. In the courtyard, Captain Gua and his men had secured the walls and began returning fire. Bakayuru, we are being encircled. Retreat. Even as their numbers dwindled, the enemy grew fearful. Captain Gua urged his men forward. They were well-trained soldiers, comparable to special forces, excelling in urban warfare, with grenades continuously hurled at the enemy. Bakayaru. Counterattack. Seeing no hope of retreat, the enemy decided to retaliate. Captain Gua, a seasoned veteran, signaled for his soldiers to take positions at the corners of the walls, occasionally peeking out to shoot. 3 soldiers alternated their fire. Another grenade exploded overhead, claiming more enemy lives. A junior officer, observing the few remaining soldiers beside him, removed his hat, revealing a bald head, igniting their fighting spirit. Like a bull in heat, they prepared to charge, intent on engaging in close combat. Liang Chen assessed the 7 or 8 remaining foes, determined to deliver a final blow. He swiftly tossed the general's severed head towards them. The junior officer, upon closer inspection of the distinctive mustache, recognized it as belonging to the general. Bakayaru, you've beheaded the general? He charged at Captain Gua, who drew his large blade from his back, deflecting the enemy's bayonet with a swift motion, and then executed a rapid horizontal slash. The enemy's head flew into the air, leaving the others in shock. Isn't our bayonet technique the best in the world? They thought, now facing their ancestors. Come here, called out a small-statured soldier, stepping forward with a great sword, challenging the enemy. The young soldier, though initially hesitant, rose to the challenge. Emerging with a bayonet poised to charge at the adversary, he intended to fight with all his might, despite his slender frame. As their blades clashed, the bayonet was nearly sent flying, revealing the extraordinary strength of the young man. The blade descended from above, striking terror into the heart of the enemy, who nearly cried out for his mother. He had no time left. His body was cleaved in two. Amidst the chaos, more adversaries rushed forward only to be cut down in a hail of bullets from Liang Chen's submachine gun. Was there time for dueling amidst such turmoil? They needed to retreat quickly. On the battlefield, fortunes could shift in an instant. Engaging in close combat without ammunition was tantamount to seeking death, and they aimed to take as many foes with them as possible. It was imperative to remember that as long as there were bullets, the enemy would be forced to fight back. The commander, with a shrewd mind, knew it was wise to wait until the enemy exhausted their ammunition before retaliating. The soldiers mused on their commander's cunning, questioning whether such a strategy was truly honorable. Nonetheless, it was sound advice. As they cleared the battlefield and made their way to the city gates, the battle had already concluded. Withdraw. Liang Chen observed that the soldiers carried only a few small bundles. The trader's household could not possibly be so impoverished, indicating an incomplete cleanup of the battlefield. They returned to the trader's residence, using keen perception to uncover a spacious underground chamber. After thoroughly searching it, they proceeded to the enemy's granary, where Liang Chen donned the enemy's uniform and approached a group of soldiers. What is the situation outside? 7 enemy soldiers inquired, encircling him. The enemy has retreated, but we have suffered significant losses, Liang Chen replied, his bayonet never pausing. The enemy, too close for their long weapons to be effective, could only watch helplessly as he thrust his blade into their chests. In Chapter 60, various factions emerged. Liang Chen dispatched the remaining enemies in the granary and seized their supplies before making his solitary exit from Fengtian City. The sounds of gunfire, machine guns, mortars, and grenade launchers filled the air, accompanied by the distinct crack of revolvers. Such a cacophony indicated a fierce clash between our forces and the enemy. Liang Chen sprinted towards the source of the commotion, soon realizing it was a skirmish between bandits and the enemy soldiers. The bandits, numbering significantly, had taken positions on the hills, while the enemy occupied the road between them, revealing the bandits' ambush. Regardless of their usual disdain for the bandits, their willingness to confront the enemy in battle spoke volumes of their courage. Liang Chen sought the optimal vantage point to position a large-caliber mountain cannon, deftly adjusting its aim towards the enemy, loading the shell, and pulling the firing cord. Were it not for his extraordinary strength, handling such a cannon would have been a formidable task. With a thunderous boom, the shell accurately struck the heart of the enemy ranks, the explosion radiating destruction within a 20-meter radius, as shrapnel and shockwaves wreaked havoc on the unsuspecting soldiers. The bandit leader, buoyed by the unexpected support, urged his comrades to unleash hell upon the enemy. The enemy soldiers quaked in fear as they faced this onslaught. One after another, cannon blasts echoed, transforming the enemy into living targets. Amidst the chaos of evading artillery fire, the bandits on both flanks grew increasingly emboldened. The enemy's machine guns had been decimated, leaving but a handful operational. As the Japanese officer continued his tirade, he was swiftly reduced to a mere sieve by gunfire. Who would dare to berate while standing? Brothers, charge forth. The leader, witnessing the dwindling number of enemy soldiers below, rallied hundreds who surged down the mountain. Those few remaining adversaries soon met their demise. Liang Chen, observing the tide of battle had turned, quietly withdrew, taking the artillery with him. Which valiant souls reside upon this mountain? I humbly request your presence. The 7 paths of the Liang Mountain Leopard expresses his gratitude. Despite the leader's calls, silence enveloped the air. Xiang Weishi, take your men up to investigate. But do not arouse their ire. Yes, leader. You few, accompany me. The third leader led his men to the site where Liang Chun had fired, only to find a heap of spent shells and no sign of life. They could only return with the shells to report. Leader, they have departed, leaving behind these shells. They seem disinterested in our weapons and have retreated. The leader understood. They were unwilling to reveal themselves and could not be coerced. The bandits, laden with spoils, returned to the mountain, their spirits high despite the loss of several brothers. Yet, the triumph was glorious. Upon returning to Jinfeng village, Liang Chun filled the granary with provisions. Their stock of weapons and ammunition remained ample, requiring no resupply before he made his way back to the new camp. In recent days, the enemy had faced considerable strife. Due to Liang Chin's strategic division of forces, skirmishes against the Japanese erupted across Liaoning province, with the detached units continuously expanding. The populace no longer remained silent. Whenever the opportunity arose, the enemy faced surprise assaults, ranging from solitary individuals to groups of dozens frequently ambushed. Bakayaru, how did so many resistance groups suddenly emerge against us? Is your intelligence division merely idle? These elusive foes exhibited formidable combat prowess. Reports indicated that some were bandits while others belonged to the anti-Japanese volunteer army. The Japanese general was indeed aware of these factions but sought information on the most enigmatic group, known for raiding military camps and mining sites. Your Excellency, the most fervent resistance comprises 3 armed factions: the Volunteer Army, the Democratic United Army, and Jinfeng Village. They operate in disparate locations yet expand rapidly. Increasing numbers of bandit factions and spontaneously formed militias are surfacing. Bakayaru, direct the highest command in Jilin province to assemble a substantial force for a large-scale sweep. Officers of all ranks among the Japanese forces rejoiced at the prospect of finally conducting a thorough offensive, having been beleaguered by relentless attacks. As they dispatched telegrams, the communications room of Jinfeng village intercepted the enemy's messages. Their radio equipment and codebooks, seized from the enemy, rendered frequency and code decryption trivial. Commander, the enemy intends to concentrate heavy troops to encircle us. Inform the various regiments to prepare in advance, and additionally, notify the anti-Japanese factions. Understood. The communications room began sending telegrams to brigade-level units. Little did they anticipate the frequent assaults upon the enemy in recent days. Deputy Commander, the enemy forces have entered Liaoning province. Notify the troops to conceal themselves. 2 days later, the Japanese soldiers discovered that all anti-Woku armed forces had vanished. Their sweep operations eliminated some bandit groups, while others comprised spontaneous civilian militias. However, they found no large armed formations and could not even locate anyone for close combat. After incurring considerable expenses for their operations without catching a single significant target, the Japanese began to suspect that someone within their ranks was leaking information. With no viable options, they waited for a lull in activity, only for the anti-Woku forces to resurface and frequently assault their stationed troops. Meanwhile, Liang Chun at Jinfeng village could not remain idle and ventured out once more. This time, his target was a Japanese regiment that had crossed provincial lines. They had yet to be ambushed and were unfamiliar with the combat tactics of Liaoning province. Under the cover of night, Liang Chun led a battalion, stealthily infiltrating the mountains just a kilometer from their camp. Observing the enemy encampment through binoculars, he formulated a plan. Directly attacking was unrealistic with his current forces. He could not even fill the gaps. The most effective strategy would be to infiltrate and steal their weapons before launching an assault to ensure victory. Stay hidden here and do not let yourselves be discovered. I will disguise myself and enter their camp, he instructed. Commander, let me go. The battalion commander grasped Liang Chen's arm. What do you intend to do? Do you speak Japanese? You'll expose yourself before even getting in. Dressed in a Japanese uniform. Liang Chun waited for over an hour until a patrol team, led by a Japanese officer, emerged to inspect the area, ensuring the sentries remained alert and did not fall asleep. As the patrol passed by, Liang Chun concealed himself by the roadside. When the last soldier walked by, he swiftly subdued him, silencing him before hiding the body away. Carrying a rifle, he trailed behind undetected, and after completing a round with the patrol, they returned to the barracks, dispersing once inside. As Liang Chun headed towards the restroom, a Japanese soldier inquired, "Are you going to the toilet?" "Yes. I can't hold it any longer," Liang Chun replied. "I'll join you," said the soldier, chattering incessantly. Following closely behind, they arrived at the restroom, where Liang Chun swiftly broke the soldier's neck, finding his incessant chatter irksome. Chapter 61. The commander's next strategy against the Japanese. Liang Chun surveyed the vast encampment, which housed hundreds of barracks of various sizes. He noticed 2 soldiers guarding a large tent. Approaching them while feigning casualness, he asked, "What are you working on? Could you lend me a light?" I need to use the restroom but forgot to bring a match. Smoking creates too much odor, one soldier replied. Sure. I have a light, the other soldier responded, seemingly understanding the need for a newly built restroom, which, with over 20,000 personnel, would fill quickly and emit a foul stench. As the soldier stepped closer, Liang Chen seized him by the neck, applying lethal force until he lay lifeless. Holding on tightly, Liang Chen maintained the grip, leaving the other soldier oblivious. In a sudden move, he concealed the first body before swiftly breaking the second soldier's neck as well. With both corpses secured, he entered the guarded tent, revealing an ammunition depot within. Without hesitation, he collected the supplies and, upon exiting, made his way towards the barracks. In the courtyard, he spotted several tanks and trucks equipped with large-caliber artillery, swiftly placing them into his space as well. He even discovered a few jeeps that he deemed worthy of his collection. Once the exterior was cleared, he began to enter the barracks, where each tent was merely draped with fabric curtains. Lifting the curtain, he found no resistance. Their weapons were placed upon the racks, swiftly withdrawn into the spatial realm as they departed. The task appeared rather brisk, yet it occupied him until dawn's first light. A signal flare ascended into the sky, prompting the entire regiment to launch an assault on the sentinels. Liang Chen, unremitting, hurled grenades into the barracks, one after another, but before he could complete his endeavor, the enemy had already emerged. Armed solely with their bare hands, they found no rifle to wield. They scurried towards the reserve armory, yet upon arrival, not a single bullet could be found. The enemy, now in a state of panic, pondered how to fight without arms, relying solely on their fists. Charge forth. The soldiers had already reached the perimeter of the camp, commencing their encirclement, and the adversaries finally sensed fear. Liang Chen, wary of being mistakenly harmed, sought a means to extricate himself, for the enemy encampment was already surrounded. The commander remained within. He would emerge, and the enemy dared not break cover. It appeared they were indeed bereft of weapons. The commander stepped out alone. Do not fire. It must be the commander, Liang Chen thought as he rushed forth. The assault commenced. Gunfire erupted from all directions, and within, there were no barriers left. No trucks or jeeps remained. Only tents stood. With the multitude inside, precision was unnecessary. They simply aimed towards the interior. The encirclement led by Liang Chen continued to tighten. Grenade! Liang Chen shouted, and the soldiers began to hurl grenades into the camp. Those in the distance followed suit, tossing grenades as well. The tents ignited amidst the explosions. Heavy and light machine guns unleashed a relentless barrage within, while submachine guns and rifles continued to fire upon any adversary still standing. In a brief span, silence enveloped the interior. The soldiers charged in to finish off the remnants. And upon entering, the scene was enough to induce nausea. Limbs and dismembered bodies lay scattered. One enemy soldier was seen, merely a head, half a chest, and one arm remaining. After reloading, Liang Chen discovered several undamaged maps within a battered command post. These would prove useful, though several radio sets lay shattered. Withdraw. After the troops retreated, they stumbled upon a few fallen comrades, whom they carried away as they exited the area. The enemy's forces had arrived at the brigade's encampment. Confronted by a grim sight, darkness shrouded the area, littered with severed limbs and mountains of corpses. Bakayuru. The officer swung his saber wildly, while his subordinates kept their distance, contemplating the notion of using a tree to practice his skills. This furious old fool ought to be cautious not to mistake himself for a mighty tree. They all began to retreat. The impotent cries of the enemy officer subsided, and he commanded his men, "Find them. I demand a duel. Gather." The enemy officer hastily led his troops in various directions, pursuing the retreating soldiers, while the elder adversary returned to the city with his guard. Liang Chen returned with his regiment to their mountainous base. "Why are there so many?" he inquired of the commander. "Several of the former company units were surrounded by the enemy and perished. Most have since grown stronger, and now we are uncertain of our true numbers." Have they developed so swiftly? Liang Chen realized only today that after dividing their forces, they had indeed flourished. "Aren't you concerned they might grow powerful enough to claim dominion over the mountains?" The commander jested. "I am unafraid. They are not my private soldiers, but rather a contingent borrowed from the young commander. As long as they combat the enemy and do not oppress the common folk, that is my sole stipulation. My only desire is for the seeds of resistance in our northeast to endure. If we cannot repel the enemy in a year, we shall continue for a decade, or even a century. In any case, the flame of resistance must not be extinguished. Will the commander employ the same tactics against the enemy next time? If they dare to come, we shall ensure they do not leave. I shall take my leave, but be cautious. Do not let them undermine your position. Rest assured, Commander. This is merely a temporary refuge for us. The captain will clarify this to Liang Chen. This is not their encampment. Let us proceed. Now the enemy will likely search for us everywhere. Contact the other units. If the opportunity arises, strike them hard. If the odds are unfavorable, we shall avoid confrontation. But if we cannot hold our ground and our unit is nearby, We can unite to retaliate against them. Understood. I shall send a telegram to the brigade headquarters in your name, Commander. Huh? Are you afraid your brigade commander will reprimand you? Has this captain assumed the role of a division commander? Liangchen jested with the captain before departing. Upon leaving this encampment, Liangchen did not return but instead sought out the enemy. If it were a small contingent, he wished to hone his skills. This Jinfeng village seems to boast considerable forces. My brothers have inquired, and these ambushing units are predominantly theirs. Is that so? How terrifying. Now their presence spans the entirety of Liaoning province. The enemy struggles to find anyone to engage in close combat, and their intelligence is remarkably accurate. Report. What is it? Report to the commander. The brigade arriving from Jilin province has been annihilated by an unidentified armed group. The encampment has been completely obliterated, with no survivors. What? Is this information credible? The commander rose to his feet. It is indeed accurate. Our infiltrators corroborated the situation with the enemy on site. It was a gruesome scene, wasn't it? Good. The more horrific, the better. Ha ha. Let us see how long those little devils can maintain their arrogance. Liang Chun, on his end, discovered a unit of the enemy engaged in combat with hunters from a village. There were a dozen hunters, each with remarkable marksmanship, guarding 2 village entrances, while the enemy squad had already lost several men. Unable to launch a frontal assault, they could only seek opportunities to exchange fire with the villagers. Liang Chun dared not observe closely. If these brutes breached the village, the residents would suffer greatly. He readied the Barrett and aimed at the enemy officer. With a thunderous crack, the little devils were startled. Before they could turn to investigate, they witnessed the upper half of a second lieutenant charge forward. The sound of gunfire erupted behind the little devils, each shot resulting in the shattering of an enemy soldier. Terrified, the little devils sought refuge behind a dirt wall, oblivious to the Barrett's devastating power. After the deafening blast, a gaping hole was torn in the wall, and the enemy continued to be obliterated. Now, the little devils were even more frightened. A distance of over 1,000 meters felt insurmountable. Their bullets could not reach such lengths, while the enemy's projectiles effortlessly struck their bodies. The little devils were solely preoccupied with evading Liangchen, while the village hunters also displayed exceptional marksmanship. As the last of the little devils collapsed, the enemy was thoroughly vanquished. Let us arm ourselves and venture forth to support the others, an elder proclaimed, prompting the young individuals to hastily gather the enemy's rifles and ammunition. They sprinted towards the far side of the village. Liang Chun adjusted the direction of his rifle, remaining within range. With each shot, he discerned the positions of the enemy as they revealed themselves. What cover could they have against bullets that could penetrate walls? After a few rounds, the enemy was driven out, much like hunters pursuing rabbits. With additional support, the enemy forces dwindled into day. They had not consulted the calendar of auspicious days. They were being soundly defeated. Can we still withdraw? Some soldiers, frightened, began to question their commander. Baka, we are invincible, unstoppable. Cowards need not apply, thought the enemy soldiers, reflecting on the numerous occasions their general had been bested. A brigade of thousands had been left in utter devastation. Even now, they were boasting while facing impending doom. The commander insisted on engagement, confident he would accompany them in battle. Village chief, what brings you here? Have the enemies been dealt with? With assistance, many of the enemy have been eliminated. Ensure none escape. The thunderous gunfire resumed, forcing the enemy out from their cover like ducks being herded. The hunters, upon spotting the enemy, regained their composure, their marksmanship elevated. A volley dispatched several foes. Baka, what weapon is so formidable? You are responsible for the village hunters. We shall track down this individual. Several enemy soldiers confronted the village hunters directly. Liang Chun, having reloaded, resumed his relentless pursuit of the enemy. With a decisive shot, the head of an enemy soldier was shattered. The enemy soldiers recoiled, wishing their commander could finish his orders. After an hour and a half of fierce combat, the last enemy was vanquished. Yangshan emerged, carrying the Barrett rifle. The village chief, witnessing him from a distance, marveled at his exceptional marksmanship. The village has suffered little damage, correct? Only 2 young men have fallen. We are grateful for your rescue. Might I know the name of our hero? Commander Liangchen of Jinfeng Jai. In my lifetime, I have encountered the great hero Liangchen. Truly, my life has not been in vain. Please, esteemed hero, enter our village. Liangchen graciously accepted the invitation, and the group proceeded into the village, where a large courtyard caught his attention. Whose residence is this? It belongs to the wealthy landlord, Lu Guangshan. Despite having numerous guards, none dared to confront the enemy. His eldest son serves as a lackey for the enemy. How can you allow such a person to live? The people of our village refuse to associate with him, opting instead to cultivate no land of his. They would rather face beasts in the mountains than be beholden to him. Armed as we are, even Lu dares not confront us directly. This beast should be dealt with swiftly. Leaving him alive is a danger. Liang Chun recognized that this Lu was a ticking time bomb within the village. Unbeknownst to Liang Qin and his companions, just a wall away, Lu Guangxing trembled with rage at their words. Today, the hunters had triumphed. Their arsenal had expanded. But Lu feared his own days were numbered, especially with a cunning strategist advising the villagers. It is unacceptable to remain idle. We must send someone to summon the eldest son back. Xinzi, go fetch the young master and have him return with reinforcements. The villagers are intent on exterminating our family. I shall promptly summon the young master. The young man, named Xinzi, hurriedly made his way towards the city. Upon exiting the village, he encountered the hunters who had buried the Japanese soldiers. Has Xinzi truly become a dog for the Lu family? Has this lad forgotten how his father met his demise? Brother Monsong, the old Lu has instructed me to call for his eldest son, who should return by evening. Xinzi directly conveyed the message to Monsong. Xinzi, be cautious. I will seek out the village chief. Monsong understood the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, Xinzi's conscience had not entirely deserted him, allowing the villagers time to prepare. Chief, we are in grave danger. Monsong rushed in with urgency. What troubles you so? Has the enemy returned? Chief, just now. Xinzi informed me that the Lu landlord has sent him to summon his traitorous son, who will arrive by evening. What shall we do? We have yet to rest from the last battle. The chief pondered, is there a place in the mountains where the villagers can take refuge? Yes. There is a large cave several miles into the mountains, suitable for habitation. Here is the plan. I will deal with the Lu family. You lead the villagers to safety while the rest of us prepare to ambush them. Very well, we have no other choice. I will gather the villagers. After the chief departed, Liang Chun headed directly to the Lu residence. He utilized his spiritual awareness to scan the premises. The entire family was gathered in the main house, with guards stationed to protect them. Suddenly, a rocket propelled with a trailing plume of white smoke soared towards their abode, crashing through a window and exploding within the room. The landlord, having never encountered such weaponry, found his family reduced to a mere 3 or 4 members, some of whom were injured. Master, save me. Father, it hurts, wailed one of them. The beleaguered landlord felt his heart wrench. With so many dead and wounded, it was clear they were facing extermination. When will my eldest son arrive? I fear I may not live to see him. Boom, boom, boom. Yangchen hurled several grenades into the Lu courtyard. The guards outside were caught off guard. With nowhere to hide, though they wielded firearms, they were unprepared for such an assault. One man, abandoning his rifle, attempted to flee but was shot dead by the lead guard. More grenades landed in their midst, this time with more precise detonations. Only the captain of the guard remained alive, having narrowly escaped death by using another man as a shield during the explosion, although he suffered severe injuries. Losing sensation in one arm. I surrender. The captain, now terrified, pleaded, you can fire a few shots. But how are we to retaliate while you simply hurl grenades at us? Chapter 63. You truly are the enemy's faithful dog. The landlord recognized the futility of his situation. As he emerged with a pistol, he witnessed the guard preparing to surrender, and he shot him in the back. Leaning on a wooden stick, he approached the wall. Young man, do you not feel a sense of moral depravity in your actions? How amusing. Your Lu family has committed countless heinous acts. I, Liangchen, have come to eradicate the landlords, tyrants, and traitorous lackeys. Listen to me. Spare the lives of these few in my household. And perhaps my eldest son's return may grant you mercy. You truly are a faithful dog of the enemy. Listen, I am Liang Chun, the commander of Jinfeng Zhai. Killing the enemy is as trivial as slaughtering a chicken. Why would I concern myself with your foolish son? They should be arriving by dusk. I have set up a minefield, waiting for them. You are Liang Chun of Jinfeng Zhai? Lu, the landowner, now understands who is dealing with his family. He can only hope that his eldest son does not return. I implore you, spare the Lu family. The old landlord, trembling in fear, began to whimper. This life is what it is. May you not be a traitor in your next. With a swift shot, Liang Chun delivered a fatal blow to the old landlord before he could raise his weapon. Flipping over, he entered the courtyard, swiftly making his way into the room. Observing the 3 individuals on the ground, one of whom had already fainted from pain, spare them the suffering. After 3 gunshots rang out, the family was reunited in death. He found the storeroom where money was hidden, looting it thoroughly, and emptied the livestock barn across the courtyard. He took away the grain from the warehouse, reserving it for distribution to the villagers later. The villagers had already fled the village. Yangshan left the village, heading towards the county town, where a team of hunters awaited, seeking to ambush the enemy. Leading them through the mountains and forests, Liangshan and the hunters moved with light and agile steps. His keen eyes meticulously observed the terrain, searching for the ideal spot to launch an ambush against the enemy. With years of experience, the hunters assisted Liangshan, advancing along the valley, pausing intermittently to assess the surrounding landscape. At last, they discovered an ideal location, a narrow mountain path flanked by steep slopes, with only a single small road leading to the village. Liangshan exchanged knowing smiles with the hunters. They understood this was the perfect place for an ambush. Liangchen swiftly devised a plan for the ambush, while the hunters concealed themselves in the woods flanking the mountain path. They awaited the enemy's arrival, their hearts filled with tension and anticipation. I shall set some mines by the roadside to give them a warm welcome. Liang, the hero, I will accompany you. A dozen individuals descended the slope together. Following Liang Chen's indication where he had inserted branches, they began to dig pits. Liang Chen carried remote explosives and detonators. Each pit was equipped with a set of mines, and soon the task was complete. You may ascend. I will camouflage the area. The hunters climbed the slope, and Liang Chen used his spatial abilities to sprinkle some dry earth, naturally covering the section of the road, leaving no visible signs of excavation. Just as Liang Chen returned to the sniper point, he spotted a large group of puppet soldiers and a small squad of enemy soldiers approaching, holding the remote control. He watched as the puppet soldiers passed. The enemy was about to enter the minefield. The hunters, seeing the puppet soldiers nearing the mines, grew anxious, desperate to seize the remote control from Liang Chen. Could it be that the mines would not detonate? As the enemy soldiers reached the minefield, he pressed the button. The explosion sent the enemy soaring 8 meters into the air before they plummeted back down. Over 50 men were rendered useless, and Liang Chen swiftly shot the puppet commander, recognizing him as a high-ranking official, though he did not know the name Liu. With a gun aimed at the officials, Xinzi observed the pseudo-soldiers fixated on the dense forest flanking them. His master stood nearby, yet this cowardly man, upon hearing explosions, cowered beneath a large tree by the roadside. Cradling his head with both hands and presenting his backside, utterly bereft of his usual arrogance, Xinzi, clutching a revolver, approached him and aimed it at Lu Dasha's head. Bang! 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 He fired several shots in succession. Father, I have finally avenged you, he thought, having dispatched this scoundrel. A great weight lifted from Xingzi's heart. He had lived under immense pressure solely for this moment. He gazed skyward, as if envisioning his father, mother, and sister smiling down upon him, witnessing his efforts bear fruit, avenging their suffering. Suddenly, he turned, brandishing the revolver at the nearby pseudo-soldiers. Their combat prowess was lacking, and they were all inherently fearful for their lives. With their Japanese overlords dead, they had little desire to fight. Now, they faced the grim reality of being hunted, with unseen gunfire raining down upon them from behind. A mere distance away, a dozen fell to his fire. Xingzi crouched beside the tree where Lu Dasha had concealed himself, reloading with fresh ammunition. After a moment's contemplation, he seized Lu Dasha's revolver and spare magazines. Armed with dual weapons, he unleashed a torrent of fire upon the pseudo-soldiers, single-handedly decimating a squad. By the time they became aware, over 30 of them lay slain. The remaining pseudo-soldiers, intent on retaliating, were met with Liang Chen's grenades, which detonated above them, claiming the lives of a dozen more. Heroes, we surrender, they cried, raising their rifles above their heads. Liang Chen, accompanied by his hunters, accepted their capitulation, gathering their arms and ammunition. The light machine gun in Liang Chen's possession erupted, further demoralizing the pseudo-soldiers, who willingly relinquished their weapons, realizing their predicament. Regret washed over them. Once they were all dispatched, a thorough search of the battlefield ensued, uncovering hundreds of silver dollars. The cleanup was meticulous, as they discovered grain from the landlords, which they distributed among the villagers. The bodies were transported into the mountains for burial, and the signs of battle were erased. Indeed, the hunters rejoiced and scathed, having eliminated every foe within just 3 to 4 hours, restoring the area to its former state. That lad is quite formidable, having slain numerous pseudo-soldiers, Liangchen remarked, regarding Xingzi with approval. Without your rudimentary aircraft, they would have been sent skyward in an instant. How did you know I buried the mines? Liangchen inquired, intrigued by the young man. The villagers possessed no such explosives. They only had a few rifles, salvaged from a previous encounter with the Japanese, where the village chief had triumphed over a handful of enemies. You are quite clever. You have the makings of a general. Come with me. Go with you? Who is Liang Chen, anyway? Why would I follow you? What about pillaging? I am Liang Chen, commander of Jin Fengjai, the Liang Chen who slays the Japanese. Xinzi was taken aback. This was a true hero. In Liaoning province, who did not know of such a figure? Chapter 64, Commander, someone seeks you, I shall accompany you. Remaining in the village feels solitary. Liang Chen will reunite with the main force, each person bearing 3 rifles and an abundance of ammunition. This recent victory has fortified the resolve of these young men in their resistance against the Japanese invaders. They are convinced that unity will enable them to vanquish the enemy and traitors, safeguarding their homeland, especially now, with ample weapons and ammunition in hand. Such resources signify life in these trying times. Possessing arms allows them to fiercely defend their families and fellow villagers. Liang hero, your prowess is remarkable, with just a press. Those little devils were sent flying. I fail to comprehend why you would slay those puppet soldiers. Are they not also of our heritage? They are no longer of our kin. From the moment they betrayed their compatriots, they ceased to be one of us. They have become mere hounds for the enemy. Liangshan harbors a profound hatred for the Japanese and an even greater disdain for the traitors. In future encounters with puppet soldiers, we shall not hesitate to eliminate them. Those who forget their roots are no longer our brethren. They are our adversaries. Man-song, your perspective is quite astute. They are more despicable than the Japanese. Without their treachery, many more would have survived. When the Japanese arrive, they are often blind to our ways, misled by these traitors who have forsaken their ancestors' teachings. Understood. Upon encountering puppet soldiers, we shall regard them as the enemy. Commander Liang, why do the Japanese not remain in their own land? What brings them to our territory? Their nation is impoverished, their lands barren, they have no recourse but to pillage. Liangshan remained patient, engaging in conversation with the villagers. Return to the village and inform the village chief that we have vanquished the Japanese and traitors alike, seizing a considerable cache of weapons. Man-song, distribute half of the grain to the mountains for storage, ensuring that the rest reaches the villagers. It must be placed in the hands of the common folk, so that it does not fall prey to the invaders. The Japanese, burdened with such provisions, will find it challenging to retreat. I understand. When the Japanese arrive, our fellow villagers can retreat to the mountains with provisions to sustain them. Young hero, your foresight is commendable. Man-song, I must take my leave. There are numerous matters to attend to in the stronghold. I am grateful for your life-saving assistance. Should Jin Fengjai require aid in the future, do not hesitate to send word. I shall do so. Anyone who fights against the Japanese is a friend of Liang Chun. I also relish forming alliances with valiant heroes. Any man daring enough to stand firm earns my respect. Do visit us often at Linjia Fort. Liang Chun bid farewell to Man-song and the villagers, leading Xingzi away. Man-song and the village youths wished to join Liangshan in combating the Japanese, yet the constraints of reality held them back. The villagers required their protection. As Liangshan and Shangzi hastened along their path, they encountered a group of over 20 traitors, riding bicycles adorned with white felt hats and dressed in blue, carelessly brandishing box cannons. They occupied the entire road, boasting loudly and swaggering, with a sudden barrage of gunfire. Liangshan and Shangzi each emptied their revolvers into the crowd. Do not shoot. We surrender. They discarded their bicycles and crouched on the ground. Do not move. Cast your weapons aside, Liangshan commanded, their 4 guns trained on the traitors. With no recourse, the traitors complied, surrendering in hopes of preserving their lives. Discarding their firearms to the side. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 men, realizing their weapons had been lost, swiftly executed their adversaries. Liang Chun pushed the bicycle deeper into the mountains, securing it within his spatial storage, while leaving 2 bicycles for their return journey. A box cannon was hung from the handlebars. Can you ride a bicycle? Liangshan inquired of Xingzi. Of course. The eldest son of the old landlord frequently rode back and often requested me to deliver messages on a bicycle, Shangzi replied. That simplifies matters. We shall each ride 1 back. I never anticipated these scoundrels would possess such wealth. Here, I have 4 pouches of money. Take them, Commander, Shangzi said, producing the pouches. Keep them for yourself. As my guard, you must always have funds on hand. Thank you, Commander, Shangzi expressed joyfully. For he had never possessed money before. He did not envy it, focused instead on avenging his family against the old landlord. At last, the opportunity arose. And amidst the chaos, he eliminated the eldest son of the landlord. Following the commander, even death would render him a hero. As the 2 rode their bicycles, they increased their speed. Commander, I can hardly keep up, Shangzi exclaimed. Let us pause for a moment and hydrate, Liangshan suggested, offering him a military canteen. After a sip, Shangzi felt a surge of boundless energy coursing through him. Commander, this elixir is remarkable. Will we defeat the Japanese? Indeed, this is our homeland. Every enemy that falls is one less to contend with. Our great nation has never been conquered throughout history. Among the ancient civilizations, only we remain steadfast in the East. The Japanese may rise, but they shall not endure. Now onward. The pair continued their journey, cycling over 100 kilometers, stealthily returning to Jin Fengjai. Commander, the brothers have begun to mobilize again. After we decimated the main forces of the Japanese, they dared to divide their troops, many of which we have eliminated. Our ranks have swelled with new recruits. Excellent. At this rate, the Japanese will soon be retreating in disgrace. By the way, Commander, someone has come to see you. Su Song recalled their visitor from the mountain stronghold. Oh, let us go and see. Liang Chun followed Su Song to a guest room. After knocking and entering, they encountered a gaunt man, whose emaciated frame belied a vibrant spirit. Do we know this gentleman? Liang Chun asked, uncertain of the man's identity. I am a subordinate of General Ji from Jixing. I have heard of your esteemed reputation, Commander Liang. I have long wished to connect but lacked the opportunity. I have come to seek your assistance. There are Japanese forces extracting resources from our mountains near Jilin. Our general wishes to deploy troops to eliminate them, as they have a regiment stationed there. A regiment? I shall relay this to your general. We must engage. The Japanese are plundering our resources and cannot be allowed to trespass and excavate indiscriminately. I will inform him. Let us agree on a meeting place. I will visit to discuss matters with your general. Very well, let us convene at Camp Mountain Ridge, near Qingyan Town. Upon arrival, go to Yao's goods station. That is our territory. Take this. It is a token for recognition. Understood. You may rest now, comrade he, Liangchen concluded, leaving him momentarily stunned. Pondering whether this man might indeed be an ally, Liangchen contemplated for a moment before deciding to visit his son, daughter-in-law, and younger sister, accompanied by Xingzi. They arrived at the new camp, where Xingzi observed a community of common folk, along with over 200 male soldiers and more than 100 female soldiers. This place also featured a camp. Perhaps this was indeed the true Jinfengzhai. Chapter 65, The First Encounter Upon Returning Home. Liangchen was greeted with immense joy by Chu Lingyan, who always brightened at his arrival. If you do not return soon, I shall send someone down the mountain to bring you back forcibly. You are the only prize I have ever claimed in my life. With this, he solidified his reputation as a bandit, though he jested, saying, while we reside amidst the mountains, we have never robbed the common people. We are not bandits. Are strong men dominating women not bandits? Liang Chun playfully teased his wife, and just as he did, his sister, Liang Xiaoxiao, rushed over, climbing onto him. He lifted her up, noting her increased weight. No longer the frail little thing, her cheeks were now rosy. Brother, why were you gone for so long? Xiaoxiao and sister-in-law missed you. Liang Xiaoxiao pouted adorably, embodying the innocence of a young girl. I went out to vanquish the enemy. This large bundle is for the family. Each of you has a gift. What kind of gift, brother? Liang Xiaoxiao inquired, her curiosity piqued. Liangchen unwrapped the package to reveal an array of clothes and several cans. Wow, so many? What are these, brother? These are fruit cans. The clothes and cans were taken from the enemy. The little devils often plunder the common folk, and now it is their turn to be on the receiving end. Liang Xiaoxiao's delightful demeanor brought laughter to Chu Lingyan, who hugged her and planted a kiss on her cheek. Hee, I'm off to see my little nephew. Liang Xiaoxiao exclaimed as she dashed away. Honey, let us have a daughter tonight. Liang Chen suggested playfully. You are such a rogue. But your wish may not come to fruition. I might be pregnant again. Ah, am I truly that potent? Liang Chen's hopes were dashed, turning into a mere fantasy. Didn't you say you wanted a brigade? I must strive harder, then. Chu Lingyan chuckled at the silly man, feeling a surge of satisfaction at his frequent escapades. Early the next morning, Liangchen returned to Jinfengzhai with Xingzi. Mr. He, what brings you here? Liangchen inquired. Commander Liang, I must return. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention back home, and I cannot linger. Then, Mr. He, I shall accompany you back, for I am eager to meet the general. My young brother here will join us. Really? That is splendid. But what are the plans ahead? There will be no delays. Rest assured, everything is already arranged. Then let us set forth. I have been concerned about the team. With that, they departed. Liang Chun needed no preparations. He simply rose and left. The trio mounted their horses, each carrying a wooden crate. After traversing over 60 kilometers, they spotted a watchtower in the distance. Commander Liang, shall we take a detour through the mountains? He Yinqing suggested for safety. No need. There are merely a few little devils, and I do not regard them as a threat. Taking a longer route would add an additional 40 kilometers, which is not worthwhile. Liangchen opened the crate to reveal a rocket launcher equipped with rockets. He aimed at the second level of the watchtower, which housed machine guns. A rocket sword, trailing a lengthy plume of smoke as it entered the gun tower through a firing hole. The resulting explosion was tremendous, fracturing the structure in numerous places. A gaping hole appeared, leaving no survivors among the enemy on the second floor. The tower swayed precariously. Commander Liangchen, armed with 2 pistols, charged forward on horseback, followed closely by Shengzi and Mr. He, who kept pace. The Browning pistol they wielded lacked significant power, serving merely as a sidearm. The duo swiftly dispatched the remaining enemy soldiers and traitors, ultimately leading to the collapse of the gun tower. The 3 of them hastily departed the ruins. Commander Liang, dealing with the enemy seems rather effortless for you, remarked Shengzi. We used to sacrifice numerous comrades to take down a gun tower, and eventually ceased our assaults to minimize casualties. Who would have thought it could be this simple? Mr. He expressed his astonishment. Fear not, in the future. We shall dismantle every enemy stronghold. This is our territory, and they never sought my approval for their constructions. They are all illegal structures, destined for destruction. Liangchen proclaimed with confidence. Mr. He admired Liangchen's audacious bravado. Our commander is indeed formidable. Who in the entire Liaoning province is unaware of how he has vanquished the enemy? Xingzi boasted with a hint of pride. I have heard of your prowess, otherwise we would not have sought out Commander Liang. We are simply unable to succeed against them due to our inferior numbers and weaponry. Our only hope lies in overwhelming them with sheer numbers, he continued. Rest assured, we shall possess everything we need in due time. The enemy is insignificant. We merely need to inflict some pain upon them. For now, We must divert their focus away from oppressing the common folk, Liang Chen contemplated. Commander, there is a checkpoint ahead. Let us investigate, Liang Chen suggested. He utilized his spatial abilities to bind 50 grenades together, each weighing half a kilogram, resulting in a total of 25 kilograms. They were tightly secured, with the safety pins threaded together with fine cord. You two stay here. When the fighting breaks out, you will engage from this position. Mr. He, these 2 pistols are now yours. Liang Chen offered him the pistols along with spare magazines. Then, riding his horse, Liang Chen leaned forward and leaped over the checkpoint, tossing a bundle of grenades at the base of the gun tower. The 2 pistols fired continuously at the enemy soldiers and traders outside. With a resounding explosion, a massive rupture tore through the gun tower, leaving only a small section intact. The shockwave sliced through the enemy outside. Liang Chen glanced back to see the fallen enemies strewn across the ground. The tower continued to lean, its collapse imminent. As Liang Chen urged his horse back, he swiftly shot any enemy that emerged. He kept a watchful eye on the tower. Mr. He and Xingzi were momentarily caught in the blast wave, but fortunately, they were at a safe distance. As the dust settled, the gun tower finally crumbled. Another tower has fallen, exclaimed Mr. He, having learned a new tactic. Despite lacking grenades, his troops could still engage effectively. As they approached the fallen tower, Liang Chen discovered several machine guns and usable ammunition, which he collected for the general, certain he would appreciate the acquisition. The 3 of them continued their journey, occasionally demolishing gun towers along the way and evading enemy pursuers. It took them 7 or 8 days to reach Linjiabao in Jilin province. After a night's rest, 3 individuals ventured into the mountains. Mr. He skillfully returned to the old camp. General, this is Commander Liang from Jinfeng village, Mr. He introduced. Commander Liang, allow me to present our general. Once the introductions were complete, Commander Liang was in the presence of the legendary figure, though gaunt. The general emanated an aura of lethal authority. Liang was somewhat exhilarated. General, it is a rare honor to meet you. You are a pride of our nation. Ah, I was unaware of such a reputation. Oldie has informed you, I presume? We are in dire need of personnel for this endeavor. I wonder how many troops Commander Liang can muster? The general suggested, I shall conduct reconnaissance first and then make a decision. However, Liang preferred not to mobilize troops and decided to investigate using the old method, stealing their weapons and eliminating them. Chapter 66, A skilled artist is bold upon reaching their destination. It was already past 10 at night. Liang produced a Japanese uniform and, after changing, glanced at Mr. He and then at Xingzi. Xingzi, you should return home first and inform your family that I have arrived safely. Commander, I wish to stay and accompany you, Xingzi protested. You must go back and send word. I shall return once I finish here. Thus, Liang and Mr. He mounted their horses and reached the destination in 2 hours. Liang used binoculars to survey the Japanese camp and turned to Mr. He. You will remain here to assist me. Do not advance. I will scout their camp. If you hear gunfire, then rush in. Understood, Mr. He replied, though he did not comprehend the young man's intentions. Gunfire? That would expose him and require me to rescue him. Dressed in the enemy's uniform, Liang stealthily approached the quarry. At the mountain pass stood a makeshift wooden gate, accompanied by a watchtower housing 2 machine guns. The surrounding landscape was dominated by towering cliffs, remnants of the mining operations. Within, approximately 500 meters of flat ground had been transformed into a camp of barracks and tents, including 8 large structures. After setting aside his binoculars, Liang waited until 2 in the morning to proceed. As the searchlights had ceased their sweeping, the guard must have fallen asleep. Swiftly, he dashed forward, arriving at the gate where he silently dispatched 2 sentries, concealing their bodies. Pushing open the gate, he entered the camp and advanced into the watchtower. Inside were 3 Japanese soldiers. As they stirred at the sound of his entrance, Liang swiftly closed the distance, his dagger deftly slicing their throats. He seized their machine guns and a box of ammunition before venturing deeper into the camp. There were no patrolling guards, after a lengthy period. They likely believed no one would dare challenge their battalion of approximately 20,000 men. Beginning with the first barrack, Liang stealthily pilfered weapons and ammunition. He meticulously visited around 80 to 90 barracks, discovering 4 officers in the central barrack, 2 colonels, and a major. He swiftly eliminated them, taking their heads, uniforms, and everything of value from their offices. After thoroughly searching the barracks, he encountered a locked door, forcing it open to reveal a treasure trove of rice, flour, and oil. He hurriedly collected these supplies, knowing they would be critically needed. Adjacent to this storage were additional weapons and ammunition, which he also secured in his space. Among the spoils were 3 radios he had seized during his earlier foray. Liang Chen was quite satisfied as he retrieved 2 grenades from the space and hurled them into the enemy's barracks. He continued to produce grenades, relentlessly tossing them into the compound, causing the Japanese soldiers to panic and flee outside. Liang then drew his light machine gun and commenced firing. With such a confined courtyard, there was nowhere for them to escape. They frantically searched for weapons but found nothing but a few rifles issued to junior officers who dared to challenge him. The moment they peeked out, they were met with swift retribution. Liang took cover and continued to shoot. Old He, upon hearing the gunfire, rushed in with 2 pistols. He observed the enemy attempting to escape through the main entrance and, emboldened by their lack of retaliation, he fired joyfully. Liangshan pursued the unarmed Japanese soldiers, the relentless sound of his light machine gun echoing throughout the compound. The enemy, clustered together like stalks of wheat, fell under the barrage of grenades. As they charged forward, Liang's gunfire sent them reeling back. Outside, Old He kept watch at the door, picking off any soldier that dared to emerge, swapping out magazines for his pistols with alarming frequency. Who would have thought that slaying the enemy could be so exhilarating? The Japanese, refusing to retaliate, were shockingly obstinate. Realizing his ammunition was dwindling, Old He felt relieved that the enemy was too intimidated to charge. This afforded him the opportunity to reload his magazines, filling several before stowing them away. The Japanese soldiers, resembling primitive warriors, sought makeshift weapons to advance. Old He adeptly repelled them with his pistols, expertly accurate even at a distance of a few dozen meters. The enemy was tormented by the specter of death lurking behind them, as Liang Chun mercilessly decimated their ranks with his machine gun. "Bakairu!" cried a young Japanese lieutenant, firing sporadically with his Nambu pistol. Old He would not allow them to escape. Each soldier that emerged met a swift demise. Liangshan frequently bombarded them with grenades, driving them out into the open, where he would then cut them down with his light machine gun. The number of enemy soldiers dwindled, akin to a special forces unit dismantling primitive tribesmen. The Japanese were utterly disoriented, with Liang Chun adhering to his relentless strategy, leaving them trapped in a dire predicament. After several cycles of attack, few enemies remained alive. Liang charged toward the remaining Japanese soldiers, noticing a handful clutching weapons, trembling in uncertainty, unsure whether to rush out or await the return of their comrades who were out of ammunition. The staccato of Liang's light machine gun erupted behind them, solidifying their resolve to charge out. Liang pursued them with unyielding determination, continuously firing. Having never encountered a machine gun with infinite ammunition, the Japanese were left aghast. With Old He providing cover fire, the duo effectively cleared the enemy from the compound before re-entering the barracks. Liang gathered the weapons, ammunition, and supplies into a corner. "What is this?" Old He exclaimed, his eyes wide in astonishment at the vast array of weapons and provisions, including an impressive stockpile of mortars. "Old He, mount your horse and, while it is still dark, return to gather reinforcements to transport the seized supplies. We must not delay until dawn. If the enemy arrives, we shall lose everything." "Understood. I shall return immediately." Old He recognized the urgency of the situation. The 2 men knew that even 2 large trucks would not suffice to carry everything back. By mid-morning, a significant number of people arrived, including many civilians. All present at the scene, Liangshan gestured towards the weapons, ammunition, food supplies, and luggage he had discovered in the enemy's quarters. The battlefield was not thoroughly cleaned, and they were determined to take everything they could from the fallen foes. The general was in high spirits, amused by the fact that such a multitude of enemies had been subdued by merely 2 individuals. Few would believe it if told, yet it had transpired. Commander Liang had performed admirably, astonishingly daring to face so many adversaries single-handedly. It was nothing extraordinary, merely a matter of unconventional tactics, Liang mused, considering how a superior would fare with external assistance. He felt a sense of humility before such genuine prowess against the enemy. By nightfall, all supplies had been evacuated, leaving only the defeated enemy behind, a rather sightly tableau. "Brother, today I have witnessed hope. The enemy is not invincible. Stripped of their arrogance, they resemble motionless turtles," remarked an old soldier, clasping Liang Chen's arm. "The enemy is indeed manageable. Inflicting pain renders them compliant. Brother, your province is ablaze with fervor, inspiring envy. General, let us split our forces. We must not place all our eggs in one basket. Each unit should develop independently. Without such strategies, the enemy will relentlessly pursue your group, and the targets will multiply. By dispersing, we can recruit from various locations. Those eager to enlist cannot find you, and I have heard your distances are considerable. By scattering, our troops will be omnipresent, allowing commanders to hone their skills on the battlefield." As the conversation shifted to tactics, the general inquired of Liang Chun how he planned to transport the weapons and ammunition. "If necessary, I can send someone to assist you," he offered, appreciating the weapons yet reluctant to take advantage. "These supplies are yours. I have no need for them. I sincerely hope they aid in your growth. As long as the spark to fight the enemy remains, it will inevitably ignite into a blazing fire," Liang responded with gratitude. "I truly wish we could continue to stand side by side against the enemy. These vile creatures are as bothersome as toads." The general's contempt for the enemy was palpable, as was the shared sentiment across the entire Northeast. Their conversation continued until dawn, when Liangshan was roused by the sounds of training. He observed the soldiers practicing their bayonet techniques and realized that while the training was beneficial, their physical stamina was lacking. Drawing forth a large barrel of spatial spring water, he brought it to the training ground. This method of training is inadequate. It requires a medicinal supplement. Each of you should consume a bowl before resuming practice, he suggested, eager to assist. The soldiers, recognizing the source of such lethal prowess, were eager to follow his lead. Let us give it a try, exclaimed a burly man, who quickly consumed a bowl of the liquid. Within moments, he felt invigorated. What is this elixir? I feel a surge of strength. Indeed, let me try as well, others chimed in, and soon they were all partaking. Remarkably, one barrel was insufficient. So Liang fetched 2 more, ensuring ample supply. In total, over 20 barrels of the spatial spring water were consumed by the soldiers. Commander Liang, this elixir is extraordinary. I feel revitalized. Surely, this strength won't dissipate in a few days? One soldier inquired. Rest assured, this is permanent. After breakfast today, I shall teach you the training methods, Liang assured them. Is that truly so? They exclaimed in disbelief. Splendid. In the battle with the enemy, I could pierce through a dozen of them. The soldiers, eager and restless, longed to engage the enemy in close combat, to hone their skills. Is this the only camp you have? Liang Chun inquired of the general. There are several other camps. Would you be interested in visiting them? No. What I meant was to distribute this grain to each camp. The weather is still mild, and we can procure more food. You don't solely rely on looting for sustenance, do you? Indeed, we do depend on looting for survival. Is there any other way? The traitorous landlords and tyrants also need to be dealt with. They are scarcely better than the enemy. They harbor a greater hatred for the common folk. By eliminating the true tyrants, we can seize more loot, which will better sustain our troops. The commoners are executed immediately for minor offenses, while the landlords and traitors can be killed indiscriminately. Is that permissible? Laohi regarded Liangshan with astonishment. In our territory, if a commoner reports accurately, those who bully the weak are executed, and even bandits are returned to the people. Even the expatriates of the enemy nation are killed. Anyone who steps onto our land is deemed an invader. There is no mercy. Isn't that a bit excessive? Laohi perceived the cruelty. You haven't witnessed how they slaughter entire villages for the sake of seizing land from the common folk. Do you believe they should not be punished? Even when women and children are among the victims. The others in the room were incredulous that such brutality existed. The soldiers finished their meals, and Liang Chun arranged for the construction of training equipment, including balance beams and vaulting walls. Liang Chun demonstrated the exercises, and they followed suit. Becoming familiar with the training within a day, Liang Chun remained in their camp for a month, training alongside them, carrying weights for 5 kilometers each morning, practicing shooting during the day, and guiding them into the mountains for hunting. After a month, they could hit moving targets with remarkable accuracy. Unexpectedly, Commander Liang's training methods proved highly effective. The soldiers became agile and astonishingly strong. In combat within the mountains, the enemy would surely be outmatched. General, I must return. I have been away for quite some time. Liangshan approached the general to bid farewell. I truly appreciate you for taking so much of your time to supply us with weapons and food, as well as imparting your training methods. Anyone who fights the enemy is a friend of Liangshan. Anything can be offered to those who battle the enemy. Moreover, I hold great admiration for you, General. Haha. Brother Liang, I accept your friendship. I hope we have another opportunity to fight side by side. Although I invited you this time, we did not engage in battle. Next time, you will be in the fight while Laohi stands guard. Haha. When do you wish to depart? The general asked Liangchen. I will leave at dusk. With so many enemies lost, they will surely conduct thorough checks on the roads. It is inconvenient during the day. Very well, we shall have an early dinner this afternoon, so everyone can bid farewell to their instructor. After dinner, Liangchen led his horse out of the mountains and onto the road, where he encountered a patrol of the enemy, albeit a small group of 7. The enemy spotted Liangchen, brandishing their rifles and rushing towards him. They reacted with hostility, having suffered significant losses and a number of laborers missing. While they were searching for individuals, they came upon Liangchen, who was now armed with a light machine gun. The sound of light machine guns erupted, instantly taking down the enemy soldiers. Did they still intend to conscript me? I gathered the weapons and ammunition scattered on the ground and released the young men tied up at the edge of the woods. Hurry and flee. Do not let the enemy capture you again, for working for them is a near-death experience. Liang Chun urged them gently. My benefactor, we did not come here willingly. We were seized by them. Anyone of age is taken. These heartless fiends. I must leave. You should return home. The survivors dashed away with remarkable speed, and Liang Chun mounted his horse, galloping towards Liaoning province. Although many enemy lookout posts had been destroyed, 2 more checkpoints had been erected. Liang Chun spotted a concealed position where a heavy artillery piece was set up, and he meticulously aimed at the enemy's fortifications. With a thunderous boom, a shell soared toward the tower, obliterating a significant portion of it. Another shell followed swiftly, completely flattening the structure. Nearby, the traitors and enemy soldiers hurried towards the source of the deafening blasts. Let them experience the wrath of the Barrett. With a resounding crack, an enemy soldier's head was shattered, leaving a headless corpse on the ground. Another shot rang out, claiming yet another enemy life. What kind of weapon is this? They exclaimed, hastily seeking refuge behind large trees. If trees were of any use, why would we need heavy artillery? A shot struck a tree, splintering it and inflicting a grievous wound on a man hiding behind it. What sort of weapon is this? We must flee. The trees cannot protect us. Don't run. You idiots! You'll die if you flee. The remaining enemies, now only 2, included a traitorous soldier wielding a sidearm. Everyone back! Shouted the traitor to his subordinates. Suddenly, he turned and fired 2 shots, killing the enemy soldiers. Brothers, run. The traitor's squad leader led his remaining men in flight. This time, Liang Chun chose not to pursue them relentlessly, acknowledging that he had already dispatched 2 of the enemy. Chapter 68. Why has the commander arrived? Liang Chun collected the weapons and contemplated checking on the 2nd Brigade, which was not far away. He dismounted, cautious of the numerous enemy soldiers in the vicinity. As he walked, he observed the 3 characters on the city gate, come here for a meal. Entering the county town, he carried no contraband or currency. As a large man, there was little advantage to be gained from him. Why keep him around? He was permitted entry. Upon entering, the superficial prosperity of the town was evident, yet the common folk were engaged in small trades, seeking any work to survive. The streets bustled with activity. Enemy patrols passed every hour, but this area seemed relatively free from their oppression. Many idle youths and treacherous collaborators lingered about. Liang Chun paid little mind to them and proceeded directly to an inn, intending to dine before continuing his journey. He ordered 2 dishes and a large bowl of rice. The service was prompt. After tasting the food, he found the cuisine quite commendable. Waiter, do you have any requests? The young attendant was quite courteous. Prepare several more dishes for me. I would like 10 portions of each of your signature dishes packed in food boxes for takeout. Certainly, sir, the attendant replied, departing to fulfill the order while Liang Chun sipped tea, waiting for his meal to be packed. Have you finished your meal? 2 ruffians entered, failing to find a place to sit. Upon spotting Liang Chun alone, they sought to intimidate him. Leave or perish, Liang Chun's fierce gaze momentarily stunned the 2 miscreants. Hey, in Qingyuan County, who dares to challenge us? They exclaimed, incredulous. You must be from out of town, right? Leave or face death. Liang Chun held a particular disdain for such privileged brats. They were cowards against the enemy, yet bullies against the common folk. Oh, feeling bold, are we? Have you come to our Pingyuan County to act tough? Here, you must either submit like a dragon or lie low like a tiger. The brashness of the ruffians faltered as Liang Chun pressed a dagger against one's throat. With one hand gripping his neck, he forced him against the table, watching as his brother clutched his throat in fear. Please, spare me. The terrified youth pleaded, having lost control of his bladder. Who is this man? He truly dares to kill? Die, Liang Chun declared, the dagger poised to plunge into the ruffian's neck. Sir, spare him. His father is the chief of the Qingyuan County Police. He has only these 2 sons. The innkeeper intervened. Even if he has but 1 son, he should not bully others. His father is no saint either. Let me cleanse his household first. With determination, Liang Chun drove the dagger in. A cry escaped the innkeeper as he realized the other son was also in danger. Just like that, the 2 sons of the chief were lost, rendering their family extinct. Would the father not go mad upon hearing this? Sir, you must leave quickly. His father will not let this go. In Qingyuan County, their family is a tyrant. Is my meal ready? Liang Chun inquired. Yes, it's all packed in the food box. All the other diners have fled. How much? Liang Chun asked the innkeeper. Today is my unfortunate day. I shall forego payment. No. I will cover today's losses. Where do they reside? Their home is in the center of the county, near a Japanese command post, directly opposite. How many Japanese are there in the county? I'm not sure, but perhaps over 200. The innkeeper now seemed less fearful. Very well, here are 30 silver dollars. This is all I can offer. That is too much. I cannot accept it. The innkeeper attempted to decline, but Liang Chun would not allow him to suffer a loss, as it might affect his business. Upon entering the kitchen, the terrified cook fled. Liang Chun swiftly gathered the food into his space and exited through the front door, heading straight for the Japanese command post to confront the ruffian's father. The thrill of battle invigorated him as he swiftly approached the command post, where a large banner waved in the sky, visible from afar. As he neared, he heard a tumultuous uproar. I must see who has the audacity to kill my son. A crowd poured out from a large courtyard. The sound of something rolling on the ground caught their attention. My goodness, a grenade! They exclaimed, hurriedly dropping to the ground. Boom! Upon hearing the commotion, Liang Chun deduced that these were the culprits, quickly hiding in a corner as they emerged. He produced a grenade, pressed it to the ground, and hurled it towards them. The hand grenade proved to be remarkably effective, leaving only one person standing at the outermost position, who was also wounded. The enemy at the command post heard the explosion and rushed out to ascertain the situation, mistakenly believing they were under attack. Such a command post was beneath Liang Chen's notice. It was hardly more than a mere major or even a captain. As the enemy emerged, Liang Chen unleashed a volley from his light machine gun into the crowd, and after 2 rounds, he made his escape. The enemy seethed with resentment, questioning the need for such insatiable curiosity. Was it merely to eliminate a few traitors? Now they faced the brunt of machine gun fire. Out of the 50 or so enemy soldiers that emerged, over 30 fell under the barrage. An enemy officer, brandishing his command sword, pointed towards an alleyway. The soldiers charged in like frenzied dogs, rifles in hand. Liang Chen was the first to dash out of the alley, tossing in 2 grenades. The pursuing enemies caught sight of the grenades and were instantly paralyzed with fear, unsure of where to take cover, as there was no shelter in sight. With 2 thunderous explosions, chaos ensued among the enemy ranks, accompanied by screams. Of the 24 who entered, only 6 remained capable of combat, 8 lay dead, and 10 were injured, 6 with minor wounds and 4 critically, 1 requiring an amputation of his leg. The remaining 6 hastened to continue their pursuit. But by the time they emerged from the alley, Liang Chen was nowhere to be found. Groups of enemy soldiers converged from all directions. Yet they found no trace of him along the way. Once they regrouped, not even an egg was in sight. Baka, split up and pursue. The enemy scattered like headless flies, darting into alleys, while civilians on the streets had retreated to their homes. Liang Chen, concerned for the safety of the citizens, steeled himself to fire a few shots before fleeing, inciting a mad chase from the enemy. Finding cover, he turned back to unleash a barrage from his submachine gun or light machine gun, each time claiming several lives. Isn't that the commander? Someone exclaimed. My God. It truly is him. Why is the commander here? We must assist him. 8 men drew their pistols and swiftly targeted the pursuing enemies, managing to ambush a dozen with their surprise attack before setting off in pursuit of Liang Chen. Commander, we have come to aid you. Upon hearing this, Liang Chen turned to see familiar faces, though he could not recall their names. Take these submachine guns and magazines. We shall reclaim Qingyuan County. Understood, they replied, picking up submachine guns and spare magazines from the ground. They had come for reconnaissance, but fate had thrust them into a direct engagement. Chapter 69. An appreciation of seppuku. Liang Chen and his 2 companions formed a trio and split up to engage in urban warfare. With the assistance of his comrades, they adopted a 3-man formation, no longer merely evading the enemy. The firing rate of their 3 submachine guns far surpassed that of the enemy's Type 38 rifles. Liang Chen and his 2 brothers positioned themselves at the front, while 2 other teams maneuvered around to flank the enemy. As they opened fire from behind, dozens of enemy soldiers fell in an instant, and they quickly dispersed. Gunfire erupted from another side, prompting Liang Chen to declare, "Let us go support them." He realized that the separated team had encountered enemies. Without time to secure the area, he dashed forward with his 2 companions. A group of enemy soldiers was engaged in combat with his 2 brothers, one of whom was seated against a wall. Liang Chen dared not delay and promptly utilized a grenade. With his considerable strength, he hurled it far and with great accuracy, landing it amidst the enemy ranks. Before the Japanese soldiers could finish their curses, they were sent flying by the explosion. Several grenades had found their mark, rendering the enemy incapable of combat. A few of his comrades surged forward, unleashing a torrent of gunfire from their submachine guns, swiftly eliminating the foe. As Liang Chen passed by, he collected the weapons, ammunition, and bodies into his spatial storage, subsequently discarding the now lifeless enemies. 3 men assisted an injured comrade as they continued their search for more enemies. Suddenly, Liang Chen called for a halt, pointing towards a nearby wall, and the group scaled it. In no time, over 40 Japanese soldiers charged towards their position. 8 men, armed with submachine guns, peeked over the wall. The relentless gunfire erupted, striking the enemy from the side. The rate of fire was akin to that of 8 light machine guns, and the Japanese had no time to resist before they fell to the ground. Stay put and conceal yourselves. I will assess the situation, Liang Chen instructed as he climbed over the wall, swiftly collecting weapons and ammunition, leaving behind the bare bodies. Commander, are we not relocating? One asked. Today, I shall teach you the second maneuver, to ambush once more from our current position. The enemy will not anticipate that we remain. The approaching soldiers will be our prey. Here are grenades for you. Utilize them in this second wave. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed, and the men readied themselves. Liang Chen focused his senses on the outside. 40 to 50 soldiers approached to examine the bodies. Now, Liang Chen whispered, and he unleashed 16 grenades over the wall before taking cover. Outside, the chaos erupted as the enemy cried out in despair. The men rose, firing their submachine guns at the Japanese. After the skirmish, Liang Chen calculated that no more than 20 enemies remained. He hoped the shopkeeper's information was accurate. They proceeded to scour the battlefield, ultimately carrying their injured comrade away. I will hide this, I shall return for it later. Even if I cannot, I will not gift it to the enemy, Liang Chun declared as he departed with the rifles and ammunition, soon returning as they headed towards the enemy headquarters. Passing the site of battle, Liang Chun continued to clean up. Upon reaching the headquarters, Liang Chun conducted a thorough search with his senses and discovered 5 enemies. He boldly entered the courtyard, opening fire on the sentries as he appeared at the entrance. 4 men fired from the front while the others supported their injured comrade, who had only sustained a thigh wound. Liang Chun tended to him. The penetrating injury posed no danger, though walking was a strain. They entered the office building, where only 2 soldiers remained, quickly dispatched by Liang Chun. He kicked open a large door, revealing 1 enemy in the act of seppuku. Continue. I have yet to witness this act. Should you falter, I shall be your kaishikonin, Liang Chun declared, drawing a long knife and positioning himself behind the soldier. The Japanese soldier seethed with rage, having never before encountered an enemy offering to assist him in such a manner. How unfortunate I am, he thought, glaring at Liang Chun. Will you proceed? If not, I shall sever your head, ensuring it flies far like a winter's ball of horse dung. Liang Chun taunted the officer. Is this not too cruel? You could simply utter surrender and I shall spare you, and I might consider it. Yet here you are, prattling away, forcing me towards death. Will you comply? Hurry, I have yet to witness this. Hasten, do not squander time. We are all quite occupied. Others are on the verge of laughter. While the wounded brother has forgotten his pain, observe how the commander forces the little devils to their demise. The enemy, overwhelmed by Liang Chun's scorn, contemplated fleeing. Wishing to escape the incessant taunting, he knelt upon the ground, gripping the blade with one hand while the other thrust the hilt directly into his abdomen. Despite not being fully succumbed to death, he writhed in agony, his military knife twisting in his grasp. Liang Chun watched, taking pleasure in the spectacle, while the enemy cast several glances in his direction. Hurry and end my suffering with a swift cut to my throat. What do you mean by standing there motionless? Merely spectating? Are you not supposed to be the one to deliver the final blow? You seem more like an observer than a participant. For God's sake, are you not a good person? Blood filled his mouth, rendering him speechless, his eyes wide in desperation as he gazed at Liang Chun. Liang Chun understood. The time for his pain had come. He raised the knife, aiming multiple times, yet hesitating to strike. The enemy, incensed by his indecision, felt compelled to rise. Is it not merely a matter of a single slash? Why this pretense? Are you no longer in pain? Liang Chun flashed a menacing grin. Why do you still draw breath? I await your demise so that I may claim your head. Your delay vexes me. I am eager to depart. Expire swiftly. The enemy, cowed, did not plunge the knife deeply, perhaps believing he could linger a while longer. Liang Chun remained unperturbed, waiting for the enemy to breathe his last, as the foe expelled a mouthful of blood in frustration. You lot of little bastards, instead of fishing on your tiny island, have come here to practice self-destruction, yet lack the courage to follow through. You have only embedded the blade halfway. Do you wish for a slow death or merely to buy time? We have yet to dine. I am eager to return for supper. Do not feign bravery if you do not wish to die. Their banter continued, each taunt further irritating the little devil. His speech grew garbled, and ultimately, his eyes rolled back as he fell lifeless. Such a temper. Indeed. Though their abilities may be limited, their tempers are grand. If only we could provoke the enemy as effectively. Voices clamored, particularly from the injured one, who, unable to fight, discovered that words could serve as a weapon, and he spoke the most. Liang Chun, finding the situation dull, kicked the knife's hilt, driving the entire blade into the enemy. In his final moments, the little devil uttered a phrase in Huaxia. Behind him, a comrade, fearing the enemy's resilience, pierced his neck with a bayonet before departing the room. Upon reaching the doorway, they beheld a jeep and a truck, perfectly suited for their current needs. They assisted the wounded into the passenger seat, while 4 others took their places. The remaining 3 started the truck and drove out of the city. A few puppet soldiers at the city gate attempted to intercept them. A volley of gunfire erupted from 4 submachine guns, resulting in several casualties, while the rest took cover. Chapter 70, Commander, let me show you the scale of our brigade. The 2 vehicles exited the city, the jeep trailing behind the truck. They twisted and turned throughout the day until they arrived at the command center of the 2nd Brigade. Brigade Commander Zhang Zhangyuan and Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou Dongfeng emerged, spotting the commander. Commander, you have arrived. Please, come inside, they urged. As the sentry and brigade leader reported the arrival of the truck, they had ventured out to investigate. How goes it? Have you encountered any difficulties? Commander, this method is truly splendid. Our 2nd Brigade is quite affluent. Allow me to show you the scale of our brigade. There is no need for that. I am confident that your brigade has surpassed 10,000 by now. Liang Chun dared not ponder too deeply, considering it had only been a few months since the division. Commander, our brigade has now exceeded 30,000, although we have also lost many brothers. Over 8,000 brave souls now rest in the mountains. It is imperative to ensure the well-being of the families of our fallen comrades. Each man is the backbone of his family. They may have sacrificed their lives, but their families are now our own, and we must pay them due attention. Indeed, Commander, we have already distributed 200 taels of compensation to each family, as reported by Zhang Zhanjuan. As long as you continue to thrive, it is best not to engage in direct confrontation for the time being. We must persist with our tried-and-true strategy of relentless expansion. We must diminish the enemy's resources. We cannot allow them to recuperate. We will evade the main forces while concentrating our troops to strike at smaller divisions, dispersing afterwards. Even their trips to the restroom must be safeguarded by an entire regiment. Gradually, they will cease their arrogance. Commander, we understand and shall not act recklessly. Zhang Zhanjuan, being an experienced commander, comprehends this military wisdom. Especially after witnessing the benefits of such tactics, we shall resolutely execute your orders. Having stayed with them for several days, Liang Chun visited several outposts, but thereafter, no one saw the commander again. The esteemed Liang has now arrived in the city, the very place where the enemy has landed. His purpose here is to scout for enemy warships. He harbors a keen interest in their vessels, yet he cannot approach them at the docks, 2 kilometers away. Enemy sentinels and armored patrol vehicles stand guard. Liang Chun feels as if he is a tiger confronting a hedgehog, plagued by irritation and gloom. In the city, he encounters numerous seafood vendors, and he spares no expense, purchasing as much as he can. Seafood has been selling rapidly in the market these past few days. Do not go this afternoon. It will have all been sold out. Why are there only these again today? Is there not a single piece of salted fish to be found? I long for the salted fish of my hometown. The enemy's lieutenant colonel is quite displeased with the cafeteria. Commander, all the seafood in the market was purchased early this morning. We did not arrive late. Yet we have not brought back a single fish. What? Send someone to investigate and see who is behind this. The lieutenant colonel mused that it may not necessarily be the anti-Japanese forces, but could be wealthy merchants from other cities. Could they not leave me even a single piece of salted fish? Are they trying to starve me? Today, Liang Chun finds himself in the market, where many seafood sellers approach him, and he welcomes them all. The spies sent by the enemy have also taken note of Liang Chun, with a dozen or so observing him closely. Liang Chun, with his keen senses, has long been aware of their presence. Trucks laden with seafood roll in, and the enemy can no longer contain their impatience, dispatching individuals to follow him. Observing him loading the trucks, they recognize the vehicles as familiar, produced in our own nation. Could he be procuring supplies for another army? We must not act rashly. Let us investigate further before taking action. The small enemy contingent withdrew, while Liang Chun concealed all 6 trucks within his space. He then released 3 older trucks, filling them with various items, beneath which lay 8 packages of explosives, topped with trigger-type landmines. The clutter was covered with a tarpaulin, weighed down by a large stone, concealing the landmines beneath. After arranging the scene, the individual departed. The enemy scouts returned to report, and the lieutenant colonel made inquiries via telephone, only to find that no one had any information. The truck's license plate was reported, but upon investigation, all were found to be stolen vehicles. The lieutenant colonel realized the gravity of the situation. This was the anti-Japanese armed forces coming to procure supplies. He hurried to apprehend someone, hoping to glean information about the resistance organization, as this would be a significant achievement, warranting his personal involvement. After all, the opposition was merely one individual, and bringing along extra personnel posed little risk. The potential reward was considerable. Gathering his forces, they set off to capture the enemy. Led by a dozen scouts, heading straight for the location where Liang Chun had parked the vehicles. Upon arrival, they discovered the area deserted, save for 3 trucks that had been left behind. These vehicles were intended for procurement and were nearly full. The lieutenant colonel, wary of Liang Chun's escape, urged his men to surround the trucks, hoping to find him asleep in the driver's seat. Upon inspection, however, they found no one. Only then did the lieutenant colonel approach to examine the cargo. He hoped to uncover something significant that would bolster his reputation. A few men climbed onto the 3 trucks, but the large stone proved too cumbersome for just 2 to move. Suddenly, the 3 trucks erupted in a devastating explosion, obliterating everything nearby, leaving the enemy soldiers scattered by the shockwave. The lieutenant colonel, finally free from his dreams, found himself amidst the wreckage, his commander's saber intact amid the debris. In the chaos, some of the enemy forces stationed at the dock were dispatched for support, while the patrol team responsible for city security rushed towards the mushroom clouds. Meanwhile, Liang Chun had stealthily slipped into the sea at a distance, realizing that his pores could breathe, facilitating his covert operations against the naval vessels. Submerged beneath the waves, Liang Chun gradually approached a warship, where sentinels stood guard. As he drew near, his hand grazed the hull, and in an instant, both the vessel and its crew were drawn into his spatial domain. He extracted the personnel from the warship, utilizing his control over space to suffocate them. He continued this process with the 2nd, 3rd, and even the 10th ship, discarding the lifeless bodies into the ocean. Not waiting for the enemy on shore to discover the situation, he retreated several kilometers before surfacing. Liang Chun felt a profound sense of satisfaction, envisioning the future utility of his newfound capabilities. He donned naval attire and, amid the ensuing confusion among the enemy forces, infiltrated the Japanese dock, approaching their fuel storage depot. 2 sentinels stood watch, craning their necks to peer outside. What are you looking for? The warships are lost. Can they truly be gone? Haven't you heard the whistle? They won't sail away, one questioned skeptically. Indeed, they are lost. If you don't believe me, go outside and see for yourselves. The 2 soldiers hesitated, and Liang Chun, observing their indecision, swiftly plunged a bayonet into their chests. Now do you believe? He grinned as they gasped their last breaths. Liang Chun collected all the fuel, thousands of barrels of diesel, along with various maintenance oils. Nearby, a substantial ammunition depot stood, filled with crates of shells and torpedoes. Take everything away, leaving not a single item for the little devils. Chapter 71. Returning home to study the warships. At the entrance of the warehouse, Liang Chun planted several landmines and seized the opportunity to withdraw amidst the chaos. After evading several waves of patrols and reconnaissance vehicles, he ventured far enough to consider returning home. It had been a while since he last saw his wife and child. There could be no danger at home. He aimed to study the warships, hoping that when the enemy attacked Shanghai, he could sink their vessels. Countless heroes from our army had perished under their naval bombardment. He could not allow such a tragedy to repeat itself here. There was much to accomplish. During the enemy's assault on Nanjing, he could save more innocent lives. With plans in mind, he could not afford to delay. He sent a telegram to headquarters via the 2nd Brigade, instructing Su Song to inform his family of his safety. Otherwise, his wife would be exceedingly worried. He intended to carry a radio in the future to learn how to send telegrams, so that he could use it as a phone later on. Seeing that no enemy was nearby, Liang Chun released the jeep and drove toward his home. However, he soon encountered an enemy checkpoint. Damn it, so many checkpoints. How long must I hide? He took down one checkpoint and sought a suitable location to set up artillery. Lying behind a large rock, he used his binoculars to determine the range and direction. Once he had positioned the large-caliber cannon, he aimed at the enemy's watchtower. With a loud bang, a shell flew out and struck the enemy's tower directly, creating a massive hole in the 2nd floor. The upper half of the tower collapsed, and he followed up with another shot. The shell fell with perfect trajectory, obliterating the remaining half into fragments. Bakayuru. Outside, the 4 enemy guards and a dozen puppet soldiers charged toward Liang Chun's direction. Liang Chun drew his Barrett sniper rifle and aimed at the little devil, blowing his head apart. The other puppet soldiers, stricken with fear, understood that the enemy was not invincible. Yet they recognized that their numbers were few and did not wish to yield. The puppet captain shouted slogans to bolster their courage, urging them to charge forward with their heads down. The puppet soldiers exchanged glances. Their comrades had already charged ahead, and they did not want to wait for them to return and face their demise. Follow me, commanded the puppet captain, gathering his courage to advance. Suddenly, several grenades fell, and 3 little devils were swiftly dispatched. Upon witnessing the abundance of grenades, the puppet soldiers had yet to make a decision before several were blown to pieces. To hell with this, I'm out. One puppet soldier turned and fled. Wait, Old Ma, called another from behind. Old Ma glanced back at him. They were from the same village. The man raised his rifle and finished off the wounded puppet soldiers, then began to clear the battlefield for Liang Chun, collecting additional ammunition. Friend, we won't be traitors any longer, Old Ma shouted. Liang Chun observed the 2 men, sensing they did not appear to be feigning their intentions. Once they had escaped, he descended to collect the rifles of the fallen enemies and puppet soldiers. As ammunition was scarce, he allowed the 2 to take some. They seemed rather interesting. Had they been groveling and behaving like cowards, Liang Chun would not have spared them. Liang Chun continued his journey back, soon arriving at Fengtian. He had no desire to enter the city and waste time, so he circumnavigated it. The road was devoid of enemy fortifications, having been rendered irreparable by bombardment. Driving his jeep, he returned to Jinfengshai, where he deposited a plethora of weapons and ammunition in the armory. Commander, it has been quite a while since we set out, Su Song remarked, accompanied by several officers. We have traversed numerous locations. How has the 1st Brigade fared? The 1st Brigade is doing well. Our combined forces now exceed 50,000. Are we prepared for battle? Engaging in combat would merely return us to square one. We must exercise patience and gradually erode the enemy's strength. The time for a decisive confrontation will inevitably come. Everyone eagerly anticipates that moment, hoping to expel this rabble in one fell swoop. They are akin to lice, irksome and persistent. However, we are not yet strong enough. Without a force of 200,000 to 300,000, we cannot confront them head-on. We cannot afford further losses. We must endure a little longer. Su Song's enthusiasm dimmed. Isn't our progress commendable? Do not lose hope. In 2 to 3 years, we will have sufficient troops. Elevate their ranks and establish additional brigades. You will handle the arrangements. I'm returning to the new camp. Understood. I will notify them to upgrade to 2 divisions and 6 brigades. Commander, you should return. Your wife calls daily inquiring about your return. I am leaving now. This responsibility is yours. Liang Chen departed from Jinfeng's High. Deputy Commander. Does the commander wish to relinquish all responsibility? Nonsense. The commander has accomplished much. He faces the enemy alone each time he ventures out. Do you think he goes out for leisure? Have you seen the weapons in the warehouse? Each bears the stains of battle. Refrain from such remarks in the future, or I will have no choice but to silence you. Yes, Deputy Commander, I misspoke, the squad leader in charge of Jinfeng's High quickly acknowledged. Liang Chun excelled in solitary combat. Confident that his secrets would remain concealed with Su Song guarding Jinfeng's High, allowing him to venture out without concern. As he approached the new camp, his spirits soared, and his pace quickened. Upon arrival, he encountered Xingzi, who had returned earlier. Commander, you are back. Did you return to deliver good news? Indeed, all went well. Though I narrowly escaped being captured by the enemy while they were seizing laborers. The moment I recognized the enemy, I fled into the mountains to evade their grasp. He replied, let us enter. I am eager to see my daughter-in-law. If you had returned to deliver news, your wife would be even more anxious. On my way back, I even saw the enemy inspecting the fortifications we had bombed. Fortunately, I hid swiftly. The little devils were furious, firing their machine guns in frustration. The two shared laughter as they entered the home. Who is this? They seem familiar, Chu Lingyan remarked, circling Liang Chun curiously. Xiao Qin and Shengzi stifled giggles, while Liang Chun felt a sense of helplessness at Chu Lingyan's reaction. His wife appeared displeased once more. My dear wife, you have worked so hard that you've even acquired some white hairs. Ah, do I have white hairs? Xiao Qin, do I have white hairs? Chu Lingyan exclaimed anxiously. The chief has no white hairs. It must be a ruse. Liang Chen, after gallivanting about, you dare to deceive me upon your return. Chu Lingyan, resembling a fierce tigress, lunged at Liang Chen. He dared not evade her for fear of causing her to fall. Instead, he rushed forward to steady her and planted a kiss on her cheek. Chu Lingyan was left momentarily speechless. Have you forgotten that there are still 2 people in the room, my dear? How could you be so reckless? Exclaimed Chu Lingyan. Her face flushed with embarrassment. It's perfectly fine to steal a kiss from my own wife. Let them envy us and marry their own wives. I promise I won't mock them. The young man, Liang Chen, noticed Xiao Qin's furtive glances at Xingzi, acknowledging the youth as commendable demeanor. After Xiao Qin and Xingzi departed, Liang Chen turned his attention to his wife. My dear, I want to be going out for a while. I shall stay at home to accompany you and our child. You say that, but I hardly believe you. 1 telegram and you'll be off again. Chu Lingyan replied with a hint of grievance. Liang Chun understood the burdens she bore daily, nurturing their son while worrying about him. Truly, it was a lot to ask of her. He resolved to take better care of his family this time, especially since she was pregnant again. He needed to comfort and spend time with her. I promise. I will remain by your side and not venture out. The team has someone else to lead them now. What if something were to happen with them? Chu Lingyan expressed her fears, anxious that one day the troops might no longer heed Liang Chen's commands. Rest assured, I never intended to fully control these armies. My goal was merely to bring them back and train them as a means to plant seeds of resistance against the enemy in the northeast. As for their future, as long as they do not ally with the enemy, I have no desire to take over. Well, without the troops, you would truly belong to me, she mused. As each time Liang Chen departed, her worry intensified. It was not the enemy she feared would trouble him, but rather that he would seek out trouble himself. The next day, Liang Chen informed Chu Lingyan that he was entering a cave to find a secluded spot. From there, he accessed the space and directly boarded a warship floating on the river. After a diligent search, he finally located the navigation manual and repair instructions. Thanks to the enhancements to his mind, he had developed an extraordinary memory, allowing him to memorize every function and detail of the vessel. As he gradually mastered the controls, the ship transformed from a clumsy start to a smooth operation. With the navigation under control, he turned his attention to familiarizing himself with the artillery and torpedo launchers. Feeling hungry, he retrieved a few steamed buns and a bowl of spring water to satisfy his appetite. Once he had comprehended everything, he returned to the river for a quick wash. Emerging refreshed, he sought out Chu Lingyan. My dear, I've finished my tasks. I'll join you shortly. Where have you been these past 6 or 7 days? I've searched everywhere for you. I've been in the cave, trying to avoid disturbances, she replied. I found a secluded spot. She then called for their son. Come here, let daddy hold you. As soon as Liang Chen approached, their son began to wail. With haste, Liang Chen returned him to Chu Lingyan's embrace. He is nearly a year old and still doesn't recognize his father, he lamented, eliciting a smile from Chu Lingyan in response to his dismay. Content, she cradled their son, with Liang Chen trailing behind. Their little boy peered over his mother's shoulder, curiously watching his father. For the past few days, Liangchen had been devotedly attending to the pair, with their son occasionally requesting to be held, depending on his mood. It seems that our son-in-law resembles a sycophant, remarked Xiaoqin to Shengzi. Is he trying to curry favor with his son? He carries himself like a grandson in the role of a father. Oh dear. Just as Shengzi finished speaking, Xiaoqin stepped on his foot. If you were to say that in front of the son-in-law, he could easily chase off a grizzly bear. Just wait until he retaliates against you. The commander would never strike me. I speak only the truth. Among all the people in the world, only my sister-in-law and the children can make him act like a grandson. That is more like it. Both the young lady and the son-in-law have saved my life. You must refrain from speaking recklessly, understand? Otherwise, my dear aunt's aim with her gun is quite precise, you know? Dear aunt, please don't always point that old gun at me. I am your fiancé. How shameless. Get lost. I haven't agreed yet. Xiaoqin hurriedly took cover. What is the matter, big brother? Has Xiaoqin not accepted your proposal? Dezhu wrapped his arm around Shengzi's shoulder. Don't mention it. She agrees one moment, and then denies it the next if she is unhappy. Shengzi has been particularly close to Xiaoqin these past few days. A woman needs to be disciplined, otherwise she will never behave properly. How can you hope to marry her if you don't set her straight? Dezhu offered to help him. Oh dear, Dezhu's ear was seized. Do you intend to hit your wife? Dezhu was aware that this was a familiar tactic of his wife. Xiaomin, spare me, dear wife. Shengzi was taken aback. Didn't you just say that a beating would suffice? Brother Zhu, weren't you the one who said that a beating would make her obedient? Brother, this is my own wife. Mine is not rented, either. His sister-in-law mentioned that women outside are quite appealing. Shengzi decided to give him a taste of his own medicine. Oh dear, dear wife, please don't hit me. I never said that. Shengzi, you've turned bad. Dezhu knew that his wife was not truly angry and played along. Shengzi is the most honest of brothers. Just wait until I knock you dead. Xiaomin chased after Dezhu. Hiki, why are you so mischievous? Xiaoqin emerged from behind a large tree. Just as she walked away, she noticed that Shengzi had not followed and returned to check, unexpectedly overhearing the conversation between Shengzi and Dezhu. She was quite pleased with Shengzi's behavior, knowing he would protect his wife. Ugh, wait, she is not even my wife yet. Dezhu rushed home, and his wife followed him. I truly didn't speak of women outside. I was just teasing brother Shengzi. I know, I've been behind you all along. Shengzi also bore a deceptive exterior, looking rather honest, yet harboring a strong sense of vengeance. Regardless, it's no matter. I'll just accompany you in your antics. Liangchen returned home and prepared a meal. The whole family gathered for dinner, and after finishing, he and Shengzi ventured into the mountains to discover a particularly large wild lake. The two entered the water to test its depth. Liangchen, unafraid of water, directly submerged himself. The lake was over 10 meters deep. He found a spot where the water was deeper and began to collect the silt with spatial manipulation, digging down until he reached a depth of 17 or 18 meters before concluding his task. Shengzi, go back and bring some food. Liangchen instructed as he dismissed Shengzi. He then sought out some large stones along the shore to construct a platform, serving as a dock. When Shengzi returned, he was astonished by the completed dock. The commander was truly impressive, having gathered so many stones and built a dock in less than an hour. The following day, Liangchen came alone to place a warship into the lake. A few days later, he summoned some brothers from Jin Fengzhai. He began to embody the role of a professor, instructing over 200 individuals in the operation of naval vessels and artillery. Months later, as the ice began to form on the surface, Liangchen finally relinquished the ship and returned home to be with his son, who was now crawling all over the floor. Why are you no longer busy? Xu Lingyan looked at Liangchen with a hint of resentment. Her belly had grown, making movement cumbersome. Fortunately, with Xiaoqin and two aunts around, she had assistance. There is no need to go out anymore. The river is frozen. I will stay here to watch you give birth. It sounded pleasant, but during the birth of their first son, he had said the same, only to return home to find the child already delivered. During this period, Liangchen was primarily responsible for watching their son, ensuring he did not venture near his mother. In Chapter 73, while guarding the enemy command post, Liangchen's second son was born just before the new year, bringing him immense joy. Look at you, so foolishly happy. Xu Lingyan remarked, cradling their newborn, while their elder son realized his position had been usurped by a motionless brother. In his good spirits, he would gently touch his brother, but would also hit him when he couldn't reach his mother, alarming both Liangchen and Xu Lingyan, who had to keep a watchful eye on him. You see, just like you, if he can't win, he resorts to hitting. Xu Lingyan attributed their son's faults to Liangchen, who thought to himself, I wonder who was the one that initiated the courtship. Yet, he dared not voice it, considering she was in her confinement. Brother-in-law, the children have grown so much. Shouldn't we give them names? Xiaoqin asked Liangchen. Look at me, busy as I am, and our eldest is nearly a year old without a proper name. The first son shall be named Liang Haoren, and the second, Liang Haowen. Boys, did you hear? Your foolish father has named you, Zhulingyan said, caressing the younger son while still holding the elder one. Hey, how did I become the foolish father? You need to clarify that, Liangchen replied, as their elder son playfully struck his cheek. Liangchen found this delightful and lifted his son for a kiss, eliciting giggles from the little one, who played along for a while. Liangchen then went to the telephone room to call Su Song. Commander, do you have any orders? Su Song was somewhat taken aback by Liangchen's call, as the commander rarely made phone calls unless it was of utmost importance. Brother, please inform all our subordinate troops to thoroughly scout the troop movements in their respective areas. Then, create a sand table based on the map and mark it accordingly. Understood. The task will be completed within a month. Are there any significant movements from the enemy? Report any signs of activity promptly. Acknowledged, Commander. Su Song realized the commander's intentions, recognizing this as the responsibility of a true leader. Each day, Liangchen played in the yard with his elder son, who had grown less fearful of him and had become quite attached. Liangchen felt it was time to seek out some trouble with the enemy, as they had been unusually quiet lately, which could not bode well. He decided to scout the enemy's movements to remain informed and avoid being caught off guard. He approached Chu Lingyan, saying, Wife, I must go down the mountain to investigate. The enemy has been too silent lately, which suggests they might be plotting something. I do not wish to engage in a chaotic battle that might expose our hideout. You may go. We have a large family here. Shaqin and Howren can manage for a few days. Rest assured, I shall take good care of Howren. Shaqin led Liang Howren, who could not help but glance at Liangchen. Son, your father is heading down the mountain to procure some delicious treats for you. When I return, we shall play together. You must listen to your mother and aunt while I am away, all right? The little one, not very articulate, nodded heavily in agreement. Liangchen breathed a sigh of relief. His son was not causing a fuss. Liangchen filled his arsenal with ammunition, ensuring that all weapons were fully stocked. He separated the grenades, placing the fragmentation grenades aside, and noted the abundance of remote-controlled bombs and anti-personnel mines, his favorites being the bouncing Bettys, numbering in the thousands. He anticipated the opportunity to deploy these devastating devices against the enemy. Upon exiting the mountain stronghold, Liangchen made his way towards Liaoyang City, beginning his reconnaissance at the location nearest to his home. Once inside the city, he wandered about, but found nothing amiss. After 2 days of inconclusive scouting, he hastily departed for Fengtian, where the atmosphere also appeared serene. It was rather peculiar that the enemy was not harassing the common folk, as they had been known for their brazen tyranny. Under the cover of night, Liangchen infiltrated the enemy command headquarters to conduct further reconnaissance. Surprisingly, he encountered very few soldiers. It seemed that whenever trouble arose, a general would be slain, and by the time of closing, the generals did not remain there. Liangchen stealthily entered the office of an enemy general, rifling through the drawers but finding nothing of particular use. However, when he opened the safe, he discovered a trove of confidential documents. Displaying remarkable audacity, he seated himself at the general's desk and began perusing the files. To his astonishment, he learned that the general had significant operations underway in Jilin province, and troops were being dispatched to provide support there. Liaoning province needed to ramp up its own efforts as well. Otherwise, the general's forces would face peril. Resolute in his decision, he retrieved his radio and sent a telegram to Su Song from within the enemy general's office, instructing all personnel to mobilize and deliver a crushing blow to the enemy, who were already experiencing a shortage of troops. Upon receiving the message, Su Song swiftly issued orders, and throughout Liaoning province, a massive offensive was launched against the county towns overnight. Artillery relentlessly bombarded the enemy-held cities. The enemy was taken aback, unprepared for such a formidable force. Since the previous night, each county town in Liaoning faced attacks from the enemy, suffering substantial losses and urgently requesting reinforcements. However, even if reinforcements were dispatched, it would take several days for them to arrive, leaving the enemy commanders in a state of dread, fearing they might not withstand the onslaught. Previously, they had underestimated the resistance, thinking it consisted merely of small groups of anti-Japanese forces. They were astonished to discover such a significant uprising, with multiple cities falling to the attacks overnight. Liangchen identified the enemy's vulnerabilities and coordinated the assaults throughout Fengtian City. The enemy could never have fathomed that Liangchen was stationed atop the drum tower adjacent to their command headquarters, continuously dispatching telegrams while observing their movements. In a fit of rage, an enemy general shattered a cup upon hearing that yet another county had fallen. Equipped with 2 radios, 2 codebooks, and a miniaturized listening device, a marvel of future technology, Liangchen had placed it all within the enemy general's office, ready to intercept any orders issued by the foe. It is tantamount to directly reporting to Liangchen, who promptly makes adjustments. The Japanese soldiers have been dealt a considerable blow. The Japanese general, infuriated, is on the verge of rolling his eyes, incessantly cursing his subordinates. Bakayuru, our enemies are formidable. Every time we make an adjustment, they counter it. They ceaselessly ambush us. I suspect there is a traitor among us. The Japanese general is not foolish. Such precise intelligence cannot simply be coincidental. As soon as troops are redeployed, they fall into traps, guaranteed to suffer severe casualties. Liang Chun remains unconcerned about their attempts to root out the traitor. His listening device is impervious to detection. The Japanese have made their adjustments. Yoshida has been dispatched to inform that Armuda squadron is to support Chatian town. Yoshida departs, and the general observes him from behind. Yangchen, realizing this is a form of identification, decides to play along. Su Song commands the 2nd and 3rd regiments to ambush a Japanese company on the route from Fengtian to Changtian town. Understood, Commander. Su Song relays Liang Chen's orders. Several hours later, the Japanese general receives word that only 3 men from the company have returned after being ambushed by 2 regiments, resulting in near-total annihilation. Soon after, news arrives that the other 4 divisions have successfully reached their destinations. The Japanese general squints his eyes. Arrest Yoshida, he is the traitor. Chapter 74. The dog-walking tactic. Hearing the Japanese general's orders, Liang Chen chuckles to himself, sipping a cup of hot tea from his space. I will not rest until I bring you to your knees. The Japanese in Jilin province, initially engaged in a sweeping operation, are forced to abandon it due to a telegram. They hastily dispatch troops to support Liaoning province, where several counties have already fallen, and the Japanese dare not take it lightly. The situation in Liaoning is increasingly dire. Liang Chun, having overheard the Japanese general mobilizing forces from Jilin province, remains vigilant until the Japanese troops enter Liaoning. As the troops advance into the mountains, Liang Chun sends a telegram to Su Song, instructing all units to enter the mountains within a day, with some quietly lying in wait. Suddenly, all units vanish without a trace. The Japanese forces have been futilely toiling in Liaoning for 2 months, yielding no results. Conversely, Jilin province receives news and begins to vigorously engage the Japanese. Bakayuru. This is a classic tactic to lure the tiger away from its mountain. Forces are assembled to support Jilin province. The Japanese general feels mocked as Jilin faces relentless assaults. With each attack, his forces grow larger. Just as the clashes intensify, he receives a telegram from Liang Chun, instructing an immediate withdrawal to the mountains. The Japanese finally arrive at their destination only to find it deserted, thousands of them panting like dogs. This strategy is quite intriguing, muses the commander. The Japanese have suffered significant losses. Along the way, they were ambushed by small units several times, firing a few shots and retreating. The Japanese dare not pursue too closely. The commander refers to this as the dog-walking tactic. Now, the Japanese are heading back towards Jilin province. It is time for us to take action. The 2 brigade commanders begin to deploy, initiating another round of surprise attacks, as the Japanese return with only half their original strength. Exhausted from the constant back and forth, the Japanese main force enters Liaoning, while Liang Chun's assembled troops start to disperse back to their respective areas. Liang Chun had identified his target, a supply station belonging to the enemy, a revelation gleaned from his extensive surveillance. Departing from Fengtian City, he made his way directly to San Shirley Fort, a town strategically located near both railway and highway. Upon reconnaissance, he noted the overwhelming presence of enemy soldiers, which rendered any attempts to infiltrate their ranks virtually impossible. However, he observed a routine. Every week, military trucks delivered several enemy women to the barracks, presenting a potential opportunity. Swiftly, he retreated to his hidden space, where he had previously stashed away the clothing of captured enemy women. Selecting an appealing outfit, he utilized the rearview mirror of a truck in his space to apply makeup. With his past life as a special forces operative, he possessed the skills to create a convincing appearance, particularly enhanced by his striking looks. In no time, a delicate enemy woman emerged in the reflection. Fully prepared, he positioned himself along the route frequented by the enemy trucks, placing a large stone on the ground. At last, the truck approached. The soldiers spotted the stone before reaching it. As the vehicle halted, several soldiers disembarked, followed by a few women from the truck's rear compartment. "What are you doing here?" one soldier inquired of the women. "I need to use the restroom," one replied hastily, prompting the soldier to wait impatiently. Liang Chen seized this moment of distraction, swiftly incapacitating the woman and concealing her within his space. He had witnessed her disembarking from the last truck. Without hesitation, he dashed toward that very vehicle. The young soldier, oblivious, dismissed the matter, thinking that a woman had gone to relieve herself and another had returned. Once aboard the truck, Liang Chen was momentarily taken aback when he heard the women conversing in his language. "Who are you?" he whispered, lowering his voice. "Please help us. We were captured and brought here. We have no idea where they intend to take us," they implored. Outraged by their plight, Liang Chen could not remain passive. He swiftly subdued the group of young women and stowed them safely in his space before re-emerging. He intended to wait until the enemy truck reached its destination before stealthily exiting once more. The truck passed through security and entered the enemy barracks. where 13 empty rooms awaited, each with multiple doors, entrances, and exits. The enemy vehicle halted in front of these rooms, and the soldiers began to pull back the curtains at the back of the truck. To their dismay, the last Chinese woman they had captured was nowhere to be found. Have they all escaped? Chaos erupted among the soldiers, and the supervising sergeant was left bruised and battered. With over 1,000 enemy soldiers present, only 18 Chinese women remained. The situation was dire. They had no choice but to proceed with what they had. Liang Chen, peering cautiously from his concealed vantage point, observed the lengthy line forming near the entrance, where a young soldier was still in the process of undressing. Liang Chen's figure was discovered by a soldier, who stealthily approached and seized him, carrying him away into an empty room. Upon seeing Liang Chen's appearance, other soldiers quickly lined up at the door of the room. Liang Chen was nearly driven to madness. How could a dignified commander be reduced to a mere comfort woman, catering to an entire squad? Once inside, he swiftly grasped the soldier's neck, suffocating him before disposing of the body into his spatial realm. Noticing a thin cord on the door, he pulled it, and another soldier entered. Liang Chen promptly dispatched him as well, repeating this process until dawn approached. Despite the chaos, there remained a queue at his door. Soldiers emerging from other entrances were lured by rumors of a particularly beautiful woman, causing them to join the line outside Liang Chen's room. While he continued his relentless work, each soldier who entered met the same fate. As noon approached, a junior officer sensed something was amiss. The barracks were increasingly empty. Upon realizing the situation, he noticed a group still queued outside. Liang Chen, ever vigilant, detected the officer's approach and understood the gravity of the situation. Quickly arming himself and changing into men's clothing, he stealthily opened the door, observing the officer interrogating others. No longer able to wait, Liang Chen seized the opportunity, shooting the unarmed soldiers. Armed with a submachine gun, he emerged to find the soldiers torn between admiration for his beauty and fear of the weapon he wielded. With a rapid burst of fire, Liang Chen targeted the officer first, as he bore a sidearm. The soldiers fell like wheat before the scythe, especially those caught unprepared. After dispatching them, Liang Chen hurriedly discarded the bodies into his spatial realm and made his way toward the warehouse, which was his intended destination. 2 soldiers stationed at the warehouse entrance caught sight of a woman, but, before they could react, were riddled with bullets from Liang Chen's gun. Once inside the warehouse, he discovered an abundance of supplies, eagerly collecting everything he could find. Room after room, he emptied 12 warehouses before preparing to depart. However, just as he was about to escape, a squad of soldiers entered. Liang Chen unleashed grenades upon them, turning the area into a deadly battleground. The improvised artillery proved invaluable, consistently raining down fire upon the soldiers. After several rounds, he resumed firing with his submachine gun, seizing weapons and ammunition. He then stormed the soldiers' quarters, acquiring rifles, ammunition, and a few radio sets, taking everything that could be of use. Once he had collected all he could, he withdrew, leaving behind the soldiers' women, who were barely clinging to life. Liang Chen showed them no mercy, allowing them to live what only served to benefit the enemy. After departing, I found no desire to return home, instead heading directly towards Beiping. This time, I did not seek out the young marshal, but rather ventured to the south to procure various fruit trees, grain seeds, and cotton seeds. Liang Chen successfully exited the northeast and arrived in Beiping City, from where he took a train straight to his destination. Upon reaching the train's entrance, the conductor inspected the tickets, and Liang Chen proceeded to find his seat. With little luggage, he settled in and prepared to take a nap. He assumed the role of a comfort woman, glancing around the compartment, which was now devoid of other passengers. The few women had been returned before his departure. The fruit trees in the northeast were scarce, offering only a handful of varieties. Liang Chen contemplated the southern fruits, which were nearing ripeness, and he was eager to procure some this time. "Sir, where are you headed?" inquired a noblewoman. "Indeed," Liang Chen replied succinctly, wishing to say little more. The woman, sensing his disinterest in conversation, refrained from further inquiries. After a long and arduous journey, he finally reached his destination. Exiting the train station, he summoned a rickshaw and found a hotel to stay in. "Sir, how long do you intend to stay?" the attendant asked Liang Chen. In a thick northeastern dialect that amused the young man, Liang Chen replied, "I will stay for 3 days. $6 silver, the attendant stated. And Liang Chen promptly handed over the money before entering his room, which he noted was quite clean. After locking the door, he ventured out again. "Excuse me. I wish to inquire about purchasing some fruit trees. Where should I go?" "You've come to the right person. I sell saplings. If you have the time, I can take you to see them," the young man replied. "That would be splendid. I wonder what varieties you have?" Liang Chen asked. "If they are all available, that would save me a great deal of trouble. We have Liang jujubes, winter jujubes, strawberries, large jujubes, grape seeds, Liang pears, cherries, persimmons, apples, and Qizhou silver melons. Everything from this province is here." Is it truly that comprehensive? I would require 100 of each variety. Liang Chun joyfully communicated the quantity to the old man. That is quite a considerable amount. Come with me, the old man replied, leading Liang Chun to his orchard, which covered a substantial area. This old fellow was quite the landowner. Good sir, how much would I need to spend to acquire these saplings? Liang Chun inquired. You wish to know the price? For such a quantity, I won't charge you excessively. Just give me 40 silver dollars, and these saplings will be yours. Very well. I shall pay now, Liang Chun declared, not hesitating to hand over the 40 silver dollars. If you give him foreign currency, he might retaliate. He has never even seen foreign money. It would be better to give him silver dollars instead. It took an entire day to excavate the saplings for Liang Chun. Afterward, he instructed the old man to arrange for his workers to deliver them to the roadside, where he stored them in his space. With the old man's guidance, he located a prominent cotton grower and procured over 10 tons of cotton, thus depleting more than 10,000 silver dollars. Just as he departed, a group of soldiers clad in military uniforms arrived at the estate. Ko Laowan, we have come to procure cotton, the officer directly addressed the man, who was known by that nickname. Every year, he dealt with over 10,000 silver dollars worth of cotton, hence the moniker bestowed upon him. Commander Chin, you have arrived too late. This year's cotton has already been purchased by someone else. What? Someone else bought it. Where did it go? The officer queried, bombarding him with 3 questions in quick succession. He pointed out that purchasing cotton from Old Ko one would yield him a profit. To his dismay, however, someone had intercepted the deal. Could he still be willing? The young man had already departed, though it was likely he had not left the city. What? Describe his appearance and tell me his name, the officer demanded. His name is Liang Chun, hailing from the northeast, Old Ko one hastily replied. From the northeast? Liang Chun? I have indeed heard of him. He is among the most formidable of the 3 factions fighting the Japanese in that region. The officer understood that Liang Chun's intent in acquiring this cotton was not trivial. Hesitation crept in. After all, Liang Chun had solidified his status as a warlord, commanding tens of thousands of troops. It was uncertain if he could provoke such a man without consequence. Liang Chun discovered that within the cotton he had purchased, there were still quite a few unprocessed cotton seeds. He extracted an entire sack of them within his space. No need to buy seeds now. He entered his space and planted them among his fruit trees. After irrigating them with spring water, the trees grew rapidly. Upon exiting the space, he returned the house and made his way directly to the train station, purchasing a ticket to depart. On the train, he encountered 2 children who incessantly bowed and begged for money. They appeared gaunt and malnourished. No one offered them assistance until they reached Liang Chun's side. As they prepared to bow, he gently grasped them. You 2 cannot continue like this. Why not come with me? I will provide for your food and clothing. Really? The little boy looked up at Liang Chun with hope. Indeed, if you persist in this manner, you may not grow up. How did you manage to board the train? A kind lady helped us sneak on. If we meet a good person, we can travel some distance. Otherwise, we go elsewhere to beg. Oh. You 2 stay here while I buy a ticket. I will also get you something to eat. Thank you, big brother, the children expressed, their eyes brightening at the thought of not having to worry about their next meal. Liang Chun, shaped by his military upbringing, understood that serving the people was not merely rhetoric. He felt compelled to assist them, for in these tumultuous times, their survival was uncertain. Chapter 76. It's wonderful to return home. Upon his return, Liang Chun carried 2 portions of food. The young boys were momentarily stunned at the sight of such a feast. Brother, you needn't buy such lavish meals. Just enough to fill our stomachs will suffice. Worry not. I have ample means. I will ensure you eat well every day, Liang Chun replied, his heart aching for the little ones. In a world where children were treasured, it was heartbreaking to see these young souls, devoid of parental protection, struggling to survive alone. As Liang Chun watched the boys devour their food, he waited until they were satisfied before cleaning the lunchboxes. Upon his return, he found the boys seated in his spot. You 2 stay seated. I shall stand for a while, he said, leaning against the seat. After several hours, the train finally reached its destination. With no luggage, he took 1 child by each hand and disembarked. They had arrived in the vibrant 49 city. Liang Chun led them to a silk shop, where he had their sizes measured. Each boy received 2 sets of slightly thicker clothing, replacing their tattered garments, which he discarded in the bathhouse. When they emerged, they were accompanied by a strikingly handsome young man, leading the 2 little masters. In the bathhouse, there was a barber, and 3 individuals decided to get their hair cut. Brother, this outfit is truly splendid, one remarked, though it is somewhat pricey. Not at all, my dear brother, I am quite affluent, came the confident reply. Liang Chun led them through the city, seeking a hotel for them to rest. He procured some food and placed it in their room. Elder brother, where are you headed? The younger one, fearing that Liang Chun might abandon them, inquired. I am simply visiting a friend. We shall return home together the day after tomorrow. Oh, understood. The little one, around 6 or 7 years old, responded with the poise of an adult. After Liang Chen departed, he sought out the young marshal, but alas, the young marshal had gone to the capital and was unavailable. Leaving a letter behind, Liang Chen returned to the hotel. The two younger ones were still asleep, having never experienced such a comfortable place. Upon his return, Liang Chen fell asleep on another bed, and before he awakened, someone playfully pinched his nose. "You're awake, brother? We've been awake for quite some time. You truly can sleep." The younger one, about 5 years old, sat beside Liang Chen, keeping a watchful eye on him. When they awoke and found their brother beside them, they were elated, relieved that he had not forsaken them. "You must wait here at the hotel for your brother's return. I have to step out for a bit," he instructed. "Go ahead, we have food here, and we'll wait for you in the room," they replied. With the younger one nodding simply. Liang Chen, however, was not on his way to visit a friend, but rather to a roasted duck shop. Upon arrival, he approached the shopkeeper. "Good sir, I wish to purchase 100 roasted ducks. Is that feasible?" 100 is no small order, it will take some time. "If you provide a deposit, you may return tomorrow morning to collect them," the shopkeeper replied. Liang Chen agreed and left 10 silver dollars before proceeding to a silk shop. "How much for all the silk fabrics you have?" he inquired. Approximately 360 silver dollars, the owner responded, astonished. Liang Chen did not haggle but purchased the fabrics outright. He then visited several salt vendors, acquiring over 10,000 pounds of salt, even taking large grains that could be refined again. After 2 days of procurement, his supplies had flourished. He also bought some cooked foods and thousands of meat buns before leading the two children back home. Along the journey, they encountered only 2 checkpoints, which Liang Chen chose to ignore. Passing through without issue, they entered Fontian City. After lingering for a few days, he heard no useful intelligence. The enemy was constantly on guard, fearful of being ambushed, and had little energy left to pursue their extermination efforts. Having been ambushed multiple times without sight of enemy troops, they found themselves scattered whenever they attempted to chase down a unit, unable to find anyone to engage in battle, thus resorting to relentless defense. "Brother, how much longer until we reach our destination?" Liang Chen had procured a horse-drawn carriage that sped them toward Jifeng village. "Soon. Just 1 more hour and we shall be at the foot of the mountain." Liang Chen had been away for quite some time, and by the time he returned, snow had begun to fall. The two little ones were experiencing their first winter with warm clothes. They yearned to express their gratitude to their brother, though words eluded them. Finally, they arrived at Jifeng village. Su Song observed Liang Chen through a telescope. The vehicle was laden with numerous sacks, upon which 2 children were seated. To greet the commander, "What? The commander has returned? Splendid." The soldiers rushed out. "Commander, commander." A throng of people emerged, startling the 2 little ones, who shrank back behind Liang Chen. "Do not be afraid, they are all your brother's men." "Are they soldiers?" The Bao inquired of Liang Chen. "Indeed. They are subordinates of your brother." "Is brother a warlord?" The Bao asked again. "No, brother is not a warlord. He leads his men to fight the Japanese." "Oh, brother is a great hero? He can combat the little devils." The Bao exclaimed joyfully. He and his younger brother had traversed many places, and despite their tender age, they had garnered considerable experience. Daily news informed them of the Japanese invasion of our 3 eastern provinces, and they never imagined their brother was a hero combating the Japanese. The 2 brothers proudly tilted their little heads back, and Liang Chen found it amusing, gently patting their heads. Over these past few days, with Liang Chen, their lives had improved significantly, their complexions brightening. "Greetings, brothers. How is the situation at home?" "Commander, everything is well at home. Since you have commanded the campaigns these past few months, the little devils have been much more subdued. They no longer dare to venture out of the city. Transporting supplies requires a large contingent of Japanese soldiers. If they are fewer, they risk being attacked. The little devils have occupied the 3 eastern provinces but do not allow them to move freely. Are the Japanese expeditionary forces still operational?" "No. Those forces in Jilin have been annihilated. Currently, some of these devils are in Heilongjiang. I will lead some troops to Heilongjiang shortly. We cannot allow the little devils to wreak havoc there." Liang Chen suddenly contemplated biological weapons. The demonic forces of the Japanese that had harmed countless lives must be eradicated. "Commander, the lady has been anxious to find you these past few days. Will you not return home to see her?" "Who are these 2 children?" "I found them and plan to take them to the new camp. I shall not linger in the village. First, I will return home to see my family. I will come back in a few days with additional supplies." "Very well, the lady is quite worried." Su Song also felt anxious for Liang Chen. He wondered how his wife would react upon his return. After all, he was notoriously under her thumb. Liang Chen returned to the new camp with the 2 little ones, stopping the cart to gaze at his home. "It feels wonderful to be home. Children, we have arrived. You still remember how to come back, do you?" "What is in the cart?" "It is all salt, procured during our trip to the south." "Is it not taken from the Japanese?" Chu Lingyan asked Liang Chen. "No. I found these 2 children on the train. If you have the means, you might as well take in more. Otherwise, in these chaotic times, how will they survive?" Our family does not lack for them. Hello, little brother. Chu Lingyan greeted as they called Liang Chen brother. Then let us call them brothers too. Hello, sister. Hello, sister-in-law. The two children greeted Liang Xiao. Liang Haoran also approached to meet them, while Liang Haobo, still young, had just begun to crawl. Chapter 77. 6 years of resistance. Liang Chen and Chu Lingyan returned home with their large family, suddenly feeling the house seemed a bit small. Looking at the large tree in front of the door, he contemplated designing and constructing new rooms, separating the children, with boys and girls living apart. Frequently, I venture out and return with an abundance of supplies. My team has rapidly expanded, now numbering around 80,000. However, the uncertainty lies in the frequent sacrifices and the influx of new recruits. They are scattered throughout the province, and I am unaware of their precise locations. Only possessing a general idea. Liang Chen, we have been fighting the enemy for 6 years. When will it come to an end? Chu Lingyan is eager to lead her sons down the mountain. Her eldest son, aged 8, and her 12-year-old, Xiao, have yet to attend school. They are only being taught the basics of literacy by an elderly tutor from a private academy. Soon, we will prolong this conflict until they are exhausted. The children are still young and quite safe here. At the very least, they are secure. You have not witnessed the devastation in towns and villages under bombardment. Where orphans are strewn about, we will bring them back whenever we encounter them. As long as we have enough to eat, they shall not suffer from hunger. Chu Lingyan, with her kind heart, cannot bear to see children perish in war. I know that our large village now houses over 1,000 residents, and we must find a safer location. We will also summon additional troops to guard Jinfeng village, with Captain Jiang and his team responsible for the village's safety. We need to identify a new place to settle? Chu Lingyan does not comprehend why. Liang Chen is aware that the enemy is about to launch a full-scale war. Their numbers are countless, and they will bolster their forces in the northeast, aiming to stabilize it as their backyard. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. It is not easy to relocate so many civilians when the enemy is scouring the mountains. Thus, we must prepare in advance. Better safe than sorry. Very well. I will heed your advice. In the coming days, I shall have Uncle Yao lead a search for a new campsite. Chu Lingyan understands her husband's fear of their large village falling into enemy hands. The number of female soldiers has now exceeded 1,000, capable of defending the village. Liang Chen knows that enemy aircraft still pose a threat to the village. The following day, Liang Chen personally accompanied Uncle Yao into the mountains, heading to the last location with a water source. After surveying the area, he realized it was indeed an excellent spot. 3 peaks stood in a triangular formation on either side of the mountain path and directly in front. The large rocky mountains on either side had been eroded by past floods, creating deep recesses in the mountainside, resembling a rain shelter. Liang Chen procured some large stone bricks and summoned workers to begin constructing the walls, leaving openings for windows and doors. The natural stone cave allowed sunlight to filter in, and the windows could easily serve as shooting apertures. Along the open ground, they constructed artillery positions, while other areas became formidable strongholds. The mountaintops could be fortified with machine gun positions, providing a vantage point that would make it difficult for enemies to breach. 2 months later, the elderly, women, and children relocated here. Additional troops were summoned to establish a defensive stronghold centered around Yadi village, constructing hundreds of concealed fortifications. Only then did Liang Chen feel at ease to leave Yadi village. Previously, the male soldiers from Jinfeng village were withdrawn to the new camp. With 1 regiment stationed at the command center, Liang Chen arranged for the safety of his home before finally descending the mountain, this time departing with over 400 individuals. They proceeded directly to the vicinity of the Magic City, the very place where the enemy's full-scale war commenced, a battleground where countless brave souls have sacrificed their lives. He hopes that his forces will inflict significant damage on the enemy. Commander, we have been here for over 2 months. What exactly are we doing? We cannot spend every day fishing by the river. After a while, you shall see. When combating the enemy, do not falter. Now that there is time, let us indulge in some relaxation. Liang Chen, accompanied by his comrades, is fishing by the riverside outside the city, simultaneously searching for a suitable location for the deployment of large vessels. The men he brought along are adept swimmers and possess considerable skills in operating warships. He yearns to engage the enemy in naval combat, utilizing their own ships against them to alleviate the pressure on the army. The destructive power of the enemy's naval artillery is formidable. Many have fallen victim to its bombardment. By confronting them with our warships, we shall not allow them to unleash their destructive fury at will. It is my hope that we do not face the same fate as in a previous life, where we were forced into a retreat. Although we inhabit different worlds, the enemy remains the same, their vile nature unchanged regardless of the setting, always eager to inflict harm. Rest assured, Commander, this is our first encounter in direct combat with the enemy. It is a matter of either their demise or ours. Let us hasten their departure from our territory. Ha ha ha, convey to them in the dialect of our homeland that they must quickly vacate. Liang Chen gazes at the river. uncertain if he will be able to return with his comrades. If he, as a traveler from another realm, were to perish, none would survive to return home. Fortunately, he has ensured that his family and the villagers are provided with several years' worth of supplies. There is no cause for concern. As long as the enemy cannot infiltrate or locate us in the coming years, his sons will grow up safely. He wonders whether the fourth child will be a boy or a girl. Liang Qin's mind is filled with thoughts while his comrades continue to enjoy their time by the river. During this period, Liang Qin has taken them into the city in shifts to experience its wonders, exposing them to the grandeur of urban life. Today, they shall return home and refrain from venturing out for the next few days. Liang Qin leads them back to their temporary abode, a large warehouse rented from the local gang. Had it not been for his near annihilation of their leader, they would not have been granted refuge in this place. Their presence has drawn the attention of numerous gangs. Over 400 valiant warriors are hard to overlook. Commander, a few members of the Wuhu gang have come to pay you a visit, reported a sentry. Let us go and see what they want, Liang Qin replied, leading his comrades into the camp. Who seeks my presence? Upon entering the camp office, Liang Qin found 4 individuals adorned with felt hats and carrying box pistols. We are from the Wuhu gang, and upon seeing your brothers at leisure, our leader wishes for you to join our ranks, stated the confident leader. A man with a bushy beard. Is it you ruffians who expect us to join your little gang? You are nothing but a couple of pretenders, Liang Qin replied dismissively, barely glancing at them. You are overstepping your bounds. The bearded leader's demeanor shifted as his men reached for their weapons, only to find daggers pressed against their throats. Brothers, hold on. This is a misunderstanding, the leader exclaimed, taken aback by the swiftness of Liang Qin's men. How many people does your gang have? You expect me to join you? I command tens of thousands of troops and bow to no petty faction. I am a bandit by nature, robbing traitors and enemies alike. Send someone back to your leader to come and claim his men, or I will drown you all in the river. This may not be wise, for a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. Think carefully, he warned. Tonight, let us strike against this so-called Wuhu gang, and by dawn, you shall be reunited. Liang Qin had bound these individuals, preparing to release the one he had previously withheld. Chapter 78, Banquet at the Palais Royal. At this moment, the group began to feel apprehensive, for Liang Qin and his associates had opened the armory. To their astonishment, it housed not only a multitude of light machine guns, but also dozens of them. The rest comprised submachine guns and a few rifles, primarily sniper rifles. Each individual was equipped with a pistol. Their gang possessed nowhere near such an arsenal. Only the minor leaders carried pistols, while the majority wielded machetes. Under the cover of night, all establishments belonging to the Five Lakes gang were assaulted, resulting in a complete massacre of its members, each meeting a fatal end. The following day, all officers from the precinct appeared on the turf of the Five Lakes gang, with detectives meticulously examining every venue. What do you think? The chief inspector glared at his counterpart from Huaxia. Chief, the execution was executed with remarkable precision. Each strike was lethal. There were no extraneous injuries, nor any traces left behind. Over 1,000 individuals were slain before they even had time to draw their weapons. What? This bloodshed is unprecedented. And the assailants must have been numerous. Could it be the work of another major gang? It hardly seems likely. This bears the hallmark of professional assassins. Even ordinary soldiers would struggle to achieve such efficacy, the inspector lamented, having concluded his examination of the scene without any tangible leads. The only clue remaining was a single Japanese bayonet, which he dared not disclose. The prominent figures of the city convened, and this incident served as a dire warning, signaling the incursion of an unknown force into the metropolis, beyond their control. Let us discuss. Have we gleaned any information on the perpetrators? Master Hong. There are over 400 individuals residing outside the city. The Five Lakes gang attempted to recruit them yesterday, but after San Go and his crew visited, they were never seen again. Could they be responsible? They avoid the city, wishing not to embroil themselves in our affairs. If trouble finds them, they would not be unjustly harmed. This is a provocation against us, a challenge to our authority. Dissenting opinions arose. As for today's events, prepare a vehicle. I shall confront this group. Master Hong is not one to be easily intimidated. He has traversed the most perilous paths. Take more men with you, boss. Your subordinates are concerned. Unnecessary. 2 bodyguards and a driver will suffice. The car arrived at the military camp, where the assembled men exuded an aura of menace. After years of navigating the underworld, he had encountered all manner of individuals. Yet today, a tinge of uncertainty crept into his heart, though he never allowed it to manifest on his visage. Calmly, he followed the sentry into Liang Qin's office. Please, sir, step inside. The sentry gestured for him to enter. Have a seat. Are you also here to negotiate? Liang Qin asked candidly. I have no need to personally negotiate with anyone. I am merely inquiring about your intentions for lingering here. Here to enjoy the scenery, fish, and observe the commotion. Liang Qin surmised that he was not a traitor. and treated this formidable man with courtesy. "May I ask your esteemed name?" "Master Hong, are you attempting to probe my background?" "There is nothing to conceal. My surname is Liang, my given name Chun, and I hail from the northeast." Oh. The initial introductions evoked no immediate recognition. Having battled the Japanese for years, few were unfamiliar with his name, particularly those of bandit origins, who shared the same rugged lifestyle. However, his disciples fell short in comparison to this esteemed figure. Countless soldiers have emerged from the battlefield, and how many among our compatriots secretly admire him as a formidable figure in the underworld. Yet, should you confront him and his men against the enemy forces, he would neither dare nor be able to do so. I never anticipated meeting Commander Liang today. The deaths of the Five Lakes gang were not in vain. They lacked even the most basic discernment and thus deserved their fate. Truly, a strong general commands no weak soldiers. In a single night, not a soul was left unscathed. There is no remedy for such short-sightedness. They are all fed by the magnates, or else they would have long been extinguished by you. The Magic City is not a domain that can be controlled by a single individual. Even in the face of adversity, one must have a companion, mustn't one? I understand that Commander Liang has no aspirations for the Magic City. Tomorrow, I shall host a banquet for him at the Belle Park to extend my hospitality. Very well. I have long admired Mr. Hong as well. I shall humbly comply with the arrangements. We shall meet at the Belle Park tomorrow. Liang Chun is not afraid of their potential schemes. Those bandit leaders who set the stage for their own banquet are all valiant and fierce. Yet they have merely become the withered bones at the roots of a great tree, guarding the mountain gate. The following morning, Liang Chun entered the city and took a stroll around. "Master Hong, should we arrange for some personnel?" "No need. This person seems capable. He does not wish to stir up trouble in the Magic City, and he did not bring many into the city." Fishing by the riverside, he emerged with over 400 bodyguards. Could he be an ordinary individual? Master Hong refrained from disclosing Liang Chen's identity. Should the enemy become aware, it remains uncertain if his entourage could withstand the threat posed. As night fell, Liang Chun, clad in a Zhongshan suit, entered the Belle Park. Master Hong, in his long robe, personally welcomed him. His subordinates were left in awe. Few could command such respect from Master Hong in the Magic City. Even among military personnel, few possessed the privilege to be greeted by him. Who is this person that warrants such an honor? It is unknown. Those who receive such a welcome are invariably titans of their domains. Soon, an extraordinarily handsome young man appeared before Master Hong. After exchanging pleasantries, the two entered the banquet hall. Today, Master Hong had reserved the entire venue, leaving no space for outsiders. Several young men remained silent, yet in their hearts, they felt disgruntled. As a young heir, they had never received such an honor, while this unfamiliar youth enjoyed such treatment. How could they accept it? Even the young ladies and socialites were deeply intrigued, curious enough to consider matrimony. They had never encountered such a striking figure, impeccably attired in a Zhongshan suit, with neatly cropped hair that added to his vigor. "Brother Liang, please, this way." Master Hong extended his invitation to Liang Chen with great courtesy. As they sat down, laughter and conversation flowed freely. "Who is this young man? I do not recognize him. He seems quite unfamiliar. Could he be from a prominent family?" "Unlikely. I hear a hint of a northeastern accent in his speech." "A northerner, surname Liang. Given Master Hong's warm reception, could it be?" "Ah, the one who hangs heads in the mountains?" The young men finally discerned Liang Chen's identity, exchanging glances in astonishment at his youth. He is indeed a formidable character. Having stood against the enemy for years, ever since they invaded the northeast, there has been no peace. Even at night, one must keep a vigilant eye. Who would have thought he would come to the Magic City? Even the mightiest must bow in the bustling metropolis. A young man disdainfully remarked. "Bow to whom? The Wubang?" Another young man, displaying a hint of intellect, retorted. "What? The Wubang is connected to him?" The young man hailed from a family of local power, comparable to the Wubang. Finally, having engaged his intellect, he observed the several young masters, and upon seeing their nods, he nervously glanced at Liang Chun. Chapter 79. Borrowing money after drinking Brother Liang. "Allow me to introduce you," Mr. Hong said. "This is Mr. Liu, who is involved in dock business. This is Mr. Zhou, who operates in the entertainment industry. This is Mr. Chiu, who works in the shipping sector. This is Boss Zhang of the Axe Gang. And this is Detective Zhang from the French concession." Liang Chen humbly acknowledged, "It is an honor to meet all the esteemed figures of the metropolis." He did not respond to each individually, but merely offered a respectful gesture to the prominent individuals present. Some felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, as Mr. Hong had yet to introduce the gentleman named Liang. Only two individuals were fixated on Liang Chen, Detective Zhang and Boss Zhang of the Axe Gang. These two compelled Liang Chen to steal another glance at them. Mr. Hong's patriotism was well known, having contributed significantly in terms of funds and resources. One of these men stood as a protector of the Chinese people, while the other was a master of assassination. Liang Chen nodded at them. The trio shared an unspoken understanding. having inferred Liang Chen's background, as he had long contended for territorial control against the Japanese in the northeast. Despite the formidable presence of the enemy, Commander Liang had never bowed to them, maintaining his stance for many years. Knowing that even the Japanese required a small entourage for a visit to the restroom, their involvement in the underworld did not preclude their concern for the nation's fortunes. Mr. Liang, what brings you to our metropolis? Boss Chiu from the shipping industry broke the silence, engaging Liang Chen in conversation. Mr. Chiu, my visit to the metropolis is primarily for leisure, and secondly, I wish to procure some green fabric. If there are textile machines available, that would be even better. Acquiring these materials was not particularly challenging, and if trustworthy, a collaboration could be possible. Brother Liang, you've indeed come to the right person, Mr. Hong interjected, supporting Boss Chiu. That is splendid. I will take as much as you have, without any preference for patterns. Mr. Liang, how about this? I have a stock of fabric worth 120,000 silver dollars. I can contribute $1 million silver dollars toward this deal. Very well, then it is settled. We shall conduct our transaction in 4 days, Liang Chen stated, finalizing the arrangement. The others looked on enviously. Boss Chiu was poised to profit from this deal. As the surplus fabric was now sold out, the Japanese fabric machines were advanced, producing high-quality patterns, putting Boss Chiu in a tight spot. To his surprise, he had sold $1 million silver dollars worth of fabric. Boss Chiu, I will take as much fabric as you have, and I will continue to need it in the future. We can establish a long-term partnership. That is wonderful. I raise a glass to you, Mr. Liang. Boss Chiu stood in respect. The other businessmen looked on with a tinge of envy toward Boss Chiu. What began as a mere gathering unexpectedly culminated in a profitable business deal. A delightful turn of events. Let us all raise a glass together, Mr. Hong declared, visibly pleased. As the evening progressed, drinks flowed left and right until everyone was thoroughly intoxicated, embodying the spirit of not leaving until drunk. The eyes of the youthful boys and girls remained fixed upon Liang Chen, who, at merely 22 years of age, had already ascended to a position of equal standing with their fathers, even holding a rank significantly superior as a commander of tens of thousands. Once the banquet concluded, Liang Chen, having indulged a bit too much in drink, was still far from requiring assistance to stand. The others had all been escorted home by their drivers, leaving only one sober individual, Zhang, the leader of the Axe gang. Do you have business with me? Liang Chen inquired after coming to a halt. Emerging from the corner of the wall was Zhang, who addressed him, Commander Liang, may I call you that? Certainly. Is there something you wish to discuss? Liang Chen prompted. Indeed, I am curious if Commander Liang would be willing to sell me some weapons. How many? Liang Chen surmised that Zhang's request for arms was aimed at combating the Japanese invaders and certain treacherous bullies, and he was inclined to assist him. 200 rifles, each accompanied by 500 rounds of ammunition, evenly divided between long and short types. I will pay in gold bars. Let's forego the gold bars. I require 200 Japanese heads as payment for the firearms. Agreed, with a 1-month deadline. Zhang was straightforward in his response. There are no restrictions on time or quantity. Should you require more weapons, send someone to me. I will only be in the Magic City for 6 months. And the weapons? Liang Chen queried. Shortly. You will find me a warehouse. You may come tomorrow to collect the arms. Liang Chen possessed an abundance of weapons within his spatial realm. Yet he did not wish his troops to become reliant on him. Even with 50,000 men, he could still arm them all. Follow me. Zhang guided Liang Chen to a small courtyard. Only I know of this place, and it serves as one of my safe havens. Here is a key. Keep it for future visits to the Magic City. Gratefully accepting, Liang Chen thought it prudent to have a refuge in the French concession as well. Zhang, having just departed, Liang Chen unveiled several Czech-style light machine guns, 50 submachine guns, and 50 pistols, each submachine gun paired with 1,000 rounds of ammunition and 5 spare magazines. The light machine guns were supplied with 2,000 rounds each, also with 5 spare magazines. He procured 50 Type 38 rifles, each with 500 rounds, along with 3 crates of hand grenades. Having completed his task, he left the courtyard and found himself admiring the night view of the Magic City, unknowingly wandering to the intersection of the French concession and the Japanese concession. As a Japanese soldier attempted to inspect Liang Chen, he felt powerless against the scrutiny. The soldier proceeded to pat him down, provoking a wave of nausea in Liang Chen. Fueled by alcohol, he contemplated causing trouble for the soldier. But soon his eyes were drawn to a promising target, the Japanese bank. Damn it, in the future, robbing a bank is tantamount to courting death. However, in this era, such an act would be seen as protecting national assets. It must be done. What kind of bandit would I be if I refrained from robbery? Checking his watch, he noted it was already past 10 at night. Liang Chen stealthily approached the Japanese bank, mindful of the patrolling guards and the electrified perimeter fence. Do they think an electric fence can deter me? He mused, retrieving insulated gloves and a ladder from his spatial realm. Finding a blind spot in the patrol, he set up a foldable, extendable ladder, climbed to the top, and leaped into the courtyard, securing the ladder back in his space. Liang Chun adeptly maneuvered through the shadows, evading detection by a passing patrol unit. Attempting to draw the soldiers into his spatial realm, he was pleasantly surprised by the ease of his success. A few Japanese soldiers found themselves trapped within his space, firing their weapons wildly, yet they were confined to a designated area Liang Chun had reserved for them, rendering them unable to escape or effectively use their firearms. Let them stir within. I shall swiftly change locations and gather the remaining 2 squads of enemy soldiers. Observing their passage, I realized the distance thwarted my attempt to capture them. I hastily sought a hiding place along their inevitable route. As they approached, this endeavor proved relatively smooth, and I successfully ensnared them into my domain. Upon the arrival of this squad, the previous group was engaged in marksmanship practice, resulting in a few casualties among them. I then positioned myself along the patrol route of the last squad, awaiting their arrival, and successfully captured them as well. The sentinels at the main entrance remained undisturbed. With the absence of guards at the gate, the patrol team in the streets was bound to notice. Upon entering the bank, I found no one inside. I meticulously employed my spiritual perception and eventually located their quarters. I hastened towards them, opened the door, and swiftly gathered them into my space. These soldiers were on shift change, and I knew I needed to act quickly, as the shift would occur around midnight. Chapter 80. Transactions should not be made with stolen money. As I explored, I discovered the building devoid of any breath of life, prompting me to investigate the vault I had pinpointed. The lock on the heavy iron door posed no challenge. It was exceedingly simple. With my master key, I unlocked it. Upon entering the vault, I realized how impoverished I had once been. Anyone raised within a bank vault would find those before them to be destitute. With a mere wave, I summoned all the gold bars and silver coins into my space, along with a considerable amount of dollars, pounds, and francs, as well as a plethora of enemy currency, though none were sought after in the market. Surprisingly, I discovered a substantial cache of weapons and ammunition, prepared for battle when they donned their military attire. I promptly stored these items away, ensuring they would not remain in the hands of the enemy. Exiting my space, I was struck by the sheer inadequacy of the enemy's vault. I quickly departed the office building from the same exit, leaving the bank and swiftly emerging from the occupied territory. I returned to the residence that Boss Zhang had left for me, indulging in a deep slumber until Boss Zhang arrived. Such prompt delivery, he exclaimed upon seeing the room filled with weapons, each one captivating in its own right. I never anticipated Commander Liang would provide me with such an abundance of arms and ammunition. I shall transport them at my convenience. I need to rest a bit longer. I felt somewhat fatigued. Please do as you wish. I overindulged last night, he replied before taking his leave. Once he departed, I succumbed to slumber once more. Upon awakening and entering my space, I recalled that I had indeed engaged in some notable activities the previous night. Upon entering, I remembered it was no dream. I had successfully raided the enemy bank. I picked up a gold bar, noticing the inscriptions in their language. The payment for fabric would prove troublesome for Boss Chio. I resolved to utilize the funds I had previously acquired from the trader's residence instead. Now, the entirety of Shanghai was in an uproar. The streets buzzed with gossip. Rumors circulated that the enemy bank had been burglarized overnight, leaving them with not a single cent. The enemy commander must currently be weeping in the restroom, pondering the audacity of such a theft. Could anyone truly pilfer from the enemy's bank? It was no longer a matter of could, but rather had. It had already been done. Moreover, the patrol teams had yet to report back. Is that so? That is rather fortunate. Those deposits in the enemy's concession are bound to suffer. At the entrance of the bank, individuals are clamoring with deposit slips, seeking their funds. A young soldier claims to be transferring money from other banks. However, if funds are moved from one bank to another, it inevitably burdens the originating bank as well. This turmoil only exacerbates their inability to compensate for losses. Regardless, the source of the significant deficit remains elusive. In my opinion, any surplus should be deposited in our own bank. Indeed, I shall withdraw my funds at once. I shall accompany you. Wait for me. Gradually, they departed from the tavern. At the Hong residence, the master was informed that a considerable sum had been stolen from the young soldier last night. The foreign concession had been thoroughly searched, yet no trace was found. How peculiar that someone would dare to provoke the soldiers. Mr. Hong, freshly awakened and having washed his face, pondered the situation. Could it have been the work of Brother Liang? Surely, a man who had indulged in drink would be incapable of such a feat if not him. Then who among us possesses such skill? Perhaps it was one of his subordinates, lacking funds to purchase cloth, who sought assistance from the soldiers. Mr. Hong was nearing the truth, though unbeknownst to him. It was the soldiers' search that had incited Liang Chun's ire, prompting the theft from their bank. Prepare the carriage. I shall visit Xianlifang to summon them for tea, instructing the steward to contact the other prominent figures. Upon arrival at Xianlifang, his establishment, he entered his private banquet hall. As he settled in, the other business leaders arrived, marking the swiftest gathering yet. Mr. Hong, are you aware of last night's events? One inquired. Do you think it could be? I dare not speculate. He drank heavily last night. Mr. Hong wished to divert their thoughts from Liang Chun. I can assure you it was not Brother Liang, declared Boss Zhang, taking a sip of tea. Old Zhang, can you vouch for him? Indeed. He spent the night at my residence and did not venture out. Is that so? This adds intrigue. Another formidable figure has emerged in the city. Truly, this is a tumultuous time for Shanghai. The legendary dragons have resurfaced. This unknown expert, regrettably, cannot be of service to us. What a pity. Do not harbor such fantasies. Individuals of their caliber never submit to others. Encountering them could spell disaster, akin to the Five Lakes gang, which vanished overnight into mystery. Mr. Hong wished to shield his old friends from trouble. Indeed, even if we find him, he may stand equal to us, perhaps even commanding our respect, like Brother Liang. Old Xiao, when we settle accounts in 3 days, scrutinize the funds meticulously to avoid complications. Lord Lu cautioned Qiao Jishan. It cannot be Brother Liang. If he were to arrive with his forces, it would be a different matter. The weight of such a vast sum cannot be borne by just 1 or 2 individuals. Old Xiao is right. We overlooked this detail. It is certain that Brother Liang is not the culprit. Lord Lu concurred with Qiao Jishan's assessment. Indeed, we must ascertain the identity of this individual. While we need not provoke him, we must remain informed about events transpiring in Shanghai, stated Mr. Hong. Let us dispatch someone to investigate, ensuring that this individual's information reaches our table. The assembled leaders promptly contacted their subordinates, instructing them to begin inquiries. There exists another faction in pursuit, namely individuals from government departments. Pressured by the Japanese, they felt compelled to dispatch personnel for verification. Fearing that the Japanese might use this as a pretext for war, various forces scoured the metropolis, yet the perpetrators remained elusive. At this juncture, the culprits had already arrived at the textile factory in Kujishan, laden with gold. Upon settling the payment, Kujishan delivered the fabrics from 11 warehouses to Liang Chen's courtyard, which were subsequently concealed within a spatial realm under the cover of night. With business concluded, Boss Qiao eagerly procured cotton, preparing for a grand endeavor. The Japanese, sniffing around Kujishan, questioned how a factory on the brink of bankruptcy could be revitalized. Upon discovering that someone had cleared his inventory, they hastily dispatched agents to seek out this merchant, eager to engage and trade due to their surplus of fabrics. Master Hong, the Japanese are again inquiring about Brother Liang. Wishing to conduct business, they have sought my assistance. These individuals were not easily trifled with, so I shall first consult Brother Liang to gauge his thoughts. Master Hong personally ventured outside the city to find Liang Chun. Why have you come in person, Master Hong? A mere message would suffice. Our recent interactions have rendered such formalities unnecessary. Brother Liang, the owner of the Japanese textile factory, desires to negotiate with you. What are your thoughts? Very well. Let us arrange a time for me to inspect the goods. I am keen to acquire whatever is available. Liang Chen's eyes sparkled with ambition. After all, where else could one acquire such items without expenditure? Chapter 81. A zero-cost transaction 2 days later. Liang Chen once again entered the city and met the Japanese merchant at Xianfeng. Liang Jun, it is an honor to meet you. The Japanese greeted courteously. As fellow businessmen, let us be forthright. I wish to purchase fabrics to sell to those in need for profit. What price do you ask for your fabrics? Liang Chun, not wishing to raise suspicion, inquired about the cost, aware of the considerable value he had seized. Since you were so forthright, I shall not delay. 50,000 bolts of fine printed fabric for 700,000 taels. I shall settle on 600,000 taels, with payment and delivery in 2 days. In future transactions, I shall require as much as you can provide. Liang Chen exhibited boldness in his dealings, and the Japanese left room for price negotiation. Master Hong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Brother Lang's assistance to Boss Qiao was a matter of kinship, yet engaging in business with the Japanese seemed tantamount to aiding them. However, as the Japanese were his guests, he refrained from voicing his discontent, merely observing the transaction unfold. Though troubled internally, he resolved to limit future interactions with Liang Chun. This would be the last instance. After all, a warlord is still a warlord. Now that a price has been agreed upon, should we not inspect the quality? Liang Chun proposed to examine the goods. The Japanese were more than willing, confident in the superiority of their merchandise compared to that of Kujishan. Liang Chen accompanied the merchant to the textile factory, which was quite substantial. He scrutinized every inch of the establishment with his keen perception. He witnessed the fabrics and various machines in the spinning workshop, culminating in the dyeing department. After inspecting the goods, they departed for the Paletta Dance, only to find that the youth and socialites present turned cold upon seeing Liang Chun with the Japanese, avoiding him and casting furtive glances. In the private room, Master Hong left the Xinla Pavilion accompanied by his entourage, only to arrive at the bailment for a meeting with several prominent figures. He was taken aback to discover that Liang Chun had allied himself with the Japanese, having purchased the fabrics from Kyujishin, believing he was supporting his own people's business. Little did he know that today, he had colluded with the enemy. Master Hong was quite incensed. In tumultuous times, it is difficult to discern a person's true intentions. Master Lu sighed in resignation. Others felt a sense of injustice. How could someone who had fought against the Japanese now join forces with them? Had the years of conflict instilled fear in him, prompting a desire to appease the enemy and seek capitulation? The gathering was far from joyous as Master Hong, Master Liang, and the young Japanese were also present at bailment. They decided to ignore them, treating them as if they were strangers. Master Hong wished to sever all ties with Liang Chen completely. Others nodded in agreement. While Boss Zhang found it hard to believe that after supplying him with so many weapons to combat the Japanese, he would consider surrender. I refuse to believe that individuals who have fought against the Japanese for so many years would capitulate. Boss Zhang defended Liang Chen. Let us hope for the best. Master Hong replied, choosing not to engage further in the discussion, as he himself was perplexed, and the others were even more bewildered. They would rather believe him to be a hero than accept the notion that he was a traitor. As the night grew late, all reasonable folk had returned home to rest, leaving only a select few to indulge in a life of opulence and excess. Such individuals came from affluent backgrounds, unattainable for the common populace. They were indeed very few, and the streets were now nearly deserted. A figure darted through the rooftops like a nimble cat, evading scrutiny as he entered the Japanese concession, arriving at the textile factory owned by the notorious Yezhong Sailang. The moonlight cast a dark hue over the scene. Dressed in a stealthy outfit, Liang Chun moved gracefully through the shadowy alleys. His target, the factory, loomed ahead. With utmost caution, Liang Chun approached the factory, skillfully avoiding the patrolling Japanese soldiers. He quietly infiltrated the premises. Utilizing his agile skills, he swiftly located the warehouse and workshop where the fabrics and spinning machines were stored. He adeptly untied the ropes and entered the warehouse, collecting bolts of fabric into his space, and then laboriously disassembling the spinning machines, loosening the large screws fixed to the ground and storing the machinery away. Suddenly, an alarm shattered the tranquility of the night. A jolt of panic surged through Liang Chen. He realized he had been discovered. This should not have happened. With no time to ponder, he dove into his space. The Japanese soldiers, alerted by the alarm, surged towards the factory, weapons in hand, searching for any trace of intruders. Liang Chen, observing from his hidden vantage point, suddenly heard gunfire erupting, revealing that it was not directed at him but rather a skirmish between the Axe gang and the Japanese. No longer able to remain concealed, Liang Chun retrieved several grenades and hurled them into the midst of the Japanese troops. The explosions ensued, sending soldiers and officers alike tumbling in chaos, their numbers already thin, now further diminished by the grenades. Boss Zhang and his men quickly retreated, realizing that more individuals had entered the fray. Liang Chun produced an automatic assault rifle, taking aim at the remaining Japanese soldiers and officers, swiftly eliminating the few stragglers left. Once he discerned that little remained, he made his escape. But not long after he exited, a large contingent of Japanese soldiers and officers surrounded the factory. Yezhong Sailang has also arrived to survey his domain, and the sight is enough to bring him to tears. In the span of a single night, he has lost everything. In a fit of rage, he spat blood. The events unfolding in the Japanese concession have been nothing short of tumultuous. Liang Chun returned to the modest courtyard provided by Zhang Laoda, stripped off his garments, and collapsed into slumber. The following morning, he was greeted with the news that the Japanese had clashed fiercely in the concession the previous night. It was rumored that Yezhong Sailang's textile factory had been destroyed, with several constables and Japanese soldiers meeting their demise. The machinery in the workshop and the fabrics in the warehouse had vanished without a trace. How intriguing, he mused. What was to be sold yesterday was lost by nightfall. Fabrics from Kyujishin had secured a deal during the day, only to be stolen from the Japanese bank by night. How fascinating. Did Mr. Hong seem to grasp the implications? Liang Chen, it appeared, had no intention of spending. The funds he possessed were all courtesy of the Japanese bank. Mr. Hong prepared to head out for tea, elated by the turn of events, realizing he had not misjudged the man. This fellow was indeed ruthless against the Japanese. Arriving at Xian Yufeng, although it was not yet open for business, Mr. Hong, as their proprietor, had access to his private booth, where he was attended to. Within, influential figures gathered, and Mr. Hong was in high spirits. Have you heard? Yezhong Sailang's factory has collapsed. Just yesterday, they clinched a significant deal, and by nightfall, it was all over. His dedicated attendant poured tea for the esteemed guests, each offering her a small tip, as everyone was in good spirits. Could it be? Mr. Hong prompted Kyujishin. Look, the day I secured a deal, the Japanese bank was looted that very night. I struck a deal with Yezhong Sailang, and his factory met its demise by nightfall. Is this mere coincidence? Laughter erupted among them. Suddenly, Zhang Laodao recalled the formidable individual from the previous night. It must have been him. Chapter 82. Brother Liang's actions are most satisfying. The Japanese have finally faced their reckoning. For decades, they have bullied our old government, carving out a concession and behaving with arrogance. At last, someone has avenged the dignity of our people. Tonight, I shall host a banquet at the Palais de Danse for 3 days to celebrate the rebirth of our textile factory, declared Boss Chio, waving his hand grandly. Concocting an event for the occasion. I believe this will work. From now on, you, Boss Chio, will be our most capable ally. Be sure to attend tonight. As evening approached, the gathering at Xinyu Fang began to disperse. Mr. Hong made his way directly to Liang Chen's residence. Mr. Hong, our boss hasn't he returned yet? Zhang Laoda should know where he is. A brother welcomed Mr. Hong. In that case, I shall take my leave. If he returns, please convey my message. Tonight's banquet at the Palais de Danse is in honor of Brother Liang. Certainly, certainly. The brother bid farewell to Mr. Hong. The commander must have undertaken some significant action last night. It remains uncertain when we shall confront the Japanese. Do not fret, there will be opportunities. Brother Wang, we all remember your family's grievances. When the time comes, the commander will ensure you have your chance to retaliate. I believe the commander has brought us here for a momentous purpose. Have you made any progress? We are all individuals trained under him for naval operations. Indeed, are we to engage the Japanese upon the high seas? Have the warships not yet arrived? A sense of excitement stirred among the brothers as they began to piece together the clues. Brother, are you still asleep? Was the battle too intense last night? Boss Zhang inquired cautiously. You were the one who led the charge, weren't you? There are rumors that you have allied with the Japanese. I do not wish for your reputation to suffer. I intended to set fire to their warehouses to thwart your dealings, yet you opted for a complete liquidation instead. Brother Liang, your actions were truly gratifying. When dealing with the Japanese, one must ensure they feel the sting. This pack of curs. They meddle in everything except for human affairs. Brother, tonight, Master Hong has extended an invitation, and Boss Chio wishes to express gratitude for your assistance. The Palais de Danse will be exclusively reserved for 3 days, and all attendees shall enjoy complimentary services. The Palais de Danse shall undoubtedly be bustling with excitement these days. I must pay my respects there. Liang Chun was aware that their actions would provoke the Japanese to send troublemakers, yet he relished the commotion. After freshening up, he donned a Zhongshan suit and accompanied Boss Zhang into the Palais de Danse. The Palais de Danse of 1937 was a temple of opulence and indulgence. As night fell and the lights illuminated, the Palais de Danse's neon signs radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, casting a glow across the city's night sky. Luxurious vehicles flowed incessantly at the entrance, with elegantly attired gentlemen and ladies streaming inside. Within the grand hall, melodious music echoed through the air as dancers twirled gracefully in the vibrant dance floor. The decorations were extravagantly lavish, with golden chandeliers, crimson carpets, and exquisite murals exuding an air of nobility and luxury. Attentive waitstaff, clad in immaculate uniforms, navigated through the throngs, providing impeccable service to the patrons. In the private booths of the Palais de Danse, a world of its own unfolded. Sumptuous sofas, fine dining ware, and top-shelf wines made one feel as though they were ensconced within a royal palace. Guests reveled in gourmet delicacies and fine spirits, engaging in lively banter, thoroughly savoring the experience. However, beneath this veneer of extravagance lay the stark disparity and injustice of society. The luxurious lifestyle at the Palais de Danse was a privilege reserved for the few, while the majority struggled for their livelihoods. Such a lavish way of living sparked reflection on societal values. Today, the Palais de Danse radiated an exuberance, with even the neon lights playfully winking. As laughter and chatter filled the air, several influential figures wore expressions of joy, their hearts brimming with delight, for witnessing the Japanese's setbacks delighted them immensely. These individuals navigated the underworld, having once emerged from various sectors, fighting their way up from the lowest rungs of society through intellect and cunning. Though entrenched in the underworld, it did not imply a lack of patriotism. At the very least, they valued loyalty, seniority, and ancestral heritage. Brother Liang, Boss Zhang, you have arrived rather late. You must each drink 3 cups as punishment. Master Hong is particularly pleased to see you, Liang Chen. Master Hong, we indeed arrived late. Self-punishment is warranted. Upon entering, Liang Chun employed his spiritual awareness to scan the vicinity, identifying several Japanese clad in Sichuan-style suits, concealing hidden weapons. After a few drinks, the group engaged in discussions on various topics, deliberately avoiding any mention of last night's events. I shall take a brief visit to the restroom. Liang Chen excused himself, weaving through the crowd. Upon returning, he found the space filled with over 20 lifeless bodies. Due to the dim lighting in the dance floor and lounge area, no one noticed the disappearance as the festivities continued unabated. Brother Liang, where have you been for so long? Lord Lu inquired of Liang Chen. I had to deal with a few minor troubles before returning. It was quite uncomfortable with them watching. A beautiful maiden extended an invitation to Liang Chen. Might you grace us with a dance? Certainly. Liang Chen, Unfazed, accepted, having once been a king among special forces in his past life. Mastery of every role was essential, requiring him to learn and excel in all endeavors. The two glided gracefully across the dance floor. Who would have thought this young man is proficient in so many skills? They say he was raised among bandits, yet his dancing is equally refined. One must not believe every rumor. Who knows the extent of Brother Liang's talents? Look at how he has accomplished these two tasks. Even with all our disciples, we could not have done it with such ease. He has left our adversaries with no trace. Truly admirable. This is what they mean by the new generation surpassing the old. We are growing old. In our youth, we were bold and fearless. Now, our power has diminished. Lord Hong lamented. You gentlemen are in your prime, having reached your peak, and thus have no need for conflict. It's no wonder no one has witnessed your former might. You speak well. I find your words quite convincing. To celebrate our youth, let us drink. Laughter filled the air as everyone raised their glasses. As Liang Chun concluded his dance, he politely excused himself from the lady and returned to his seat. Sister Yen. He danced so beautifully. An envious girl of 18 or 19 exclaimed, clutching the woman who had just danced with Liang Chen. He dances exceptionally well and is quite the gentleman, not at all like a bandit. Keep your voice down. He is a great general, the young girl was reminded, her gaze continuously assessing Liang Chen. Do not swoon. I heard he is married. So what? What powerful man does not have multiple wives, especially one as formidable as him? The young girl retorted defiantly. Indeed, we still have a chance. Yin's sister, will you withdraw? When did I ever say I would withdraw? I merely wish to dissuade you. She replied, surprised that the topic of multiple wives had arisen. Chapter 83. The little devils make their move after attending the banquet. Liang Chun learned that the young marshal had made significant moves, reminiscent of his experiences on Earth. It seems the little devils are ready to act. Time is of the essence. Liang Chun departed with his team, but when Lord Hong sent someone to find Liang Chun, he was nowhere to be found. Lord Hong. Liang is absent, and his brothers have also left. They must have returned. That seems likely, as he is a military commander. The little devils have been unusually active lately. Lord Hong, being an influential figure, was privy to more information. Liang Chen and his team walked along the riverbank for 20 to 30 kilometers, where they encountered 6 warships. Their former names had been replaced with the likes of Sun Slayer, Devil Slayer, Dragon Ascendant, Azura, Water God, and Water Dragon. These vessels were distinguished by their fore and aft decks armed with large-caliber howitzers, complemented by several anti-aircraft machine guns and the ship's original naval artillery, rendering them formidable attack vessels. Additionally, there were 4 torpedo launchers on each side. Over 200 personnel were stationed at the riverside, having been alerted by Liang Chen's telegram several days prior. Commander, are we about to engage in battle? The soldiers inquired of Liang Chen. The time is nigh. We may be on the brink of an arduous battle against the enemy, with the possibility of not returning. Do you dare? Yes. As long as it is against the enemy, what is there to fear? We did not come to Jin Fengjai merely to survive. We are here to confront the enemy. Which of us does not harbor a grudge against them? As long as we can strike at the enemy, that is sufficient. Very well, the opportunity has arrived. Even if our ammunition runs out, we shall ram their warships with our vessels and ensure they sink. I would like to inquire, Commander, how many men are aboard the enemy's warships? Each vessel harbors over 2,000 personnel. This endeavor seems advantageous. Our ship carries merely a little over 100. Their numbers present a favorable opportunity for us. Every man is exhilarated, eager to seek out the enemy and engage in a collision. On the morning of the 83rd, Liang Chen led the fleet, stealthily approaching Hangzhou Bay under the cover of morning mist. The fog concealed their movements, allowing Liang Chen to be the first to spot the enemy fleet, which was already engaged in combat with the defending forces and preparing for a landing. The enemy's naval artillery relentlessly bombarded the coastal fortifications. Liang Chen began reporting coordinates to each warship as the soldiers on board adjusted their artillery. At the same instant, the cannons and torpedoes from all 6 warships were unleashed. In a heartbeat, 2 of the enemy vessels were sunk. What kind of warships are these? Counterattack. The enemy officer's face turned pale with terror as he observed an array of cannons through his telescope. It was as though they were porcupines bristling with firepower. Fortunately, the extensive coverage of Liang Chen's artillery ensured that while not every enemy ship was obliterated, many enemy soldiers perished under the bombardment. The enemy warships began to retaliate, firing torpedoes that were largely evaded or poorly aimed. A fierce conflict ensued on the river, stalling the enemy's landing plans. Commander, another enemy warship has sunk. Both sides were swarming with enemy soldiers. Do not concern yourselves with those in the water. Focus on the enemy vessels. Liang Chen understood that once they entered the water, escape would be nearly impossible. The slow swimming rendered them vulnerable, as most shells fell into the water. When shells exploded in proximity, the shockwaves were more powerful than in the air. If a shell detonated within 30 meters of them, escape would be futile, akin to fish being blown to the surface. Boom after boom echoed as another barrage of shells ascended. Of the 20-plus enemy warships, 6 or 7 were hit. The enemy's artillery was not to be underestimated. It struck 2 of Liang Chen's vessels, which began to emit smoke. "Commander, in the next life, I shall fight the enemy alongside you again." The sailors at the helm steered their warships with vigor toward the enemy fleet. The soldiers aboard continued to load shells into the cannons, lowering the artillery for a direct barrage. With a cacophony of fire, all cannons on deck discharged simultaneously, blasting directly into the enemy fleet and creating a massive breach. The helmsman showed no intention of slowing down, charging straight into the enemy's position from the previous bombardment. The memory of the warship being split in 2 by the impact lingers. Various bombs detonated directly on 2 warships, annihilating the enemy soldiers who had leapt into the water, their lifeless bodies soon drifting to the surface like dead fish. The destroyer was also sinking, prompting the water dragon to hastily approach. All cannons and artillery opened fire upon the nearby enemy vessels, which scrambled to evade the onslaught. As the water dragon drew near the destroyer, the surviving comrades aboard descended the ship via the gangway. The water dragon relentlessly bombarded the enemy ships, leaving their soldiers with no refuge. To economize on resources, the enemy had filled every available space on their vessels with troops. Now, a single shell could send dozens of them soaring through the air due to the overwhelming density on deck. "Commander, are those ships in the water ours?" inquired a soldier from the government forces stationed on the shore. "Our vessels are not here. None of these ships belong to us," replied the commander. "We possess but a few warships, and none bear these names, regardless of ownership. If they are marked with the characters of our homeland and are engaged in combat against the enemy, they represent our national defense. Prepare yourselves. The enemy has no time to retaliate, and we may yet save more of our brethren. Drive back the enemy's landing forces." "Yes, Commander." The soldiers now felt significantly relieved, as their 6 warships faced off against the enemy as 20 or more, achieving a favorable 3-to-1 ratio. Several enemy vessels were shrouded in smoke from the bombardment, while they had only lost 1 ship to sinking and another that was smoking. The Navy performed admirably, ramming their ships into the enemy vessels as long as they remained afloat. Fortunately, the surviving soldiers were rescued. The chief of staff had been intently observing the river battle through binoculars. "Commander, look, that smoking ship has also collided." Indeed, those with binoculars turned their gaze toward the river. The morning mist had dissipated, yet the acrid smoke lingered. "Excellent work." Every soldier stood tall, striving to see more clearly. The slaughtering the invaders had sustained some damage, merely creating a large breach in the enemy ship without splitting it in 2. However, this did not hinder the influx of water into the vessel. All the servicemen aboard the slaughtering the invaders perished, causing a deep ache in Liang Chen's heart. "Attack with full force," Liang Chen commanded, personally operating a howitzer. He continuously adjusted the angle, spotting the location of the enemy's ammunition depot through the telescope. "Load the shell." A round was placed into the chamber, and with a thunderous roar, a vengeful shell struck the enemy ship's ammunition depot. Chapter 84. The sole surviving warship. The ammunition depot aboard the enemy vessel erupted in a catastrophic explosion, shredding the ship apart, cleaving it in 2 at the center. "Bravo!" cheered the government forces on the shore. With a score of 5-2, the soldiers who had recently been in mourning now felt a sense of vindication. The enemy vessels began to disperse, encircling Liang Chen and his remaining 4 ships. Armed with cannons on both sides, Liang Chen's warship resembled a hedgehog, unafraid of their encirclement as they fought individually. The water dragon was running low on ammunition, prompting Liang Chen to resupply his own ship, the Water God, before swiftly boarding the water dragon to replenish their munitions, ensuring each artillery piece had 50 shells at the ready. The ammunition was replenished on other warships, and several enemy vessels were struck. Liang Chen was determined to exhaust their artillery. 4 warships maneuvered continuously, firing incessantly while the enemy retaliated, resulting in 3 of their ships being hit. "Commander, we have created an opening for you. Your ship remains unscathed. You must break through. Jin Fengzhai cannot be without your presence. Dezhu, take the commander back on your warship. I shall depart first." It turned out that more enemy ships were approaching to provide support, and if they did not leave promptly, escape would be impossible. Other warships drew near the Shui Longhao. "Brothers, board this vessel. We shall depart together," Liang Chen commanded, realizing that victory was unattainable if they continued fighting. Soon, 3 ships arrived alongside. Most of the brothers boarded, though a few hesitated to join. The 3 ships formed a protective formation around their vessel. "Commander, thank you for leading us against the enemy and avenging our families. I shall take my leave first." The Tung Long Hao and Xiao Luo Hao surged ahead, targeting 2 enemy ships directly. These madmen were employing the same tactic again. Quickly evade. The enemy disregarded all protocols in their haste to escape. While several men aboard the Tung Long Hao worked tirelessly to aim their cannons at the enemy ships, the brothers piloting the warship accelerated relentlessly, and the enemy Desperate to flee, sustained hits from several torpedoes, causing their vessels to take on water. Finally, the Ting Longhao caught up, crashing headlong into the enemy's stern. The two ships nearly capsized, and the brothers at the helm quickly adjusted their course to strike the other enemy vessel at a perpendicular angle, charging at it with full force. The impact was not in vain. The enemy ship was overturned and slowly sank into the river. Liang Chen's Shui Longhao, with De Zhu accelerating, forced the enemy ships to evade. The cannons aboard Shui Longhao unleashed a relentless barrage upon the enemy vessels, creating a significant breach. Emerging from the smoke, Liang Chun reached the stern, observing the remaining Shui Shun Hao and Xiu Luo Hao. They had not kept pace, weaving through the enemy ships. All gathered at the stern to salute their brothers. Commander, one ship has escaped, the rest have sunk. 11-5. That ship must harbor significant figures. And these three have carved a path for it. Well done, everyone. Now it is our turn. They have secured reinforcements for us, greatly enhancing our chances of victory. The commander, witnessing the three artillery positions behind him, felt a surge of confidence. Liang Chen looked at the 600 brothers, now reduced to just over 300. His heart heavy. Commander, how many enemy soldiers have we slain? I have calculated. Each warship carries 2,000 men, totaling over 10,000. Not to mention, our three ships will likely sink enemy vessels, and those severely damaged and smoking are destined to go down sooner or later. The brothers discussed among themselves. Although some had fallen, it did not deter their calculations of enemy casualties. Upon reaching the previous dock, the warship came to a halt. Liang Chen did not wish to linger in the river, waiting for enemy bombers. Make for the shore. You retreat first. I shall follow shortly. Once he saw them depart, he secured the warship within his spatial domain. Then, he hastened to leave the bustling metropolis, driving his truck towards the northeast. Days later, he found himself near Fengtian, where he walked around the city and arrived at the foot of Jinfengzhai's mountains. Fortunately, there was a road constructed by the Japanese. Along the way, he encountered two children, one older and one younger, heading out of the mountains. Where are you going? Liang Chun immediately recognized his eldest son, Liang Haoran, leading his younger brother, Liang Haoxuan. Daddy, you're back. They cried out, the older one calling out to his father, and the younger one following suit. He lifted the two little ones into the passenger seat of the truck. What are you two doing out here? Liang Chun was alarmed. The outside world was chaotic, and the older boy was only 8, while the younger one was just over 3. Mommy cries every day. We are going to find you and bring you back. Our little sister is also disobedient and cries all the time. The eldest provided a compelling reason. Your mother gave birth? Is it a girl? Liang Chun asked his eldest son. Yes, a sister, and she is quite beautiful, but she cries a lot. Girls tend to cry. They will grow out of it. Liang Chen mused, quickening his pace to return to his wife and daughter. The truck reached Jifengzhai without stopping and headed straight for Yazi village. Driving was no longer possible here. They had to reach the new camp on foot. The three of them, along with Dazhu and several others, returned to Yazi village. You finally returned, Liang Chen. This time you were gone the longest. Everyone says the famous metropolis is a paradise for the wealthy, filled with indulgence. A place where hearts easily change, Chu Lingyan remarked, having wanted to seek him out several times. The longer he was away, the more uncertain she felt. She had spent her days in tears. Wife, I am back. I missed home immensely. In a place filled with indulgence, how could one think of home? Chu Lingyan's heart ached at the thought. The allure of the city paled in comparison to the warmth of home. Here, she had a beautiful wife, a daughter she had yet to meet, 3 sons, and other family members. Why were you gone for so long? Chu Lingyan inquired. The Japanese launched a large-scale invasion. I fought a water battle with 600 brothers, and half of them perished. Liang Chun recalled the fallen comrades, his mood darkening. Why so many casualties? There were too many Japanese. We sank quite a few of their warships, and conservatively, they must have lost around 15,000 men. So many? It was worth it. Uncle Du arrived at Liang Chen's home, along with the old hunter, who lived nearby. Upon hearing that Liang Chen had returned, they all came to see him. Sister Bifeng. This lad managed to take down so many Japanese soldiers this time. Are they all well? I want to hold my daughter first, Liang Chen said, lifting his little girl, who was about 4 to 5 months old. She was indeed quite charming. Others were somewhat worried, as the little girl was known to be a crybaby. But to their surprise, she smiled upon seeing Liang Chen. Liang Chen's heart melted. His daughter was particularly well behaved in his arms, not crying at all. Chapter 85. The merchant of the capital Liang Chun gazed lovingly at his daughter, unable to let go, while Chu Lingyan was astonished. This little girl must be extraordinary. It's impossible for her to recognize Liang Chun at such a young age. How is it that she stops crying in his arms, looking so content? Their 3 sons watched Liang Chun and their sister with wide eyes. Mommy, how come sister isn't crying? Liang Haoran expressed his surprise. Daddy, I want to hold her too. The youngest confirmed that this was indeed his father. No longer fearful, I instead longed for his embrace. You all may let him hold you. I shall prepare a warm meal for your father. Chu Lingyan led Xiaoqin to the kitchen. Xingzi had ceased to follow Liangqin and had married Xiaoqin, taking on the responsibility of guarding the village at the cliff's base. Father, take me with you next time you go out, Liang Haoran said, gazing at Liangqin, yearning to explore the world beyond. Son, while I am away, you are the eldest. It is your duty to protect your mother and your younger siblings, Liangqin replied. I understand, Liang Haoran assured his father, raising his small arm in commitment. Commander, Su Song rushed into Liangqin's home, urgency etched on his face. What troubles you? Old Su, Liangqin inquired. The 2nd Division has allied with the military commander of Jixing. Su Song awaited Liangqin's ire. Very well, let the 1st Division join them as well. Inform the commander immediately. Why is this, Commander? Su Song was perplexed by the reasoning behind it. The young marshal has been stripped of his military authority. I harbor no grand ambitions. My sole desire is to vanquish the invaders and provide the common folk with a clear sky. The general's forces were wholly dedicated to battling the enemy. A military committed to the welfare of the people. I shall send a telegram to convey your intentions, Su Song conceded, recognizing Liangqin's discernment regarding military matters. Despite his apparent indifference, the proximity of the 2nd Division to Jixing and their frequent interactions with the general's army could lead to their persuasion. Liangqin had never aspired to become a warlord amassing power. Should this pave a prosperous path for his comrades, it would indeed be a serendipitous turn of events. Next, he planned to embark on a journey. Where to? To the capital, in hopes of rescuing some of the populace. Otherwise, their plight would mirror that of Earth, which would be truly tragic. After spending half a month at home, he set out with over 30 individuals. Chu Lingyan, cradling her daughter, followed closely behind. Liangqin turned back repeatedly to gaze at his family standing at the village's entrance. The cries of his little girl tugged at his heartstrings. Yet the impending massacre by the invaders compelled him to depart, resolutely leading his 20-odd brothers onward. With a heavy heart, Liangqin reflected on his family and the sorrowful cries of his daughter, guilt swelling within him. However, he recognized that his departure was for the survival of many, a sacrifice for the safety of the people. He silently vowed that, given the chance, he would ensure the invaders paid dearly for their transgressions. After several days of arduous travel, Liangqin finally arrived at the capital. Surprisingly, the invaders had not yet reached the city, yet preparations were already underway. Accompanied by his brothers, Liangqin entered the capital and began engaging in minor trades to conceal his identity. As a novice peddler, he felt a ripple of anxiety. Standing amidst the bustling street, he held 2 baskets of pears, calling out, "Pears for sale. Fresh, sweet, and juicy pears." His voice, somewhat unfamiliar to him, rang out as he endeavored to project it more robustly. Passers-by cast curious glances, yet few paused to purchase his pears. Liangqin remained unperturbed. His goal was not merely to attract customers, but to scout every street. Observing the seasoned vendors nearby, he noted their adeptness in drawing in customers, their businesses thriving. It remains uncertain how many souls will endure the fall of the city. Liangqin learned from observing those around him. He noticed their fervent greetings to customers, their enthusiastic introductions of their wares, and the small discounts they offered. Imitating their demeanor, Liangqin smiled and greeted every passerby while extolling the exquisite taste of his pears. He even sliced one into small pieces for customers to sample. Gradually, his business flourished, with an increasing number of individuals stopping to purchase his pears, and soon, both baskets were emptied. It dawned on Liangqin that he had emulated a vendor too well. After selling his goods, he felt regret. He still needed to restock. After all, he did not aspire to be merely a peddler. Observing his enthusiasm for selling, the nearby brothers hastily delivered their own baskets of pears to him. In the following days, Liangqin and his companions frequently changed locations, familiarizing themselves with every street. Other brothers had also identified a place to launch their vessel, while Liangqin found lodging near the government's 2 largest arms depots. When the invaders entered the city, the personnel responsible for the weapons warehouses fled with the army, leaving behind a vast array of arms and ammunition that could not reach the front lines, thus allowing the invaders to breach the city. Each day, Liangqin prepared by purchasing cooked meals from various grand establishments, ranging from steamed buns to delectable dishes, many of which were favorites of his wife and children, particularly Liang Xiaoxiao, who, having been scarred by hunger in her youth, cherished food. In recent days, he no longer sold pears, but instead focused on monitoring the evolving situation. Have you heard? The invaders are approaching us. I am prepared to move across the river tomorrow. Those creatures are not human. What hope do ordinary folk have when they arrive? Do not worry. We have over 1 million troops. Did not the Magic City also possess 70 to 80,000, yet still face defeat? If you go to the southern bank, when the invaders attack, where can you hide? The despair of the common people was palpable. Hiding for a moment is better than nothing. Perhaps if the invaders occupy such vast territory in the north, they will cease their assault on the south? Impossible. My son says their appetites are insatiable. They wish to claim the entire world as their own territory. They do not fear bursting from overindulgence. Two individuals were incensed by these words, and Liang Chun took note of them. As the crowd dispersed, these two did not follow. Instead, they departed, with Liang Chun trailing behind. Not long after, the two entered a large courtyard, housing 60 to 70 individuals, along with a considerable stockpile of weapons and ammunition. That night, Liang Chun stealthily infiltrated their compound, quietly capturing several individuals. By the following day, the courtyard was stripped bare, leaving only the naked figures swaddled in diapers. Liang Chun also seized a small notebook containing a list of names, which he discreetly handed to a senior officer guarding the city. The next day, a citywide sweep began, and numerous officers were apprehended. Chapter 86. The siege approaches. Liang Chun understood that despite his efforts, he had not completely apprehended the traitors and spies, a limitation that left him feeling powerless. He remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on several locations, including orphanages and various schools, while mentally sketching out escape routes. More than half a month had passed, and the city was now engulfed in panic. Every citizen felt a profound sense of unease as the vanguard of the enemy forces drew near. Liang Chun began his preparations, the highest-ranking officer of the government forces, in an attempt to demonstrate unwavering resolve, had ordered the destruction of small boats along the river, vowing to share the fate of the capital. Liang Chun was driven to madness by this foolishness, knowing that the officer had even reserved a warship for himself. However, Liang Chun did not dwell on this. His focus was primarily on the enemy. Initially, the soldiers and the citizens of the city held a flicker of hope. But as time progressed and the battlefield became increasingly stagnant, the number of fallen soldiers grew. The relentless bombardment from aircraft and artillery took its toll. Disillusionment crept in, even among high-ranking officers, with some, like Sun, contemplating retreat, only to be persuaded back to the front lines by reinforcements. Liang Chun made his way to the vicinity of the warship left by the officers, and under the cover of night, he commandeered the vessel. The soldiers aboard were subdued and unceremoniously tossed ashore. What? The only warship had been lost. The highest officer received the report and was thrown into a state of disarray. Was this truly the end for the capital? Liang Chun personally arrived at the battlefield, positioning several large-caliber howitzers just a kilometer behind our lines, with his comrades assisting in the operation. They calibrated the parameters and unleashed a devastating barrage upon the enemy ranks. The 4 howitzers proved invaluable to the defending forces, raining fire upon the enemy troops. Reinforcements had arrived, and morale surged among the soldiers. The enemy's lightly armored tanks met a grim fate at the hands of the howitzer shells, obliterated in an instant. The soldiers, long beleaguered by the tanks, sometimes lined up in groups to assault them. The frontline soldiers shielded their comrades from bullets with their bodies, charging through a river of blood to detonate explosives against a tank. The large-caliber howitzers had already taken out 3 or 4 tanks. The enemy was distraught. How many salted fish would they need to sell to replace a single tank? Just like that, a single artillery shell had reduced them to rubble. With armored vehicles and tanks providing cover for the advancing troops, Liang Chun intensified the artillery barrage, and the enemy's tanks continued to be immobilized. The frontline soldiers fired incessantly with light and heavy machine guns, their aim becoming steadier with each shot. The enemy made repeated attempts to advance, only to be repelled time and again. General, look over there. A dozen men are operating the 4 howitzers with remarkable precision. Well done. Let our artillery fire at will. We cannot afford to hold back against enemy aircraft. Sacrificing lives to destroy tanks is not a sustainable strategy. Order all concealed artillery to open fire. The enemy had been attacking for several days without encountering our large-caliber howitzers, and now they recklessly committed their forces to the siege. Today, they would learn the true meaning of artillery coverage. For the first time, they experienced the deluge of shells. Tanks lay immobilized, and soldiers danced in the air, each leaping higher than the last. Craters from artillery shells multiplied, and Liang Chun witnessed the enemy being dealt a blow of unprecedented severity. The battlefield was strewn with the corpses of at least 20,000 enemy soldiers. Naturally, our side also suffered losses, with around 30 to 40,000 casualties. In this first encounter, we achieved a ratio of 2 to 1, whereas typically it would be 15 to 1. Very well, let us strike fiercely. Even a 6 to 1 ratio would suffice to leave the enemy lifeless outside the city. The frontline commander vented his frustrations today, launching illumination flares to continue the fight through the night. In Liang Chun's domain, artillery shells were abundantly available, and the cannons were constantly being rotated. Liang Chun established 3 artillery positions, and as the barrels heated up, they moved to another site to persistently fire shells. The enemy had not anticipated that while we had few howitzers, they had been firing nonstop for a full day and night. The enemy did not advance a single step beyond the minefield. The soldiers were jubilant. The enemy's artillery positions had been obliterated twice. Our situation had eased considerably. But the next day, the enemy deployed fresh siege troops, their previous forces having been devastated in the bombardment. "Young man, which unit do you belong to?" During a brief moment of respite, an officer approached Liang Chun. "We hail from the northeast," Liang Chun replied. "Which regiment from the northeast?" The officer was puzzled. Indeed, there were troops from the northeast involved, but not in this area. "We are from Jinfeng's Eye." Liang Chun was unperturbed by the inquiry. Who had the time to trouble him amidst such chaos? Jinfeng's Eye? Liang Chun? The officer finally recalled Jinfeng's Eye, near Fengtian, had become well known in recent years. "I am but a humble man, Liang Chun," he admitted, revealing his identity without reservation. At this point, there was little left to fear. "Ah. Commander Liang's presence on the battlefield is truly admirable." The officer understood that this was not the time for apprehensions, particularly since he had no intention of capturing anyone. Standing in the same trench, they were comrades. "You seem overwhelmed with so few men. Shall I dispatch a few artillerymen to assist you? That would be splendid." "We hardly have time to eat," Liang Chun confessed, regretting his insufficient manpower. Initially, he had intended to bring along a few naval personnel to rescue some civilians. But as soon as the gunfire erupted, he found himself unable to sit idly by and to join the fray. The enemy's forces continued to swell, while the government troops were consistently rotated. The enemy's aircraft even bombed one of Liang Chun's artillery positions. Fortunately, 2 of them remained concealed and undetected. With over 30 men and 8 howitzers, the frontline soldiers felt emboldened, as the enemy left numerous dead in their second charge before retreating. It was not until the early morning of the 12th that a small contingent breached the city, disrupting the balance. Upon hearing this, Liang Chun promptly retrieved the artillery and returned to the city with his comrades. Armed with assault rifles, they engaged the enemy in urban combat. Thanks to the uniforms provided by that officer, which prevented them from being mistaken for foes by their own side, the enemy surged towards the government munitions depot. The coordinates having been leaked by spies, Liang Chun was also headed there. When the general encountered Liang Chun and his small group armed with semi-automatic rifles, they leveraged their advantage, forcing the enemy special forces into a hasty retreat. "Do not pursue," Liang Chun instructed as he arrived at the munitions depot, where a few soldiers had been killed by the enemy, while the rest had fled. Entering the depot, Liang Chun found it brimming with munitions, too valuable to be entrusted to the so-called ragtag army. He promptly stored them in his space before leading his team to the next weapons cache. The city is certainly not merely an arsenal. In fact, there are at least 4 or 5 armories. As they approached one such armory, it was already guarded by the enemy. Liang Chun thought, "If I cannot have you, neither shall you gain any advantage." He drew out a Barrett rifle and sought a vantage point, loading 2 armor-piercing incendiary rounds. He aimed at the armory's entrance, and, with a thunderous crack, the round shattered the door and struck an ammunition crate within. Flames erupted, igniting the explosives and shells stored inside. A mushroom cloud ascended, and the guards within were obliterated. Having fired that shot, Liang Chun entered a spatial realm, assured that his comrades in the distance would be safe. After the shockwave passed, nearby residences collapsed. Liang Chun regrouped with his brothers and rushed to the next armory, instructing anyone they encountered on the escape route towards the riverbank. Liang Chun led his companions into an orphanage, where the elder sister guided the children to the riverside, where boats awaited to ferry them across. The enemy would show no mercy if they entered the city. Understanding the urgency, several women enlisted the help of older children to carry the younger ones, and they hurriedly evacuated with supplies in tow. They proceeded to the next armory, which had yet to be occupied and was still engaged in combat. Liang Chun, along with a dozen brothers, launched a surprise attack from behind, catching the enemy off guard. The small enemy contingent, realizing their predicament, sought to destroy the armory instead of capturing it. The defenders, realizing there were few left, charged out with rifles to intercept the enemy's suicide assault on the armory. Ultimately, they met their fate together, perishing in a mutual destruction. Liang Chun entered the armory and seized the weapons and ammunition, all of German origin. Recognizing it was time to depart, he led his brothers to the riverside, where many individuals gazed despondently at the water. Just as despair began to set in, 3 warships appeared on the horizon. "Look, there are ships, and they are quite large." Cheers erupted as Liang Chun organized the crowd onto the boats, each capable of transporting thousands at a time. For the warships, it was merely a 30-minute round trip. Word of the evacuation spread throughout the city, and Liang Chun tirelessly ferried people across the river. Over several days, he transported over 100,000 individuals. It was only then that the enemy began a large-scale incursion into the city. Some retreating soldiers attempted to seize the warships, but were unceremoniously thrown overboard by Liang Chun. The greedy officers found themselves swimming in the river. Realizing that the civilian populace had diminished significantly, Liang Chun commanded the departure of the warships from that stretch of the river, leaving behind some officers, bewildered as they watched the vessels sail away. They had initially conspired to commandeer the 3 warships, believing that their culpability would be lessened. However, they never anticipated being cast overboard in the midst of the river, while the enemy closed in behind them. Chapter 87. Farewell. On the battlefield, Liang Chun and his brothers traveled a considerable distance to find a dock, dispersing his comrades to conceal the warships within the spatial realm before rejoining them for their departure. The water's hue had shifted, tinged with a faint red. Liang Chun understood that at least half of the people had perished, and he had done his utmost. He was merely a time traveler, not a deity. He possessed only an external aid and lacked any supernatural powers. As they journeyed, they encountered the enemy several times. When the opposition was few, they executed a surprise attack. When outnumbered, they wisely chose to hide. After traversing dozens of kilometers, they were drawn to the thunderous sound of artillery. They hastened towards the source of the gunfire. Liang Chun, using binoculars, discerned a ragtag group of soldiers armed with the most rudimentary rifles, battling fiercely against a contingent of 400 to 500 enemy troops. The adversaries relentlessly bombarded the opposing side, which had taken refuge on a dirt slope numbering over 1,000. Liang Chun, recognizing the urgency of the situation, swiftly organized a dozen brothers and set up several mortars, meticulously calibrating each one. Each mortar was equipped with 20 shells, and their orders were clear: fire and retreat upon expending their ammunition. The mortars unleashed a barrage of precise shells that struck the enemy's ranks with devastating accuracy. The explosions erupted continuously, transforming the battlefield into a scene of chaos. The enemy, initially reveling in their own artillery's effectiveness, was suddenly overwhelmed by concentrated fire. The enemy suffered catastrophic losses, nearly half of their forces falling to the onslaught. A second wave of shells followed, raining down like a deluge, further decimating the enemy ranks. Flames erupted skyward, smoke enveloped the area, and the enemy soldiers were thrown into disarray, their anguished cries echoing throughout the chaos. In a state of panic, they attempted to flee, but the relentless barrage pursued them mercilessly. Liang Chun's gunners expertly controlled the rhythm and direction of their fire, leaving the enemy no respite. Vehicles and weaponry were obliterated, plunging the enemy into utter confusion. Following the bombardment, Liang Chun led his comrades into the enemy camp, engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat. They fought valiantly, showing no mercy, systematically eliminating the enemy forces. After a fierce struggle, the enemy was entirely vanquished, a mere remnant of their former strength. An officer emerged from the trenches, accompanied by his soldiers, and inquired of Liang Chun, "We are from Jinfeng's in northeast China. Are you the Sichuan army?" To which Liang Chun replied, "Indeed, and we are grateful for your rescue." The officer expressed his gratitude politely, while several soldiers searched for usable weapons and ammunition. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Liang Chun discovered a cache of new weaponry. "Thank you for these arms and munitions," he remarked, noting the abundance of supplies nearby. Several soldiers opened bags to find them filled with steamed buns. "What is this?" the officer asked Liang Chun. "Your comrades must be hungry. These are gifts for you." Liang Chun responded, Thank you. The Sichuan soldiers expressed, visibly touched. They had ventured out with a singular purpose to combat the enemy, only to find themselves feeling somewhat neglected once beyond their homeland. "Today is the happiest day," one soldier admitted. "I apologize for not joining you earlier. We feared an ambush and had run out of ammunition. We awaited the moment to engage them in close combat, never anticipating your timely arrival to cover them with artillery. These mortars and shells are also a gift to you. I admire your resolve against the enemy." The abundance of weapons was overwhelming, and Liang Chun thought it wasteful for so few to be left unused. "Thank you," the soldiers said, their spirits lifted after donning fresh uniforms and acquiring arms. With their gathering mission still ahead, Liang Chun felt compelled to return home, and after a brief encounter, they had to part ways. Meanwhile, at the border of Jilin and Liaoning provinces, a regiment of over 1,000 was ensnared by the enemy Kanto army. The enemy has mobilized a significant force, orchestrating an extensive trap. "Commander, there exists a vantage point ahead, from which we may struggle to escape. The foe has ensnared us. We must prepare for the worst, as we have encountered adversaries in all 4 directions. Chief of Staff, please succinctly elucidate the current situation. We must seize the high ground and confront the enemy head-on." The commander made a decisive choice, leading over 1,000 men to ascend the elevated terrain, where they commenced constructing defensive fortifications. The enemy artillery is numerous, and Liang Chun previously instructed them on excavating foxholes to mitigate casualties under bombardment. "Commander, what occupies your thoughts?" "I ponder the whereabouts of our commander. Our 2nd Division has distanced itself from him, which feels somewhat disloyal. It was he who led us back to the northeast, despite knowing we have allied with the general. He harbored no resentment and even entrusted the 1st Division to him. He has never sought to consolidate power for himself nor expressed any grievance towards us. Alas, it seems we brothers may no longer have the chance to meet him again. Today, having fallen into the enemy's trap, we shall fight valiantly. Let the commander witness that his brothers have not brought him shame." Even if we are reduced to a mere soldier, we shall not surrender. Inform the men to keep a hand grenade on their person. When we are out of ammunition, we shall perish together with the enemy. Did everyone hear that? They did. Over 1,000 young men have prepared for the direst circumstances. The encirclement by the enemy is tightening, ultimately surrounding our regiment's position atop the elevated ground, a mere hillside. The enemy employs their three-pronged strategy: artillery bombardment followed by infantry assault, leaving our troops in tears before the next barrage. The enemy is poised to attack. They will leave an observation post while the rest take to the foxholes. Heeding the commander's words, all men entered the protective shelters. The enemy's half-hour bombardment finally ceased. Prepare yourselves. The enemy surged forth like locusts, scaling the hillside. As the enemy drew nearer, the commander issued the order to attack. The sound of machine guns roared incessantly, unleashing a torrent of bullets. The enemy fell like wheat before the scythe, their frontline soldiers tumbling down the slope like stones, inadvertently toppling many of their comrades. From above, light machine guns targeted the ground, striking the enemy before they could regain their footing. The initial assault concluded hastily. Back to the foxholes. All soldiers retreated once more as the enemy resumed their bombardment. Over 20 men were injured in the ensuing chaos. Once the enemy artillery fell silent, our forces emerged anew, re-establishing machine gun fire upon the enemy. The bodies of the fallen littered the slope, cleared time and again as the enemy's numbers dwindled, leaving only 400 of our own at the summit. Commander, our ammunition is scarce, barely sufficient for a single enemy charge. The soldiers reported to their respective officers. After this wave, we shall engage in close-quarters combat with bayonets. Commander, we shall take our leave first. The soldiers understood that this would be their final charge against the enemy. The next engagement would undoubtedly devolve into hand-to-hand combat. There would be no need to conserve ammunition this time. We shall draw the enemy closer before opening fire. The commander issued his orders. And the enemy soon realized that these resolute fighters had run out of bullets. They had no ammunition left, and all forces charged forth. The enemy commander even sought to lead the assault personally, though his subordinates restrained him. The enemy was merely 50 meters away from the trench, and the gunfire erupted. Pop, pop, pop. The adversaries were taken aback by the ferocity of the assault, once again falling like wheat under the scythe. Once the ammunition was expended, the commander bid farewell, and the cry "Charge!" resounded. The battalion commander, along with the chief of staff and the company commanders, led the charge out of the trench, rifles in hand. Racing towards the slope below, the enemy, invigorated by the clash, scattered in disarray, with over 400 troops engaged in close combat. When it came to the bayonet fight, the enemy prided themselves on their prowess, believing themselves invincible. In this brutal contest, should a soldier be pierced by a bayonet, they would immediately detonate a grenade, causing explosions to rip through the dense ranks of the enemy. In the end, only the acrid scent of gunpowder lingered in the air. For the enemy had never before encountered such a fierce battle of blades. Victorious, they faced explosions. Defeated, they succumbed to the blade. Chapter 88. Avenged. The villagers Liang Chun and a dozen brothers stealthily retreated towards the northeast. Days later, they found themselves standing by the roadside, gazing upon a village engulfed in thick smoke. Commander? Daju fixed his intense gaze on Liang Chun, teetering on the edge of fury. Let us go and take a look, Liang Chun declared, leading his brothers through the recently harvested cornfields, taking a shortcut straight to the village. Upon entering, they were met with a scene of utter devastation that was unbearable to behold. The enemy's cruelty was unfathomable. The village lay in ruins, houses charred, and villagers sprawled on the ground, lifeblood staining the earth crimson. Anger surged within Liang Chun and his brothers, vowing to avenge the slain villagers. They scoured the village in search of survivors, proceeding cautiously until they heard the sound of weeping. Following the sound, they discovered a small girl huddled in a corner, sobbing. Liang Chun approached and gently stroked her head, soothing her fears. Can you tell me how long ago the enemy left? Brother, they have been gone for a while. I was playing hide and seek with my brother, and before he could find me, they came in and killed him, along with my parents. I was too scared to come out. The little girl lamented, her sorrow palpable. Do not worry, I will avenge them, Liang Chun reassured her. Can you help me find them? They all wore green hats. Liang Chun and his brothers continued their search through the village, eventually uncovering traces of the enemy's presence. They followed the trail, and after several hours, located the enemy's camp. As night descended, Liang Chun and his brothers stealthily infiltrated the camp. Witnessing the enemy reveling in their supposed victory, anger coursed through them, yet they remained patient, outnumbered. As the enemy began to doze off, Liang Chun left one brother to guard the little girl while the others took out the enemy's sentries. A dozen men stealthily entered a barrack, each one subduing an enemy, swiftly slitting their throats with bayonets. The enemy had not anticipated such an assault. Liang Chun and his brothers fought valiantly, swiftly eliminating dozens of foes. With the little girl in tow, Liang Chun and his brothers departed the enemy camp, returning to the village to bury the fallen. They sought a safe haven and settled temporarily in a secure location. Liang Chun reassured the young girl, "Your parents will be watching over you from the heavens. You must remain strong and persevere." The girl nodded in response, expressing her resolve to Liang Chun, "I will remember your words and strive to live on. When I grow up, I shall return to visit my father and mother, as well as my brother. But I miss them dearly. What should I do?" Her tears flowed freely. Liang Chun and his comrades gazed at the young girl, their faces etched with deep-seated hatred for the invaders. A once harmonious family had been shattered, leaving only this fragile girl. The cursed invaders had revealed their brutality to the brothers for the first time, transforming their previous resentment into a blazing desire for vengeance. The young girl could not traverse great distances, so she remained nestled on the necks of her brothers for several days. As they neared the borders of Beiping, Liangchen suddenly raised his hand and pointed towards the nearby mountains, urging everyone to take refuge. The sound of enemy trucks echoed in the distance. With the girl in his arms, Liang Chun led his brothers into the mountains, their eyes fixed on the road ahead. The roar of the trucks grew louder, and Liang Chen's heart raced with anxiety. He held the girl tightly, fearing for her safety. His brothers, equally tense, gripped their weapons, aware that discovery by the invaders would spell their doom. At last, the trucks came into view, filled with enemy soldiers. A wave of despair washed over Liang Chen. How could they possibly fight such overwhelming numbers, especially with a young girl in tow? Just as he was about to retreat with his comrades, a gunshot rang out. He turned to see one of his brothers fall to the ground, his heart aching with pain, realizing they had been discovered. With no time for sorrow, Liang Chun swiftly led his brothers deeper into the mountains, firing back at the pursuers. The enemy, undeterred, leapt from their trucks in hot pursuit. After a lengthy flight through the mountains, they finally evaded their attackers, collapsing in exhaustion. Liang Chun observed his brothers, guilt weighing heavily on his heart. He knew that without preparation, they would not escape the clutches of these relentless foes. "Commander, what are our next steps?" one brother inquired. Liang Chen nodded. Understanding, they looked to him for guidance. He glanced at the young girl. "Sister, you must run ahead with my brother. Do not worry about us. We will catch up soon." Despite her fear, the girl did not want to burden her brothers. "I have enjoyed being with you all these days," she lamented, recalling the loss of one of their own. "Dezhu, I entrust you with a task. Carry the girl into the mountains and return home. I and the others will buy you time." "This is an order," Liang Chen said firmly, fearing Dezhu might hesitate. "Yes," Dezhu responded, hoisting the girl onto his back. She resisted, tears streaming down her face, which alarmed Liang Chun. "Do not cry, little one. The enemy will hear you." The girl, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly stifled her sobs. "You go home first with Brother Zhu, and we will follow shortly," Liang Chen urged, with a series of nods. The girl acquiesced, and Liang Chen encouraged Dezhu to move quickly. "You all should go as well, and protect Dezhu from behind. I will hold them off." "Commander, let me stay?" one brother protested. "Enough. This is an order. You must retreat and support Dezhu." "I will remain with the commander," Liang Chen insisted. One of the brothers wished to remain behind as an aide. Thus, it was settled. You must hasten to pursue the tall pillar. Should danger arise, he may struggle to manage the child. Indeed, several individuals hurried in the direction of the tall pillar. "We shall proceed as well. Fire a couple of shots ahead." Liang Chen and Dali ran towards another direction. The sound of gunfire erupted. Upon their return, they were armed with pistols, as longer rifles were cumbersome. The enemy was searching for Liang Chun and his companions, preparing to ambush them from behind. Meanwhile, over 200 adversaries surged towards Liang Chen's location. After running a distance, Liang Chen planted several landmines, knowing the enemy was relentless in their pursuit. The air resonated with explosions, prompting laughter from Dali and Liang Chen. The enemy before them was obliterated, followed by Liang Chen's gunfire that dispatched several more. The relentless pursuers feared losing sight of their quarry. Chapter 89. The jungle is my home. As the enemy's numbers dwindled, their enthusiasm for combat grew. The commander reveled in the thrill of battle amidst the trees. Dali cheerfully remarked to Liang Chun, "The jungle is my home. When the enemy enters, we shall lead them to Despair Valley." Liang Chun was aware of that valley, teeming with venomous insects and serpents. Handing Dali several small pouches, he explained that these medicinal packages were crafted by their elder. With Liang Chen possessing an abundance due to his spatial storage capabilities, others had but a few. Concerned Dali might not carry enough, they each affixed one pouch to their thighs, another to their ankles, and did not neglect their arms. As they detected the enemy closing in, they quickly fired several rounds, dispatching a few foes before retreating. The adversaries pursued them with frenzied determination as Liang Chun and Dali navigated through the woods, their weapons unleashing fiery tongues of death. With each stride, they shot at the pursuing enemies, bullets slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. The enemy was drawn to their gunfire, hastening towards their position. Noticing this, Liang Chen and Dali exchanged knowing smiles, their plan unfolding seamlessly. They continued their flight towards Despair Valley, the enemy hot on their heels. Utilizing the terrain, they adeptly changed directions, evading capture. At last, they arrived at the entrance of Despair Valley. Stopping to catch their breath, they turned to face their pursuers. The enemy, seeing them halt, believed an opportunity had arisen and quickened their pace. Exchanging glances, Liangchen and Dali simultaneously pulled the triggers. Gunfire erupted once more, sending the adversaries sprawling to the ground. Seizing the moment, Liangchen and Dali dashed into Despair Valley. The valley was shrouded in thick fog, obscuring the path ahead. Cautiously, they advanced, their weapons at the ready, ever vigilant. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed ominously, growing ever closer. Their hearts raced as they gripped their firearms tightly, bracing for the impending clash. The commander and his men have arrived. Should we offer them any further guidance? Dali inquired of Liangchen. Very well. Let us lead them down a path. Once they enter, the venomous creatures will take care of them. We shall conceal ourselves shortly, Liangchen replied. He fired 2 shots at the enemy, utilizing his heightened awareness to discern the surroundings, while the visibility for others barely exceeded 2 meters. In such dense fog, few could hope to escape. Once you enter, do not attempt to leave. The sounds of gunfire rang out, bang, 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 as Liangchen dispatched several foes. Then he and Dali swiftly altered their course, taking refuge in the direction devoid of enemies. A group of adversaries opened fire. The other enemy soldiers retaliated, firing at their own comrades while the latter aimed at the source of the gunfire. Commander, they have engaged. Let it grow more intense. Dali relished the chaos. Ears pricked to the sounds of battle. Soon, the gunfire diminished, and the enemy soldiers writhed on the ground, tormented by fear and despair. Poisonous insects, serpents, and ants crawled over their bodies, biting into their flesh. Their agonized screams echoed chillingly through the air. Liangchen observed their plight with a keen awareness, but refrained from immediate action. He and Dali remained hidden, patiently awaiting the demise of their foes. Let us depart, Liangchen urged, and together, they maneuvered past the lifeless bodies of the enemy, exiting the Valley of Despair. Emerging from the fog, clarity returned to their vision, and their hearts lightened. Commander, there is no movement from the enemy. They should all be dead. Let us return home, they determined, orienting themselves towards Liaoyang City. Navigating swiftly through the mountains, they aimed to catch up with their comrades, Dazuzi and the others. A day later, the sound of gunfire reached their ears, prompting them to approach. They witnessed a fierce skirmish between 30 or so enemy soldiers and their brothers at the entrance of their home, a location not far from the Jinfengzhai intersection. Dazuzi's group had encountered the enemy while laying telephone lines. They summoned another squad, but Dazuzi's team was low on ammunition. With a thunderous shot, an enemy soldier's head was blown clean off. The remaining foes hastily turned, only to be met with another fatal shot. It's the commander come to rescue us. Cover me, Dazuzi urged, pressing the young girl behind a sturdy tree, ensuring she remained hidden. With one hand, he fired, the sound of gunfire resonating bang, 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 as Dali unleashed a rapid volley with 2 pistols while Liangchen focused on the targets like a wolf on its prey. Dali moved like a specter, shifting positions and firing incessantly. The enemy soldiers fell one after another, and Liangchen, spotting a foe's exposed position, aimed at the tree, creating a gaping hole through which his adversary met a gruesome fate. It dawned on the remaining enemies that their opponent's weaponry could penetrate even the stoutest of trees, and panic spread across their faces as they realized only 6 or 7 of them remained. The dozen or so brothers protecting Dazuzi began to shift positions, encircling the enemy. No matter where the adversaries sought refuge, they were met with gunfire. The battle was swiftly concluded. The brothers rejoiced at the return of Liangchen and Dali, rushing to greet them with exuberance. Brother, you have returned. I was so frightened. The young girl clung to Liangchen as if he were her lifeline. Refusing to let go, Liangchen finally managed to soothe her, carrying her on his back as he hurried back to Jinfengzhai to greet Su Song before heading to Yadi village. Upon arriving home, Chu Ling Yin cheerfully led the little girl to change her clothes, while their daughter clung tightly to her father's neck. Their 3 sons followed Liang to meet their newly arrived sister. Where did you bring another little girl from? Xiao Qin inquired of Liangchen. The Japanese have slaughtered her entire village. She is the sole survivor. How could those little devils be so cruel? This little girl is truly pitiable. Xiao Qin felt tears welling up. Once she comes to our home, she becomes part of our family. We cannot allow her to perish in that village. Let us all show her more care in the future. Understood, Xiao Qin and several aunts went to visit the little girl. Over the past few years, the village had seen an increase in young men and women. The number of those capable of wielding firearms had grown significantly, with nearly 3,000 troops stationed in Yadi village. Commander, the entire 2nd Division's 3rd Regiment has perished after battling the Japanese for many days, and not a single traitor among them. This is the last farewell telegram they sent, Su Song reported, presenting a telegram to Liangchen. Liangchen took it and glanced over it. He had not forgotten his role as commander. He was aware that such tragedies were abundant across the national front. Yet the magnitude of loss within his own forces was relatively rare. Chapter 90. Departing with family. Having read the farewell letter, Liang Chun felt a tumult of emotions. They were truly commendable. Ensure their names are recorded accurately and notify the 2nd Division to distribute compensation to their families. The 2nd Division has already managed the aftermath. Rest assured, Commander, inform the brothers to remain vigilant. The Japanese are not fools. They must adopt a broader perspective. I will return to send them a telegram immediately. Su Song replied, departing promptly. Before long, Chu Ling-yin emerged with the little girl, a delicate and somewhat shy young lady. Liang Chen's daughter clung to him, refusing to be held by anyone else. Come, let us return home, Liang Chen said, leading the children back where two aunts had prepared a meal for everyone. As night fell, Liang Chen sank into a deep slumber, while Chu Ling-yin gazed at him, pondering how exhausted he must be. A man capable of barehandedly fighting a grizzly bear could fall asleep so quickly. Chu Ling-yin understood her husband's relentless desire to confront the Japanese while also being unable to let go of his responsibilities at home. Her heart ached for him. She spent the entire night watching the man she loved as he slept. The morning light was interrupted by the sound of their daughter crying, prompting Liang Chun to spring up and immediately take the little girl into his arms. You've grown so quickly in the past 6 months. He marveled at how she now recognized him and seemed particularly fond of her father. Though her eyes were still glistening with tears, she had stopped crying, her small shoulders still trembling. Sweetheart, is your father holding you because you were hungry? Liang Chen was puzzled by her state. She may have wet herself. Just change her diaper and pants, and she'll be fine, Chu Ling-yin advised Liang Chen. I understand. I'll take care of it, he replied. His daughter was quite particular about cleanliness. Liang Chen changed her into a fresh diaper and pants, and she brightened up, gently stroking her father's chin. Her gaze fixed on him without blinking. Desiring to etch her father's visage into her memory, Liang Chen clung tightly throughout the morning, even resting in his embrace. Chu Ling-yan discreetly kicked Liang Chen several times, having been under her watchful gaze since his return. Could she be so careless? She scarcely had the chance to glance at her mother. Liang Chen, when shall we depart from this mountainous abode? Our son is of an age to commence his studies. Chu Ling-yan inquired. My dear wife, follow me. The house is empty, Liang Chen proposed, wishing to share a secret with Chu Ling-yan. Grasping her arm, he led her into his private space. Oh, where are we? Chu Ling-yan gasped in astonishment. This is my sanctuary, a domain I have possessed since birth. Known only to you and our daughter. But hush, she is still too young to comprehend. If others were to learn of this, I would confine them here for eternity. Chu Ling-yan understood the magnitude of this secret. Although she suspected that the brothers they had ventured out with recently might have guessed, they dared not inquire further. I plan to take our family away from here. I cannot eliminate all my brothers. Spending too much time among them may reveal our hidden truths. Very well. Let us depart with the family. As long as we are together, our family will remain unbroken. It is indeed safe here now. You have secured their escape. Yet, no one can oversee us forever. These days, you should gather some timber from the mountains, and we will return at night to construct our home. Liang Xiao and the newly arrived Liang Huan will accompany us, along with the elder and the couple Xiao Qin, as well as those 20 or so brothers without homes. Xiao Qin and the brothers will follow you. I will take the children and the elder into the space. Thus, we shall need to build houses within. Yes. Let the elder reside here in peace. The two aunts may also live quietly here. When their time comes, we shall find a resting place for them. Liang Chun concurred with his wife's sentiment. After exiting the space, Chu Ling-yan remained in a state of disbelief, unable to fathom that her husband possessed such a realm. Liang Chen refrained from introducing her to the warehouses, where treasures of gold bars, antiques, and exquisite furniture lay hidden. Without Liang Chen's consent, they were forbidden to behold such riches. The young girl, upon emerging from the space, was unwilling to leave. The air was remarkably refreshing, and she had not yet fully appreciated the sight of the livestock within. After much coaxing, Liang Chen finally lulled her to sleep. While Chu Ling-yin tended to the children at home, Liang Chen had been venturing into the mountains these past few days, seeking precious timber, particularly from the enemy's logging site. Sweeping away readily available timber and leaving behind lost guards, workers, and tools. In the mountains, he discovered a wealth of golden silk nanmu and large-diameter red pine. Some small red pine trees were excavated and brought into the space for planting, which in time would yield a vast red pine forest, isolating their home and the expansive grasslands, as well as the warehouses. The girls adored flowers and plants. He found several beautiful blooms and transplanted them into the space, along with some grapevines. Upon entering, he beheld a vast expanse of birch forest, an even larger swath of red pine, and a considerable area of golden silk nanmu, with the grasslands encircled by various wooded groves. The most delightful surprise for him was the unexpected discovery of some wild ginseng. which he transplanted into the forest within his space. He sprinkled them with spring water, and soon they thrived. A vast expanse of flowers bloomed in a myriad of colors, which he believed his daughter would surely adore as she grew. He captured some wild rabbits, pheasants, and deer from the mountains, deliberately avoiding carnivorous creatures out of concern for his children's safety. Within his space, there were also several striking horses, each exhibiting a unique charm. He collected dry timber, which he meticulously processed into lumber and planks. His space now boasted various specifications of stone, as Liangchen prepared for another stealthy venture to pilfer from the enemy. With cement and glass as his primary targets. "My dear wife, I shall be stepping out for a while, but I will return in a few days," he assured her. "Go ahead, but do hurry back. Do not fall into the enemy's trap," she cautioned. "I possess a space to hide in. Do you think your husband is a mere mortal? The enemy cannot slay me. Even if I am formidable, I am still just one person. I have evaded the enemy multiple times, so rest assured, I will be fine. I had almost forgotten about this matter. You may go, but let us depart swiftly afterward." Chu Lingyan was also reluctant for her husband's secrets to be fully exposed. Once Liangchen emerged, he headed straight for the enemy's train station in Fengdian, where their supplies were stored. Having successfully stolen from this location before, he knew he had to exercise utmost caution this time. Concealed nearby, he used binoculars to observe the enemy's patrol patterns. When enemy patrol vehicles and squads approached, he retreated into his space. After several days of reconnaissance, he deduced the enemy's movements and devised a cautious plan of action. He meticulously refined his strategy, ensuring every detail was accounted for, awaiting divine assistance. Chapter 91. Navigating the demonic city. After 2 days of waiting, rain finally fell. Under the cover of night, Liangchen seized the opportunity. As the enemy's visibility was obscured by the downpour, he swiftly dashed through their patrol zone, leaping over the wall with a running start to evade the electrified fence and entered the enemy's train station. Silently, he navigated through the shadows, his keen eyes locked onto his objective. At last, he discovered the storage room for cement. Cautiously, he approached, avoiding the patrolling soldiers. He gently pushed open the door, and a wave of cement dust greeted him. Liangchen swiftly set to work, collecting bags of cement into his space, preparing for his retreat. However, just as he was about to leave, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A patrolling enemy soldier suddenly appeared at the doorway, shouting and alerting others. Liangchen's heart raced, but he remained composed. Drawing his pistol, he acted swiftly, firing several shots, hitting 4 or 5 of the enemy soldiers. The number of adversaries increased, and for the first time, he found himself cornered. This group of soldiers intended to check the area that night, a scenario Liangchen had not anticipated. Fortunately, the warehouses were interconnected, separated only by a door and a lock. He smashed the lock and entered the next warehouse, which contained fuel. Not a single piece of firewood would he leave for the enemy. He swiftly stored everything in his space and proceeded to the next room, which was filled with glass. There was an abundance. He collected it all. Even the processed timber was gathered into his space, since he could not escape. He remained to gather supplies, regrettably unable to access the subsequent warehouses. Liangchen, struck by a sudden inspiration, retrieved several dozen explosives, binding them together with a time bomb nestled amidst them. He set the timer for 1 minute and placed the concoction in the center of the warehouse. Outside, 600 to 700 enemy soldiers surrounded the building, convinced they had finally captured the thief pilfering their supplies. Liangchen entered the space, awaiting the cataclysmic explosion. The enemy, outnumbering him significantly, began to breach the main doors of the adjacent storage rooms, preparing to assault the small door at the center. With a thunderous roar, the explosion obliterated the entire warehouse, splitting it apart with a tremendous force. Several nearby storage facilities were caught in the blast, reduced to mere ruins. Few of the enemy soldiers remained, their faces smeared with dirt, while many were swiftly dispatched. The enemy officer, who had managed to distance himself from the explosion, was left in a state of utter disarray. Infuriated, he lamented the loss of so many of his brave warriors, realizing the grave consequences this failure would entail. Nearby, the enemy soldiers began to hurl insults, their commander unleashing his impotent rage into the night sky. Liangchen observed from his concealed vantage point, bemused by the officer's futile curses directed at the heavens. After a prolonged silence, he produced 3 grenades, bound them together, pulled the pin, and, after a brief pause, hurled them towards the enemy. The ensuing explosion scattered the officer and his remaining men, leaving them in a state of helplessness on the ground, with a few still groaning. Liangchen emerged to finish them off, then proceeded to the last warehouse. Inside, he found it largely stocked with edible salt, which he hurriedly gathered. Another room brimmed with weapons and ammunition, which he claimed without objection from anyone present. As he stood there, he realized he was alone. No one dared to dissent. Meanwhile, some enemy soldiers at the station remained oblivious, mistakenly believing they were the ones bombarding Liangchen. As he drove his jeep out, He soon encountered difficulties due to the rain-soaked terrain filled with potholes, forcing him to abandon the vehicle and flee on foot. Midway through his escape, he spotted the flickering light of a flashlight and quickly concealed himself. Moments later, a unit of enemy soldiers rushed past down the mountain path. Once they had passed, Liang Chun resumed his journey, heading straight for Jinfeng village. By midday the following day, he returned to Yadi village. Upon arriving home, he brought his wife into the space and began constructing a solid brick house. Thanks to his diverse skills, the house took on the appearance of a modern villa. Months passed before the project was completed, and after decorating it himself, he and his wife admired their work, thoroughly satisfied with the result. That night, he gathered the children, the old hunter, the two elder women, and Chu Lingyan into the space, storing all their belongings before finally exiting. Summoning the villagers, Liangchen instructed Xingzi to call for the people. Uncle Du led the villagers to Liangchen's doorstep. Son-in-law, if there is anything you wish to convey, please do so. Uncle Du inquired of Liangchen, acknowledging that the son-in-law had tirelessly concerned himself with the villagers over the years. This was the first instance of gathering everyone together. Ling Yin and I are about to depart, he continued, and Uncle Du shall take charge here, with the team led by Diju. Ling Yin has already left with her family. I too shall set forth shortly. The 20 or so of you without any family business should accompany me. And what about us? Xiaoqin asked Liangchen. You and your spouse shall also come along, as your sister instructed. The safety of Yadi village is assured. I have some salt and ammunition stored at my home. Son-in-law, have you not been living well here? Why contemplate departure? Uncle Du queried Liangchen. What will become of the village after you leave? We shall settle the children first, then we will confront the enemy. If fate permits, we shall return once more. The small devils wreak havoc outside, Liangchen explained. Understood. Do take more people with you. Uncle Du expressed his lingering concerns. Fighting the enemy brings peril. They have families and responsibilities. Let them remain to protect their kin. Do not worry about us. Very well, Uncle Du said, wiping his eyes. As the villagers expressed their deep reluctance, Liangchen departed with over 20 individuals from Yadi village. Where are we headed, son? Shengzi inquired of Liangchen. We are going to the Magic City, he replied. The Magic City? I've heard tales of its grandeur, Xiaoqin remarked, her aspirations clear. Shengzi, have you delivered the letter to Su Song? I have, face to face, Shengzi affirmed to Liangchen. The young men laughed and conversed as they entered Fengdian. Making their way to the train station, where they exchanged several silver dollars for tickets, planning to transfer in Beiping. After a series of twists and turns, they safely arrived in the Magic City, where Liangchen led his group to the courtyard provided by Zhang Laoda. The very next day, Zhang Laoda arrived. Having been informed of Liangchen's presence by a junior member, Zhang Laoda, your information network is truly remarkable. A brother from our group spotted you and hurried to inform me, he exclaimed. How fares the Magic City? Not well. The small devils torment the common folk daily. Lord Hong refuses to become a traitor and has left with several brothers, Zhang Laoda lamented. Chapter 92, Once you arrive. There is no time for idleness, Zhang Laoda. We lack proper documentation, Liangchen pointed out. I will handle this matter. I am quite familiar with it. Zhang Laoda assured him, taking charge of the arrangements. He noted names on a piece of paper, learning today that Shengzi was named Li Xing. Brother Liang, do you intend to reside here permanently? Indeed, I have entrusted the northeastern forces to the deputy commander. I plan to make the Magic City my home. To engage with the small devils here. Excellent. I am no longer a solitary warrior. Many who once boasted have now aligned with the enemy. I must not only evade the devils but also guard against them. Zhang Laoda expressed his disdain for those spineless traitors. Brother Zhang, I shall henceforth refer to you as such. From now on, there shall be no Commander Liang or Axe Gang Zhang Laoda, only two brothers. Your regard is appreciated. Zhang Laoda acknowledged, understanding Liangchen's genuine desire to forge a brotherly bond. Once a figure of some esteem in the Magic City, he now felt like a rat scurrying through the streets, fearful of being recognized and exposed for his betrayal. In such dire circumstances, Liangchen still regarded him as a worthy brother, deserving of friendship, even if their statuses were no longer comparable. In the past, the tycoons of the magical city would consider themselves formidable, yet if the king of the Northeast arrived, they would merely be subordinates. You may boast of 3,000 disciples, but he commands an army of 300,000, and even the government dares not provoke him lightly, no matter how powerful one may be. They can only let out a grunt of discontent. The following day, Boss Zhang ensured that everyone's identification documents were in order, including those of family members in the spatial realm. Each individual collected their credentials and began to organize their new home. Liangchen and his companions constructed a few secret chambers within the house, where weapons and ammunition were stored. Every room contained them. Is there anyone here who does not know how to wield a gun? Even children as young as 7 or 8 at the cliff's edge are armed. Liangchen, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit and wearing a hat pulled low over his brow, walked through the bustling streets of the magical city with a striking presence. Yet he seemed out of place. His keen eyes scanned the crowd, searching for any signs of suspicion. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a man clad in a gray robe. This individual was of short stature, with a rather disheveled appearance, and a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. Liangchen felt a spark of recognition. He believed he had encountered this man before. Stealthily, he trailed the man, observing his every move. The man entered a tea house, and Liangchen followed suit. Selecting a secluded corner to continue his watch, he noticed the man engaging in hushed conversation with another individual dressed in a black suit. Although Liang Chun could not decipher their words, he sensed the gravity of their discussion. Have you not yet discovered the one surnamed Zhang? His threat to us grows increasingly severe. You must hasten to locate him. Rest assured, Major. Since Lord Hong departed from the magical city, my influence has expanded significantly. I will soon command the city, and no one's actions can escape my surveillance. Excellent, especially in the French concession. We cannot enter. If we find the one surnamed Zhang, eliminate him on sight. I will provide you with submachine guns. Thank you, Commander. This man bows and scrapes like a dog to please that little Japanese officer. As Liang Chun observed the Major depart, he noted that the man was also preparing to leave, and he stealthily followed him until the man entered a two-story building. This was once Lord Hong's residence, and now it had become his abode. This fellow had previously been a mere underling, once the top aide of the Hongxing gang. After the leader of the Hongxing gang left with Lord Hong, he allied himself with the Japanese. That night, Liangchen infiltrated the man's home. As he exited, he glanced back at the small Western-style building, murmuring an apology to Lord Hong for tarnishing your home. Upon returning home, he found everyone asleep and entered the spatial realm to meet Chu Lingyan. Are the children adjusting well? Liangchen queried, concerned for their happiness. They are adapting. They play wildly every day. There is no danger here, and I do not supervise them closely. Do not let them venture to the far-off lake. If they sneak in and something goes awry, it would be disastrous. Will you not devise a plan? Chu Lingyan expressed her fondness for the tranquility here. Why not come out and accompany me? Liangchen proposed. I will not go out. I simply wish to know that I am with you at all times. Chu Lingyan insisted upon remaining in the spatial realm, disregarding his suggestions. Very well, whenever you tire of this place, I shall take you out. I will never tire of it. It is splendid here, vast lands and expansive grasslands. Your eldest daughter often enjoys picking flowers. Soon, she will venture out to a place abundant with butterflies to collect some. As she grows older and learns to walk and run, she will discover rabbits in the grass. We must ensure they do not disturb the wild horses. I understand. We must keep them at bay. Chu Lingyan leaned against Liangchen. The next morning, Zhang Laoda arrived. Brother, the trader's entire family was slaughtered last night. I knew it. One of his henchmen had become quite audacious, daring to reside in Lord Hong's household. Was it your doing? Splendid. This fellow has been relentlessly searching for me, and I have evaded him several times, attempting to eliminate him, yet I could never find the opportunity. I never anticipated that you would deal with him directly. I wish to eliminate these traitors first. With fewer traitors, we shall be safer. Constantly guarding against them is exhausting. I will procure their addresses and detailed itineraries for you. Finding the addresses will suffice. We need not concern ourselves with their movements. If we eliminate a couple more, the rest will be too frightened to venture out. It is not worth the risk for the brothers to investigate. Indeed, I shall write down their addresses. I am quite familiar with them. Where do you reside? Liang Chun inquired of Zhang Laoda. I dwell in a cotton factory on Qujishan, where I work as a night watchman. There, I go by the name Wang Dachui. Very well, I shall visit you there. I had not expected this fellow to be hiding in the cotton factory on Qujishan. The Japanese and the police would never think to search the factory. Liang Chun strolled through the streets each day, frequenting the opera house to observe the people who came and went. Occasionally, he would wander near the docks. Sir, would you like to buy some cigarettes? A little girl led a small boy, both scantily clad. Although it had not yet turned cold, the autumn harvest was approaching. They wore short sleeves with several patches, poorly stitched with coarse thread. The little girl held 2 boxes of cigarettes, her wide eyes gazing at Liang Chun. Where are your parents? Liang Chun surmised that their family must be absent. Otherwise, how could they be living in such hardship? My father was killed by the Japanese, and my mother worked herself to death. Tears brimmed in the little girl's eyes. How did you acquire these cigarettes? Liang Chun inquired. We worked for Erguzi for 2 days. He didn't pay us, but gave us these 2 boxes of cigarettes instead. There is no food left to sell. Follow me. Liang Chun instructed, leading them into an alley. With a swift motion, he ushered them into his space. Keeping them sheltered for life would be far better than struggling to survive outside. Chapter 93. The campaign against traitors begins upon entering the alley. Liang Chun grasped one child's arm, bringing both into his space. Brother, where is this? The little girl asked in fear. This is our home. Here. There is no shortage of food or clothing. Come with me. Will we really be able to eat our fill? The little girl asked, clutching her brother. Of course. I will take you to meet the family. Liang Chun led the two children through the door. Lingyan, I have brought you two children, he announced as they entered the courtyard. Chu Lingyan emerged with several children. Yangchen, have you brought home two more? She exclaimed joyfully, pleased that their numbers were increasing. Once they entered, there would be no leaving. Let us live here in tranquility. The two children were delighted to see several other children, all adorned in splendid attire. Liangchen selected some clothes suitable for the siblings. Ling Yin, please take them to bathe and change into their new garments. I shall ask Aunt Li and Aunt Chun to prepare some warm meals for them. Are they still hungry? Young master, we just finished eating. I will reheat the leftovers. Aunt Li replied as she headed to the kitchen. Life here is worry-free. The elder gentleman observes the livestock daily, having never encountered such a multitude in his lifetime. Even the wealthiest landowners do not possess so many. This young man has discovered a remarkable place, and surely his days will be prosperous. It is rare to leave, yet not forget oneself. This connection is inexplicable. In old age, one is granted a peaceful existence. Residing alone within a courtyard, one can choose to live as they please. The rear courtyard is filled with the womenfolk of Liang Chen's family, while his sons also dwell in this compound. The old man frequently teaches them marksmanship. The younger ones reside in the backyard. Soon, the two children emerged from the room, clad in their new attire. Liang Chun, you have brought back so many children. It seems they should all be adopted as sons and daughters, remarked the elder gentleman, gazing at the children. But we do not yet know if they are willing, Liang Chen replied. I am willing, Liang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, hugging Liang Chen's leg. I can too. Liang Huanhuan mimicked her sister. We also wish to, chimed in the newcomer, leading her brother closer. Liang Hao ran, Liang Hao Bo, and Liang Hao Xian also looked toward Liang Chen. What are you staring at? You are already my sons, Liang Chen quipped, eliciting laughter from the family. First, you two should eat. Let's discuss matters after breakfast, Liang Chen said, aware that they had not yet dined. Liang Xiaoxiao, as the eldest sister, led them to the table, with the younger ones trailing behind. Liang Chun, what will you do with them here in the future? They can stay here. It is far better than perishing outside. As they grow older, we shall find a plausible reason to send them away. Let us see what the future holds. Once more children arrive, this place will become lively. Who knows, it might even evolve into a bustling city, Liang Chen mused, realizing it was not an impossible notion. However, he understood that once they entered, leaving would be a challenge. When they all returned, Liang Chun inquired of the two little ones, what are your names? I am Wang Fong, and this is my brother Wang Long. Very well. I shall remember your names, and they are rather charming. You may keep them, from now on. You shall call me Godfather. You will also be considered my children. Godfather, Godfather. The gathered children exclaimed around Liang Chun and Chu Lingyan. They finally felt they had a home again. Godfather, Liang Haoran called out. You little rascal, try calling me again, Liang Chen playfully warned his son. Hee. You can't catch me, Dad. The boy laughed, leading his brother away. They dashed off, returning cheerfully after a short chase. I must step out. Liang Chun still has matters to attend to, he stated. Go on. It seems you wish to see Chu Ling Yin and reveal to her that you are not the ordinary, docile man she believes you to be. After Liang Chen stepped outside, he discovered the surroundings deserted, as the two children had delayed considerably. Yet, work remained to be done. Arriving at the residence of a former submaster of the gang, now allied with the enemy, Liang Chun understood that any connection to the adversary warranted elimination. He approached the grand courtyard, its imposing iron gates exuding an air of authority. As the clock struck 10, he deftly scaled the gate, slipping into the courtyard unnoticed. For there were neither patrols nor guards present. He made his way to a modest three-story building within, where his loyal subordinates occupied the first floor, each armed with a pistol. Ascending to the second floor, Liang cautiously opened a window, entering a room that served as a water closet and lavatory. He entered silently, carefully stowing his shoes away, proceeding to navigate the space in his socks without a sound. Utilizing his keen senses, he scanned the second floor, discovering two rooms occupied by servants. He swiftly dealt with them, dispatching their bodies into his storage space before discarding them outside. He then ascended to the third floor, where he located 6 or 7 individuals scattered across 4 rooms. Liang efficiently eliminated them, subsequently beginning to collect valuables, gold bars, antique paintings, and his favorite, luxurious sofas and plush beds. He gathered everything in sight, aware that an infinite storage capacity could not remain truly infinite if filled. Having cleared the second and third floors, he descended to the first, methodically taking care of each room and casting the bodies outside. All weapons and ammunition were claimed by Liang. An hour later, he departed, armed with a piece of paper, heading to a nearby residence. In one night, 8 homes had been raided, leaving no survivors, and the following day, the Japanese arrived to investigate, finding little of value. Who possesses such audacity? Investigate immediately. I will pressure the authorities. You will don plain clothes and infiltrate the French concession to uncover the perpetrator. Additionally, those who were spared must be monitored closely. I want him captured. The Japanese officers responded affirmatively before departing. Having eliminated several prominent traitors, Liang returned home to rest for a few days, enjoying a period of calm. 4 days later, he set out once more. This time, he took advantage of the enemy's inattentiveness, dispatching their ambush with ease before continuing his crusade against traitors, instilling fear among them. After one fateful night, the Japanese ambush lay decimated. Who is this individual? Even our own are not safe from his wrath. We must ascertain his whereabouts and apprehend him. My lord, I wish to personally lead a patrol to expedite his capture, one officer proposed. Very well. I await your good news. Chapter 94. The Japanese were not at ease. The Japanese mobilized a substantial force, disguised in plain clothes, to infiltrate the French concession. In a twist of fate, Liangshan reversed their strategy. While they ventured into the concession, he infiltrated their territory. Liang meticulously searched for crucial enemy facilities, causing them considerable distress. The military barracks became his prime target, bolstered by the advantages afforded by his extraordinary storage space, allowing him to act with audacity. However, one must not become too complacent. Even though reborn into this life, having been granted a second chance, there are children and a daughter-in-law to consider in this space. With newfound attachments, I have been observing for several days. On this particular day, a torrential rain commenced, and the enemy soldiers, lacking in dedication, returned to their slumber. Quietly, I extinguished the life of the enemy sentry and infiltrated their military camp. The foolish soldiers could never have anticipated an attack amidst such downpour. Exhausted from the previous days, they were sleeping like logs. I seized their weapons and placed explosives and time bombs discreetly beneath their beds, as there was no time to eliminate them one by one. The swifter, the better. There was no need to showcase any knife skills. Methodically, I arranged explosives in each room before departing, heading straight to the enemy's shops after exiting the barracks. Once I had silently dealt with the guards between the concessions, I returned home in the French concession. As the clock neared midnight, a series of violent explosions erupted, sending chaos through the enemy's territory. The enemy soldiers scurried about in the rain, their short legs flailing. This was the enemy's military police, rushing to the camp, but what remained was merely a vast pit. The rainwater on the ground was stained red, and occasionally a severed foot could be found. How horrid! The enemy officer pounded on the door in fury, bellowing for the general. 2 of the largest shops had been reduced to ruins, and the windows of nearby Chinese residences shattered from the blast, an evident consequence of the explosives. The officer's anger intensified. What did it matter if a few traitors perished? More could be propped up. These were purebred enemies. Were a few sounds and broken limbs all that was left to collect? I paid no heed to their outcries. Zhang, the elder, arrived at my residence. Brother, you have given me a breath of relief. The enemy and their traitors have cornered me, leaving me with no path to survival. Now, they are preoccupied with their own troubles. You must remain hidden for the time being. The enemy is at its most frenzied. Ensure your brothers also lie low. Do not provoke their ire. I have already arranged for them to work by the seaside. That is our territory, and there will be no trouble there. Zhang was in high spirits. After sharing a meal and drink at midday, he departed, while I remained at home, holding a milk jug, gazing at the flowers in the courtyard and the 2 delicate phoenixes purchased by my family. I dared not keep a parrot. Why? It could mimic speech. And if it overheard anything about the enemy's arrival, it might inadvertently reveal secrets without the need for interrogation. After Zhang left, a few days of calm ensued. However, one of my brothers could not bear to lag behind after such a significant event. Having devised a plan, he summoned his comrades and eliminated a patrol team in broad daylight before making a swift escape while the enemy relentlessly pursued them. A jeep appeared behind the enemy ranks, manned by the same major responsible for overseeing the attack. As he disembarked, a gunshot rang out, and the enemy officer collapsed at the car door. The enemy soldiers dashed towards a building several hundred meters away. After Zhang Laoda fired his weapon and secured it, he swiftly departed. When the enemy arrived, they discovered a spent cartridge. The intelligence division meticulously analyzed the shell, concluding that the rifle did not match the caliber of any known firearm. It must have been a homemade weapon. They were determined to capture this individual, a genius in firearms design, whose ingenuity could significantly enhance their arsenal. However, they feared that he would not surrender, as he was not merely a terrorist but a staunch hardliner. Yet, they were mistaken, in the face of self-interest. Even the toughest men could be swayed. The little devils were particularly confident, believing they had come to understand the Chinese after recruiting numerous traitors. This time, the enemy failed to apprehend anyone, as their opponent had meticulously planned their retreat, evading capture with remarkable skill. When our brave warriors pursued, their quarry had already vanished without a trace. Baka, this unit must be located. The enemy began exerting pressure on the local authorities, commencing searches in the French concession. Upon entering Liang Qin's residence, they left the place in utter disarray after their inspection. Liang Qin, displeased with the chaos, ventured out that very night, accompanied by two individuals clad in enemy uniforms. Do not speak. Allow me to handle the communication. Just follow my lead. The three of them emerged onto the street, their attire having been acquired from the defeated enemy. Halt. Do not flee. Liang Qin shouted in the enemy's tongue. The nearby enemy soldiers, neglecting their search, foolishly pursued. The three of them separated, with Liang Qin leading them into a dead end. The two companions emerged from their hiding spot and hurled grenades into the alley. The enemy, bewildered, could not comprehend how their pursuers had vanished before being caught off guard by the grenades. Baka. We've fallen into a trap. They retaliated, each soldier drawing their Nambu Type A to fight back. Following Liang Qin's instructions, the two brothers threw their grenades and withdrew, while the enemy hesitated, fearful of a second onslaught. Several of their number had already perished in the explosion. As they attempted to exit the alley, a light machine gun erupted from behind, and Liang Qin emerged from the shadows, firing a check model at their backs. With no cover in sight, the enemy, trapped in the narrow passage, was quickly dispatched. Liang Qin surveyed the battlefield before exiting. When the sound of the light machine gun echoed, the two brothers understood that their commander had succeeded and it was time for them to emerge. Upon reuniting with Liang Qin, the three swiftly changed locations. Spotting the enemy rushing in their direction, Liang Qin led them into the dead end once more, only to vanish again. The two replenished their grenade supply, first tossing grenades before fleeing. As the enemy pursued, Liang Qin opened fire in the alley, eliminating more foes. After dispatching these two waves, the trio relocated once more, dispatching the enemies and hastily retreating. Before returning home, they entrusted their weapons and ammunition to Liang Qin. They then visited a bathhouse to change their clothes and wash off any trace of gunpowder before heading home to sleep. Upon returning home, Liang Qin entered the space and examined the Nambu pistols, tossing them into a corner. He had no desire to use them, deeming them utterly unreliable. Chapter 95. Naval Headquarters. Liang Qin and his companions have returned home, yet some remain absent. One group consists of the Japanese invaders, while another comprises cloaked figures stealthily engaging in illicit activities. Captain, shall we proceed? The opportunity to strike the beleaguered enemy should not be squandered. Yes, we shall, he affirmed, positioning himself with over 30 men across 6 or 7 vantage points, equipped with sniper rifles fitted with silencers. This faction is ruthless, whether Japanese soldiers or their treacherous collaborators. They target anyone who dares to fire upon them. Captain, if we do not retreat now, we shall find ourselves encircled. The sound of gunfire reverberated incessantly outside. Liang Qin could no longer remain still. Perhaps Brother Zhang had engaged the enemy. The Japanese had cast aside any agreements and stormed into the French concession with their troops. The foreigners recognized the situation had spiraled out of control. They could only watch the chaos unfold, planning to demand compensation from the Japanese once the skirmish concluded. They needed to recall their green-eyed soldiers, fearing for their survival amidst the bloodlust. Liang Qin stealthily approached and discovered that it was indeed the Japanese Navy stationed in the occupied area. They had been bombarded, leaving only the military police behind, with few Japanese soldiers remaining. The army sought assistance from the Navy. Liang Qin maneuvered to the side of a Navy officer, quietly dispatching him and concealing the body. He then donned the naval uniform and made his way toward the naval headquarters. Upon reaching the entrance, 4 Japanese soldiers aimed their weapons at him. What are you doing here? There has been a new development in the conflict within the concession. The major sent me back to report. Hurry. The sentries, not daring to delay, allowed Liang Qin to pass, his fluent Japanese dispelling their suspicions. Entering the naval headquarters, he headed directly for the tallest building, undoubtedly the office of a high-ranking Japanese official. Before the door, 2 soldiers barred his path, insisting on inspecting his credentials. Liang Qin felt the documents in his pocket and produced them for their scrutiny. As they examined the papers, he swiftly seized both by the neck, silencing them instantly. With their bodies concealed, he proceeded into the building. As he stepped inside, a surge of adrenaline coursed through him, his senses heightened, and his pores opened to release the essence of battle. Armed with 2 silenced handguns, he knocked on every door, initiating a massacre. From the ground floor to the 3rd, his path resembled that of locusts ravaging a field. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he located the commander's office, gently pushing the door open. He felt a moment of awkwardness as over 20 pairs of eyes turned towards him. Baka, the highest-ranking Japanese officer, cursed at him. How dare you insult me? Liang Qin unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Several officers reached for their weapons, but before they could react, he swiftly eliminated them. Only 2 officers, taking refuge beneath a desk, survived momentarily, their positions offering scant protection. Liang Qin approached and unleashed a flurry of bullets into the wooden table, the projectiles piercing through and claiming the lives of the 2 officers hiding beneath. After collecting the corpses, he gathered all items in the office into his space. noting the extravagant furnishings that would be relocated to his own courtyard, confident that Chu Lingyan would manage the arrangement. The safe was also taken, as the filing cabinet could not be left behind. After all, the desk is often the most fruitful source of unexpected discoveries. All were removed. As I surveyed the scene, only the load-bearing walls remained. We must evacuate swiftly. Lingering here is not an option. Upon reaching the lower level, we must create a commotion to lure the enemy back. I set the timer on the bomb for 13 minutes and, alongside several explosive charges, positioned them next to the building's load-bearing wall. We then made our hasty retreat towards the main entrance. The 4 enemy soldiers seemed unconcerned. However, Liang Chun was quite attentive to them. He swiftly fired 4 shots, collected their weapons and ammunition, and left the corpses behind, even adding a few more to the pile. The bodies of the enemy officers were stripped and hung at the entrance, a grim display indeed. Only then did Liang Chun withdraw, changing his attire and maneuvering away. The resounding explosions echoed behind him. He dared not glance back, well aware of the catastrophic power unleashed. The enemy naval headquarters was likely obliterated. Baka. Is that direction towards our command center? They hurried to provide support, fearful that their stronghold might be compromised. The remaining assassins, numbering a mere few, breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the enemy's retreat and quickly followed suit. Liang Chun approached, collecting the bodies and their armaments into his spatial pocket. Shortly thereafter, the enemy corpses were unceremoniously discarded, lined up neatly upon the sidewalk. Their arranged posture was one of defeat, a stark reminder that death was an inevitable fate. Liang Chun tidied himself up and ambled home, humming softly, pondering the stillness of the night and the absence of others as he counted his scars. Albeit in a rather unrefined manner, yet fitting for the moment. As the enemy naval soldiers rushed out, they were met at the entrance by their superiors. Each face bore a solemn expression, their eyes unwilling to meet the light. The junior officers felt the sting of disappointment. Their commanders were present, clearly displeased with their performance. And some were driven to despair. Bakayaru. One officer fumed, enraged by the night's failures. With only myself left as the highest-ranking officer. Why couldn't they have spared a brigadier? It would have saved me from a harrowing fate. Was I to bear the consequences alone? The junior officer's frustration was palpable. Meanwhile, the other mid-ranking officers reveled at the prospect of promotion. With one less competitor, they could ascend the ranks. Perhaps this defeat would provide an unexpected opportunity for advancement. They began to display theatrics, some brandishing knives at the air, while others knelt and brandished their blades at their own abdomens in a misguided show of loyalty, anticipating that someone might intervene. To their shock, one reckless officer, in a fit of desperation, inadvertently kicked the handle of his own knife, causing it to pierce his abdomen. The sight left everyone aghast, their eyes fixed on the foolish act of the mid-ranking officer. He had squandered a critical moment, resulting in the demise of our generals. And by the time we returned, he had taken his own life. Indeed, the colonel was the most astute, realizing that he could now avoid his own demise, as he was the highest-ranking officer left. A promising future awaited him, as his obstinacy had led to the catastrophic decision to withdraw all soldiers, falling prey to the enemy's stratagem. His duty was to guard the command center, yet he had recklessly taken men away from their posts, bringing calamity upon us. The colonel looked upon his loyal subordinates, who had laid bare the reports of their failures, hastened to find a place to record this, lest it be forgotten. Should I navigate through this trying time, I shall surely reward these brothers. They are all noble souls, particularly that lieutenant colonel. The others exchanged glances, tears welling in their eyes as they implored the generals to descend. This fledgling bird is far too diminutive, hardly comparable to a cocoon. No words were spoken, yet understanding lingered in their eyes. Chapter 96. The atmosphere was charged as the Japanese forces, in a fit of rage, discovered that their naval headquarters in Shanghai had been utterly ransacked, with officers ruthlessly slain, a profound humiliation to their pride. The entire Japanese and French concessions erupted in chaos as they dispatched throngs of men, akin to rabid hounds, scouring every nook and cranny for the culprits. Tension permeated the air, with residents bolting their doors, fearful of being embroiled in the turmoil. Meanwhile, a mysterious force lurked in the shadows, anticipating the next appearance of the enigmatic figure, ready to coordinate their efforts seamlessly. Liang Chun lingered near his home, not venturing far, ever vigilant of the Japanese movements. In recent days, no suspects had been identified, but 2 Japanese soldiers had met their end. He remained oblivious to the identity of the valiant individual responsible. Yet the situation had quieted. Stepping outside with a bird in hand and a cigarette in his mouth, the Japanese soldiers could not help but mutter curses under their breath. Branding him a wastrel, Liang Chun made his way to a bathhouse operated by the Japanese. Naturally, he had already changed into their attire, adorned in a kimono with a dull blade tucked at his waist. Upon entry, the attendants whispered scornfully, referring to him as a pauper. Few samurai enjoyed affluence. Just as it is said in China, the learned may be poor, while the warriors are wealthy. The Japanese too share a similar creed. Nonetheless, being of the same ethnicity, they could not but extend a warm welcome, bowing deeply in greeting. Upon entering the bathing area, Liang Chun was struck by the sight of an enormous pool, within which more than 30 Japanese soldiers reclined, eyes closed, soaking in the water. From his possession, he produced a powerful electric baton, with a staggering voltage of 1.3 million volts. It sent the soldiers into convulsions. Liang Chun chuckled as he watched them gradually float to the surface. He then stored them in his space. Their sizes indistinguishable. Without their uniforms, their ranks were unrecognizable. And he crushed them thoroughly within the confines of his realm before discarding them back into the pool to continue their repose. Dressed and exuding an air of bravado, Liang Chun exited the bathhouse, only to be followed shortly by 2 Japanese officers. Stripping off their garments, they dashed toward the pool, only to be met with astonishment. Was it now the fashion to float across the seas? The temperature must have exceeded 50 degrees. Were they not to be boiled alive? Bakayuru, the general has fallen, shouted the junior officer. The owner and proprietress of the bathhouse rushed in, their minds overwhelmed by the scene before them. The mistress, upon seeing the corpses, noted that 2 resembled small birds, their poses quite distinctive. Did any suspicious individuals enter? She inquired. A samurai did come in, but left shortly thereafter, she replied, recalling her encounter. What notable features did he possess? The junior officer, seizing upon this lead, pressed her for details. He was quite handsome and appeared to be of youthful age. The mistress rarely displayed a flush upon her cheeks. As I interrogated you, why were you behaving so provocatively? There are limits to what one can endure. Thus, the lieutenant seized the woman's garment, intending to reprimand her. Unexpectedly, he only grasped one side of her kimono, causing her to instinctively retreat in fear, resulting in the upper portion of her attire being torn away. The woman's face turned pale as she instinctively shielded herself with her arms. The lieutenant was momentarily taken aback, while the male protagonist, displeased, delivered a kick to the lieutenant, sending him tumbling into the hot spring. Clad in his clothes, he splashed into the water, shouting in dismay. Enraged, the lieutenant drew his pistol and fired at the male protagonist, prompting the mistress to flee. After a struggle, the lieutenant managed to extricate himself from the hot spring. His clothes still clinging to him, the warmth refusing to dissipate. Hastily, he shed his garments, his skin flushed from the heat. It was only upon feeling the breeze that he began to cool down, ultimately leading to the death of the male protagonist. The woman dashed out and made her way directly to the enemy's command post, where she found her brother. Aki, what brings you here? The general inquired, visibly taken aback. Watanabe Saburo has been shot by Takahashi, and General Koizumi has also fallen, along with several other officers. Bakayuru, exclaimed the enemy officer as he brought the sister along with his soldiers to the bathhouse, where they encountered the naked Takahashi Daikoma. Bakayuru, he shouted, delivering a series of slaps. Takahashi, realizing he had mistakenly killed the general's brother-in-law, braced himself for the punishment. Did you kill this man? The general questioned Takahashi Daikoma. Without uttering a word, Takahashi nodded. The sound of a gunshot rang out, leaving Takahashi Daikoma in shock. You didn't think to ask more questions? You shoot without hesitation? He muttered defiantly before collapsing. Liang Chun was oblivious to the turmoil his ambush had incited, as he was enjoying a bath in a Chinese bathhouse. Exiting the bathhouse in blissful comfort, he overheard discussions about the numerous casualties that had occurred in the enemy-operated bathhouse. Upon hearing this news, people instinctively hurried home, bolting their doors once inside. Liang Chun also quickened his pace, keen to avoid the enemy's notice. Upon returning home, he found his spirits lifted. The enemy soldiers had refrained from entering the French concession in recent days, as the last incident had cost a significant sum to resolve. Where has the boss gone? Xiao Qin bravely inquired. To a place free of war and enemy presence, he replied. He has gone to Chongqing? She speculated. Stop guessing, he hasn't gone there. With daily bombings, it's too perilous for his wife and children to be in such a dangerous place. You will see him soon. I thought you might have sold our boss out. She huffed in dissatisfaction. Have I sunk to the level of selling my own kin? Liang Chun retorted, agitated. In recent days, Zhang Laoda had remained quiet, hiding in the silk factory. Boss, many enemies have perished. On that very day, 2 or 3 groups launched attacks against them. The sheer number of the enemy is of little consequence. Reports indicated that generals in higher ranks were hanged at the gates. And another general had perished in the enemy's bathhouse, along with numerous accompanying officers. It is splendid news. The Japanese invaders are facing dire straits. Zhang, the leader, mused to himself, contemplating how Brother Liang, a man of command, handles affairs with remarkable efficiency, particularly targeting high-ranking enemy officials. Brothers, come to my place tonight for a drink. Let us endure a little longer. There will be ample opportunity to confront the Japanese when the time is right. Understood, Chief. We all comprehend your strategy. Once the Japanese settle down, we shall strike decisively. When the enemy resembles a dog scavenging for scraps, we shall bide our time. It is good that you understand. Return now, but be cautious when summoning the brothers later. Zhang reiterated his warnings. We understand, Chief. We shall take our leave, the four youths replied, ensuring no strangers lurked about as they exited. Zhang settled into a rocking chair, adopting the guise of an elderly man. Soon, Jiao Jishan approached him, inquiring about his evident delight. Brother Liang, we have eliminated numerous high-ranking Japanese officials. What? He has returned? No wonder the Japanese have suffered such significant losses recently. Laughter ensued as chaos erupted outside, with a contingent of Japanese forces invading the city, an elite battalion exceeding 3,000 men. Upon entering, they commenced a thorough search of the entire foreign concession, intent on eradicating all resistance in one fell swoop. The newly appointed battalion commander, formerly a major and now promoted to brigadier general, envisioned a campaign akin to a tempest sweeping away leaves. However, he was a reckless fool, unaware of the challenges inherent in locating a needle in the vast ocean. Frustrated by the lack of results, he began to arbitrarily apprehend anyone who bore a resemblance to his enemies. Sir, the Japanese have captured many of our citizens and are behaving with outrageous arrogance. Numerous women have suffered at their hands. I understand, Liang Chun replied, his heart trembling with indignation. This scoundrel must be dealt with. By the way, Li Sheng, ensure that you safeguard the home. Do not leave everyone outside. Some must enter the secure chamber. If we can avoid confrontation, we shall. At the very least, we cannot allow violence to erupt within our residence. Understood, sir. Li Xing instructed his wife, Xiaoqin, and others to enter the secure chamber while he and a companion remained outside to respond to any unexpected occurrences. Liangshan stealthily infiltrated the Japanese concession, heading directly toward the imposing building across from them. To his surprise, he encountered Japanese guards stationed at the entrance. Disguising himself, he approached the door, and the two guards initially paid him little mind. However, as Liang Chun drew nearer, they failed to recognize him. With a soft yet lethal sound, the two guards collapsed to the ground. Liang Chun disposed of their bodies and seized their weapons. Upon entering the building, he meticulously plotted his escape route, setting up a Barrett sniper rifle and loading it with incendiary armor-piercing rounds. He aimed at the Japanese Army Command building, and soon enough, several Japanese officers emerged, including a commanding brigadier general who strode confidently at the forefront, flanked by several junior officers. Let the warriors unleash their fury, he proclaimed, only for his words to be abruptly silenced by a thunderous gunshot. The brigadier general's torso was obliterated, leaving a gaping, smoke-emitting hole. Baka, shouted a nearby officer. But his voice was cut short as he fell, struck in the chest, a bright hole punctuating his demise. A third shot rang out, obliterating both the Japanese soldier hiding behind a tree and the tree itself, leaving a significant cavity. The remaining two soldiers, now filled with trepidation, were bolstered by the arrival of a Japanese patrol unit. Amid this turmoil, one of the officers leaped from cover, only for his head to be entirely blown away in an instant. Another Japanese officer pondered, why the haste to leap out? Fortuitously, I had the foresight to refrain from jumping. Otherwise, it would have been my head that was lost, and how could my soul return to the island? The other Japanese soldiers observed the scene, questioning if this was akin to smashing a watermelon with a hammer, before they could dwell on it further. A projectile with a long tail hurtled toward their ranks. With a deafening explosion, several soldiers were sent flying, while the others, fearing for their lives, hastily sought refuge, scurrying behind the walls to conceal themselves. Liang Chun utilized his spiritual perception to investigate the cluster of soldiers huddled tightly behind the wall. A gunshot rang out, piercing through the wall and striking 3 soldiers behind it. Another shot was fired, yielding the same grim result. The Japanese soldiers realized the brick wall could not withstand the bullets. Prepare yourselves, shouted a captain wielding a command knife. The soldiers, resembling wild boars, lowered their heads and charged towards the building. Liang Chun tossed an explosive pack, affixed with a hand grenade, which emitted a plume of white smoke as it descended into the throng of soldiers. The ensuing explosion created a vacuum within a 20-meter radius, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. When they finally surged into the building, not even a shell casing remained. The Japanese officer emerged at last. Lieutenant Colonel, the enemy has fled. Continue the search. We must capture this individual. Upon hearing the news of their escape, the lieutenant colonel felt invigorated. The officer summoned all his troops to commence a manhunt in the Japanese concession. Most residents, frightened, remained indoors, unwilling to open their doors. Dressed in Japanese attire, Liangchen roamed the concession. He appeared in Zhang Laodao's crosshairs, who instantly recognized him. Observing him stealthily dispatching Japanese soldiers, Zhang Laodao realized the advantages of donning enemy clothing. Everyone, change into Japanese uniforms. We shall masquerade as the enemy. What? The 60 or 70 subordinates were bewildered. Look at that Japanese soldier over there. He is one of us in disguise, stealthily striking down enemies and evading detection. We must change locations. A chorus of agreement followed as the group stealthily descended, locating the bodies of the fallen soldiers to remove them and don their uniforms, wielding their rifles, still equipped with bayonets. Zhang Laoda led a small faction through the streets, specifically targeting small groups of Japanese soldiers. They cornered them in an alley, each soldier delivering a precise strike from behind. Liang Chun set a commendable example for Zhang Laoda's companions. An ambush team, observing their actions through binoculars, was inspired to follow suit. Let us also masquerade as the enemy. These trained individuals quickly recognized the benefits of this strategy. They shifted to another street, with their leader guiding over 30 people to a different location, eliminating a few Japanese soldiers to acquire their uniforms. Once attired, they too began stealthily attacking the enemy. The streets and alleys soon bore witness to the bodies of the slain Japanese soldiers. Yangchen, darting about, noticed the increasing number of corpses and wondered when he had dispatched so many enemies. With little time to ponder, he hastily made his exit. Meanwhile, some inexperienced civilians huddled in a corner. When a Japanese soldier approached, they swiftly covered his mouth and dragged him into an alley. Moments later, that same individual re-emerged at the corner. Brother, do you think this plan will succeed? Sooner or later, we will be discovered. If we are discovered, so be it. Have you forgotten how our wives and children met their demise? Let us switch our garments with those of the fallen enemy. When the enemy arrives, we shall use bayonets to stab the bodies on the ground. After all, we have already slain 3. This is a clever strategy. The 2 of us exchanged clothing with the deceased enemy soldiers. Before long, 3 enemy soldiers approached, intrigued by the commotion. Upon seeing 2 of their comrades stabbing at 2 civilians, they exclaimed in surprise, managing to divert their weapons away from us. The trio decided to take refuge for a moment. These 2 lads are quite astute, hiding here while they attack the 2 civilians. The 3 exchanged glances and, brandishing their bayonets, began to stab the corpse on the ground, ensuring their blades were stained with blood. The 2 then shared a knowing look, drew their knives, and swiftly dispatched each of the 3 soldiers. In such a cramped space, maneuvering a rifle proves challenging. The advantage lies with the short blade. After dealing with the 3, they dragged the bodies to the alley behind and concealed them. They then resumed their fishing. Liang Chen observed that these 2 were still at the village, demonstrating commendable bravery. He decided to remain on the rooftop, ready to assist them in their moment of need. Brother, we have avenged our wives and children. The 2 shared a smile. Chapter 98. The abundance of gallant men. Liang Chun watched as the 2 below busily took down several enemy soldiers, steadfast in their position. Gentlemen, is it time to cease? Liang Chun leaned over the edge. The 2 below startled at first, but upon hearing him speak in their native tongue, they relaxed. When did you arrive? I came as soon as you dispatched the second wave of 3 soldiers. It is time to stop and relocate, for the enemy is not foolish. They will soon surround this place. One shot, then we change our location. Very well, shall we form an alliance? The 2, recognizing Liang Chen's experience, sought to invite him. Excellent, follow me. After Liang Chen leaped down and gathered the cache of weapons and ammunition, they took cover for a spell. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted, and a large group of enemy soldiers rushed in one direction. Liang Chen thought to himself, having witnessed 2 groups of men in enemy uniforms slaughtering foes. He feared a misunderstanding and thus concealed himself. Logically, they should not engage in a firefight with the enemy. He worried for Zhang and the other group disguised as the enemy. Urging his companions, they hastened toward the sound of gunfire. He noticed another street occupied by enemy soldiers, and after a moment's contemplation, he pulled out a grenade and hurled it toward that street. In the alley, he unleashed a volley at the enemy. Upon seeing their foes on the adjacent street, the enemy rushed into the alley. Liang Chen also fired a burst at the approaching enemy and then led his companions into hiding. The enemy soldiers emerging from the alley were met with a fierce counterattack from the soldiers Liang Chen had drawn in. The enemy in the alley became increasingly convinced that it was their own soldiers attacking them. The soldiers at the rear continued to rush out, engaging in combat with the reinforcements. Liang Chen led his 2 companions to a relatively secure location, observing the fierce skirmish with enemy reinforcements arriving. They knew it was time to flee. They are preparing to use artillery. We must avoid being caught in their crossfire. Let us circumvent and head toward the location of the gunfire. Liang Chen guided them around, heading straight for the place where the shots had initially been fired. Upon ascending to the rooftop for a closer inspection, I beheld a gathering of around 40 to 50 individuals guarding a spacious courtyard. On the other side, over 100 enemy soldiers encircled the area, engaging in combat. Additionally, a dozen or so individuals atop the roof were firing upon the adversaries, clad in enemy uniforms. It was only when Liang Chen extended his spiritual awareness that he recognized them as the formidable Zhang and his crew. Liang Chen retrieved a light machine gun. Addressing 2 individuals below, brothers, have you discerned the situation? Who is clashing with whom? It appears that our comrades are battling the enemy. The notion of their usual adversaries standing their ground against the enemy was unexpected. Who would have thought that those they often despised could exhibit such valor? The land of Huaxia is never bereft of spirited young men. Let us lend our assistance. All who dare stand against the enemy are true heroes of our nation. You too, take cover behind the low wall. Are you familiar with firearms? No. How does one even use this? The two, previously engaged in small trades, were unfamiliar with such weaponry. One had experience in butchering, and the other was adept at weighing rice. Here, let me instruct you, Liang Chen said, as he hoisted a crate of grenades, revealing the safety pin and fuse. Remove this pin, and once you see smoke, hurl it at the enemy. It's quite simple. Let us proceed. The two men, carrying the crate of grenades to the low wall, extracted one, twisted off the cap, and pulled the pin. Upon witnessing the smoke, they hurled it toward the enemy, resulting in several unsuspecting foes being obliterated. By heavens, this is splendid. The duo joyfully tossed grenades, while Liang Chun, stationed on the rooftop, continued to unleash a barrage of fire upon the adversaries. With their combined tactics, the enemy was left bewildered, as the two individuals stood merely 20 meters away from the foes. In front of them, another fighter had established a firing line with a machine gun, making it arduous for the enemy to charge forward, especially while being bombarded by the two men. Liang Chen's objective was to create a breach for those within the courtyard, and the outcome proved effective. He gestured towards the courtyard, prompting the occupants to swiftly exit. Realizing that the enemies near the main gate had been vanquished, anyone with the capability to flee no longer lingered within the courtyard to meet their demise. The leader expressed gratitude with a fist salute before darting toward a nearby alley, followed closely by others. After a brief standoff, Liang Chun called for a retreat. Upon observing the exodus of his comrades from the courtyard, Zhang signaled for a withdrawal as well. For the past 2 days, they had been embroiled in combat, and the enemy felt as though every corner was a battlefield. Under the resplendent lights of the bustling metropolis, the nights were alive with vibrancy. Yet, behind this facade of prosperity lurked countless watchful eyes, eager to seize any opportunity against isolated enemy soldiers. In a narrow alleyway, one enemy soldier was nervously scouring the area when suddenly, a shadow darted past him. Alert, he turned to find a young man wielding a club, striking down upon him. In a state of sheer terror, the soldier attempted to flee, but the young man relentlessly pursued him. In another corner, a group of individuals was mercilessly assaulting an enemy soldier. Though bloodied and battered, he continued to resist. The crowd roared in indignation, "Kill him! Kill him!" Such scenes unfolded incessantly throughout the city's various quarters. People no longer cower in fear of the enemy's threats. They express their anger and resistance against the invaders in their own ways. However, the enemy begins to grow restless. They open fire on anyone they encounter, attempting to suppress the people's defiance. Yet, the resistance only intensifies. The populace no longer passively endures their assaults but actively strikes back. In this struggle, they gradually unite, forming a formidable force. With their courage and ingenuity, they engage the enemy in a desperate battle. The most formidable fighters are the gang members, armed with guns, possessing greater combat capabilities than the average citizen. The constables in the concession are powerless against such a scale of conflict, which escalates from the Japanese concession to the French concession, engulfing the entire city in turmoil. The foreigners, fearful, hide away. Liang Chun enters the prison in the French concession and encounters many regular soldiers inside. Suddenly, he recalls the heroes who had evacuated from the Sihang warehouse, now in the hands of the foreigners. He had not anticipated that the leaders who were supposed to be dead were still alive, training within. There are weapons outside, and the enemy is present. You must choose for yourselves, Liang Chen declares. At the entrance, many rifles and enemy weapons are laid out, with ammunition boxes brimming. Let us out. We have never feared the enemy. A commander shouts. Very well. Liang Chun smashes the lock, and those inside rush out to seize a rifle and an ammunition belt, the latter containing 2 ammo boxes. 600 to 700 men emerge from the prison like tigers unleashed upon the enemy. Chapter 99. Chaos unleashed. The city of Shanghai is now in complete disarray. Initially, some men who bore grudges against the enemy were unfamiliar with firearms, but gradually learned to use them. They began to hide and fire from the shadows. Big Zhang hurriedly instructed his brothers to discard their enemy uniforms, and other teams followed suit, fearful of those firing from concealment. Cousin, we've ye come. Li Sheng, accompanied by a dozen brothers, found Liang Chun. All right, follow me. Liang Chun led them through the streets and alleys, ambushing the enemy at every turn. The butcher and grain seller closely followed, now having a rudimentary grasp of shooting. This group, armed with submachine guns, traversed the streets littered with corpses, predominantly those of the enemy, alongside some civilians who had been ruthlessly slain by the invaders. As long as they remained hidden, they faced little danger. In the streets, several teams led by Liang Chun engaged in battle with the enemy, transitioning from assassination to street combat. The enemy's anger was palpable, their eyes bulging in disbelief at the unprecedented number of attackers. This continued for 2 days before the enemy retreated to their concession, while the resistance quickly faded into silence. The enemy suffered heavy losses, returning to lick their wounds. Shanghai, true to its name, resumed its celebratory revelry as if the weak-ass battles had never transpired. The foreigners engaged in verbal skirmishes with the enemy, having been frightened into submission multiple times throughout the week. Brother Liang, I came to see you. Big Zhang arrived, bringing fine wine and delicacies, accompanied by several trusted companions, all carrying food boxes to celebrate with Liang Chen's brothers. This was indeed a thrilling time, with the streets filled with enemy corpses, although some civilians had also perished. The small devils, armed to the teeth, are not to be underestimated. They were never truly formidable. Many harbor grudges against them and strike secretly. The small devils have become like rats in the street. All morning, they indulged in alcohol, yet none dared to drink excessively. This is a time for bloodshed, and one must not be careless. The traitors have gradually diminished. Few dare to openly collaborate with the devils anymore. The killing is real. The devils have been severely battered. When they were newly deployed, they boasted loudly, but within a week, they lost a third of their forces. Their commanders have been decapitated. The devilish government has spent considerable sums to appease foreign powers, and the devils have quieted down considerably. Many of their warriors no longer dare to act recklessly. They hide within their dojos, reluctant to emerge, acutely aware of who might shoot them down. They witness this fierce resistance. The entire city is engulfed in battle. Brother Liang, may I address you as such? A few figures clad in black entered the courtyard. How should we address you? Who are you? I am but an ordinary citizen. I am Hu Xiaofeng, affiliated with the government military secret station. Yangshan thought to himself, is that not a spy organization? How could an ordinary person like me attract the attention of such esteemed officials? Commander Liang, there is no need for subterfuge. We are here on orders to invite you to join us. I have long grown weary of bloodshed. My army has already defected, leaving me a mere figurehead, seeking a means of survival in this foreign enclave, wishing only to live out my days in peace. What is the meaning of this? The newcomers were astonished. The higher-ups had taken an interest in his tens of thousands of troops, still engaged in combat against the devils entrenched in the northeast. Little did they expect that military power no longer resided with Yangchen. Those troops were originally under the command of the former general, left behind during the retreat to seek refuge with me for survival. I paid little heed, leading them to open new avenues, and as time passed, their growth accelerated. Once they gained momentum, they became self-sufficient in manpower and weaponry. My role as commander became redundant. They began to assert their independence. Is there such a phenomenon? Truly. One cannot raise a wolf to maturity. The newcomers were infuriated. Thankfully, they still resist the devils and do not surrender at the sight of them. That is the only source of solace for me. Yangchen exhibited a sense of helplessness. Mr. Liang, we shall not impose further. Perhaps there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future. The visitors departed in disappointment, initially believing that promising high ranks and riches would secure their cooperation, only to find themselves overshadowed by their own subordinates. What use is that now? Liang Chun shook his head as he watched their retreating figures, too pragmatic for his liking. Brother Liang, dozens of warships have arrived on the river. Boss Zhang is here to see Liang Chun. Really? Where are they docked? At the Wuzonka Pier. Liang Chun was still lamenting the fate of the 200 brothers and several warships, and now more were being delivered. I understand. Liang Chen's smile never waned. That night, he stealthily left the city, traversing for 8 hours to reach Wuzonku, the confluence of the Huangpu River and the Yangtze River into the East China Sea. Yangchen, from a distance, stripped off his clothing and plunged into the frigid waters, enduring the cold for the sake of the warships. He submerged beneath the surface, locating the vessels. One by one, he began to absorb them into his realm. 13 warships swiftly vanished from the dock. Liang Chun entered the space and discovered that some individuals aboard the ship were still in slumber. A thought crossed his mind to summon them all out of the military vessel, for there was ample time to spare. He swiftly dealt a blow to each of their necks and cast them aside. Ultimately, Yangchen emerged from the space, swimming back to the point of entry. Peering out, he saw no one around and hastily made his way ashore, stealthily departing. By midday, he found himself within the French concession, returning home. The warships floated languidly on the Great Lake as Liang Chun finished his lunch. He retired to his room for a brief slumber, having been deprived of rest the previous night. Do not call me for dinner, he instructed. Understood, son-in-law, Xiao Qin responded before departing. And Liang Chun once again entered the space, returning home. You've returned, said Chu Lingyan, who was not at all surprised to see him. I merely came to see my daughter, Liang Chun replied, embracing his little girl, who radiated uncontainable joy. Dad, give me a hug too. Their third son, Liang Haoxuan, climbed onto a stool and leaped into his father's embrace, leaving Liang Chun with only one hand to support him. Dad, I'm joining in. Liang Haoran and Liang Haobo rushed over as well. Good heavens, sons, one at a time. Your father lacks sufficient hands. Laughter erupted as Chu Lingyan observed her husband being overwhelmed by their children. He was unafraid of the black bear but was conquered by his 3 sons and 1 daughter. 2 elder women and the old man watched the scene unfold as 4 more children eyed them intently. Liang Xiaoxiao, Liang Huanhuan, Wang Feng, and Wang Long. The afternoon was spent playing with these children. Shanghai was bustling with activity, particularly along the riverside. Apart from the floating corpses, no warships remained. This was indeed significant. Japanese aircraft skimmed the river's surface, with the Huangpu River and Yangtze River, even the sea, under their surveillance, yet they could not locate their own vessels, which had vanished without a trace. Bakayuru, an enraged Japanese officer, fumed, having arrived in Shanghai without firing a single shot, only to find their ships gone. Chapter 100. My brother Liang is remarkable, boss. We have big news. Several brothers rushed to the silk factory at Shoji Mountain to seek out Zhang Laoda. What is it? Xiaolu. Zhang Laoda's interest was piqued. Boss, 13 Japanese warships have vanished from the docks. It is said that the crew was slaughtered and their bodies tossed into the river. The Japanese aircraft flew low over the 2 rivers, yet they could not find the vessels. Did they drift out to sea? Hearing this, Zhang Laoda rejoiced. What a splendid development. If they can never be found again, it would be marvelous. They even searched the ocean, but found not a trace. What a disgrace for the Japanese. Xiaolu exaggerated. Ha ha, this is indeed good news. Zhang Laoda stroked his hair, excitement bubbling within him. Suddenly, the image of Liangchen flashed in his mind. Just yesterday, he had informed him of the Japanese warships arriving at the docks, only to disappear that very night. My brother Liang is truly formidable. Though he could not be certain, he was convinced that it was Liangchen's doing. While Liangchen spent the night in the space with his wife and children, he emerged at dawn. At home, he tended to his birds, embodying the demeanor of a wealthy landlord. Son-in-law, dinner is ready, Xiaoqin called out to Liangchen. Inside the space, Xu Lingyan, along with the children and several elders, were also dining. Their meal was quite lavish, featuring a variety of meat dishes, which they procured by hunting. To my surprise, my son-in-law possesses such remarkable qualities. It is truly enchanting. I never imagined that at this stage of my life, I would witness such a wondrous event. Aunt Lee felt an extraordinary sense of fantasy. It is also my first encounter with such marvels. This young man is exceptionally talented. Perhaps only a person of his benevolence could be graced with such opportunities. The old hunter was equally intrigued. This place is splendid. My godfather is always nearby, and there are no enemies here, Wang Feng remarked. Liang Huanhuan and Liang Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. The courtyard measures over 100 meters in length and 80 meters in width, where several children play freely. The temperature consistently hovers around 26 to 27 degrees Celsius. While you are either shooting or playing wildly, you must also acquire some knowledge. We should have my son-in-law find a teacher to educate the children, the old gentleman wisely suggested. Indeed. Xu Lingyan recalled that she had forgotten to arrange for teachers for the children. Liangchen overheard their conversation and pondered that it was indeed necessary to find a teacher for the children, but there was no rush. Opportunities would arise in due time. It would be prudent to procure some textbooks for the children, for they would be needed in the future. The question remained, where to find them? Liangchen sought out Qiu Jishan. Brother Liang, you are a rare guest. I heard you returned, but old Zhang didn't provide me with your address. So I didn't pay a visit. Boss Qiu, I have come to inquire if you still have any fabric available. Yes, we have never ceased production. How much do you require? I need as much as you can provide. Additionally, can you procure cotton? I have channels for high-quality cotton, all transported from the Great Desert. Qiu Jishan informed Liangchen. I hope to visit the desert someday. By the way, could you assist me in finding some textbooks for the children to study? A dozen sets would suffice. That is easily arranged. I can procure as many as you need. I have a good relationship with the principal and have generously supported the school. I appreciate your help. I received a letter from home that the children are lacking textbooks. How can we teach without them? Zhang Lin entrusted this matter to Qiu Jishan. Upon their arrival at the textile factory, Zhang Laoda quickly came out to greet Liangchen. Brother Liang, your skills are impressive. I admire you greatly. Zhang Laoda clasped his hands and bowed at a 90-degree angle. Brother Zhang, this is unnecessary. Feel free to share any news with me. Neither spoke plainly, leaving Qiu Jishan somewhat bewildered, but perhaps it was better to remain in ignorance. Brother Liang, please follow me. Qiu Jishan led Liangchen to the warehouse. After a thorough inspection, Liangchen handed him 200,000 silver dollars, paying with banknotes. Once he departed, Liangchen stored the items in his space and sought out Zhang Laoda. Brother, your efforts this time were outstanding. These are formidable weapons. The enemy has inflicted great suffering upon our compatriots with their warships, and now they shall feel a measure of their own pain. Warships do not come cheaply, do they? Indeed, they are costly, but they delivered them to me. How could I refuse? Next time there is good news, I will send you word. Let the little devils endure some discomfort. Zhang Laodao felt a profound sense of vindication. Brother Zhang, I must take my leave. The streets are not safe at present. Please inform your brothers to avoid unnecessary trouble, as the enemy is particularly aggressive. I have already warned them. They will not come here tonight. I bid you farewell. Liangchen said hurriedly. Little did he know, one of Master Hong's former subordinates had been struggling immensely since Master Hong's departure. In the end, he could not endure the harshness of reality and sought refuge with the enemy. Today, I encountered Liangchen on the street. He used to be the bodyguard of Lord Hong and possesses a wealth of knowledge. He was always by Lord Hong's side when receiving Liangchen. This information could be quite lucrative. I followed Liangchen to his residence. Although I maintained a certain distance, he sensed my presence. As he had never paid me any mind before and did not recognize me today, mistakenly believing he was being watched by a traitor. As night fell, with his family fast asleep, Liangchen discreetly concealed the couple, Xiaoqin and her husband, in a safe space. Others were also hidden away. Though at a considerable distance from the small courtyard, he secured his weapons and ammunition as well. Later that night, numerous disguised enemy soldiers infiltrated the yard. Liangchen rolled grenades across the ground, resulting in the explosion that claimed the lives of 4 or 5 soldiers, causing the remaining ones to take cover. Observing that there were approximately 30 of them, Liangchen hurled several more grenades, eliminating half of their number. The surviving soldiers continued to fire their weapons, but they dared not enter. Liangchen had no intention of venturing out either. He continued to bombard them, seizing any opportunity to shoot. As Liangchen extended his awareness, he detected a squad of foreign soldiers and officers approaching his home. He retreated into his safe space, contemplating their intentions before emerging once more. Who are you? Lay down your weapons, or we will open fire. The foreign soldiers understood that these were the enemy's plainclothes agents sent to apprehend individuals. If they were to drive them away and storm the house to capture people, the enemy would undoubtedly pay a hefty sum for their return. The soldiers hesitated, ultimately laying down their arms, while Liangchen did not. He threw several grenades, disregarding the foreign soldiers and officers, targeting the enemy directly beside them, ignoring their shouts. The remaining few enemy soldiers were obliterated, prompting Liangchen to retreat into his safe space once more, no longer concerned with the outside matters. The foreign soldiers searched the room but found nothing. Glancing at the swaying windows, they realized the occupants had fled. Frustrated at having gained nothing and nearly losing their lives, they left in a huff. Once they had departed, Liangchen emerged to tidy up the room and release his comrades. Everything appeared as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 101. The enemy's special envoy at dawn. Liangchen awakened everyone, gathering his belongings to vacate the premises. This place was no longer safe for habitation, and he intended to inform Boss Zhang. How could the enemy have discovered us? I am unsure. When I returned from your place yesterday, I sensed someone was tailing me but could not identify any familiar faces. Perhaps someone thought I did not appear to be a good person? Ha ha ha, soon Liuzi will arrive. There is a small second-floor building near the dock that the foreign soldiers once occupied, but which I acquired. It has remained uninhabited. Thank you, Liangchen, but I am not lacking in funds to purchase a house. The challenge lies in finding a secure place, and with Boss Yang's ready accommodations, I need not worry about safety. Before long, Liuzi arrived with others to find Boss Zhang. Boss, some of the enemy's plainclothes agents were eliminated last night. Huh, that was my brother's doing. Take me and my brothers to the small second-floor building near the dock. Here are the keys. Boss Zhang handed the keys to Liangchen. Liangchen, armed with a key, followed Lu Zi and his companions to the second floor of a quaint establishment. He settled in with Xiaoqin and the others. Each day, he observed the dock through a telescope, albeit from a considerable distance. One day, Zhang Laoda approached Liangchen, bearing significant intelligence. Brother, I've heard that an envoy from the Japanese has arrived. I wonder what their purpose could be. Liangchen mused. What else could it be? With all the turmoil in Shanghai, the headquarters harbors doubts about their capabilities, hence they dispatched such a figure. Yet, his identity remains unknown. It is rumored he is residing at the Lugua Hotel, having arrived last night. Is that so? We ought to extend a warm welcome. No drinking today, though. Hee. Let's await good news, Zhang Laoda chuckled as he departed. As night descended upon the vibrant city of Shanghai, it seemed to awaken anew, pulsating with energy unlike the daylight hours. Amidst the sounds of gunfire, the concession area remained a hub of revelry. Liangchen arrived at the entrance of the Lugua Hotel, where stringent checks were enforced. Having been cleared of weapons, he was permitted entry. Once inside, he incapacitated a waiter and donned his uniform, carrying a tray of tea as he made his way to the elevator. Just as he exited, 2 Japanese soldiers intercepted him. This was the 6th floor, designated for the Japanese envoy, entirely occupied by their ranks. Without uttering a word, Liangchen swiftly absorbed them into his space, eliminating them before continuing deeper into the building. Halt. How did you get in here? 4 or 5 soldiers surrounded him. I was just allowed in, he replied, diverting their attention with Japanese phrases as they leaned in to listen, only to find themselves ensnared in his space once more. Advancing further, he reached the envoy's chamber and knocked softly on the door. Come in, The envoy called, mistakenly believing it to be a guard. In that fleeting moment of surprise, the waiter stood before him, a hand tightening around his throat. With a final, forceful grip, the envoy's breath ceased. Liang Chun disposed of the body, leaving it conspicuously displayed outside the door. The room lay barren, stripped of all possessions, hinting at potential unforeseen rewards. After closing the door, he descended in the elevator, emerging downstairs in a changed attire, confidently strolling out of the Lugua Hotel. Unbeknownst to him, across the street, a sharpshooter observed the entrance of the hotel through a sniper rifle, sighing in relief upon spotting a familiar face. Meanwhile, Zhang Laoda continued his revelry with wine. When Lu Zi arrived, "Boss, the Japanese envoy has been murdered, his body stripped and hung at the Lugua Hotel door. The room has been thoroughly ransacked, driving the Japanese mad. Then why are you still wandering about? Stay at the factory, do not venture out. The streets will surely be chaotic today." "Understood," Lu Zi responded, leading his comrades to hide in the silk factory, avoiding the streets to evade capture by the Japanese. Liang Chun, resting at home, awoke to the news that Japanese plainclothes officers were scouring the streets like stray dogs, hunting for the perpetrator. Unperturbed, he remained at home, engaging in a game of chess with Li Sheng. How audacious to kill an envoy. The culprit must be apprehended, or else we'll all face seppuku. "This is a cousin of the Tianxiang, a nobleman," one of the Japanese lamented, their expressions more sorrowful than if they had lost a father. The pressure to find the assailant mounted, with whispers of demotion circulating among them. Demotion is certainly preferable to seppuku. The junior officers brimmed with anticipation, imagining the multitude of positions that would become available once the mid-ranking officers and generals had taken their own lives. We too could be promoted. As junior officers lacked even the qualifications for seppuku, there was no rush to find the murderer. Where could they possibly search? There were no leads to follow. The few handprints on the envoy's neck? As long as they weren't from a bald hand, everyone has hands. Performance is essential, soldiers must not be bullied. What if the murderer is pressured into revealing themselves? Those individuals would not need to resort to seppuku, and our efforts would be in vain. 3 days passed, and the enemy had yet to identify the killer. The mid-ranking officers and the welcoming general proceeded to commit seppuku, 1 major general and 8 mid-ranking officers. The junior officers were tasked with performing the beheading. Before the officers could even digest their last meal, the juniors swiftly severed their heads. An unexpected incident occurred. One junior officer, responsible for logistics and lacking in combat prowess, struggled to deliver a clean cut, causing the major general to writhe in pain. They hastily delivered a finishing blow. Despite the major general enduring multiple strikes without succumbing, the other junior officers winced in sympathy. They stubbornly transformed the act of seppuku into a beheading. Only after the 4th strike did the major general finally rest in peace, relieved from the burden of facing the blade of the samurai. The enemy had been notably subdued in the following days, reporting back to headquarters, which found itself powerless. A country cannot be without a sovereign for a single day. Orders were issued to promote certain soldiers, elevating junior officers to mid-ranking positions. The few who had served as executioners were granted their wishes. "Master, when may we reunite with the young lady?" Xiaoqin inquired of Liangchen, who lounged in a chair, absorbed by the sounds of the phonograph. "Soon. Do you miss her?" he replied. "Do you not?" Xiaoqin thought to herself. Considering how fond he was of his daughter and wife, could it be that her longing for them paled in comparison? "All I wish to know is that they are safe. When the time comes to trouble the enemy, I shall drive them away, and I will finally live with my wife and children. Is there truly a day when we can expel the enemy?" Xiaoqin asked Liang Chun, who reflected on the current might of the enemy, poised to invade the entire nation like a persistent pest. Can we truly drive them away? What are they even worth? Look at the vastness of our country compared to their population. With such a meager force, they might hold their ground in the northeast, but to swallow all of China? They're still dreaming. On average, there is but 1 enemy soldier for every 20 kilometers of our land. How many of our people exist in that same stretch? We could easily crush them, just as we did with the Tartars on the 15th of August. "Oh, it will take quite some time before I can see my sister." Xiaoqin expressed her dissatisfaction.